10-year plan for the UK, reducing the cost of living, and other measures. We'll be asking, what do you think needs to define the Premiership, and homing in initially on three key areas: welfare, defence and immigration. But of course it means the end of the Starmer Premiership, addressed by LBC's Andrew Marr earlier in the year.
I think we have entered the final stage of the Starmer Premiership. It feels as if we have reached a tipping point.
That is, of course, the top job, but what of other senior jobs within the administration, within the cabinet?
From Chancellor Mahmood to Foreign Secretary Miliband, who are the rumoured winners and losers from an Andy Burnham cabinet? I'm LBC's Henry Riley with the latest.
Yes, LBC's Henry Riley will look through the runners and riders there, and in other events. Well, here was the final whistle, the moment when last night's World Cup final came to a merciful end with Spain beating Argentina.
Spain are the world champions! 16 years after Iniesta in Johannesburg, flawless Spain realised their American dream.
Now, that coverage was from ITV, but if you were watching on the BBC, you saw the most extraordinary advert starting in the Queen Vic, the EastEnders pub, involving Chris Martin, Sir David Jason and various others, surely showing how out of touch it is as viewers desert the BBC and watch, say, as Netflix and, of course, on radio, listen to stations such as LBC. A massive own goal. We'll look at that as well later in the show.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Feverish excitement in Westminster. We'll try and get you a sense of that, but I want to hear what you think needs to be really the defining moment. We're going to look at three key areas: defence, immigration and welfare. But let's go back to Friday. Incoming PM Andy Burnham paying tribute to Sir Keir Starmer, the man he has effectively defenestrated.
I am ready. I am ready. Ready to lead and to build on the foundation laid by one person more than any other. Under Keir Starmer's leadership, we went from our worst defeat to one of the best victories in our history.
And if you think you've heard it all before, well, you have. I take you back to 11th of May 2010. That was David Cameron. He was in just a little over 6 years. Then Theresa May did 3 years and 11 days. Boris Johnson, 3 years, 1 month and 13 days. Liz Truss, 1 month and 19 days. Rishi Sunak, 1 year and 8 months and 10 days. Keir Starmer, 2 years and 15 days. And we have, as I said earlier, Prime Minister headed towards number 10 with neither a mandate nor standing on the last Labour or a party manifesto. Let's go to LBC's political editor, Tasha Clark, who, along with, it seems, half the world's press, is outside number 10 Downing Street. This seems fairly unprecedented events here in London. Tasha, good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Yes, today is the day the transfer of power begins. History will be made as one Prime Minister will depart and another will arrive. We understand Sir Keir Starmer will give a short speech just after 11 o'clock this morning here in Downing Street before he heads to Buckingham Palace to officially tender his resignation to the King. And just a month since he returns to Parliament after no real leadership election, a basically unopposed Andy Burnham will be asked to form a government. He will return here to Downing Street at around 1 o'clock and we will hear his first speech from the podium, where he will promise to give people breathing space and set out his priorities for government. He'll stress his hope and optimism for the future, but acknowledge the lack of trust in politics and being, of course, the 6th Prime Minister in just 10 years. He will argue that means we need a more stable and responsible politics. And he'll know, Nick, walking up the streets here, that he does not have long to make an impression, to make those changes that people have not been feeling up and down the country, and of course to please some of those Labour backbenchers who ousted his predecessor in the first place. Later today, Andy Burnham will have vital jobs ahead, signing the nuclear codes, calls with world leaders, and then setting out his cabinet this afternoon. Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood, Lisa Nandy, Lucy Powell, all expected to get top jobs, but many of them still in the dark today, Nick, about which jobs they'll be getting. We're expecting a blitz of policies this week and a tour of the nation for the new Prime Minister. Interventions on the cost of living, energy bills, possibly Thames Water, and further afield we could be looking at a Whitehall shake-up, more devolution of course, and changes to the tax thresholds, as Andy Burnham suggested in an interview with the Times newspaper today. He says he wants to draw a line and show that it is possible to do things in a different way. And a bit of sad news as well, Nick, from that interview with Andy Burnham, that his father, who has Alzheimer's, doesn't quite know that he's heading in to number 10 today. And of course, Andy Burnham will have his critics today. The Tories have already accused the new Prime Minister of coming in without a plan and without scrutiny, and critics are saying they are ready for a general election.
LBC's political editor Natasha Clark reporting from outside Number 10. Natasha, we're speaking a lot, of course, through the course of this morning. Now, Natasha mentioning a blitz of policies. We're going to home in on three key areas, but of course I want to hear what you think would define the Premiership in the opening days. And let's start with welfare. Many would say that it was just over a year ago that Sir Keir Starmer effectively lost control of his political party with these rather minor reforms of the welfare system, which he was failed to get over the line. Let's turn to Conservative MP then, and Shadow Cabinet Office Minister, Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, Alex Burkhardt. If we were to talk, thank you for coming on, Mr. Burkhardt. If we were to talk about reforms in welfare, what needs to be seen, would you say? Good morning to you.
Morning, Nick. The major problem that the country faces at the moment is that we are spending too much money and we are borrowing too much money, and we have slow growth, and that is bad for us all. And I do want to genuinely wish the new Prime Minister well, and I want him to succeed, but I'm very concerned that he is going into Downing Street today and we have heard nothing about public spending. Everything that he has put forward so far, and he hasn't put forward much, is going to cost a lot of money. And if we carry on in this vein, we are going to have a very rude awakening as a country, because the people who lend us money are just going to say, no more, you've had your lot.
Am I not right in saying, Mr. Burkhardt, if we don't check this, we're moving towards a £400 billion bill to pay in a few years' time?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. I mean, Nick, you are too young to remember the 1970s. But if you go back 50 years from now to 1976, we had a Labour government that didn't want to control public spending, couldn't control public spending because the Labour MPs in the House of Commons wouldn't let it. And at some point, you just run out of road. So all of this chat about helping with the cost of living and nationalising Thames Water and so on, I'm afraid it all costs money. And we need to know where that money is coming from, because you can't borrow any more money. If you tax any more money, there isn't going to be any growth in this country at all. And at no point have I heard Andy Burnham talk about the money he's going to save.
Good speaking with Alex. I will leave it there. Alex Burkhardt, thank you. Shadow Cabinet Office Minister, Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, Conservative MP, 11 after 7. Well, listening to that and coming in on the defence realm, or defence conversation, is Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail, who's former Deputy Chief of the Defence Staff, former Senior Middle East Advisor at the MOD, author of the book House of War. Good to have you on. Sir Simon, you are one of a platoon of former military top brass who are crying that we need more spending on defence. What would that look like under a Burnham Premiership to you? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Nick. More like a battalion, frankly, than a platoon, Nick.
That many.
We would. Andy Burnham has acknowledged that defence is the highest priority. He has said he was slightly taken aback by the £50 billion black hole. He shouldn't have been. SDR and the DIP were quite clear it was going to be £28 billion. It's actually the black hole, simply to stabilise the ship. If I may use one aspect of defence, it needs a lot more to reverse years of decline. As your previous speaker said, we don't have growth in the economy. We're taxed up to the hilt. We can't borrow any more money. We must reprioritise. But I'm afraid the whole Burnham political approach, without trying to get over political, is to satiate his own party, not to do what's right by the country. So I think we're going to be in a very difficult place. And military power does underpin Britain's place in the world, our global position, not simply our defence and security.
Well, let me talk to you about that, Sir Simon. Where do you think we stand in the ranks of NATO? We were, without doubt, I'm sure you would agree, the European leader within NATO. I sense possibly we've slipped back a little.
Well, we have, tragically, Nick, and there are consequences of that. We've always been the natural, as you say, lead power, and I use the word advisedly, within NATO. We were within Europe. We were certainly one of the leading powers within NATO, obviously way behind the Americans, but very much ahead of everybody else. And even Tony Blair pointed out that under Starmer, we were in danger of being relegated to a second division place. If you take away the cost of the nuclear program, and I support our nuclear deterrent, you find that our spending on conventional defence, Army, Navy, Air Force, is down in among the sort of, what we used to disparagingly call the non-swimmers in NATO. And we're being rather shown up by the likes of, obviously, Poland, Germany even rearming. Our French is a peer group. So Burnham needs to understand, if he wants to strut the stage at all, and he should, as the British Prime Minister, it is underpinned by being looked at a serious nation when it comes to defence and security, particularly in the current era with Trump, with America, with Ukraine, etc.
Leave it there, Simon, if we can. Thank you. Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail, former Deputy Chief of the Defence Staff, 14 minutes after 7. So we've covered welfare, we've covered defence, into another key area, immigration. Ed Owen is interim CEO of Think Labour, formerly known as Labour Together, and joins me now. Thanks very much for coming on. Ed, if you look at issues, concerns that affect voters, whether you like it or whether you're not, there is a sense that immigration is out of control. How important is it that we see something from Mr Burnham in that field, in your view? Good morning.
Yeah, very important. It's a high public concern, and Andy will need to address that. He will need to bring greater confidence to the public that we can develop a managed immigration system, and that means control at the borders, and we need to do more on the small boat crossings. Numbers are down this year, which is good. It's going in the right direction, but more needs to be done on that, because it's a demonstrable reflection of the fact that the border control on the channel is not as good as it should be. But he's got to get the right balance. We do need immigration because we need the skills. We need people to come into the UK to help us develop growth and prosperity in the way that we've been talking. So he absolutely needs to address public concerns and get the system right.
How comfortable? Of course we need immigration. We need controlled immigration. I'm sure you'd agree with that. We need to have, so that the people arriving here have a fair crack at putting a life together. How ready do you think Labour will be to listen to some of the reforms from current Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood?
Well, I think I sense that there'll be some changes to the reforms that Shabana has brought forward, which just for your listeners, Nick, is about providing one of the pathways, if you like, to citizenship for people who are given rights to come to the UK. So these are classically people who come to the UK on with skills visas or others, and including asylum seekers who are given status here. And then what is the pathway to citizenship? I think we're going to see some changes on that. I think that you'll see. And Shabana is absolutely right. There needs to be a link between people's commitment to the UK and obviously getting citizenship. She's been concerned about the fact that with the huge number of immigrants that came to the UK under Boris Johnson, the Boris wave, I think
yes.
you talked about this before, we've got to make sure that, in a sense, down the track, we're not facing a huge welfare bill.
Yep.
And I think you'll see some changes to that, but I think the spirit of that will remain.
Grateful for your time. Thanks very much. Ed Owen, Interim CEO of Think Labour. And now over to you. We've talked immigration just there. Prior to that, defence, and prior to that, welfare. What is the single policy that would mark out the early days of a Burnham premiership? Now, although this is a special and it's coming to you from Westminster, we will, of course, I'm acutely aware that not all of you want a full diet of politics, so we are covering other stories. And reportedly, Andrew Tate, the influencer, trying to get Donald Trump's help yesterday, was arrested in Miami on new sex abuse charges. Now, Bedfordshire Police first secured a European arrest warrant back in 2024. Here is Assistant Chief Constable Karina Thomas.
38 new charges in total have now been authorised against Andrew and Tristan Tate, bringing the total number of charges faced to 59.
Plus, in other news, water everywhere.
Misery once again for thousands of people living in Kent, with the taps running dry. MLBC's Emma Core in Tunbridge Wells with the latest.
You're listening to a new Prime Minister special here on LBC. It's 18 minutes after 7 news headlines then. Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister later to promise more breathing room on the cost of living. The United States has targeted Iranian military centres and communication networks in its 9th night of attacks, and Southeast Water said it's now reconnected drinking water to all customers in West Kent. LBC weather: another dry and sunny day for most through Monday, some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are queues on the M25 anti-clockwise from junction 27 for the M11 to junction 26 for Waltham Abbey. It's after there was an accident earlier, so all the lanes are open now. On the M11 going into town, it's taking around 15 minutes to queue to junction 4 for the North Circular. It is slow in Bromley. Widmore Road is closed both ways between Plaistow Lane and Cedar Road because a water main has burst. In Crystal Palace, Westow Hill eastbound is closed. That's for some emergency gas repairs between Westow Street and Woodland Road. Emergency gas repairs in Greenwich means Creek Road westbound is closed from Church Street to Norman Road. On the A2 going into town, it's taking about 25 minutes to go from the Danson interchange to the Kidbrooke interchange. And on the tube, there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line because of cancellations.
This is LBC.
With the MG electric range, you get more tech at a smart cost. And that cost just got smarter with zero deposit and 0% APR across the electric range, excluding MG-IM and Cyberster. Make the smart choice. Move to an electric MG. Book your test drive today at mg.co.uk. MG. Find your more. MG Motor UK are a credit broker, not a lender. PCP balloon payment required for ownership. Registered by September 30th. T's and C's at mg.co.uk.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Pick up more sun cream. Impromptu picnic. Late night cinema trip. Do more this summer. Hop on and off with the Weekend Hopper. Get unlimited weekend bus and tram journeys for £1.75 per day every Saturday and Sunday from the 25th of July. Plan your journey with the TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Offer valid from 4:30 a.m. on the 25th of July until 23:59 Monday the 31st of August. Always use the same card or device when touching in. For more information, search TfL Hopper.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group Clinics. With over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
And it's a new PM special coming to you from Westminster. The time is 7:21. Come to your views in a moment. I'm asking you, what is the single policy that would really mark out a Burnham premiership? Let me quickly take you through the newspapers. You can imagine what most of them are leading with. Well, the front page picture, actually, by the way, is the World Cup and the delights, of course, of Spain. I'm so delighted, as I'm sure most of the world is, that Spain beat Argentina. But we must go to the Times newspaper first, because a limited number of interviews that Andy Burnham has given prior to becoming the Prime Minister. Today's fortunate recipient is the Times, in which he talks about how he wants to find common ground with his political opponents. I'll just do a speed read. I won't take you through all, I promise. He says he's fairly relaxed about moving into number 10. He says that we're not in the right place structurally, we're not in the right place as a country. He says they're characterising me as a tax raiser. It's never that simplistic, is it? He says you can't go out for a pint on a Friday, you can't go out with the kids, you can't afford a holiday. That's where it is, isn't it? Referring to the state of the country. And as my colleague Natasha Clark mentioned, sadly, he reveals his father is suffering from Alzheimer's and has to be in a care home, so he's unaware that his son has got the top job in the land, which is very upsetting for Mr. Burnham. And of course, we all wish him well. I want him to do well. We all want him to do well. We've got children and grandchildren. We want him to do well. We just like to know a little bit more about him. So that's the front page of the Times. The Daily Mail, Burnham doesn't speak for us, say voters in the South. Of course, I want to hear from you if you are one of those disaffected, disenfranchised voters that you feel a little bit left out. The Daily Express, similar theme, new PM has no mandate to raise taxes again. Meanwhile, the Daily Mirror, very much a Labour-supporting newspaper. Burn-ing ambition, taking the burning ambition. Brits more breathing room as he prepares to be the PM. And I'm quickly looking through all the... here's one that's different. The Sun has got... Well, there's appalling scenes at the end of the World Cup. I don't know if you were watching. But you have to say, and I don't want to be offensive about those Argentinian players, they didn't really seem to turn up to play, did they? And it would appear that there was a terrible fight at the end of the game with some Argentinian players. Some of the substitutes are starting to start punching some of the Spanish players. So I think we can probably agree that the World Cup went the right way, can't we? Right, let's talk. Let's see what we want to hear. What would define the Burnham Premiership at 7:24? First up is Suzanne in Sutton. Suzanne, you're on the radio. Good morning. What would it be?
Good morning, Nick. I don't think there'll be any difference.
Oh, Lord. What makes you think that?
I don't think he's got enough time. I don't think he's got enough time to do it.
He's got 3 years.
I think there's.
I mean, Liz Truss completely screwed the country in a month and a bit, so imagine what you could do with 3 years.
Oh, yeah, that's true, but I don't think he's got enough time to do it. I think the reform vote is so strong. I think they are going to really push it, and I think that it's going to be pushed to a general election way before.
You don't think he'll do the full 3 years, Suzanne?
No.
What will be the pressure point? What will be the fight? Or how will it happen, do you imagine, then, that he'll have to go to the country? He'll just be locked in by reform, you think?
Well, I don't know. You know, he's pushing on the... He's got a little bit of a... What's the word? He's very anti-Israel.
Right. Well, that's interesting.
I think that's going to be an issue.
Okay. Lastly...
With reform voters, I think that is going to be an issue.
Lastly, if there was an area, what would it be that you suddenly, in 12 months' time, thought, my God, actually, he's doing well? Would it be the cost of living? Would it be the cuts of welfare payments? Would it be the NHS and A&Es functioning properly? What would it be?
I think if he made a massive difference on the welfare payments.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the welfare payments. Yeah,
yep.
Definitely.
Yep. I think more and more people awake. Thank you very much, Suzanne, for getting us on. Have a lovely day down in Sutton. I think more and more people are waking up to the fact that there's effectively two people. There's those of us who get up in the morning, go in and do a shift and pay some taxes. And those who, for however the system has been allowed to happen, actually, in many instances, it pays them to stay at home and to live off increasing benefits. And as I was saying, we are heading towards a £400 billion bill there. That's what Suzanne would like to see. We'll get more of your reactions on that in a moment. 7:26. Now, this is obviously a new PM special here on LBC, but we will be covering other stories because I am acutely aware not all of you fully into politics in the way, of course, that many are. So let's look at other stories now. And influencer Andrew Tate reportedly trying to get Donald Trump's help yesterday as he was arrested in Miami on new sex abuse charges. Now, it was Bedfordshire police that first secured a European arrest warrant for the pair, he and his brother, in 2024. But clearly, 2024 it's taken years to build the case. So let's go to Beds Police. Here's Assistant Chief Constable Karina Thomas.
We have continued to investigate further offences reported to both Bedfordshire Police and Hertfordshire Constabulary. As a result, 38 new charges in total have now been authorised against Andrew and Tristan Tate, bringing the total number of charges faced to 59.
Now, Matt Jury is the managing partner of the law firm McHugh, Jury and Partners, and they're acting for several British victims who have allegations against Andrew Tate, and joins me now. Mr. Jury, I just wonder if we could start, new listeners start here, as it were. Remind them, if you would, of the allegations against Tate and his brother. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I suppose it's where the allegations are, because they're across multiple jurisdictions, but there are allegations of rape, human trafficking, possession of child pornography, serious sexual assaults and physical assaults, forming an organised crime gang. The list goes on.
How do the United Kingdom apply, I assume, for extradition proceedings? Talk us through how that might work if you get that far, Mr. Jury.
Well, it's the CPS who decide whether to make a request for extradition, and it's processed by the Home Office, and that will be then communicated to their counterparts in the extraditing country, and in this instance, it's the USA.
So what happens next? What is the paperwork that one would have to put together?
The paperwork that would need to be put together
to an extradition.
It's an extradition request, and it will differ by jurisdiction. But what happens next is Mr. Tate and his brother Tristan Tate will be appearing before a court in the US for that court to start the extradition process on its side.
And your comments about the action taken, I believe, in Miami over the weekend, what does that do to the case?
Well, what it does is it's encouraging for the victims that there are actually now steps being taken to ensure that the Tates face justice here in the UK after a very, very long wait. Our clients are obviously encouraged by this, but they've been waiting a very long time for the UK to take any proactive steps.
Lastly, does this increase, decrease, or not affect your level of enthusiasm and confidence that they will face some kind of court action in the United Kingdom?
Well, I think it has to increase our levels of optimism that they may face justice here in the UK. But we're also incredibly wary that there have also been allegations of interference and interventions by the Trump administration on the Tates' behalf. And we can only hope if that occurs again that the UK will respond robustly.
Grateful for your time, Matt Jury. Thank you. Managing partner of McHugh Jury and Partners law firm, acting for several alleged victims. Just to remind you, Andrew Tate is 39, his brother Tristan is 38. They face 38 new charges relating to alleged attacks on 4 victims, in addition to 21 existing charges regarding alleged sexual offences between 2010 and 2017. And we need to remind you that the brothers have denied all charges through the course of that legal process. All right, coming up after the news, we come back to events just almost a goal kick away from where these studios are. Events at number 10, and here's incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham speaking earlier this month about his policy on tax.
We are going to have to work quite hard to make sure we can pay our way. At some point, that might be having to ask for a little more.
Well, we'll put those ideas to veteran business leader Stuart, now Lord Rose. Of course, he ran Marks and Spencer's during his halcyon days. He's joining me after the news. And in the world of business...
Promise me you will come back.
What if I can't? Well, that's from the trailer of The Odyssey, directed by Christopher Nolan, and it's raked in 200 million quid in its first week. Great business if you can get it. We'll look at that in a few moments' time. It's 7:30. You're listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari, here on LBC. And the news now with Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister later to promise more breathing room on the cost of living. Speaking outside of number 10, he'll also stress that his government will deliver a more stable and responsible politics. US Central Command says American forces have carried out a 9th night of strikes on Iranian targets. Tehran says it's immobilised 2 tankers that it said were trying to take an unsafe route through the Strait of Hormuz. And South East Water says it's now reconnected drinking water to all customers in West Kent. Around 7,000 properties in the Tunbridge Wells area had faced disruption for most of the weekend. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
It is the coronation of the King of the North.
We will bring about the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen.
Andy Burnham is set to become our 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years.
Westminster hasn't been working for people, and it hasn't been working for a very long time.
And now he's got a cabinet to appoint. Join me, Tom Swarbrick, this afternoon from 4 for every twist and turn of yet another extraordinary political day.
Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Summer with my kids is paddling pools, barbecues, making those lifelong memories. But that's not every family's summer. We hear a lot about winter hardship, but for families facing poverty, summer can be one of the hardest times. Schools close, free lunches stop, the pressure builds. Bernardo's gets it. They're working alongside families with practical help to take some of that weight off. To find out more about their important work and how you can help, search Bernardo's.
LBC supports this message.
Hi, Nan. We're having a brilliant time. We went to a theme park and the rides were awesome. We got money off the entry tickets, so Dad even bought us all an ice cream with a flake. Probably not the best idea before going on a roller coaster. Sammy went green after. See you when we get home. Love, Leo.
Enjoy great British summer savings, such as discounted entry to theme parks, soft play, and more. Funded by the UK government.
Imagine sweeping through green fields, floating 5 feet above ground, sun on your face as you slide by on track to your destination. Not a care in the world, as you simply lean back. And before you know it, you're there. This is how travel should feel. And on our trains, it does. Avanti West Coast. Feel good travel.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
The time is 7:33, coming to you from Westminster. It's a new PM special here on LBC. We're going to take you through the whole process, full coverage. You don't need to touch that dial as we tell you everything develops, and of course taking your views, and I'll come to those in a moment. We're asking you what you think would single out the Burnham Premiership, the first real move that he needs to make, and I'll share some of your views of that in just a moment. Let's go to the World of Business. We always do around this time of the day. Susanna Streeter is Chief Investment Strategist at Wealth Club and joins me now. And even before he crosses the threshold, Susanna, Mr. Burnham is accused of being a Luddite. Why is that? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, and this is because there is a lot of speculation that is considering scrapping the key tech department, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. And there have been reports that officials have been asked to draw up plans to merge much of its work into a larger business department. Supporters say, look, this is going to make economic policy making more coherent. Surely tech is right at the heart of business, or should be. However, you've also heard from plenty of critics who say the timing could hardly be worse because artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping economic competitiveness. You need this razor-sharp focus. So this row brewing already about just how one department will be structured in the future. The first row of many, I think.
Suzanne, before we move on, just broadly speaking, what sort of welcome do you think awaits Mr. Burnham from the men and women in the city?
Well, I think it's been pretty sanguine so far. I think the speech on Friday, he said he would be pro-business. I think there's a lot of scepticism still around about the very fact that there could be higher taxes introduced, depending on where they land. That's not necessarily going to be pro-business. So I think there's going to be a lot of interest in the detail that comes forward. And also, of course, who the pick for Chancellor will be, whether or not the party will then veer to the left or more to the right. I think really the city is in wait and see mode. What the big hope will be is that there will be stability and that the promises made by Burnham in his first few days and weeks of office won't set off some fresh jitters in the bond markets in particular, because then that will add to government borrowing costs and mean that there is even less to spend, and all the promises he's due to make to try and bring down the cost of living.
Wait and see mode also possibly for the folk at Thames Water, because they'll be viewing Burnham with an interesting eye, won't they?
They certainly will be. They are, well, I think it's the folk in particular who hold the debt of Thames Water. These are the lenders who are actually trying to rescue Thames Water, they say. They're preparing for talks with the new government, but they say they're also readying themselves for a legal battle. So this is the consortium representing around £17 billion of Thames Water's debt. It's effectively offered to write off almost half of the company's debt pile and inject more money in, but that will come with strings attached. They want greater protection from future pollution fines, and that is the sticking point. And Environment Secretary Emma Reynolds has already indicated she is far from convinced the proposal is not good enough for either customers and the environment. And we know, don't we, Nick, just what a hot topic pollution in our rivers and cities are. Even Count Binface has been talking about it. I just do think that it's going to be a really hot potato, and if any evidence shows that the new government will be weaker in terms of pollution, that is not going to go down well with the electorate.
All right, let's move away from talking about water. Let's move away from talking about politics and talk about something in the world of entertainment that's real big box office.
No one could stand between me and home. Not even the gods.
That is the trailer for what would appear so far to be the movie this summer, The Odyssey, directed by Christopher Nolan. What sort of cash has it taken in, Susanna?
Well, more than $264 million worldwide. The biggest opening weekend of Nolan's career, certainly ahead of The Dark Knight Rises, when he really did demonstrate his extraordinary ability to fill cinemas. He obviously has a roll call of stars, but it's just his power of filmmaking that is drawing people in. I mean, the film has become a global event, record IMAX takings, and particularly strong performances right across Europe. He has created this global blockbuster, but it's not built on existing film franchises, and this is key. It's on one of the world's oldest works of literature. And so that, I think, he does deserve big applause.
Thanks for that, Susanna Streeter, your Chief Investment Strategist at Wealth Club. Time is 7:38. And let's stay with the business aspect and come back to the arrival of a new Prime Minister. We're talking to you, by the way, later in the show about the whole choreography, the parliamentary process, exactly who does what and when with whom, when Sir Keir goes to see the King, when Andy Burnham goes to see the King. The King, by the way, the King will meet his fourth Prime Minister. And he's only been on the throne. He's not been on the throne 4 years, actually, if I work it out, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. So he'll see his fourth Prime Minister in less than 4 years. When you think how in relation how few his late mother saw, I mean, it's extraordinary. And by the way, we all used to laugh at Italy, right? They've had 4 Prime Ministers in 16 years. We've done 7 in 10. But let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about the business aspect. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Burnham seeking to do an interview, this time with the Times newspaper, in which, and it runs over 2 pages, he says, we're not in the right place structurally. We're not in the right place as a country. People can feel that. They're characterising me as a tax raiser. Well, it's never that simplistic, is it? And people can't go out for a pint on Friday. They can't go out with the kids. They can't have a holiday. That's where life is, isn't it? Let's put those points to a supremely successful businessman. Stuart, now Lord Rose, Conservative peer. He chaired Asda, he chaired Ocado, and of course he ran Marks and Spencer's, Marks and Sparks during the halcyon days, and he joins me now. Good to have you on, sir. What do you hope we hear on the economic front from Prime Minister Burnham? Good morning, sir.
Well, I'm not holding my breath, Nick, and by the way, good morning, and I am bracing myself, because if you're a hard worker and you're aspirational and you're a free marketeer and you believe in enterprise and opportunity and reward for hard work, I don't think you're going to see much change. In fact, I think you're going to have pretty tough times ahead.
What do you feel? What's he got? He's got about 4 months, I think, at most, before his first budget. Obviously, that is going to be put together by, we assume, a new Chancellor. What would you be looking at there? Where would your concerns be there, Lord Rose?
Well, stop calling me Lord Rose.
All right, Stuart.
Nick, I've known you long enough. Listen, I'm not expecting anything different. We've got this is the same speech coming from a different mouth. We have already know enough. We don't know the detail, but we know enough. The man wants to borrow more, and he wants to spend more, and he wants to give away more. Well, I want to know who's going to pay the bill for that, because it doesn't matter if you're economically illiterate, and actually this country is very economically literate. People know you can't have something for nothing. So let's see what he wants to say. But it does not look good, Nick, and we've got 2 or 3 years of this before any chance of an election.
Stuart, noting that you ran Marks and Spencer's, you've chaired companies such as Asda and Ocado. When he says people can't go out for a pint on a Friday, they can't go out with the kids, they can't have holiday, that's where life is, isn't it? Does that reflect in the stores, do you think?
Well, I don't think it does. It's very interesting what you say at the moment. And listen, I mean, we do have a society which is quite complex at the moment. We do have people who have very little, but we've got fewer people who have little than we had before. And I don't believe that actually that we are facing a crisis of poverty. I believe we have got some people who need help, and quite rightly we should give people those help. The trouble at the moment is we're trying to do everything for everybody. So we know we have got a situation where we want to give more people welfare. We've got a situation where we're bringing more immigration in, effectively subsidising cheap labour, but we're not encouraging those people who are taking benefits to go back to work themselves. So where's the self-help? Where's the pride in bringing back to Britain self-help, enterprise, reward for hard work, and actually then that will lead us to a better place? But what we're going to hear at the moment, I think, Nick, and listen, I live in this country. This is my country. I'm a man into my 70s now who cares about where this country's going, what my children are going to do, what my grandchildren are going to do. But I don't see much hope at the minute. So say you're going to have cheap bus fares, and you're going to devolve power, and you're going to do different things in a different way. Well, I'd say let's do some new things in a better way.
What would a business-friendly Burnham and a business-friendly budget look like, Stuart?
Well, you can't put the milk back in the bottle, so you wouldn't have done what you've done already. You wouldn't have put national insurance up, you wouldn't have taxed the pants off business, and you wouldn't have made it very, very hard with the Employment Rights Bill, which is just about to come into effect, to say it's so now difficult and actually onerous for you to bring somebody on board as a new employee. We'll probably not do it. Well, what help is that?
Lastly, I know you travel the world. We've met at airports overseas in the past. How is the world looking at GB plc at the moment, Stuart?
I think it's looking at it as a patient in the sick bay, hoping that we will recover, encouraging us to recover, suggesting that we should do things in a different way, and waiting, hopefully, that Britain will regain its place, retain its place, and be again a player in the international world that can afford to sit at the table and talk man to man, woman to woman with other countries.
And finally, I know you like to play the man and not the ball, unlike Argentina, but who would you want to see in at number 11? Ed Miliband? Who would be a competent and good chancellor? Stuart?
Well, it's a very difficult one. There was a very interesting article written by Fraser Nelson the other day about, Shabana Mahmood appears now to be the top candidate to go in, but she's doing a very good job, in my view, in the Home Office.
I agree.
If you take somebody out from the Home Office and put them somewhere else, what's going to happen to the Home Office? Now, immigration is the key. We have to get immigration down. It does appear now some of the measures coming through are bringing immigration down. That's a good thing. Now, equally, we don't want some lunatic in the Treasury who's going to go and borrow to the extent where the public markets get so freaked that the cost of money will go up because we are powerless state. Now, just let me remind you, in 1997, when Labour came into power, what was the debt to GDP in the UK? It was 36%. What is it now? It's 97%. What was the growth in the UK at that time? 4.9%. What is it now? It's teetering along at about 0.6, 0.7% on a good day. That is the difference today. So you can't deal with the same things as we wanted to do in 1997 in 2026 because we simply can't afford it.
Stuart, as ever, thanks for your time. Best wishes to your family. Thank you. Stuart, now Lord Rose, Conservative peer. He chaired Asda, chaired Ocado and ran Marks & Spencer's in its glory days. And I absolutely echo, well, he's a little bit older than me, but of course I want this country to work. I've got children. Well, I'm in this country. I've got children in this country. I've got grandchildren in this country. I've got stepchildren in this country. I've got investment in this country. I want it to work. But I'd just like to know a few more policies that he thinks might make it work. 7:45, news headlines in a moment. Let's go to, I haven't done enough of the social media and the texts that are coming in. Remember, do send me your thoughts on this. Jagdeep says, there's a similar energy to when David Cameron came into office. I appreciate they're different parties. However, as individuals, he's bringing energy that could shift politics in the UK. Tony says, raise the tax threshold to £20,000 before paying any tax. That is something, actually, Tony, again, I'm going to refer to that interview he did in the papers. He said the fact that tax-free personal allowance has been frozen at £12,570 for 5 years was, and I quote now from the article, the thing I heard most on the doorsteps while campaigning. That was, of course, in Makerfield, so there may be something there. Dan says welfare is out of control, but we need to discuss taxpayers leaving the country and tax loopholes. The whole system needs to be fairer. All right, coming up after the news. Well, they had just about everything from Justin Bieber and the Muppets to Madonna at that halftime show for the World Cup.
Feel it, got everything you need it. Now bring it like you need it. Just like you need it.
And that's Shakira and Burna Boy performing Is It Die Die at that halftime show that seemed to go on forever, by the way. But here's the view of one of the BBC, former, of course, England star Wayne Rooney, and there's some outdoor language here. Wayne, what did you think of it?
I like a lot of the artists, but I thought it was crap.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Wayne. 7:46 LBC News headlines. Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister to promise to restore confidence in government and more breathing space for people against the rising cost of living. US Central Command says American forces have carried out a 9th night of strikes on Iranian targets. And South East Water says supplies have been returned to customers in West Kent who'd seen it disrupted over the weekend. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are long delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. It's taking about half an hour to go from junction 28 for the A12 to junction 27 for the M11 after an accident earlier. It stop-starts on the A40 going out of town. It's partly blocked because of an accident after the Polish War Memorial near RAF Northolt. On the A2 going into town, it's taking about 25 minutes to go from the Danson interchange to the Kidbrooke interchange. In Wandsworth, it's slow on Buckhold Road in both directions. Traffic is taking it in turns to get past. It's because of emergency gas repairs between Neville Gill Close and Broomhill Road. On the Tube, there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line because of cancellations, and there are minor delays on the District line eastbound from Tower Hill to Upminster. That's after a train broke down.
LBC.
The Ford Puma and the all-electric Ford Puma Gen-E. Stylish, bold, and as driven as you are. And now, you could win one. Take a test drive in any Ford Puma to enter and be in with a chance of winning either the Ford Puma or all-electric Ford Puma Gen-E. Search Win a Ford Puma to book online. Ready, set, Ford. To enter, take a test drive between the 1st of July and the 31st of August. T's and C's apply. 25 plus only. For details, see ford.co.uk.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
40 million people listen to commercial radio each week. That's 80 million ears, give or take. Amplify your advertising at radiocentre.org.
Imagine you in a nice comfy seat, with your hands behind your head, taking in the views, instead of taking on the road, maybe even taking a nap. That's the bliss of getting where you need to go without worrying about driving. Book your train journey via avantiwestcoast.co.uk and we'll take you there. Avanti West Coast. Feel good travel.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
10 minutes before 8 and coming to you live from LBC's Westminster studios. Just a long throw-in, a hefty goal kick away from number 10 where the world's press is amassed and we will bring you everything you need to know. But of course, as I said right at the top, I am aware that not all of you are into politics in that way, but probably a lot of you have been into the football over the World Cup. And finally, it got to the final last night, and thank goodness it was a bit of a grind, wasn't it? But it did end up finally being a Viva España.
Deflection takes it to Olmo, back to Yamal, first chance, and the deflection almost took it beyond Martinez, who's made a stunning reaction save in the first 5 minutes of the game. Fernandez going forward, he's really gone raking straight into Kubasi. It's a second yellow card, and he is going to be sent off in the World Cup final. Williams trying to get free, might come back, he's smashed into the net. Ferran Torres with the perfect start to the second half of extra time. Yamal releasing Ferran Torres, the flag has stayed down. This is a chance to clinch it, and clinch it he does, until the offside flag stops him in his tracks. And Spain are the world champions. 16 years after Iniesta in Johannesburg, flawless Spain realise their American dream.
We are such a golden generation with these young players that give everything they have to, for this country, for these fans, and yeah, luckily we got the trophy today.
So that's Marino ending that report. That was coverage, by the way, thanks to ITV for that. So effectively, after that extraordinary game, which England won, and congratulations, England finished bronze, which is probably about right, I imagine, after that extraordinary thriller on Saturday night, well, it was a little bit of an anticlimax, but what about the non-sporting activities on the pitch?
One final chapter. Let us celebrate a tournament that brought the world together.
One thing unites us, and the best is yet to come. Everything hallelujah. Everything hallelujah.
I like a lot of them artists, but I thought it was crap.
Well, that's what the BBC means to me, actually. Wayne Rooney saying, using the C word to describe that. Just to help you, that was Tom Cruise giving a message of unity. Robbie Williams, of course, singing Desire. Then there was Madonna being joined by a couple of great former Brazilian stars. Then there was the Muppets. Then the K-pop group BTS. Then there was Justin Bieber, which I thought really hit a bit of a low there. And then Shakira, she got the energy going again. And Burna Boy performing the official World Cup anthem. And then the verdict, of course, the outdoor language from Wayne Rooney. What did it mean for you? The BBC screening that extraordinary advert, promotion, whatever, in its coverage. We're going to be looking at that in the next hour, and I'll be asking you, what does the BBC mean to you? Does it do for you? As a reminder, of course, some of the scandals that it's been involved in and that it sought to highlight, in a sense, in that rather excruciating piece. But let's come back to the conversation. The reason that I find myself in Westminster is that very soon, later this morning, the parliamentary process will play out. The former Prime Minister, or his last act will be to go and resign effectively the King. And the King, just remind you this, not even actually on the throne for 4 years, will meet his fourth Prime Minister. But what does he, the Prime Minister, not the King, need to do? Peter's in Stirling. Peter, good to have you on. What is it then? What would be a policy that would really mark out his early days for you? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. I don't know if I've got a specific policy in mind, but I would like to see a reversal in this whole middle management, just trying to manage the economy, manage spending, maybe cut here and there. I'd like to see some ambition and some spending. Yes, maybe some more taxes, but this country's...
Where should the spending... I'll just stop you there. Where should the spending go?
I think the NHS... I had this idea, basically, where I think there needs to be a national mental health service sort of under the umbrella, but where the funding is ring-fenced because it's become too big. It can't just be independent of the NHS anymore. It's not being funded correctly, and it's dragging funding away from the main NHS. So I think we need a big push to build a national mental health service alongside the NHS.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong for the moment, but when you consider we can't really make the NHS work that successfully, certainly if you look at A&E provision, are we not really chancing our arm by trying to go even further? What do you think?
Well, it is a risk, but I mean, I think the NHS, when it was first formed, was a risk. You look at the opposition from things like the BMA at the beginning and all of these other bodies. And yes, the NHS needs a top-down rebuild and restructure. I think we need to see more doctors in charge of the NHS trusts and such, and how it's all built. But I think we also need to see more strength in how the government negotiates with providers of equipment, of pharmaceutical industry, to stop them squeezing us on, the costs.
Let me just run through a couple of other things to finish, and then I'm going to do some more of the emails that are coming in. Some kind of reform in the welfare payment system. How high up the list would that be for you, Peter?
I think we do need to see that. I'm actually on the disability rate for universal credit right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The moment I went onto it, I heard nothing from the job centre. Finally, in February this year, I had to request that I start having monthly meetings to slowly start building me back towards being fit enough to work with my disability advisor.
Right.
That's wrong. Not everyone who goes onto the disability rate is going to be on it forever. Some of us, it's a long-term period of 6 months, even a year. But eventually, we are going to be fit enough to start looking at work again. And the job centre just steps back. So I think there needs to be, even if it's optional, more encouragement and engagement rather than pressure to say, look, here are the options. You can get back into work, even if it isn't a year or even 2 years' time in some cases, because there are some people going through cancer and other things who eventually may want to return to work.
Final one, defence. Does it worry you when you go to bed at night or when you wake up in the morning that, according to a battalion of former military top brass, we are, in some areas, left ourselves rather wide open?
I am sort of slightly worried about it, and in that one, I do think we need to start taking more of a. If you look at France, with them, they've got the gendarme and the paramilitary. We need to start looking at not maybe building up our conventional military, but I think we need to look at more like the TA, build that up. We maybe need a civilian corps that looks at drone and electronic warfare that can be activated when we are in a, literally defending the shores of this nation rather than war on foreign shores.
Grateful for your time. Thank you. Have a good one, Peter in Stirling. Good luck, of course, with your efforts. Next time we chat, I'll ask you how the efforts of getting back to work are going. 2 minutes before 8 at the time. This is the time on this special, new Prime Minister special coming to you from Westminster, and I've been asking you what policy you want to see. Jerry in Croydon, one way of slashing the welfare bill is to make the first £20,000 free from tax. That would mean jobs paying £35,000 would be worth doing, because you'd have a lot more cash in your pocket to spend in the shops and the pubs. Jerry picking up on that point, of of course, that Mr. Burnham has made in that newspaper interview, that life as you feel, you can't go down to the pub, you can't have a holiday, just to briefly paraphrase some of his words. Can't go out for a pint on a Friday, can't go out with the kids, and can't have a holiday. Graham in Bradford, Burnham only has a mandate of a few thousand from Makerfield. It was 24,000 and something, 24,000 and change, wasn't it? He should call a general election straight away. I have voted Labour all my life, but it's time to give reform a chance. Chris in West Morning, I can't tell you, that's in Kent, I can't tell you what Andy Burnham will say in his first speech, but I can tell you what he won't say. He won't talk about illegal immigration. Starmer failed to include it among his government's top priorities. Burnham is unlikely to treat it any differently, and that will be his first mistake, and it will be downhill from there on in, because we already know how strongly the country feels about this issue. Chris, thank you. Let's hope it's not, because I said before, I've got family, I want the country to do well. I'd just like to know a little bit more about the policies. So, talking of policies, here's Andy Burnham speaking on Friday about devolution across the country.
The same challenges can be found in the southwest as the northwest, or in East Anglia as the northeast. And this is the moment to speak for all parts of the country.
As he says he speaks for all parts of the country, what about the aspect or the research done by one newspaper today, the Daily Mail, that says within the South, the voters are saying he does not speak for us, the Daily Mail commissioning a poll that talks about the incoming Prime Minister's legitimacy. We'll talk about that. And also, did you see that What Has the BBC Done For Me promo yesterday? Here's Romesh Ranganathan.
What has the BBC ever done for me?
And you see everyone from Chris Martin to Sir David Jason, but I'll ask you that question after the 8 o'clock news on LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister later to promise more breathing room on the cost of living. Sir Keir Starmer will deliver his final address later this morning before visiting King Charles to formally resign. Andy Burnham will then be invited to form a government, making him the 7th British Prime Minister since 2016. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark is in Downing Street with the latest.
Later today, Andy Burnham will have vital jobs ahead, signing the nuclear codes, calls with world leaders, and then setting out his cabinet this afternoon. Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood, Lisa Nandy, Lucy Powell, all expected to get top jobs, but many of them still in the dark about which jobs they'll be getting. We're expecting a blitz of policies this week and a tour of the nation for the new Prime Minister. Interventions on the cost of living, energy bills, possibly Thames Water, and further afield, we could be looking at a Whitehall shake-up.
Andy Burnham will enter number 10 and face pressure to deliver on a wide range of policies to restore stability. Foreign policy, immigration and housing are just some of the pressing issues in his in-tray. Shadow Cabinet Office Minister Alex Burghardt has told Nick Ferrari this morning the focus must be on cutting government spending.
I'm very concerned that he is going into Downing Street today and we have heard nothing about public spending. Everything that he has put forward so far, and he hasn't put forward much, is going to cost a lot of money. If we carry on in this vein, we are going to have a very rude awakening as a country, because the people who lend us money are just going to say, no more, you've had your lot.
And LBC will have full live coverage of the handover of power from Sir Keir Starmer to Andy Burnham throughout today. US Central Command says American forces have carried out a 9th night of strikes on Iranian targets. Tehran says it immobilised 2 tankers that it said were trying to take an unsafe route through the Strait of Hormuz. Southeast Water says supplies have returned to customers in West Kent who'd seen it disrupted over the weekend. Up to 7,000 households in the Tunbridge Wells and Pembrey areas had low pressure or no water at all. And Spain have beaten Argentina 1-0 to win the World Cup for a second time. Ferran Torres scored the winner in extra time after Enzo Fernandez was sent off for the defending champions. President Donald Trump, who watched the match behind a protective screen, was booed as he went to present the trophy. These Spanish fans were enjoying the celebrations in New Jersey.
I cannot ask for anything more, especially surrounded by my family. It's just surreal.
I feel great. It is amazing. Once in a lifetime experience. Viva España! Que viva!
In this city, the FTSE 100 just reopened at 10,600. It closed up 28 on Friday. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.18. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most. Through Monday, some cloud for northern Scotland to start the day, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
The future is unpredictable at times, but the Open University are the experts in online learning, allowing you to fit study around your life. What's more, you'll have support from dedicated tutors every step of the way. Now, suddenly your possibilities are open. Search the Open University to find out more. The Open University. The future is open.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Good morning to you. 4 minutes after 8, Monday, July the 20th, a new PM special coming to you live from our Westminster studios. Just a long throw-in, really, from number 10 Downing Street, where the world's press are already amassing. I'm asking you, what would a Burnham Premiership look like? But in this one, let's talk a little bit about the North-South divide, or should that be the North-South? South-West, the real North, the Midlands, the East Midlands, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, because a lot of people are saying that Andy Burnham seems solely focused on Manchester and what he sees as the North. Bear in mind, there's still Cumbria, there's still the North East, there's still Tyneside still to go. So is there a geographical split? We'll look at that in more detail. And of course, it's musical chairs in the cabinet. Now, here, a former minister, safeguarding minister and Labour MP, Jess Phillips, told my LBC colleague Andrew Marr about meeting with Mr Burnham last month.
I heckled that actually the women in the Labour Party might not be 50%, but we're over 50% of the talent. There's plenty of talent in that room.
And those undoubtedly talented Jess Phillips, because of course she was standing in the other week, wasn't she, here on LBC. She joins me later in the hour. Now, in other news, I don't know where, if you chose to watch the World Cup final last night, whether you watched it on ITV or if you watched it on BBC. If you did, you saw the most extraordinary advert that was played at half-time. It went on, I think, for about 3.5 minutes. And it really aped something, an oldie but a goldie, because they've done it before, back in the 1980s, featuring John Cleese.
What's the BBC ever given us for 58 quid? Oh, they make excellent dramas, huh? What? They make excellent dramas, huh?
So I'll be asking you that question. What has the BBC done for you? And in other news...
Misery once again for thousands of people living in Kent with the taps running dry. MLBC's Emma Core in Tunbridge Wells with the latest.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
But before we get into that North-South divide, and it's not just North-South, is it? It's North-South, South-East, South-West, Devon and Cornwall, Wales, West Midlands, East Midlands, and then once you start pushing up through Yorkshire, up into Cumbria, Tyneside, Teesside, a lot of people, and Scotland, I'm so sorry, a lot of people saying he's focusing solely on effectively that corner of the Northwest. How fair is that as you listen across the country? And the research done by one newspaper, the Daily Mail, saying that there's almost like a simmering fury in parts of the South-East that he just does not represent us, because I can say that as I live here. So we'll look at that in more detail. Give me your calls on whether you feel you've been left behind. But as understandably and correctly all focus is on who is going to be the occupant of number 10, what about the runners and riders, or the winners and losers in the jostling for cabinet positions? Well, speculation is rife, so LBC's Henry Riley has run the tape over most of the big names.
So much speculation and too much, really, and I will announce those on Monday. So
the Prime Minister-designate faces one of his toughest challenges yet on day one. Who will sit around the cabinet table? A process which Sir Tony Blair described as a ghastly business. Most important will be Andy Burnham's neighbour at number 11.
I grew up in a shop. My parents were shopkeepers, and my first job was working in our family's corner shop.
Tipped to be the tough-talking Shabana Mahmood, who previously spearheaded controversial immigration reforms.
Unlike him, unfortunately, I am the one that is regularly called a and told to go back home.
Someone who was set to be a shoo-in to control the public purse was...
Am I tough enough? Tough enough? Hell yes, I'm tough enough.
Honest Ed.
And I'm glad you've come to Honest Ed. You've made the right decision, Mr. Ferrari.
Thank you. So, Honest Ed, why should I go electric?
To come to Honest Ed. The electric vehicle revolution is coming. Is it a deal, Mr. Ferrari?
But a spooked business community and briefing seemingly blocked his path, meaning Ed Miliband turns his attention to diplomacy and away from...
We're building the first fleet of SMRs in North Wales, small modular reactors.
And seemingly no return for his brother.
Now, there's a ritual part of these interviews where I say, David, are you going to come back into British politics? And you say, oh, Andrew, and no, I'm not.
Why don't you replay it from the previous, then you'll save yourself some time.
And despite being rumoured, there's little chance of a Back to the Future with balls.
With the supporting Labour figures, there'll be some, Bill, the former chief executive of EDS.
What was his name?
But to be honest, his surname's just gone from my head, which is a bit annoying this time of night.
OK, so we've got,
the
frankly,
Infrastructure
we've got
Commission.
Bill somebody.
Elsewhere, Darren Jones has hosted a Leaving Drinks.
My last conversation with Andy Burnham was to say, look, MPs are asking me to stand. I'm not going to, but they're asking me to stand for a reason.
There's seemingly little space for Steve Reid.
Do you want to bet as to whether Sir Keir Starmer will still be Prime Minister at your Labour Party conference in a couple of months' time? I'll give you 50 to 1.
So I'm not going to do more and more bets.
A likely dismissal for Deputy PM David Lammy.
I have vacated my office. I've actually moved into a larger office.
Well, who's taken your office, Mr. Lammy?
I'm told Gordon Brown may have taken my office.
So Gordon Brown moves into the Deputy Prime Minister's office.
And questions over the future of Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, Tech Sec Liz Kendall and Emma Reynolds, the Environment Secretary.
Just remind listeners where the new crossing is, where it takes off and where it lands.
It's... you'll forgive me.
So the crossing that you're talking about, you don't know where it is.
The role of health secretaries one to keep an eye on, with the two runners and riders in Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting, both of whom seemingly auditioned during their LBC shows.
We've got a real opportunity. Andy Burnham's been really clear on he wants to do something about care.
I care about the NHS. It has saved my life and I want it to do the same for other people.
With Wes Streeting also rumoured for defence, the reaction of former Army Chief General Lord Dannatt.
I would be very disappointed to see someone like Wes Streeting coming in who knows pretty much the square root of nothing about defence.
Louise Haigh will be back in the Cabinet. It's expected Annalise Midgley will see her loyalty rewarded with a significant job, and rumours that Lucy Powell could be the Deputy Prime Minister. She spoke with LBC yesterday.
Will we expect to get the full Cabinet tomorrow?
I think so, Lewis. It's just one more sleep for all of you who love watching these things. But yeah, I think Andy's team have made clear that the Cabinet will be appointed tomorrow.
And that's Labour's Deputy Leader Lucy Powell concluding Henry Riley's report. 10 minutes after 8 here on LBC on this special. And joining me in the studio, well, I can feel relaxed because by my side is Sir Anthony Selden, who's a contemporary historian, author of so many books, and perhaps the most relevant here, The Impossible Office, The History of the British Prime Minister. Sir Anthony and I have done, I think, Prime Ministers' funerals and the appointments of Prime Ministers. Anthony, we've done the whole lot, sir. We've done the lot.
We're like undertakers. we're like priests at weddings and undertakers rolled into one.
That is the role we fulfil. OK, talk us through the mechanics of today. It's sort of uniquely British, isn't it? The current Prime Minister goes to see the King, and then he departs, and then the incoming Prime Minister. And the King, not 4 years on the throne, will meet his fourth Prime Minister, Sir Anthony.
Yeah, well, it's bonkers. It's bonkers. It is bonkers. And that hasn't happened before in the whole modern era. It reminds us, Nick, that the head of state is not the Prime Minister. Donald Trump is the head of state for America, as the head politician is in a republic. But, you know, this is His Majesty's government. It isn't Labour's government. It isn't Andy Burnham's government. And this little bit of pantomime, if you like, or theatre, is a reminder not just to Britons, but around the world, that the head of state is the monarch. And so, of course, he's not going to refuse. He's not going to say to Andy Burnham, I'm sorry, actually, I prefer the other lady or the other guy. I mean, of course, he's going to go along with it. And he's going to go along with the appointments, but they are done in his name. And so it's significant for the kind of country that Britain is and the role of the monarch in holding the country together.
We need stability, don't we? This is extraordinary.
Oh, my goodness, we need stability. I mean, look, it's bad internally because you can't run anything.
Well, you couldn't run a school. You're in education. You couldn't have a school with 7 PMs in 10 years. 7 heads in 10 years.
You absolutely couldn't. You couldn't run a company. You couldn't run a football team. No. Oh, let's not go there. And you couldn't run anything because you need stability. You need the person at the top needs to get to know people, but also abroad. This is a shocking look. Now, look, Britain gave the Prime Minister, the office of Prime Minister, Parliament to the rest of the world. There's such respect for Britain's democracy. There still is for the monarchy, but not for our system of government. They think this is just ridiculous, and it is. It's like Italy on steroids.
Yeah, they've had four in 16 years, just to remind you. It's incredible. Let me tell you a little what Andy Burnham said, on Friday, and I quote, "This is a proud moment you've given me and my family today, and an emotional one, but it's one for which I am ready. I am ready to lead." 3 readies in one sentence. So, Anthony, is Andy Burnham ready?
Well, let's hope so, Nick. I mean, he can say it 10 times. It doesn't mean he will be. I think it's to his disadvantage that he hasn't had time to prepare. I mean, yes, he has been a cabinet minister. He's been around a long time, but he hasn't been preparing for prime minister. Keir Starmer's perhaps his greatest sin was to have had 4 years to prepare for number 10 and to have done nothing. The cupboard was bare, and it's tough. You need to think things through. So he's going to this summer need to be doing a lot of long-term thinking about AI, about unemployment, energy prices, Britain's position in the world. How on earth are you going to afford to pay for all the things? So is he ready? Well, I mean, he's going to be appointing his cabinet, but that's different to actually running a government. Campaigning, again, a Starmer mistake, campaigning, and Morgan McSweeney and the people around Keir Starmer, they did not understand that campaigning is totally different to governing. Governing is about money, it's about priorities, it's about trade-offs, it's about being unpopular,
yes.
And if you try and be all things to all people, I'm not saying he will be, but if he tries to do that, he'll make even more enemies.
So, Anthony, people know you as a contemporary historian, as an author. I, of course, know you as a head teacher or deputy head, but both my boys was at a school where you were deputy head. You then went on to be heads of some of the leading schools in the country. So I want to hit you with one number, 1,050,000. That's 1,050,000, mostly young people, 24 and below, not in education, employment or training. As an educator, that must really rankle with you.
Well, I would say to Andy Burnham coming in, Nick, that's the biggest single fact. I mean, yup, defence, yup, cost of energy, all of that. But, if we are not going to get our young people into meaningful work, then, and give them a hope, give them a sense that they're wanted, that they can do things, that they're good at things, then we're going to have more crime, we're going to have more mental health problems. Every parent wants their child to feel they're going to be going on and doing something that is useful and enjoyable for them. This is a disgrace that the country is in this position, and he has to sort it.
Your heart must bleed for some of the young people you educate, you and your colleagues are educating down at Epsom.
Yeah, I mean that was a tough leadership job because of what happened.
Yes.
But Nick, every young person deserves hope. They deserve a school system that finds out what they can do, not what they can't do, that develops them to play a meaningful role as good citizens and as good employers. And then we can build a good society. We are desperately in need of building a good society, which can pay for its own way, which can stand tall in the world, and, hey, which can win the World Cup in 4 years' time.
Never mind 4 years. Just talk us through today, lastly. So, Anthony, what is the timeline? Who goes where when?
So this is the theatre. Up Keir Starmer goes to Buckingham Palace, sees the King, and in comes Andy Burnham. And then Andy Burnham comes back into Downing Street as the Prime Minister. There are a few moments when Britain doesn't have a Prime Minister.
What happens if Russia attacks? Do they ask you what to do?
There are plans. and Russia is attacking Britain every day, and we tend to forget that. It is trying to undermine our democracy. That's another reason why we need to have a stable Prime Minister, because Russia will exploit any weakness in this country. And then Andy Burnham comes back, appoints his cabinet. He's wanting to do it quickly, and then Britain.
And he writes letters to the military as well, doesn't he, or something?
He does write letters to the commanders of the submarines with nuclear weapons on them to say that if Britain is wiped out, if the communications are wiped out, should they fire their missiles? And this, is significant because it reminds the incoming Prime Minister this is totally different from any other job in the country. You are responsible for, the future survival of Britain. It's intensely sobering, and it's actually important because it is.
Always enjoy our time together. Good luck with what you're doing with your colleagues down in Epsom. I hope it goes well, bringing on the next generation. Great seeing you. So Anthony Selden, contemporary historian, probably the relevant book, and there's no shortage of Anthony's books, The Impossible Office, The History of the British Prime Minister. 17 minutes after 8. Let's get some headlines on LBC. Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister later to promise more breathing room on the cost of living. The United States has targeted Iranian military centres and communication networks in its 9th night of attacks, and South East Water said it's now reconnected drinking water to all customers in West Kent. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday, some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are long delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. It's taking about half an hour to go from junction 28 for the A12 to junction 27 for the M11 after an accident earlier. There are queues on the A40 going into town. There's one lane blocked at the Greenford flyover because a lorry has broken down. It's also stop-start on the A40 going out of town. It's partly blocked. That's because of an accident after the Polish War Memorial near RAF Northolt. In Acton, there are queues on the North Circular southbound. There's one lane blocked before Gunnersbury Park because of an accident. In Barnhurst, Parkside Avenue is blocked both ways at Holmesdale Grove. That's after there was an accident. On the Tube, there are severe delays on the entire Metropolitan line because of cancellations, and there are also minor delays on the Victoria line because of cancellations.
This is LBC.
Looking for a new kitchen that you can't wait to come home to? Wickes has over 80 kitchen styles, from ultra-modern to timeless classics. And options for every budget, from under £3,000. So book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wickes.
This is LBC. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. Download it now from your app store.
What you're hearing is real. The aliens have landed and they have something to say.
Take us to your dealer. Just 0.9% APR on every new Mini.
They just want to go to a mini retailer.
Mini.
You heard them. Off we go.
Make contact at your nearest retailer and get 0.9% APR representative across the entire range with a 25% deposit and 24-month term. Mini UK is a credit broker. Order by 30th September, delivered by 31st December. PCP with Mini Financial Services. Subject to status. T's and C's apply. mini.co.uk/offers.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play. That's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the nation's network.
Nation's network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Subject to coverage.
London. The app for black cabs is here. Jump. Get about with drivers who have the world-famous knowledge and know every street in London. And unlike other black cab apps, you'll only pay the meter fare. No booking fees, no surge fees, no it's raining fees, no there's a game on fees. No fees ever. Just tap the app to hail your black cab. Jump, the app for the cabs that make London, London. Download Jump today.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:21 new PM special coming to you here on LBC from our studios in Westminster. Almost a goal kick away, as I've said earlier, from number 10. And we'll move on to other stories in just a moment. But I did share with you the research that's been done by one newspaper, the Daily Mail, that shows we are. And let me say again, I want this to work. I want it to work for me. Primarily, I probably want it to work for my children, in all honesty, and my grandchildren, even my stepchildren. I want a country that's really functioning. I do. But what do we make of the research that shows that we have, or he is inheriting a rather divided nation? It is deemed that he's totally focused on effectively Manchester and the surrounding area, northwest. Of course, he's MP for an area just outside Wigan. And as the newspaper has gone round and found out the level of people who think that this effective coronation is unjust and there needs to be a general election. Well, in London, it's relatively sober at 29%, but go to the southeast, it's 40%. The southwest, i.e. Devon and Cornwall, that's 42%. Wales, 36%. The East Midlands, 37%. Yorkshire and the Humber, 37%. Of course, much of Yorkshire, they say they're in the north. Manchester's not the north. Then we go to the northeast, 34%. And Scotland, 43%. You feel you've been left behind in Scotland? We'll look at that in more detail. But I did say we would cover other stories. And if you chose to watch the World Cup last night on the BBC, at half-time, after that half-time show that seemed to go on forever, We just celebrate Wayne Rooney for his one-word view of it all. We had the What Has the BBC Ever Done For Me advert, hosted effectively by Romesh Ranganathan.
Yes, there are shows I wouldn't dare to belittle. Like a record-breaking drama about a hospital. What are we looking at?
He's taking a serious tumble.
But while you're giving your suspect the third degree...
That's not a chicken. You again.
Ask them, what has the BBC ever done for me? Yeah, all right, mate.
BBC Night Help Kids Learn!
But I'm 48. Why is that my concern? Whoa! So what if they verify news thoroughly? What has the BBC ever done for me?
And that's what I'll be asking you in just a moment. But if you didn't see that advert, if I'm allowed to say that, they aped something from John Cleese back in the 1980s. That line was, what has the BBC ever given us? It was really a line from his famous, what have the Romans ever done for us line? And of course, it's an attempt to justify the licence fee coming in at £180. And all the names were there, weren't they? As I say, it was Romesh who hosted it, if that's the word, or led us through it. But there was Anton Dubeck, Graham Norton, Claudia Winkleman pulling a pint in the EastEnders pub, and there was Chris Martin playing the piano, Sir David Jason, complete with flat cap. He was there, he was to be seen as well, all the way through. But did it work? Fiona Chesterton was a news editor of the BBC, commissioning editor at Channel 4, and wrote Not the Token Woman. Don't know if you saw it live, don't know if you subsequently watched it back or you've seen it. Your take on that, I'm going to call it advert. What did you make of it, Fiona? Good morning.
Good morning, and good to be speaking to you again, Nick.
Good to have you on.
I didn't see it live, I must confess.
Mm-hmm.
I did watch the end of the World Cup match, which was a pretty dull match, I thought.
It was.
Never mind. I thought the ad was supremely glossy, very clever, got through a lot of material, but I do rather doubt whether it would have changed a single person's opinion on the basic question of what has the BBC done for me, or to put it another way, is it good value for my £180 a year? And I think that's the issue. They've got to have a much longer campaign and much more targeted campaign against about all the areas where the BBC is still of enormous value. I mean, I point out from the ad that they mentioned they had a classroom and they mentioned BBC Bite Size. Mm-hmm. I worked in the education department at one stage as well, and the BBC Bite Size was the crown in our jewel 20 years ago.
Right.
And I actually think it has been an extraordinary success. And wouldn't have happened by any other broadcaster than the BBC. But do people realise that the BBC produces educational programmes, it produces local and regional programmes, it produces all sorts of things that people may consume now on YouTube or elsewhere, but they don't necessarily realise it's from the BBC. So in a way, to just go back onto EastEnders, Strictly, The Traitors, etc., the big entertainment shows, to some extent doesn't really tackle the areas where the BBC is unique, because, you know, critics of the BBC could say, oh, well, other broadcasters could have snapped up The Traitors, it's an excellent show. But there are some areas when, like BBC Bite Size and children's programmes generally, where there is now very little in the market if the BBC didn't provide it.
Well, let me ask you this, Fiona. You know the TV landscape. Why did the bosses at the BBC feel the necessity to commission this 3.5-minute advert?
Well, they're clearly very worried. I mean, there was... the annual report came out last week, which showed that now, although about 90-odd% of the population consume BBC content, only 80% of households, 80% are paying the licence fee. Now, that is a very worrying development. I think something like 500,000 households have fallen off the radar. Why? You know, in a way, what the BBC needs to do is find out why people have given up paying the licence fee. Is it simply cost of living crisis, people can't afford it anymore, or is it because they feel it isn't good value for them and they have higher priorities from their household budget?
Lastly, Fiona, We haven't even mentioned the attack from services such as Netflix, Paramount and others.
Well, obviously they are the big beast now. They're global behemoth, and the BBC and ITV and Channel 4 will struggle against those sort of outfits, which obviously can put in huge amounts of money into dramas and entertainment and other sorts of programs. But they are international and USA focused, and I think the BBC needs to really focus on local and regional content, making it, commissioning it, producing it. Just as, we have a new Prime Minister who's saying, hang on a minute, it's not all about London. It's absolutely the same with the BBC. More should be coming out of Salford and Glasgow and Edinburgh and Cardiff and Norwich than is the case at the moment, because that's where the BBC has a unique opportunity.
Fiona, always enjoy speaking with you. Thank you. Fiona Chesterton, former current affairs producer, news editor at the BBC, commissioning editor at Channel 4, and you wrote Not the Token Woman. Let's see what you're saying about this. This comes in from Alan in Liverpool. I taught music and music production students for 30 years. Whenever the TV licence came up in discussion, I'd ask them which mainstream broadcaster was most likely to play their original music. The answer was the BBC. It isn't driven by advertisers, and it has this freedom commercial broadcasters don't always have. This comes in from Lyle in Croydon. I'm sure all of those stars did the ad for free. There's no way all of that licence fee money would have been blown on an ad self-promoting the BBC. Well, what's interesting, of course, is that you saw and I did watch it, because I happened to be watching the World Cup final. You saw the Daleks featured in it. Well, if you remember, Doctor Who is now on hold, because it was such a lamentable last series. When I say no one watched it, of course people watched it, but its viewing figures were incredibly disappointing. Shows such as Winter Watch have gone. They've had to take £500 million out of the budget. And I don't know that Claudia Winkleman trying to pull a pint and Chris Martin playing the piano is actually going to solve all of that. It even featured Louis Theroux, whose latest series isn't on the BBC anyway. So why would he be saying what has the BBC ever done? We'll take more of your calls on that. Dave, you're going to be telling me what you think, particularly about this north-south divide, or as I said earlier, that's north, south, south-east, south-west, East Midlands, West Midlands, Wales, certainly Scotland as well, and more of the north, and we'll look at that in more detail. And as we get ready for the runners and riders that will form the next cabinet, here's former Safeguarding Minister, Labour MP, and of course stand-in LBC presenter a week or so ago, Jess Phillips, telling Andrew Marr,
just putting women in positions won't do it. They have to be imbued with power. Decisions have to be made with women in the room, and those women have to be able to feel that they can speak against the pervading power.
Jess Phillips joins me later in this hour. It's 8:30, breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari, here on LBC. And the news comes from Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will become Prime Minister later after Sir Keir Starmer tenders his resignation to King Charles. Mr Burnham will then give a speech in Downing Street and say he's acutely conscious that he's the 7th British Prime Minister since 2016. The US military says it's carried out a 9th consecutive night of airstrikes on Iran. American forces claim to have hit missile and drone sites as well as command centres. And South East Water says supplies have returned to customers in West Kent who'd seen it disrupted over the weekend. Up to 7,000 households in the Tunbridge Wells area had low pressure or no water at all. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
It is the coronation of the King of the North.
We will bring about the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen.
Andy Burnham is set to become our 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years.
Westminster hasn't been working for people, and it hasn't been working for a very long time.
And now he's got a cabinet to appoint. Join me, Tom Swarbrick, this afternoon from 4 for every twist and turn of yet another extraordinary political day.
Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Pick up more sun cream. Impromptu picnic. Late night cinema trip? Do more this summer. Hop on and off with the Weekend Hopper. Get unlimited weekend bus and tram journeys for £1.75 per day every Saturday and Sunday from the 25th of July. Plan your journey with the TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Offer valid from 4:30am on the 25th of July until 23:59 Monday the 31st of August. Always use the same card or device when touching in. For more information, search TfL Hopper.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aeon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aeon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
How does a $20 golf gadget end up being used as a bomb detector in war zones worldwide? I'm Alice Levine, and this is Explosive Lies, the podcast exposing a scam that fooled governments and security services across the globe. Open our free Global Player app and search Explosive Lies to start listening today.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:33. We're going to explore that idea of the north-south divide, although it's far greater than just north versus south, with you, Dave, in just a moment. Just to tell you, this is, as I said, an LBC new PM special. Goodness knows we've been rattling through them. But this time you can watch this morning's show on the LBC app and the YouTube channel. You're available to see it there. So if you're wondering what the Westminster studios look like and you've not seen them, there's easily solved that. You can see the studios this is coming from on the LBC app and YouTube. You may want to check that out. Now, I said earlier, one newspaper. I'll just go through those figures again as I bring Dave into the conversation. Dave, try these on. This is whether this percentage of people around the country thinks there needs to be a general election because there's no legitimacy. Here in London, it's a relatively low 29%, but the South East is 40%, the South West is 42%, the East Midlands is 37%, Yorkshire and the Humber 37%, Scotland 43%. Dave, in Portsmouth, your reaction to those figures, if you would. Good morning.
Hello. It's a privilege to speak to you, as always.
No, you make the show, you guys. Come on, goodness sake, it's a privilege to have you on.
Look, you just, as usual, you've hit the nail on the head, Nick, because this is now recreating the north-south divide, which is meant to be finished. Now, the fact is that Andy Burnham actually had to physically say on his speech a few days ago, I'm going to be the north and the south and the east and the west. Well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? And the fact is, he had to emphasise that as if it's just the north. Because
who was the last Prime Minister who you felt genuinely had the interests of Portsmouth and Hampshire, assuming you live there, in his or her heart?
Thatcher.
That's interesting. Why? In what way did she demonstrate that?
Because Thatcher was universal. She didn't start talking about the north and the south and this and that and the other. She just wanted Britain. That's the difference, okay? So, look, let's put it this way, Nick, okay? Nobody wants this Prime Minister because he's unelected and no mandate. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's got no experience. We've heard it all before. They don't want it down here in South because he just wants to talk about things like Coronation Street.
All right. On that one, we'll end it. Dave, thanks for your kind words about the show. Do give us a call on the north-south divide. I went through the figures again. I've just given them to you. But it is a sense polling done by a newspaper. And I will say this, it is the Daily Mail, and obviously they're not going to be initially disposed towards the Prime Minister, just as the Daily Mirror is initially disposed. They each take understandably. But your idea of that north-south divide, if you feel, as Dave does down in Hampshire, or you're listening up in Scotland, or you're listening in the true north, somewhere such as Cumbria or whatever it might be, give me a call on that. But let's bring into the conversation now Jess Phillips, Labour MP, of course, former Minister for Safeguarding and Violence, was on this show not this show, was on LBC, was on this station a couple of weeks ago. And good to see you again, Jess. I trust you're well. So we understand we're going to hear quite a lot from the Prime Minister, and he mentions Prime Minister-to-be, and he mentions it in an article in today's newspaper, The Times, that he wants to give the nation space to breathe. How do you interpret that, Jess? Good morning. Now that's why I do what I do, and that's why you do what you do, Jess. I know how to answer the questions, you know how to run a country. So what does space to breathe mean?
I assume that what he means is around people tightening their belts, around the finances of the people all over the country. And in the north-south divide, I'm just going to stand up for the middle, where I'm currently sitting in Birmingham.
Yes.
People always forget the middle in the north and south.
The West Mids, 32% of people polled think we need a general election, and this is an illegitimate coronation, says the Daily Mail. Jess Phillips.
But doesn't that mean that 68% think that?
Yep. Of course it does. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So, look, I think that the space to breathe is probably has multiple layers. You'd have to ask Andy Burnham himself, but I think it's probably about people feeling like the pinch is constantly on them financially, but also that politics has been a little bit contentious, hasn't it, for quite some time, and sometimes I find it hard to breathe.
Right, you and I have known each other for quite a while. Are you excited today?
I didn't sleep last night, Nick. So
Is that the World Cup final, or the weather, or what? Or the fact you're going to be talking to me in the morning? What was it, Jess?
I wasn't bothered about that. And it wasn't the heat, because it's quite nice now in the Midlands. But no, I mean, I didn't think that I was really excited. But I genuinely, I've had about 3 hours sleep because I just kept waking up, a bit like a kid on Christmas, the feeling that like you've left the iron on, like something's happening. And so I do feel excited. I'm a person who likes change, and I understand that the country has been through a huge amount of change, and Andy Burnham will be the 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. And for a lot of people, that feels like sigh-worthy. I get that. But I am a person who always votes for change, usually, and always wants, so I'm quite looking forward to the change, actually. We shall see, though, as the day rolls out.
You mentioned Andy Burnham. Of course, he's twice tried to be the leader of the Labour Party and twice failed, and now he comes straight in, not just as leader, as PM. How comfortable are you with that, Jess?
Well, look, it's not how I would have picked for this to happen, is the absolute truth. I think that a contest probably would have been better, but I've learnt to be disappointed in politics as well as excited. It is what it is, and actually, I think that since he's been back in Westminster, his temporary office was opposite my office, and all I saw all day was him properly talking to pretty much everybody in the Parliamentary Labour Party, sitting down with people, listening to people's ideas. So look, that's a move in the right direction.
You're typically strident with my colleague Andrew Marr about having some women in top jobs. Why, Jess?
Why? I think that the women in the Labour Party make up more than half of the talent, even though not all more than half of the number. As well as, I suppose, Andy Burnham talking about every part of the country. We have to remember that 50% of the population are also women. And actually, when you talk about pre-industrial or industrialising the economy, you mustn't forget that in the last 40 years, there has been huge advancements for women in the workplace, for childcare, violence against women and girls. And we have to make sure that women are part of this vision. And the best way to do that is have women in positions of power.
So what's Jess Phillips going to get?
Oh, gosh, nothing. Jess Phillips has still got her pyjama bottoms on and is in Birmingham. She won't be walking down Downing Street today.
But there are great rail links. You could be at New Street within half an hour. Once you've unplugged the iron, you could...
One thing I do know is that there are not great rail links. Avanti West Coast, I think Andy Burnham and I had one thing that we absolutely have in common is a desire not to travel on Avanti West Coast.
You'll be watching your mobile phone with interest this afternoon, lastly, Jess.
Absolutely not. I have said that to be perfectly honest, I think that I have a gift that I should offer the Labour Party, and that is being a fourth-rate outrider. And I don't think Keir Starmer had enough of those people who were going to go out and really, really argue unless they were on the payroll.
So lastly, who are the female power brokers you would like to see get a leg up and get into some key places, Jess?
Oh, look, my absolute faith in Andy Burnham, actually, and my, sort of lack of disappointment is because Lou Hague is his right-hand woman, and she is a woman I think is one of the cleverest people I've ever come across in Parliament, and also very, where you stand with Louise Hague, which I like about her. But so I would like to see her get a powerful position. I would like to see Shabana Mahmood, my neighbour, so that the middle isn't forgotten. In my neighbouring constituency, I would like to see Shabana either stay where she is, or all this talk about her becoming the Chancellor.
Yeah.
I think that she'd be a great Home Secretary as she is now.
All right. I'll leave you to change out of your pyjama bottoms and unplug the iron. As ever, great speaking with tough talking Jess Phillips. Thanks, Jess. Labour MP for Birmingham Yardley, former Minister for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls. And although this is, of course, a special, as I say, that you can see on the LBC app and you can see on YouTube about the new Prime Minister, we are covering other stories. And we've looked at that extraordinary 3.5-minute advert for the BBC that was played out at half-time in the World Cup final yesterday. Callum in Gravesend. Did you see it live, Callum, or have you watched it subsequently? Good morning.
Good morning. No, I haven't actually seen it. The first I heard of it was when you mentioned it.
It's an extraordinary thing. It goes on, and everyone you can think of is there, including people who don't even work for the BBC anymore. Do you think it's a good idea?
I think it is a good idea. I think everyone has to advertise, don't they? And it is a national thing, but I just don't think it's worth the price nowadays.
£180 per annum.
Yeah, I would rather spend 1 month on Netflix and then maybe cancel my Netflix for £8 and then go to Disney, or then cancel Disney and move to Prime.
I think what you've done is you've absolutely nailed it. And the problem I think that the BBC faces, although pound for pound they probably work out far cheaper than Disney or Paramount, it is that ability to swap, isn't it, from Netflix into Disney or whatever, or Paramount or Prime or whoever you want to go to. That is the key here, isn't it?
I absolutely agree. I think the better option would be to have a monthly subscription to the TV licence. I think if you wanted to go onto it, to opt into it and then opt out of it again, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Lastly, it would be very difficult for the BBC to run its many offices not knowing how many monthly subs it had, going effectively from month-to-month basis, is what they would argue, Callum.
I agree. Like, it would be a bit more difficult, but I think they would rather still get the extra bit of cash from someone that jumps on for, say, 1 month like I would, versus I don't pay TV licence because I only watch things online and I never watch live television.
Lastly, what's the last series you really enjoyed, whether it was on Paramount or Disney or whatever? What's the thing you're currently enjoying?
Oh, it's been a while, actually, to be fair. To be honest, it's been a bit dead in the water recently, hasn't it, I think?
The one great one was Oil Man or something. There was a tremendous series. And then there's always, of course, you've got a bit of Clarkson's Farm going, so you've got those going. Callum, have a good one. Thank you for that. 8:44, we're asking, what would you want to see from a new Prime Minister, and what of this North-South divide? This comes in from Mike in Crawley. I hope he does. Mike saying exactly, I think you and I are virtually the same age, actually, Mike. I hope he does well. For goodness sake, this country needs some stability. You and I are on the same page. But Mike goes on, I've just listened to his first mistake, the claim Keir Starmer made Labour popular. Labour came to power as it was the next best option from the Conservatives, who were desperately unpopular. Politicians would be wise to remember that in the main, as polls and voting numbers often show, you're not the best, but perhaps the best, worst option. You're right. Just remind you, everyone hailing what Sir Keir achieved, they failed to mention that the landslide victory in 2024, actually Sir Keir got more than 500,000 fewer votes than Labour got in 2019 when they were wiped out. Its biggest loss. So in 2019, its biggest loss since 1935, stay with 2019. 5 years later, an absolute storming victory with 560,000 fewer votes. Isn't that the reality of why Britain feels just so divided and unstable at the moment? We'll look at that. And, of course, the man who secured that victory was Sir Keir Starmer. He was to last a little under 2 years. And when he tried to say his farewell, he was interrupted by...
I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history.
That was desperately unfair. Well, I'm in a part of London now where that will be banned. There will be no loudspeakers permitted today. I happen to think that's right. Many people are saying it's an invasion of free speech. Where are you on that? We'll take your calls in a moment. It's 8:46. You're listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari, here on LBC, and the headlines are from Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister later to promise more breathing room on the cost of living. The United States has targeted Iranian military centres and communication networks in its 9th night of attacks, and South East Water said it's now reconnected drinking water to all customers in West Kent. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday, some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are long delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. One lane is closed, the junction 27 for the M11 because a car's broken down, so it's taking about 35 minutes to queue from junction 29 for Romford. There are queues on the M20 westbound after an accident earlier between junction 4 for Leybourne and junction 3 for the M26. All the lanes are back open there. There are delays on the A40, the Western Avenue going out of town. Traffic has been held after the Polish War Memorial. That's because of an accident near RAF Northolts. There are queues in Acton on the North Circular southbound. One lane is blocked before Gunnersbury Park. That's because of an accident. On the Tube, there are severe delays on the entire Metropolitan line. That's because of cancellations. And there are also minor delays on the entire Victoria line because of cancellations.
LBC.
Ready for some good news about motoring costs? Get 10% off Tesco car insurance. Use your Tesco Club card when you buy or renew a car policy with Tesco Insurance and save 10% with Club card prices. There's a range of cover options. And get this, we've even been named a Which Best Buy 2026 for our gold car insurance cover. To save your 10%, search Tesco Car Insurance and get your quote today. Club card required. Excludes add-ons. T's and C's apply.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Octopus Energy is now Britain's biggest energy supplier, trusted by over 8 million customers, because we do things differently. When you call, you'll speak to a real person. No robotic scripts, no computer says no, just an honest conversation with someone who actually wants to help. Join the millions who've already made the move. Octopus Energy, recommended by Which a record 9 years running. Visit octopus.energy/better for verification.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
This is the life. Out here in the actual vineyard with the sun shining, sipping a glass of Chardonnay without a care in the world. And just a stone's throw on the train. La vie est belle, non?
John, for the 5th time, please stop doing the voice. We're in Sussex.
Download the Southern Railway app and visit vineyards across the southeast. Plus, save a third with Group Save on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Octopus Energy, great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by Which a record 9 years running.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
And I'm asking, as the BBC was asking last night in that 3.5-minute plug or advert, what has the BBC ever done for you? Vec in Camberwell, what would you say the answer would be, Vec? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Hello, sir.
What I'd say is, well, simply, I didn't watch the advert last night.
Okay,
I know I remember the original one from the 80s. But simply, I mean, the UK hasn't got an awful lot of worldwide industries left, but the one thing it does have is the creative industry.
I agree.
We're the second biggest exporter of creative product. And that could be TV, film, music, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the BBC is absolutely instrumental in that, because there's no profit base on it. So, you know, if you...
Well, they make profits from selling ideas around the world, which they're quite good at. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
And we should really do that. We haven't got a car industry. We haven't got any industry, really, I can think of that's as big as the BBC. And that for less than like a bag of crisps a day, we get this amazing content. You've got the BBC iPlayer, you've got the TV, you've got the radio, you've got the educational side of things. And it's
why then?
Be proud of.
Why then are so many people deciding that they don't want to pay their licence fee, or indeed they're doing away with the BBC and they're going to some of the streaming services? I don't say you're necessarily wrong, Vec, but why is that happening?
Well, I don't know. I think there's this perception that the BBC is just TV. And I've got Netflix, same as everyone else. I think I've even got Disney. But what I tend
You don't even know what you've got.
No, because I tell you what, when I
like
look at TV...
Oh, no.
I tend to, I'll watch Netflix, I'll get bored, there's nothing on Netflix, I've got a million programmes to watch on Netflix.
I totally agree.
I'll end up on the iPlayer.
And someone will come to the house and say, have you got Paramount? I said, I honestly don't know, actually. Have a look. And you don't know if you've got them or not. I'm glad I'm not the only... I thought I was the only one, Vec.
No, it's really frustrating because, I got told that in my package I've got something that Now TV, I can't remember what it is, right. But it's inevitably, it's Netflix and the BBC. And I tell you what, at the moment, it's the BBC as a preference. There's less choice, but a lot of the product that's on there is very good quality.
Becca, we'll leave it there. You've given me great heart, my friend, that I'm not the only person who doesn't know I'll feel so much more relaxed when I go to my sitting room later today. Vec, thank you for that. Now, it is a new PM special here on LB. Yes, I know if you've got that strange sense that we've been here before. We have many, many times over the last 10 years or so. But let's cross to the Downing Street. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark is there. As I've said before, using the World Cup analogy, it's probably one good goal kick away from where I'm sitting, but she's right at the heart of the action. OK, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? Natasha, morning again.
Good morning, Nick. Yes, the atmosphere is really getting excited here in number 10 Downing Street. Journalists from all over the world gathering to report as history is made. And some news that we've just been getting in from the Met Police this morning, Nick. Loudspeakers are to be banned from the vicinity around Downing Street today as Andy Burnham prepares to become Prime Minister. You'll remember, of course, it was incredibly difficult to hear Sir Keir Starmer's resignation speech when he was speaking from the podium just behind me a few weeks ago, but that now is going to be banned. The pro-EU protester Steve Bray will be banned from taking up the vicinity just outside Downing Street.
Let's remind listeners of that, Natasha, if I just interrupt you briefly, because much as there's been a Prime Minister departing and the dais coming out from which he or she can make their speech, so there has been that deafening and rather dreary chorus from the campaigner you just mentioned.
Because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population.
In the Middle East, the forces of Islamist extremism threaten regional and ultimately global stability. These tensions are exploited by extremists who seek to undermine our values and divide our society here at home.
I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible.
Boris Johnson in 2022, Rishi Sunak in 2024. It's almost like a cycle, isn't it? 2026, Sir Keir Starmer being drowned out. But there's some negative reaction already on social media, Natasha. Overreach by the police. Someone saying, this is a police state, says someone else. What does it actually mean? If Mr. Bray turns up, he gets nicked or they just confiscate his loudspeakers?
Well, yes, I mean, let's see what happens if Mr. Bray does turn up. I imagine he might try to test the boundaries of this because it's been a long-running saga for him and for the Met Police, as you'll know. But yes, the Met Police have posted on social media saying that anyone assembling near the gates to Downing Street must not use amplified noise equipment and must stay in this shaded area. Those conditions are in place between 10:30 and 1:30 today. And Steve Bray in the past has said that he doesn't know how loud it is in Downing Street and he has no idea quite how disruptive his noise is being, but he of course has really tested the limits of some of these restrictions in the past. So will we see him in the next few hours, Nick? I expect we probably will.
Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, reporting from outside that famous black door of number 10 Downing Street. The camera's all focused on there. We are too. Anything that happens, you'll hear it here. Let's talk about Andy Burnham with Claude in Richmond Park. Claude, there is this suggestion that it's a bit of a north and the rest of the country divide, not north-south. How do you react to that? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Nick. It's great to speak with you.
Good to have you on. Thank you.
I think It's a very interesting one, and I think we need consistency when it comes to the leadership now of the changing of our wallpaper of Westminster, and the importance of having ministers that are remaining in their roles. I think when it comes to the Home Secretary and when it comes to also the element of new fresh faces as well for some roles. So when we talk about the HM Treasury, I think we could have some bold, new, younger ideas. And also I think we have some real talent when it comes to economic and the future of our finances of Britain.
What would that look like in practical terms? What would you want to see as a potential policy, do you think, Claude?
I think in the potential policy, we need to look at the grooming gangs. I think we also need to look at the matters that are really on the kind of key frontier of the British mind. So when they're looking at their elements of justice system, we need to ensure that the courts are really delivering justice and delivering court hearings for people that are feeling that, you know, they are left with no home, for example.
Let me ask you lastly, on courts, David Lammy, I would imagine the outgoing Deputy Prime Minister, wanted to bring in reforms that would do away with jury trials in all but the most important, or most grave, I should say, most grave cases. Was he right to try and do that, to speed up the court system, or do you believe in jury trials, Claude?
I believe in jury trials.
Yeah, I think you're right. Although also I know the system has to be improved as well. Claude, thank you. Have a good day. Let's finish the story we did halfway through the hour, which was that extraordinary BBC promo, rather self-indulgent, some would argue. But I think watching it was Nzinga in Merton. The point you want to make. Good morning, you're on the radio.
Hello there, nice to talk to you.
Good to have you on, Nzinga. Thank you.
I just want to say that personally, I don't want to pay for the BBC.
Right.
I only watch the Olympics and athletics on it and some quizzes. Other than that, I don't watch anything on the BBC.
Well, hold on. You watch the Olympics, athletics, and some quizzes. It's starting to stretch a little bit, Nzinga, isn't it?
No, I'm happy to pay for those by a subscription, but I don't see why I should be paying what I pay. I'm a pensioner.
Yes.
For what I don't watch.
Right.
If you like.
It's very frustrating, and possibly what you don't listen to and what you don't read as well.
Absolutely. I never listen to their radio. I normally listen to LBC.
Well, that's why I love you so much. That's why all the love is heading down to Merton. Thank you for that. Nzinga, you only watch it for the sport and the quizzes. Why should you have to pay for all that output that you never listen to? Nzinga, that bit of music means we have to move on, but have a safe day down in Merton. Thank you. And coming up, of course, in this new PM special, well, he called it the way he saw it. My LBC colleague, Andrew Marr, speaking back in February.
I think we have entered the final stage of the Starmer Premiership. It feels as if we have reached a tipping point.
And he was right, and Andrew will join me right after the news. Staying with this story, of course, it's all cameras, all eyes, and all our microphones are focused towards number 10. We'll bring you all the latest developments as we get close to that timeline playing through. And in other news...
Misery once again for thousands of people living in Kent with the taps running dry. MLBC's Emma Core in Tunbridge Wells with the latest.
Yes, we'll be down in the Garden of England for that report. 9 o'clock news on LBC is next.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock, Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister later to promise to restore confidence in the government. Sir Keir Starmer will deliver his final address this morning before visiting King Charles to formally resign. Mr Burnham will then give a speech in Downing Street and promise to give people more breathing space with the cost of living. Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mayle is the former Deputy Chief of Defence Staff. He's told Nick Ferrari this morning the Burnham government must also find the cash to adequately fund the armed forces.
If you take away the cost of the nuclear programme, you find that our spending on conventional defence, Army, Navy, Air Force, is down in among the sort of what we used to disparagingly call the non-swimmers in NATO. So Burnham needs to understand, if he wants to strut the stage at all, and he should as the British Prime Minister, it is underpinned by being looked at a serious nation when it comes to defence and security.
Andy Burnham's also expected to announce his senior ministerial team this afternoon. After taking office, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has emerged as the leading contender to take over as Chancellor, while the Energy Secretary Ed Miliband has also been widely discussed as a possible senior figure. The Labour MP Jess Phillips has told Nick Mr Burnham must make sure that his cabinet doesn't become a boys' club.
My absolute faith in Andy Burnham, actually, and my sort of lack of disappointment is because Lou Hague is his right-hand woman, and she is a woman I think is one of the cleverest people I've ever come across in Parliament. So I would like to see her get a powerful position. I would like to see Shabana Mahmood either stay where she is, or all this talk about her becoming the Chancellor. Yeah. I think that she'd be a great Home Secretary as she is now.
And you can watch and hear LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app and Global Player. The United States says it has targeted Iranian military centres and communication networks in its 9th night of attacks. The remains of a third soldier were found in Jordan yesterday, while 2 other Americans were killed in an Iranian drone strike on Friday. Southeast Water says it's now reconnected drinking water to all customers in West Kent. Around 7,000 properties in the Tunbridge Wells area had faced disruption for most of the weekend. Firefighters have worked through the night, tackling a grass fire that broke out on the hills around Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh. No injuries have been reported. And Spain are due to arrive back into Madrid following their World Cup final win over Argentina. Ferran Torres scored the winner in extra time last night. Around 1 million fans are expected to greet the team in the country's capital after a night of celebrations. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 63 at 10,536. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.17. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud for the north of Scotland to start the morning with a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
Hi, Nan. We're having a brilliant time. We went to a theme park and the rides were awesome. We got money off the entry tickets, so Dad even bought us all an ice cream with a flake. Probably not the best idea before going on a roller coaster. Sammy went green after. See you when we get home. Love, Leo.
Enjoy great British summer savings, such as discounted entry to theme parks, soft play and more. Funded by the UK Government.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
3 minutes after 9 on Monday, July the 20th, a new PM special. Yes, if you feel you've been there before, you're probably right. We're getting yet another one, and my colleague Natasha Clark is outside number 10.
From Makerfield to Downing Street in just 4 weeks, Andy Burnham's rise to power has been unprecedented. I'm LBC's Natasha Clark, live from Downing Street.
And as the nation has continued to swelter through the heat, imagine having no water. Yes, it's happened again, and it's furious of Tunbridge Wells telling LBC.
I think it's disgusting, especially with the bills going up as well. And yet all the big bosses are still getting paid big bucks.
Frustrating, like water shortages again for the 3rd time in the last 6 months.
Utterly fed up with it.
And as I've been asking you, what does Mr Burnham need to do? Let's turn to the hospitality sector.
Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified.
Andy Burnham's former nighttime economy advisor up in Manchester, Sacha Lord, will join me later in the hour to explain what's needed for the hospitality, the bosses, the men and women who work in that trade.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
I know many things about my next guest, my LBC colleague Andrew Marr, presenter of LBC's Tonight with Andrew Marr, but I don't know if he's a betting man, and I intend to find out. Because back in February, he said, I can see this as the start of the dying days of the Premiership of Sir Keir Starmer, and here we find ourselves a few months on. And Andrew is absolutely right. He's in the Westminster studio. Thank you for allowing me onto this chair, by the way. I promise I'll do the dusting before I go.
Isn't it an absolutely fine, tip-top studio? You're sounding even better than usual, Nick, because you're in the best studio.
You've got lovely people down here. I absolutely agree. I'm going to take you back. I'll take you back to February in a moment. I'll take you back more recently to Friday. Andy Burnham, and I quote, "This is a proud moment you've given me and my family today, and an emotional one. But it is one for which I am ready. I am ready. Ready to lead." 3 readies in one sentence. Andrew Marr, is he ready?
Well, I think in terms of the big policy decisions, he's been thinking about it for about 18 months or so he should be ready. In terms of running Whitehall, absolutely not, because we will only hear today who the big beasts are going to be across the cabinet. And I've been talking to them over the last few days, as you'd expect, and so many of them have absolutely no clue until certainly yesterday afternoon. They didn't know what was going on. If they don't know, then their departments don't know. And so there is a massive amount of work to be done over the next few weeks. Final ready point, however, is he psychologically ready? And I think he is. He has a kind of bouncy sort of enthusiasm for power and the job, which I find quite refreshing because it's all personal, as you know. But Keir Starmer never looked really happy in the job, you know. He always looked a bit miserable and didn't enjoy it. And although it's a nightmarish job in many ways, as Anthony Selden was telling you earlier on, the best prime ministers are the ones who enjoy it.
He's done a big interview in one of the newspapers today, The Times. You probably haven't read it all, but you've had sight of it. This expression, space to breathe, comes out a couple of times. I asked Jess Phillips, and I don't mean this nasty, she kind of struggled to work out what he means. Can you get a sense of what he's trying to get across by space to breathe, Andrew?
I think he's thinking in terms of a family struggling to pay the bills every month and just feeling life is getting relentlessly harder and harder. And there's this bill and that bill, and can I afford this? And the kids are in trouble at school and that and all the rest of it. And life is just really tough at the moment. And I think a little bit of respite means a bit more money in your pocket. It means a little bit off the energy bill. It means perhaps cheaper bus fares, whatever it might be, to get you through the next month. There are two things he needs to do. He has a big plan for the country, long-term, and he has a short-term plan so that people notice some difference. And I think space to breathe is the short-term plan. It's a little bit of extra money in people's pockets.
As the most experienced political watcher I know, and I mean that genuinely, you really are the most. How worried should my listeners be when certain quarters are saying he's tried to be the leader twice before and he's failed? He's come in without a mandate. He's got 24,000 odd people in Wakefield, to be fair. He didn't even stand on the Labour Party manifesto. How much should that exercise people, Andrew?
Well, a bit. I mean, you know, all of what you said is absolutely true. I interviewed him a couple of years ago. I interviewed him recently. I interviewed him a couple of years ago.
Just remind everybody, you got the first one, so, you know, again, another feather in your cap.
A couple of years ago, I sort of asked him about, you know, he was this, he was that. Was he a bit of a flip-flopper? He was Brianite, he was Blairite, and all the rest of it. And he said something really interesting. He said, you know, Andrew, all those years down in Westminster, when I was younger, I had imposter syndrome. I didn't really believe I deserved to be there. I didn't know who I was, and therefore I didn't know what I was there to do, what my purpose was. And it was only when I was back at the COP after the Hillsborough disaster and heard the roars of fury from the crowd and went back and told Gordon Brown about it, I remembered, okay, I'm that guy from Manchester. That's who I am. And I think he has found himself, as it were, as Manchester mayor. And he knows who he is, and he's therefore, I mean, I think he's very clear about what he wants to do. In terms of the manifesto, he's already said he's not going to break the manifesto, which is going to cause him all sorts of problems in the years and months ahead. And in terms of the democratic mandate, we have a parliamentary system. He's a Labour guy, and Labour won a big majority. Whatever they've done with it since, they did win that big majority. There is absolutely no constitutional need for a general election. The Conservatives didn't give one when they were asked for it again and again and again. And in terms of how he will do, we're just going to have to wait and see. But I think we should all be wishing him well. As you know, my big flaw as a journalist, I say it openly, is that I'm an eternal optimist. Every single government comes in, I'm like the wallflower, and I want to dance with them. I want to see how it's going to go. I'm really interested to see, what are the problems going to be? How are they going to get around these problems? So I'm always interested, always upbeat, and again, I'm standing at the back of the wall with my toes bleeding and bruised, slightly deflated after a few months. But this time, perhaps it'll be different.
Is there a degree of excitement, you think, about the place? Jess Phillips couldn't sleep last night because she's so excited.
Well, there are lots of people who are hoping for jobs or fearing that they're going to lose their jobs, and they're not sleeping for that reason. But no, I think there is a sense that, for 2 years, whatever Keir Starmer's virtues, and he has had many virtues, and we should be generous on this day in particular.
Yes.
Whatever his virtues, he was never able to look the country in the eye, as it were, and say, here's where we are, here's where I'm going to take you, here's what I really think, and give us some sense of forward direction. And all the best leaders, Margaret Thatcher, Tony Blair, were able to do that. And there's just a sense that maybe, again, we've got somebody who quite quickly will feel we know a little bit, somebody, who is, as it were, inside our heads, inside our living rooms, who knows what he wants to do with us.
Let's get inside his head a little bit. Again, if I may, leaning on your political experience, when we hear him cite big Labour beasts such as Lords Kinnock and Blunkett and Baroness Beckett as his sort of guiding stars, what do you take from that, Andrew?
I take from that a very important truth which people don't understand enough. The Labour Party is, before it's anything else, enormously sentimental. This is a party which always remembers its great figures. It wallows in the past. It always has. It's one of its big problems, in my view. And in a sense, he's saying to that, because don't forget, that was the Labour audience. He said all those things as he became Labour leader to a Labour audience. And he was saying, basically, I am one of you. We are best when we are Labour. We won as Labour 2 years ago, and we haven't maybe been Labour enough. So I think that was what it meant.
Two of whom, of course, served with distinction under Tony Blair.
Of course. And Tony Blair, those are two words that did not feature in his speech, you may have noticed.
Why would that be?
I think there's deep scepticism from Blair about Burnham and vice versa. I think Burnham has been very clear. When he talks about neoliberalism, that's like mouthful of a word. He's also talking about Tony Blair. He's saying Tony Blair didn't rebuild the public realm as he ought to have done. Tony Blair was too close to big business. Tony Blair was too close to international tycoons and all the rest of it, too close to big money. And Tony Blair has got very, very good antennae to this day. And he was picking all of that up, which was why he then threw out an essay basically challenging Burnham a few weeks ago.
Reminding my listeners, you were a national newspaper editor. What would you have looked for on your front page today? Would you have wanted to strike a note of optimism on your splash and with your feature writers and your opinion piece? Would you be more cautious? Would you be where the Mail is, which is saying there is a north divide, sort of north rest of the country? Where would you have been with a paper?
I think on this day, I'd have been a bit upbeat. Of course, as a newspaper editor, I'd have wanted what no newspaper editor this morning has got, which is a real scoop about the Cabinet. What's Wes Streeting going to do? Are we absolutely sure that Shabana Mahmood is nailed on as Chancellor? What does she think about that? What's her economic policy and all that? No one has got that.
No, they haven't.
This has been a very, very tight operation. I've not seen one like it for an awful long time.
I can see a bit of frustration in your face here.
We're all frustrated. And, full openness, I've been phoning and talking to people around Andy Burnham as much as anybody else, trying to get a steer on this and steer on that, and they have been remarkably zip-lipped, if I can put it that way. I think everybody has wanted those big scoops. They're not coming. The people themselves, Ed Miliband, Wes Streeting, and the rest of them, they don't know what was going to happen. They were in the dark as well. Shabana Mahmood, I don't think, knew whether or not she was going to become Chancellor of the Exchequer the day before yesterday, or even yesterday, perhaps. It's been a remarkably tight operation, and there's a lot of frustration about that. But imagine the opposite. Imagine that he'd allowed cabinet names to leak out. Every single newspaper, every single broadcast would have been about the rows over this job or that job, the furious, disappointed, sacked people coming on. No way to run anything.
Lastly, the enthusiasm you had a couple of years ago when Keir Starmer came in with that extraordinary man, as he exits stage left, what's your feeling about him?
I feel very sad, first and foremost. I said then that I thought we were going to be, I think, an oasis of peace and tranquility, or something equally absurd. That didn't happen. Partly, of course, for overseas reasons, for the way that Trump behaved. But I think one of the things that goes on in these moments is that we always look back at the previous set of mistakes. And then the next Prime Minister makes new mistakes. So Keir Starmer was looking back at the sort of exuberant, humorous verbosity and slight clownishness of Boris Johnson. Thought, I'm going to be exactly the opposite. I'm going to be boring and dull and managerial. And then we learn, oh, hold on a second, that's not a good way of doing politics either. You have to be able to understand the trade and enjoy the trade. And I think he's a decent man. I think he came into the job for the right reasons, for public service. And I think his feelings about his family and his chip on the shoulder about the way his siblings and his father was treated, I think that's all real. But politics is a hard trade. It's got skills. And above all, you have to be able to listen to people. You have to be able to bring people with you. And he couldn't do those things.
And are you a betting man? Reminding everybody,
I'm not. I'm prepared to have a bet, but I'm not a betting man.
Right, so I can't get.
When I was a small boy, I won some money on a horse with my grandparents at a race course. And I came home, and my dad, I said, I won sort of 15 shillings or something. And my dad said, you put a bet on the horse? And I said, yes. And he said, well, congratulations, enjoy the money. You are never going to a race course ever again.
By the way, that was 75p to help our younger listeners. Andrew Marr, thank you. Of course, is my LBC colleague, Andrew Marr. He presents LBC's Tonight with Andrew Marr. By the way, as well as listening, as I talk to colleagues such as Andrew, you can watch this morning's show. It's going out on the LBC app and YouTube. It's 9:16, LBC News Headlines. Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham will use his first speech as Prime Minister to promise to restore confidence in government and more breathing space for people against the rising cost of living. US Central Command says American forces have carried out a 9th night of strikes on Iranian targets. And South East Water says supplies have been returned to customers in West Kent who'd seen it disrupted over the weekend. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The Arkeys on the M1 northbound is partly blocked because of an accident between junction 10 for Luton Airport and junction 11 for Luton. It's heavy on the M25 anti-clockwise after an investigation earlier after junction 28 for the A12. There are severe delays on the A40 going out of town. It stays partly blocked because of an accident after the Polish War Memorial near RAF Northolt. In Acton, there are queues on the North Circular southbound after an accident earlier before Gunnersbury Park, so all the lanes are back open there. In Barnhurst, Parkside Avenue is blocked both ways at Holmesdale Grove because of an accident. On the Tube, there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line because of cancellations, and on London Overground there are minor delays on the Mildmay line between Richmond and Willesden Junction.
LBC.
Honestly, I've been putting MTD off. First it was, I'll do it after this job. Then, after some grouting. After sorting the back of the van. After fish fingers and peas. And then I thought, no, just get it done.
Get MTD done simply with Sage for free. Just connect to your bank, we'll sort your transactions, then submit your update to HMRC. Search Sage MTD.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Guys, gals and non-binary pals, we're Copperfield, the UK's only breast cancer awareness charity for young people. We educate people on the signs of breast cancer, as when found early, treatments are more effective and survival rates higher. This is your reminder to check your boobs, chest or pecs. Learn how at copperfield.org.
Aha! Shiver me timbers! To the high seas! There's treasure and adventure across them waters!
Stop rocking the boat, Dad. You're making my feet wet.
Oh, sorry.
Explore Ride Pirates and Smugglers Day with kids' train tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Let's move away from politics, although I have to say I've got what's called a live feed or some video coming into the Westminster studio. Just to remind you, of course, you can see it on the LBC app. You can see us on YouTube, so I'm able to see a rather large screen. And the number of journalists there, they actually had to put up scaffolding, effectively like bleachers, as it would if you're in the United States. So they have tiered seating. That's how many people are down there. This level of excitement, but I've got a good view of the door of number 10 and all that's happening. Police officers are marching past there and journalists are amassing. So let's go to other stories. And although it does appear the temperature has cooled down a little bit, it was absolutely sweltering when I left at the back end of the week before last. It does appear to have cooled down a little bit. Imagine going without water, and imagine if it's, yes, down in Kent again. South East Water managing to fail the good folk down there, particularly furious of Tunbridge Wells, as it's often the joke in those letters pages in the newspapers. Emma Corr, LBC's South East correspondent, has voyaged to Royal Tunbridge Wells and joins me now. Emma, good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Well, people here in Tunbridge Wells found themselves again spending their sunny weekends at bottled water stations picking up water, and plenty of frustration and anger once again at South East Water, who say this outage was because of an instrument failure at a nearby water treatment works. And people I've been speaking to here this morning in the town telling me these water outages just can't carry on.
I think it's disgusting, especially with the bills going up as well. And yet all the big bosses are still getting paid big bucks.
Frustrating, like water shortages again for the third time in the last 6 months.
Utterly fed up with it.
Hose pipe ban, things like that. And I think, again, I've just had a bill, my bill's gone up again. I mean, they kept saying sorry, but there's never they don't really say more than that.
Well, we run a business in town and live in town, so what's the point? What's the point in paying these, probably the highest amount for water in the country, and yet the service is appalling. Something's got to be done.
Well, around 7,000 properties in Tunbridge Wells have been facing low pressure, intermittent supply or no water over the weekend. South East Water now saying that everyone in the area does have full supply up and running. Basically, the outage at the water treatment works meant their drinking water tanks ran low. They weren't at stable levels, but we've been here so many times before, Nick. South East Water have been repeatedly criticised for letting customers down. We've had continuous water outages across Kent and Sussex over the past year. The latest in the May heat wave, and consistently as well throughout the winter, more than 77,000 homes back then experiencing no water. And it was announced last week by Ofwat that South East Water will be made to spend £30.5 million on improvements. South East Water, though, warning that it needed to secure fresh financial funding to stay afloat after a £55 million hit from the outages they suffered during the winter. They currently supply around 2.3 million customers here in the southeast, and they are in discussions with lenders to agree a new loan facility. But people here, Nick, are simply, well, quite frankly, very fed up of having to spend their weekend again at water stations, and fear, of course, that this will continue to happen throughout the summer.
It's a dirty business down in that part of Kent. LBC's southeast correspondent Emma Core reporting from Tunbridge Wells. Now, there's a water theme coming to you. Elizabeth, you'll be the next caller concerning... Oh, that's an interesting policy you've got. Don't move an inch, Elizabeth. Come to you in just a moment. But there's a conversation about water to be had with incoming Andy Burnham, because two of the newspapers are reporting that one of the things he might do would be to take Thames Water, effectively to nationalise Thames Water. Now, notwithstanding the problems you have down in that part of Kent and parts of Sussex as well, the South East Water, absolutely, Thames Water is failing to the point that were it a private company, it would have gone under, years ago. There is a suggestion now to take control of Thames Water would cost around £10 billion. It's effectively, in business terms, virtually at death's door. It's having to get bailouts as often as it can. But is nationalising a water company, is that the way forward? And the sort of report that Emma's just filed, given time, they're not going to solve it overnight, obviously, but the track record of every water company in this country is questionable. Some of them is downright criminal. I've been banging on for years that no action will be taken until some of these bosses, they take their money home in wheelbarrows, that they actually start doing time in jail if they knowingly allow pollution to continue and no measures are taken. But nationalising just Thames Water alone is $10 billion. Lord only knows what the cost would be for the entire country. Nationalising a water industry? We might get your views on that. But Elizabeth in Barnet has got a different policy. Now, this is an interesting one you've come up with. Tell the listeners where your thinking is on this. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hello.
Good morning. Yeah, I think one thing he could do straight away is cancel past and present student loans.
That's interesting.
It's an absolute huge burden for these young people, and lots of young, because they're all paying it off. I think it would cut across all political preferences because it's countrywide.
Yep.
And I think he would be a hero instantly, and he could kind of ride on that for a couple of months or 6 weeks. But I really think that would be a really good thing to do.
It would, but I don't know the costs, but obviously we're talking billions of pounds. A lot of people would say, hang on, why am I paying for students' fees and student loans, when they're the ones that are benefiting from it? How on earth is it helping me, and my tax is going to pay towards them, is what they would say.
Well, that affects so many other parts of our lives, but I just feel that morally this is one thing he should do. That's all I can say. Right. There's loads and loads of other issues and where the money should go, etc. But I just really think it's one thing morally is correct and that he should do.
Lastly, are you excited about a new Prime Minister? Are you rather jaded? Have you seen enough? 7 in 10 years? Where are you?
Excited. I'm dreading it. I just feel I'm hopeful, Nick, but I just think he's going to be Keir Starmer, version
Light.
2.
A northern Keir Starmer. That's what we're going to have.
Well, no disrespect, but I mean, do we really want someone that keeps going on about, dividing the country north and south and how they've been so hard done by? And I just think it's the wrong attitude.
I do think I agree with you on that, Elizabeth. I think it's a very questionable tactic. Understandably, and I think, and I should have checked with my colleague Andrew Marr, I think he's the first northern-born Prime Minister we've had since Harold Wilson, who, of course, was born in Huddersfield and had a constituency in Liverpool, but was northern-born. So he is northern-born, although, of course, he's Cambridge-educated as well. But this continual line, I don't know if it works. Elizabeth, thank you. Let me feature some of the emails and texts that have been coming. Oh, Anastasia, is he going to sort out Thames Water? Isn't that funny? I read that just after we were talking about that aspect. Let's come back. This comes in from Darren in Bedford. Over the last 10 years of frivolity, Andy Burnham feels like the most underpowered, empty Prime Minister of the lot. A provincial mayor who wasn't even an MP becoming the Prime Minister doesn't feel serious. I think these are challenges that he's going to have to ride. Obviously, the fact that he didn't stand on the manifesto, we don't really have any manifesto. He's been limited in his interviews. We don't really know what his main morals are. Not morals, main moral mission is, I should say. His mission is to try and put the country right. I think that possibly is welcome. This comes in from Colin. I'm very happy to have Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. You certainly don't. Those who don't are not speaking for me or many others. David Williams, you're making the north-south divide bigger to get listeners in the eyes of Kent. The north begins at Watford Junction. Well, I don't know about that. Staying with this comes from Wayne in Burnley. The vast majority of the population in this country have no affiliation to the current crop of Labour MPs. No one is holding their breath for another career politician running our once great common sense country. Typical Labour, it will be high tax and high spend. There's not a lot, isn't there? Brian Rotherham, it took Westminster Sewer 30 years to destroy Great Britain. It will take another 30 years to put it right, which Andy Burnham has not got. Re-industrialise is only in his dreams. Britain is in real trouble. Now let's come to the other conversation we were having, which was concerning the BBC and that 3.5-minute promo that was played during the World Cup final yesterday. This is, of course, as the challenge continues. It's £180 is the licence fee. The BBC, are under enormous pressure. The rounds of talks will begin again soon. Now, many, of course, would say that £180 per annum, when priced against subscription services such as Netflix or whether you go for Sky or whatever, is quite cheap. But a lot of you are rather angry by this ad. This comes in from Elaine. I'm sure recently I heard an ad that said you could watch Channel 4 and ITV by having a TV licence. How can the BBC say that? They seemed so yesterday, and they forget all their scandals. Well, again, if you look at that advert last night, at one point you actually see Ramesh, the presenter, as it was, the host, go in and start talking to George Alagar, the newsreader, about the veracity in the BBC Verify unit. Well, when you consider the problems they've had, the problems they had in Glastonbury, which was appalling, and the fact that they got that wrong, and that they've got this ongoing row with Donald Trump in which they had to admit that they doctored a bit of footage, and they had that going on. I don't know how wise it was to do all of that. Let's just do a couple more. Rachel, what has the BBC done for me? Nothing except fleecing me. My BBC licence is going now. The World Cup is going. I want to echo the words of Wayne Rooney. I think it's all... I'll just say the C word that ends in P, if that's okay. But we have used it enough time. Wayne Rooney's blistering assessment of that halftime show yesterday, which I think was probably on the money, as they seek to try and defend that £180 licence fee. Now, I've mentioned the idea that there could be nationalisation of industries such as Thames Water. There could also be an about turn by Andy Burnham. This again is mooted, and it's all that the journalist can do because he's been very restricted with the interviews he's given. Even the 2 pages he fills one of the newspapers today, there's not a lot of meat on the bone, but there is a suggestion there could be a U-turn on...
It is unconscionable that British citizens and taxpayers should be asked to fund foreign aid programmes.
Yes, the idea that the foreign aid, which was going to be brought down to 0.3% of GDP, would now actually go back up, of GDP, would now go back up to 0.7%. We'll take your views on that. And also an industry that definitely needs some help.
I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should.
Fatboy Slim with Praise You. You'll hear from Andy Burnham's former nighttime economy advisor or czar in Manchester, Sacha Lord. What does he, Andy Burnham, have in store for the nighttime and indeed the whole hospitality sector? That'll come up later in the hour. It's 9:30. This is Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrara, here on LBC. And the news is with Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham is preparing to become Prime Minister this lunchtime, the 7th since 2016. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to make a speech in Downing Street this morning before visiting King Charles to formally resign. Mr Burnham will then be invited to form a government and deliver his own address outside Number 10. You can watch and hear LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app and Global Player. President Trump has said American forces have hit Iranian targets very hard in a 9th night of strikes. The remains of a 3rd American soldier were found in Jordan yesterday after 2 others were killed in a drone strike on Friday. And Spain's men's football team are due to arrive back into Madrid following their World Cup final win over Argentina last night. Ferran Torres scored the winner in extra time. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most. Through Monday, some cloud at first for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
This is LBC.
You can now get Sky, HBO Max, Disney Plus, Netflix and Hey You together in one subscription. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, take your seats on your sofas, brew your cuppers and turn your phones to silent. Because the world of ultimate entertainment is about to begin. Sit back, relax and head to sky.com to find out more.
It's starting!
Requires Sky Stream and Sky Ultimate TV subscription. Minimum broadband speed of 30 megabits per second recommended. 18+.
What you're hearing is real. The aliens have landed and they have something to say.
Take us to your dealer. Just 0.9% APR on every new Mini.
They just want to go to a mini retailer.
Mini.
You heard them. Off we go.
Make contact at your nearest retailer
And get 0.9% APR representative across the entire range with a 25% deposit and 24-month term. Mini UK is a credit broker. Order by 30th September, delivered by 31st December. PCP with Mini Financial Services. Subject to status. T's and C's apply. mini.co.uk/offers.
This is my throne, my castle, my kingdom. I have conquered these lands and crushed my enemies. Those who do not bow before me will be thrown into the dungeons.
All right, Liam, can you get off the throne and let the kids have a go?
All right.
Download the Southern Railway app and discover the historic South East with kids' train tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
Just before we move on, thanks Dan in Kent, who's pointed out, the newsreader who features in that BBC advert, of course, is Clive Myrie, so apologies if there's any confusion there. We're coming back, still calls. James, we're going to talk to you about that. But let's come to other matters, and this is a new PM special coming from our Westminster studio. You can see it, by the way, on the LBC app. You can see it on YouTube. My colleague Natasha Clark is just almost yards away outside Number 10. But joining me in the studio is Sacha Lord. Now, I talk regularly with Sacha, an entrepreneur, chairs the Nighttime Industries Association and served as nighttime economy advisor to Andy Burnham when he, Mr Burnham, was the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Great to see you in the flesh. Thanks for coming by the studio. You've got an exciting day ahead of you, haven't you?
I have. It's actually quite daunting. I've just seen how many press are outside Number 10, and it looks like the whole world is...
It's like a real scrum, is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me what you're going to be doing later, because you've known Mr Burnham for how many years?
I've known him for... Do you know what? I keep calling him Andy, and I've got to stop doing that now,
You can call him what you like.
Yes.
He seems a fairly level bloke to me.
Almost a decade.
Yeah.
Almost a decade. And, I have to say, I'm really proud of him today. I'm very pleased for him. This is something that he's wanted since watching Boys in the Black Stuff, Alan Bleasdale. That's what triggered him into politics.
Right.
I think he's going to make a massive difference for the country.
Talking to Jess Phillips, who's an MP you probably know or certainly know
Yes.
of, and her office is opposite the sort of temporary offices that Mr Burnham has been using. And she was saying how virtually everybody's been around. He finds time for people. He says he seems to be very collegiate. He seems to know. Whether he acts on it, I don't know, but he's polite and he listens. You've worked closely with him. How would you define and describe your working relationship with Mr Burnham?
He is absolutely a listener. And I'll give you an example, Nick. So when I became his advisor in 2018...
Why did he bring you in? Let's back up a little. What did he want you to achieve for Manchester?
What is a rare quality about Andy Burnham is he understands that hospitality is the 5th biggest sector in the whole of the UK, the 3rd largest employer. So you can't ignore that. And, other politicians see a pub or the theatre or as a restaurant as a bit of fun where you go with your mates, let your hair down. But obviously they are That's the fifth biggest industry. They're key to the economy. So he's like, what can I do to improve Greater Manchester's nighttime economy? He brought me in, and the first thing I said is, well, look, we call ourselves the 24-hour party city, 24-hour party people. But Andy, our transport stops at 11 p.m. So how is that possible? So he brought back the night buses. Now, most people think that's for customers on a night out, but actually I was thinking more about people that finish work at 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning who'd have to pay for an expensive taxi. So he's brought the buses back. It's £2 now to get home, and that's made a huge difference to the staff that work within the sector. So, he listens, he takes on board. He doesn't always agree, but he does, implement what he thinks are good ideas.
So this sector, I think you said it was the fifth highest in the country.
Fifth biggest.
Third largest employer. How healthy is it, either Manchester or nationally, whichever you want to go with?
So we were just talking off air. I mean, Manchester is very, very busy. No one is making any money.
Why not?
The Chancellor increased national insurance in her first budget. Since then, we've lost 124,000 jobs in the sector. And the sad thing, Nick, when you dig down into that, the vast majority for 18 to 24-year-olds who are using it as a stepping stone to help through college or university, those Saturday jobs have gone now. So the first thing I would like the new Chancellor to do is reverse the national insurance, get kids, young people back into work again.
Mr. Burnham would be alive to that, would he?
We've had good conversations. I was with him 10 days ago in his office in Makerfield, and he was asking me the right questions. We were talking about VAT in hospitality, which, Europe's paying between 8 and 9%. We're at 20%.
Yes.
And also reversing the catastrophic business rates increase, which he's already come out and said he would look at.
And do you have to speculate to accumulate? If he did that, do you think there would be so many people would then go out that 20% cut to 9% actually would be taking in more money because more people would go down? I mean, there's a line, you won't have had time to see this, but he does an interview with one of the newspapers today, and this very much resonates with what you've been saying, Sasha. He does 2 pages in the Times. He says, here we go. Can't go out for a pint on a Friday night. Can't go out with the kids. Can't have a holiday. That's where life is, isn't it? That's directly his words today in the paper.
That is exactly what he said to me 10 days ago.
Is it?
He said, why is it now that people can't go for a pint on a Friday? They don't have the cash in their pocket. It's rare now that people go on holidays. Holidays are severe luxury. When I was a kid, Nick, it was normal to go on a 10-day holiday in the summer. Now it's quite rare that you see that. And I think he wants to bring that back. Now, I keep seeing this headline is dragging us back into the 70s. Well, it feels to me like we were much happier in the 70s.
Depends where you were, perhaps. So what's your background?
My background is I started putting raves on at the Hacienda in Manchester, and then I founded Park Life Festival and the Warehouse Project, which I sold 2 years ago. I've always been in the industry. So whether it's stacking bars or stood on doors.
It's industry you love, clearly. I can hear the passion in your voice.
I love it, and I understand it completely.
So can the role you did in Manchester transfer to a national role? Come on, Sasha. Do you expect that you might be going around the back door, the side door of
we're having nighttime economy, as we did in Greater Manchester, then I would love to support that.
I mean, it's made for you, really. It's just Lord, isn't it? We can get you straight in. Lord, sounds fantastic.
Yes.
And when he says, OK, come on, I want you to come in as an advisor, whether on the books or just as a consultant or whatever, it would be you'd look at changing that budget, the 124,000 jobs, you'd look at something like that, would you?
Absolutely. I think it is so important to get younger people back into hospitality. The amount of conversations I have with mums and dads who want their kids to work in a pub or something,
well, the point you made about students as well, that used to be how you'd put yourself through college.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. And the Chancellor has destroyed that. Pubs went up an average of 76% on business rates. It was catastrophic.
I can sell the enthusiasm. Real pleasure meeting you. Thanks for coming down.
Nick.
And good luck. Enjoy today.
I will do. I'll try
get
to.
Off there you will. Just try and remember the moment, because this must be quite something to stand there applauding a bloke you've known for 10 years.
Do you know what? My wife dropped me off at the railway station yesterday, and I've got a 20-month-old baby.
Oh, bless you.
And he was in the seat in the back, and I turned to him and I said, look, you've no idea what I'm about to do, but in a couple of years when we can talk, I think you'd be quite proud of what your dad's doing today.
You make sure you get a still photograph of that and put it on the mantelpiece. Safe travels and enjoy today. Lovely seeing you. Thanks. Sasha Lord, the chair of the Nighttime Industries Association, chairs the Nighttime, I should say, and was the Nighttime Economy Advisor, or SAR, to Andy Burnham as Manchester Greater Mayor. Let's talk. We come back. The conversation that's run through, actually, aside from politics on this PM special, is that BBC plug last night. James in Barnes. Did you watch it live or have you watched it subsequently, James? You're on the radio. Good morning.
No, I watched it live. I was happened to be in a restaurant, and all I can tell you is, Nick,
yes.
I know I know because I listen to you every morning. Not that I
know, I'm very grateful. I recognise your name when it came up, James, indeed.
And I know that you do bash the BBC, not always incorrectly, nevertheless. But I think, Nick, one has to say, if you took the whole programme that we had to go sit through with the ridiculous half-time, absolutely diabolical.
Oh, it was awful. It was
absolutely
awful.
Everybody was mic'd up.
We all cheered Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney did that for me for the BBC. He nailed it with one word.
Yeah, but quite frankly, it was the greatest thing of the whole thing that took place was that BBC advert.
No, Spain winning was the greatest thing. Viva España.
It was the best thing of the whole evening was that advert. It was brilliantly done. And whether you agree with the BBC or not, as an advert, it was sensational. And I think that it did raise some points, serious points.
Why do they need to do it, lastly, James? Why do you sense?
I think, Nick, because they know, programs like yours, and you quite rightly bash them for a lot of things they do.
Right.
That a lot of people watch Netflix and Amazon Prime and don't watch the BBC, and I'm exactly like that. I don't watch the BBC very much. But I do think that there are places in this country where the BBC is important with their local radio, with the things they do for the community and raising money for...
The one thing I would defend is their world service, which is a soft power that actually I was disappointed to see that didn't feature in the BBC ad, because I actually can see the value of something like a world service, because it's never going to make any economic sense for a commercial company. But the political aspect is something that probably needed to be outlined to a degree. James, thank you. Glad you had a good night yesterday. Now, as we've been saying through the course of this morning, we don't really have a sense of any policies, but there's no shortage of speculation by journalists, quite rightly. One of which is the story in the Daily Mail that foreign aid could possibly be reversed. This is the idea that the commitment to spending 0.7% of GDP on foreign aid, which under the last Conservative administration was cut to 0.5%, it was due to fall again to 0.3%, with the money being freed up, it is reported, to go for the defence budget. That could be reversed, and as the one newspaper, the Daily Mail, reports, Mr Burnham's aides did not dispute reports yesterday, so we can't say it's confirmed, but it is out there. Should we spend 11 billion in that fashion? Richard Power Said is political commentator and former official with the Labour Party, who authored the book 1997, The Future That Never Happened, and joined me now. Is this a vote winner, if it's true, Richard? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Lovely to talk to you. I would be quite surprised if this ends up happening. I'd be kind of pleased, to be honest. But no, I'd be surprised because I don't think it's a huge vote winner. And I think that's because we've been making, for many years, completely the wrong arguments about overseas aid. We've been pretending it's this kind of moral, generous thing, this philanthropic thing. It's not. It's a very pragmatic tool of diplomacy and indeed of defence relationships. It's about giving some money, hoping some of it will be well spent, knowing some of it won't be, and that builds relationships. It stabilises regions where otherwise we might get migration or terrorism coming from those places.
Well, I was talking about the BBC advert yesterday, and I was saying that one thing that I think the corporation does well, is world service, which is part of the soft power. Does this, in a way, play into that argument as well, Richard?
I think it's operating in almost exactly the same way, except that the world service is about kind of soft power aimed at populations, whereas it's about making sure that we're getting our message out there to people who live in countries with autocratic leaders.
But why does it do such a bad selling job of itself, would you say, Richard? I mean, it doesn't get would you allow it doesn't get a good press, and if so, why?
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, sorry, you mean overseas aid, right?
Overseas aid, foreign aid, yeah.
I completely agree. It sells itself terribly, and I think that's because the reasons that the people who go do the foreign aid work do that, they go do it to be philanthropic, they go do it to make people's lives better in poorer countries. But the reasons the politicians actually do it are completely different. They're extremely pragmatic, and I think that politicians want to sell themselves as doing this kind of wonderful, generous thing, and really they're doing it in order to make Britain that little bit stronger on the world stage, and indeed, as I say, to stabilise regions which are generally the regions where terrorism and migration come from.
The book was 1997, The Future That Never Happened. Richard Power Said, thank you, your political commentator and wasn't official, I should say, with the Labour Party. Richard, thank you for that. It would be getting up around £11 billion a year to restore the foreign aid commitment to 0.7. Currently it's 0.5. At the moment, targeted to go to 0.3. 11 billion well spent, and I can see that because we know so little about the man, well, perhaps not the man, but certainly his manifesto, it is all just speculation, but we'll take more of your views on that. Also coming up immediately after the news.
From Makerfield to Downing Street in just 4 weeks, Andy Burnham's rise to power has been unprecedented. I'm LBC's Natasha Clark, live from Downing Street.
Yep, you'll hear from Natasha after this. 9:46 LBC News headlines. Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham is preparing to become Prime Minister this lunchtime, the 7th since 2016. President Trump has said American forces have hit Iranian targets very hard in a 9th night of strikes. And Spain's men's football team are due to arrive back into Madrid following their World Cup final win over Argentina last night. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud to start for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are long delays on the A40 going out of town. It's partly blocked because of an accident after the Polish War Memorial near RAF Northolt. On the M25, anti-clockwise, there are queues from junction 17 for Maple Cross round to junction 15 for the M4. There are delays in Cranford on the A312, the Parkway in both directions to the Jolly Wagoners roundabout. That's because of the roadworks. It's slow in Wandsworth on Buckhold Road. Traffic is taking it in turns to get through because of emergency repairs between Neville Gill Close and Broomhill Road. On the Tube, there are severe delays on the entire Metropolitan line because of cancellations. There are minor delays on the Victoria line, and on London Overground there are minor delays on the Mildmay line between Richmond and Willesden Junction. That's after a passenger was taken ill on a train earlier.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, James O'Brien.
Would you care to have a crack at answering this question? Why are we about to install our 5th Prime Minister in 4 years? It didn't used to be like this.
James O'Brien at 10. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Before you renew your private health insurance, are you sure you're getting the right cover at the right price? At the Private Healthcare Company, we compare a range of leading providers to find cover matched to your needs, with a dedicated representative who'll support you from start to finish. Search the Private Healthcare Company today and see how much you could save on your renewal. The Private Healthcare Company, your personal private healthcare broker.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
From Gold Bank London, a safe and sound way to buy and sell gold.
For buyers, you can buy from a wide range of gold and silver bars, coins, and themed collections to suit your budget.
For sellers, you can get an instant valuation online and sell your goods easily, conveniently, and securely.
Easy to buy,
easy to sell.
Start your journey in gold today.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Under the beating Serengeti sun, here we see a young pygmy hippo spending its days frolicking in the mud, much like our...
Oh, Dad.
What?
Stop talking like that, you're freaking out the chimps.
Take a safari to London Zoo with kids' train tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
The new Hot Honey McCrispy at McDonald's. It's got hot honey in it. Hot honey. And bacon, all in 2 slices of cheddar cheese and hot honey. Did I mention it's got hot honey in it? Hot honey. The new Hot Honey McCrispy. Because let's face it, we're here for the sauce. Available until the 24th of August. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Coming to you, Taff, you're going to be the caller concerning the BBC. Just staying with Andy Burnham, and of course I say you again, it's a new PM special, and if you feel like this is a case of deja vu, you're absolutely right. It certainly is, 7 times in 10 years. But this idea of the north versus south that we've explored, there's 2 emails, I'm so sorry, 2 texts come in side by side, and I think this is an issue that's actually potentially going to cause Mr. Burnham problems. Edward says Burnham's property taxes will galvanise the south against the north. Houses are double the size for the same money. Northerners are totally unaware of how lucky they are, says Edward. Meanwhile, Alistair in Edinburgh picked up the fact that I said that Mr. Burnham is the first northern-born Prime Minister since Harold Wilson, and Alistair writes, Tony Blair was born in Edinburgh, Gordon Brown was born in Giffnock, both considerably further north than the north Andrew Burnham or Harold Wilson hail from. Apologies if it sounds petty, but the true north starts at the border to us. Places like Huddersfield and Wigan are in the south, and that's Alistair in Edinburgh, and there's no apologies necessary at all. I think, Alistair, you and I have somehow together managed to put our finger on something that will be interesting to see how it plays out, because he's got to carry the whole country. And there is, I've taken calls from it, there is considerable dissatisfaction in places such as Cornwall and Devon and Somerset, the southwest, that have been left behind. And you talk about rail links to try and get up to Birmingham or Manchester or cities such as York and others. Well, the rail links down there are shockingly bad. But we are talking the BBC. We're talking that 3.5-minute plug last night during the World Cup. Taff in Cardiff watched it. What did you take from it, Taff? Good morning.
Well, I didn't watch the World Cup.
Right.
I've been Welsh, it's the wrong-shaped ball.
Oh, OK. Well, I'm afraid you're not doing too well with the other shape oval ball, are you, at the moment, Wales? Not too good. What do you suppose that is? I don't know.
Pass. No comment.
What do you want to say about the Beeb?
I've always thought, I understand the controversy that it's had. I understand, the problems and issues within the organisation.
Yeah.
And they have to be accountable. But I think it's good value for money. When you just look at the proms, that started this weekend.
Of course, yes, of course.
Everything. And it's all free for people to listen to watch. I've had proms parties with friends who've never heard a classical piece of music, and they've gone away having loved the evening and introduced to a new form of music. And just for that, I think it's worth the money.
Expensive, though, isn't it? Merely to get people an interest in that kind of music, do you think, Taff?
It's in the spirit of what Sir Henry Wood invented the proms for, to give it to people who couldn't afford to or had never had the opportunity to listen to it.
And do you go to the proms?
I've never been, but I would dearly love to.
Why do you love it so much?
I'm a musician. My parents are musicians.
How
I was
lovely.
brought up with it.
Yeah, the quality is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. And such a great... You've been to concerts, I'm sure, in the Albert Hall, haven't you?
Yes.
It's amazing. What a venue.
Beautiful place.
Oh, extraordinary. Taff, thank you. Effectively just a few yards from my political editor, or our political editor on LBC, Natasha Clark, who joins from outside number 10. Set the scene, Natasha. What are we looking at now? Morning again.
Morning again, Nick. Yes, every news camera is now in position. The Downing Street garden has been trimmed and watered, and the recycling truck has emptied the bins here on Downing Street. Just around 2 hours' time, we will see Sir Keir Starmer give his final address as Prime Minister at around 11 o'clock this morning. He's then going to head off to Buckingham Palace to officially resign. Andy Burnham, we expect to be coming back here to number 10 at around 1 p.m. and again will address the nation, his first as Prime Minister. And Nick, this is pretty unprecedented. As you've been discussing all morning, there have been many people in modern times who have had a quick route to Downing Street, but this is something else. He's just been the MP for Makerfield for a couple of weeks, and now he is walking into number 10. There's just no precedent for this in modern times. Despite Andy Burnham, of course, having a lot of experience in British politics, he's been the MP for Lee in Greater Manchester from 2001 to 2017. He climbed his way up the ministerial ladder, working as Chief Secretary to the Treasury and then up to Health Secretary before Labour lost the election in 2010. So in many ways, he does have a lot of experience, and he says he is ready. He says that he has a plan. Week, possibly on Thames Water, taking that into public ownership. I think a lot of our listeners would be delighted to see that. Help with energy bills as well. There's a huge list of things he wants to do. He's obviously got a huge in tray as well to get on with. Growing the economy, Ukraine, Donald takes place behind the famous store behind me, Nick.
Is there a sense in any way, Natasha, he's certainly been steamrolled into this? Because it wouldn't have been perhaps necessary for Sir Keir to move as quickly as he did. He, Andy Burnham, could then have perhaps enjoyed a few summer months trying to plot out exactly what he wants to do, the sort of people he wants in the top jobs, and then Sir Keir deciding to to bring the timetable forward. Did that in any way catch him and his team napping, in a sense?
Yes, Nick, in a way. I think that Andy Burnham's team were hoping that they would have a little bit. But of course, as we know, nobody really stood against Andy Burnham for the Labour leadership. All the MPs getting in behind his leadership bid earlier this month. So this has come a lot quicker for Team Burnham than they expected. They've had to act incredibly quickly. Behind the scenes, there have been access talks with the civil service and those top departments trying to get everybody ready. I know that Andy Burnham has had conversations, and his top team have done so, with existing cabinet ministers, trying to make sure that everything is in place, everything is ready. And he says he has a plan. Obviously, we heard from him on Friday when he became Labour leader at that special conference, that announcement, a little bit more about the things he's going to do. He clearly has a vision. Like I say, he's been in British politics for a long time. He does know what he stands for. He knows what he wants to do. But equally, 3 weeks is never going to be enough time to prepare any Prime Minister to go into number 10, especially because he's been out of Westminster for nearly a decade. Things, of course, have changed, things have moved on. People in Whitehall, cabinet positions, the way that Whitehall machinery, tough, I think, for him to get up to speed with the way things are working. And of course, all of these Labour MPs, many of them, of course, know him. Many of them will have worked with him as Manchester Mayor, but many of them will not know him. Many of them will have never met him. And these are the MPs that, of course, were ushered in, were elected under Sir Keir Starmer, were elected under a Labour Party manifesto just 2 years ago, which Andy Burnham himself was not elected on. There, of course, are going to be questions for him about how far he decides to stretch that manifesto, to push it to the limits in the coming days, weeks and years. And the longer he tries to push it, the more he does try to do that, Nick, the louder those calls are going to grow for So in the next hour or so, we will expect sort of the build-up here in number 10 Downing Street. There'll be some sound tests of the lectern that will be rolled out. Everybody will be connecting up to make sure that they can hear Keir Starmer's speech when he speaks as wife Victoria depart Downing Street for the final time. They'll head over to Buckingham Palace for an audience with His Majesty the King, who is back at Buckingham Palace. Andy Burnham will then make his way over there separately. We understand that he has been in London this morning, so he is unlikely to be getting the Avanti West Coast train down from Manchester today. He will then be getting his own audience with the King, be asked to form a government, and come back here to number 10 Downing Street to make that address. And then, Nick, it will be all the very important stuff, the nuclear codes, meetings, calls with world leaders, meeting all of the staff in number 10, and of course that very, very important job of making sure he appoints his top team, his cabinet, to all those very important roles.
Natasha Clark is going to be putting in one heck of a shift down there at number 10. Keep watching us on the LBC app and on YouTube. You will see these Westminster studios, just as I say before, a long throw-in away from number 10 Downing Street. Download the official LBC app for free from your app store now. That's it for me. James O'Brien's waiting, the other side of the news here on LBC. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. What a day it will be. Tomorrow morning from 7. Meantime, stay safe.
Thank you, Nick. And here we are again with the time approaching 10 o'clock and the fifth Prime Minister in 4 years approaching number 10 Downing Street. These are strange mornings. There are large spaces to be filled as events demand our attention, but do not actually unfold quite as conveniently as you might like. You can, as Nick suggested, enjoy all of it in video. Watch the proceedings live on YouTube, on the Global Player, or on your LBC app. But I think we'll begin with the question of why we are living in a period of such extraordinary febrility. Why are we looking at the fifth Prime Minister in 4 years?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, Andy Burnham is preparing to become Prime Minister this lunchtime, the 7th since 2016. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to make a speech in Downing Street later this morning before visiting King Charles to formally resign. Mr Burnham will then be invited to form a government and deliver his own address outside number 10. He's expected to promise political stability and tangible improvements to people's lives. But the Conservative peer and former chairman of Asda, Lord Rose, has told LBC LBC, he's not convinced anything will change.
This is the same speech coming from a different mouth. We have already know enough. We don't know the detail, but we know enough. The man wants to borrow more and he wants to spend more and he wants to give away more. Well, I want to know who's going to pay the bill for that. It doesn't matter if you're economically illiterate. And actually, this country is very economically literate. People know you can't have something for nothing. So let's see what he wants to say. But it does not look good. And we've got 2 or 3 years of this before any chance of an election.
Andy Burnham's expected to announce his senior ministerial team this afternoon. After taking office, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has emerged as the leading contender to take over from Rachel Reeves as Chancellor. Chair of the Nighttime Industries Association, Sacha Lord, has told LBC that he's hopeful Mr Burnham will make positive changes.
We've had good conversations. I was with him 10 days ago in his office in Makerfield, and he was asking me the right questions. We were talking about VAT in hospitality, which, Europe's paying between 8 and 9%. We're at 20%.
Yes.
And also reversing the catastrophic business rates increase, which he's already come out and said he would look at.
And you can watch and hear LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, YouTube and Global Player. President Trump has said American forces have hit Iranian targets very hard in a 9th night as were killed in a drone strike on Friday. Fire crews have spent the night battling a large fire on Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh. Scotland's fire service were called just after 6:30 last night. No injuries have been reported. And Spain's men's football team are due to arrive back into Madrid following their 1-0 World Cup final win over Argentina. 1 million fans are expected to greet the team in the country's capital later after a night of celebrations. In the city a short time ago for the FTSE 100 was trading down 30 at 10,536. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
Spider-Man is back on the big screen.
I'm sorry, but you're in danger. You just have to trust me. You ready?
Don't miss the cinematic event of the summer.
Did you miss me, Spidey? You're not going to get away with this.
Spider-Man, brand new day.
God, that's cool.
In cinemas July 29th. Also in premium formats in 3D. Book tickets now.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
How finite is the human memory, do you think? I know it sounds a little odd, but I was puzzling this over the weekend. I read a rather splendid interview with our friend and colleague Johnny Vaughan, who was suggesting that the reason why he can't remember anything is because there's only a finite amount of space in our memory banks. This morning, that the 5th Prime Minister in 4 years is making his way to Downing Street. Events that you can watch unfold live on YouTube, live on the Global Player, live on the LBC app. Unfortunately, the unfolding events will be punctuated by large periods in which the only thing you'll be able to see is my fizzog. But some people enjoy that. Some people sign up for it. But don't forget, you know, this is radio with pictures. And I can't remember and from number 10 Downing Street. I could now spend the best part of an hour describing scenes on Downing Street, which essentially involve a door. I'm dropping some trivia about the door. There's no letterbox on Downing. Did you know that, Keith? There's no letterbox on number 10 Downing Street because when the postman at the door and he'd take all the packages, I wonder if they get as many Amazon deliveries as we do at the moment, such is the delight of having teenage daughters. So I could describe the door. Some broadcasters will be doing that. They will be treating you for the foreseeable future with descriptions of entirely unchanging scenes involving doors and... I mean, listen, I'm in the state-of-the-art studios in Westminster that LBC now enjoys, but I don't think we've currently got a helicopter. I don't know whether we need to send a memo upstairs or something. So this time, by the time we get a next Prime Minister, which, as things are going, will probably be before Christmas, could we please have a helicopter? In fact, I would be prepared to do the show from a helicopter if that were something that the insurers were prepared to go, featuring scenes from a helicopter. There's the Houses of Parliament. And Big Ben, did you know that Big Ben is in fact the name of the bell and not the name of the tower, as many people continue to believe? And this is why they pay us the big bucks. It's our helicopter taken at 6 minutes after 10. Watch all my mistakes unfold live this morning on YouTube, on the Global Player, and of course on the LBC app. That's one. I suspect that Keith will be keeping count. Are you keeping count, Keith? That's one down. One big mistake made. Goodness knows how many to go. So the reason I mention memory is because I can't remember how different it feels when we go through periods of comparative stability. For example, we're often tempted to point out 14 years of Tory rule between 2010 and 2024. But in many ways, they were just as, from 2016 onwards, they were just as febrile and feverish as now, as anything else. So there wasn't really stability then. We had stability of sorts between 1997 and 2008, when Tony Blair essentially succumbed to internal and external pressure and cleared the way for Gordon Brown. And Gordon Brown, given the fact that he'd been Chancellor for the previous decade and a bit, he was unlikely to embark upon a radically different policy platform from the man who had been Prime Minister previously. So that would be your last example of comparative stability. And yet even that doesn't really sit in the memory as an easily accessible moment, as an easily accessible period. It is ridiculous when you look at other countries that we are now embarking upon a day in which the fifth Prime Minister in 4 years will be installed. That includes, of course, Liz Truss, who was only there for 27 minutes, but nonetheless who gets to call herself a former Prime Minister for the rest of her ridiculous life. And I don't think we can even chalk her up as an anomaly, because she was actually elected in a genuine contest by the members of the Conservative Party, who at the time, I think, found the prospect of a brown-skinned leader utterly unconscionable, a prejudice that they had overcome, possibly as a consequence of Rishi Sunak showing what they could have won, by the most. This certain sense of flux, this sense of instability, this sense of not quite unreliability, but just this sense of shakiness seems to me currently to typify UK politics. And I would very much like... Blair left in 2007. Keith, that's two mistakes. Blair left in 2007, not 2008. I want you to tell me why. I'm not persuaded that the country has, as it is becoming fashionable to suggest, that the country has become ungovernable. It can't have become ungovernable, or if it has to become governable again sometime sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we're all, to paraphrase Dad's Army, we're all doomed. So I'm not persuaded that it's become ungovernable, but I do wonder whether the rubric of government has thus far failed to catch up with the combination of public and media coverage. Let me rephrase that, or at least let me clarify. So I'm thinking that government, whether you're looking at, I suppose Rishi Sunak managed, but Rishi Sunak, of course, by dint of being a Conservative, didn't have much of the UK's media baying for his blood from pretty much the moment he arrived in Downing Street. You won't believe me when I tell you, but you can check quite easily on the internet. But they were praising Liz Truss to the rafters up until the moment that the economy essentially exploded. That's how bent and biased our media is. And yes, newspapers don't exert the influence that they used to exert, but by the time you've stopped counting the influence that they exert on public discourse, the influence they exert on broadcasters, even broadcasters like me, who can clearly see how ridiculous and biased it all is, you can recognise how Rishi Sunak was able to at least present a semblance of stability and calm, largely because there wasn't an article in almost every newspaper almost every day explaining how he was doomed and he was imminently to be departing and the knives were being sharpened, and because he'd accepted some free spectacles from a billionaire, he couldn't possibly continue. The problem has got to be bigger and deeper than that, because that switch from May to Johnson, from Johnson to Truss, from Truss to Sunak, and then from Starmer to Burnham speaks of something deeper and something that transcends and defies party politics. There is something very strange going on in almost as often as we change our socks without ever actually changing much. And that's what I want you to address for me first this morning. Just very simply, why is the United Kingdom a country where we can have 5 prime ministers in 4 years? There's two ways into it. What has happened or what is happening? We're not ungovernable, but there feels to me to be some sort of disconnect between what is plausible and possible and what is promised. It is as if people are chalking up problems that are a consequence of much bigger trends and tides to the inhabitants of Downing Street or to the party of the of the moment, but nothing really seems to change profoundly when we change party. So 9 prime ministers in just under 20 years. When you think that Tony Blair and Margaret Thatcher between them, and John Major had a fairly decent stretch as well. It used to be a truism of UK politics from 1979 onwards that prime ministers stayed in post for quite a long time. And that all began to change essentially in 2008 or 2007 or 2010, if you prefer. But I want you to tell me why. And I want you to tell me anything, really. I'm just glancing around. I've mentioned the media. The Daily Mail this morning inevitably already tries to sow division and unhappiness. Burnham doesn't speak for us, say voters in South. These ludicrous polls that are constantly conducted are framed in such a way as to deliver precisely the front page that newspapers like the Daily Mail want. So you don't turn up with your clipboard and ask objective, interesting, insightful questions designed to paint a picture of the country that we actually live in. You turn up with carefully constructed questions designed to deliver negative conclusions that speak of division and unhappiness and all the rest of it. So they've got what they wanted, but that's part of the problem, isn't it? You think about how quickly it began with Keir Starmer, and it didn't happen at all with Boris Johnson. So Boris Johnson can be, I think, the worst prime minister we'll ever have, worse in many ways than Liz Truss, but we can leave that to the historians of the future. You can watch that happen, and then when you look at our media, they are tickling his toes and treating him like the Messiah right up until the moment that his own party throw him out. And of course, when they did throw him out, he went immediately to work for the Daily Mail as a columnist. So something about Keir Starmer's departure has to be linked to political coverage. But if you remove the partisanship from the picture, there is a sense that political journalists have become addicted to flux. Flux is a good word. You have to be very careful to pronounce the L, otherwise Keith's tally of mistakes that I've made on the programme will be up to 3 and Ofcom will be on the phone. But this flux, the political correspondents have become addicted to flux. Because if you've got somebody in power for 10 years, you are not going to be filing copy every couple of weeks about how the writing's on the wall and here are the runners and riders to replace the current Prime Minister. We have all perhaps become addicted to that. We're all living in a world where we talk about the possibility of a Prime Minister going months, years earlier than we would have done in the past. It's become feasible. I think Liz Truss probably broke that model more than anybody else, where you suddenly start thinking, well, they can actually go after 6 weeks. Therefore, it's not ridiculous to be writing articles or having phone-ins or conducting conversations about the imminent disappearance of a sitting Prime Minister within minutes of them arriving in Downing Street. And I think that I think Keir Starmer might have been the first victim of that. By the time Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister, everybody probably wanted a period of peace. And because he isn't going to be the victim of right-wing propaganda, he was allowed to stay there for a while until, of course, he lost the general election. But Keir Starmer, possibly the first victim of a political landscape in which everybody thinks it's perfectly normal to start suggesting that the writing's on the wall within minutes of them arriving in Downing Street. So there's answer number 1 to the question of why we've had 5 prime ministers in 4 years, or why we will soon have had 5 prime ministers in 4 years. I'm going to write down flux addiction. I'm also going to write down constant opinion polling, which I think is the cousin of flux addiction. Constant opinion polling, as if it matters. Why does an opinion poll looking at what the result of the next general election might be matter 4 or 5 years out from when the next general election is likely to be? Again, Keir Starmer, not the first, but possibly the biggest victim of that. Labour MPs eventually reaching the point where they thought, well, we can't carry on like this because poll after poll after poll after poll tells us and tells me that I'm about to lose my seat. So, flux addiction and constant opinion polling obviously a completely bent media. I mean, it is even beyond exaggeration how ridiculous it is for people who claim to be informed or honest writing about how brilliant Liz Truss will be, and then just changing the cartridge in their fountain pens and writing about how Keir Starmer is a threat to civilization as we know it. There's a reason why unhinged headline has become such a popular feature. So flux addiction, constant opinion polling, bent media. Glancing at my inbox, there is an enormously popular answer to this question that I haven't mentioned yet. No prizes for guessing what it is, but you can't just say the word or indeed write the word. You have to put flesh upon those Brexit bones. You have to tell me why Brexit, which I'm going to put down as reason number 4, has contributed to an environment in which we can have, as we are about to see today, our 5th Prime Minister in 4 years. I mean, that's utterly unprecedented, even when there was a little bit more flux in UK polls. So Wilson, I suppose, he would be the best example of that. You didn't change leader and change Prime Minister as regularly as most people change their underwear. So that's your kind of kick, setting far too much store by opinion polls. Opinion polls should probably be banned until a year before a general election. It would be bad for me, be bad for business. It would make the job of political journalism much harder because they write thousands and thousands of words about opinion polls. But what purpose do they serve for the UK public? What possible point is there to an opinion poll telling you about something that would happen in 5 years' time if the thing that's scheduled to happen in 5 years' time actually happened tomorrow? It doesn't happen in any other area of life. So flux addiction, constant opinion polling, bent media and Brexit. Pick one of those or give me your own. Why is our beloved country, and that was one of the things I liked about Andy Burnham's speech on Friday, the way he talked about how he loved the country and all different corners of it and different accents and different regions and different areas. Every part of this country has something to celebrate, something beautiful. Some of them, of course, are harder to find than others, but I'm very much Team Burnham when it comes to the beauty of Britain. So why has our beautiful country become a place where prime ministers change almost as regularly as the guards at Buckingham Palace? To where I will be directing your attention later in the programme, when first Keir Starmer goes there to essentially hand in his cards, and later Andy Burnham arrives to receive the King's blessing, if you like, for his imminent formation of a new government. We're expecting that at about 11:15. Keir Starmer will deliver a speech, then he'll head to Buckingham Palace. This is roughly when I go full Dimbleby. About an hour and a half later or thereabouts, Andy Burnham will return from Buckingham Palace to Downing Street and deliver a speech on those steps. And throughout all of it, I will be asking you why we have become a country in which nobody seems to be absolutely stunned or staggered that we're about to have our 5th Prime Minister in 4 years. What's happened and what is happening? 0345 6060 973.
LBC.
Greetings, I am Genetron 3000, and these are my companions, Mark IV and Kavraknar. We have travelled to your planet to seek the great leader. Pray tell, where may we find him?
Your great leader's signing autographs up there on the left. Enjoy Brighton Comic Con.
Download the Southern Railway app to explore not-so-distant galaxies by train, with advance fares from £8 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Take Irish ferries from Dover to Calais, where your pet travels in the pet lounge. You'd be barking not to. Irish ferries. See travel differently.
The Big Arch just got bacon. More smokiness, more crispiness, more deliciousness. With juicy beef, cheddar cheese and the Big Arch sauce. Now topped with crispy bacon. The Big Arch just got bacon.
Until the 28th of September 2026, served from 11 a.m, subject to availability.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It is 22 minutes after 10, and you are listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where possibly another little word on the significance of this situation. It is, to say the least, suboptimal that we are changing. I mean, imagine if we changed the England manager 5 times in 4 years. I don't think we'll be talking much about the World Cup today, except to say, thank goodness Spain won. But imagine if we changed the England manager 5 times in 4 years. What would that feel like? What would the national conversation be? What would the likelihood of us performing well in a tournament like the World Cup be? Would it increase or decrease if we were literally changing the manager and therefore changing the tactics 5 times in 4 years? What if your boss changed 5 times in 4 years? Obviously, I don't know what you do for a living, but imagine if your boss changed 5 times in 4 years. I've been very blessed in my time at LBC in that I've had a relatively small number of bosses, but they have been very different. I've had a boss who thought that beat the sweet was the best thing since sliced bread. That was when people used to ring in and try to guess what sweet I was eating live on the radio, to which I could only answer their questions with an affirmative or a negative. It would be yes or no. I then had a boss who thought that it would be a good idea not to talk about the news every day, to kind of steer the conversation into more personal issues so that the news would not be the Bible from which we took our daily lesson. And then latterly, and between you and me, much more successfully and happily, I've had bosses who think that you want to tune into informed and interesting conversations about current affairs. But that's 3 completely different ideologies, if you like, that we have had to embrace as presenters on the same radio station with essentially the same audience. Imagine if that was happening 5 times in 4 years. You're getting a completely different message from upstairs about what they want us to do in front of this microphone. So that's football. That's your job. That's life in general. It's hugely important. And yet, we're just baking it in, aren't we? It's just become part of our life. Why are we a country in which 5 prime ministers in 4 years barely raises eyebrows anymore? Chris is in Sunderland. Chris, what do you reckon?
Hi, James. Yeah, I really think I've got a lot of animosity towards the Conservatives who's made it normalised now for short-termism where, the prime ministers are treated like football managers. If there's no satisfaction in the job that they're doing, they're just out.
When did that start? It didn't used to be like that.
It didn't, no, and you hit the nail on the head before when you were talking about the previous Labour government. There was a period of stability, Tony Blair was in for 10 years, Gordon Brown. When they lost the election and David Cameron got in, he was okay for a while until Brexit happened, and Brexit was just...
Well, it was your fault, mate. You're in Sunderland.
How dare you?
Why? Because, I bow to few people in my understanding of what a ridiculous exercise Brexit was and continues to be. But it was 10 years ago. Why has Brexit affected... Why do you put Brexit near the top of the list of things that explain how we have become a country in which 5 prime ministers in 4 years feels kind of normal?
It's hard to explain, but I think the timeline of since Brexit happened and David Cameron left office, we've had that revolving door, and again it's short-termism, and I think perhaps Parliament's become addicted to it. The neither leaders when they do, again. It's
but why would Brexit do that? I'm going to badger the witness a bit here. Why would Brexit do that? Because I think that your diagnosis is correct, but I don't know why Brexit is the cause. So I joked on Friday, I stole the line off Simon Marks, actually, but I did credit him, which is a bit progress as far as I'm concerned. How long will it be before we start having conversations about how long Andy Burnham's got, or does Andy Burnham need to go? And I joked that my 11 o'clock phone in today would be, is it time for Andy Burnham to resign? Of course, he won't actually have assumed the position by then, but, the point stands. And that's true in Parliament. Politicians, obviously, it's one of the reasons why he's so keen to ban briefing, which... good luck with that, Andy. And it is obviously true of journalists who have become addicted to flux.
Oh, I agree, yes.
But why would Brexit be such and this is a question other people can answer as well on 0345 60973. Why would Brexit be such a driver of the flux addiction?
Well, a lot of things changed after Brexit, didn't it?
Yes.
It's changed the mindset of not just politicians, but the public as well.
Yes.
And it's hard to explain why. I struggle to put a finger on what changed in our country after Brexit. But
I think
back to that period of time, doesn't it?
You're nudging me towards it, actually. You're getting my little grey cells whirring, and I think this is also why Donald Trump loved Brexit, because it showed...
That's another thing as well, because obviously that was around the time when Donald Trump got in and MAGA politics started influencing our country.
So vibes took over. Brexit taught the world...
all that talk about sovereignty and foreign interference, yet the right seemed to love...
12 managers how many managers have Sunderland had in the last 5 years?
I've lost count.
But it's double figures, isn't it? Or thereabouts?
Yeah.
So there you go. That is, you are the analogy made flesh, Chris. Sunderland Football Club, demonstrating precisely how bonkers this would be in the context of anything else except politics. I wonder whether, and I don't necessarily want Brexit to be top of this list, but I wonder whether Brexit taught the world that a supposedly informed and educated electorate could end up voting against all observable evidence and facts. And in that world, nothing sticks. In that world, flux is inevitable. In that world, vibes are transcendent. Why on earth are we going to do that? Because we feel like it. We're going to change Prime Minister because we feel like it. I think you can deliver what I want overnight, like the referendum result was delivered overnight and everybody started celebrating. It's only in the ensuing decade that they've realised they had absolutely nothing to celebrate. But we've become addicted to the quick fix, the quick hit. And if you're addicted to quick fixes, Chris, then of course you're going to change Prime Minister every 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, then again, that comes down to the politicians who are driving it, isn't it? And with the short-termism, I think, is part of them looking after their own positions in government, in Parliament. They want these quick fixes to save their own skin, in effect. And that affects the country as well, because they see it happening. And
then subconsciously, enough people think, and probably, I don't want to sound patronising, maybe we all feel this to various degrees, subconsciously we all think things can be done overnight. And then, of course, you have populist politicians promising to deliver the world yesterday. I think we're going to add quick fixes to the list, aren't we?
Yeah, it's the kind of mindset that everybody's settled into now. And
I think you might be right.
It's not good because it's not working.
No. And look at every other area of life. Look at football. Look at business. Look at your job. Look at my job. Look at absolutely anything, and tell me. Look at a warship. Look at the Navy. Look at the Army, and tell me that changing the top man or woman, certainly suboptimal situations. I love that. So now we've got flux addiction, which I suspect I'm not the only one who suddenly starts thinking of Back to the Future at the appearance of the word flux. Constant opinion polling. I'd like you to put more flesh on those bones. A bent media. We go on about that a lot on this programme because somebody has to, but it is also true. Brexit. But more as a sort of symptom. Brexit needs more work as well. And then quick fixes. Because if you're addicted to quick fixes, it's a bit like self-help books. You're addicted to them. Why do you need 10 self-help books? Nobody should own more than one self-help book. Because if self-help books work, you only need one. Am I right? Why are there shelves and shelves and shelves of self-help books in Waterstones? There should only be one self-help book. So we're addicted to quick fixes. Well, that hasn't worked, but I still believe in quick fixes, so let's have another go. I'm not minded currently to take your calls on why it all went so wrong for Keir Starmer, but it underpins the conversation that we're having, I think. The time now is 10:30. You are listening to, and indeed watching, James O'Brien, not just on LBC, but also broadcasting live from Westminster on YouTube, the LBC app, and Global Player, no definite article. Natasha Clark will be joining me live from Downing Street in just a moment to, well, essentially to say again in a slightly different order things she's already said at least 3 times today. Here's Dominic Ellis with your headlines.
Andy Burnham is preparing to become Prime Minister this lunchtime, the 7th since 2016. Keir Starmer is expected to make a speech in Downing Street in the next half hour before visiting King Charles to formally resign. Mr Burnham will then be invited to form a government and deliver his own address outside Number 10. You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, YouTube and Global Player. President Trump has said American forces have hit Iranian targets very hard in a 9th night of strikes. The remains of a 3rd American soldier were found in Jordan yesterday after 2 others were killed in a drone strike on Friday. And South East Water says a hosepipe ban will come into force on Saturday across Sussex, Surrey, Hampshire and Berkshire. They join neighbouring Kent, where restrictions are already in place. The firm says hot weather and high demand have left it with no alternative. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday. Some cloud for northern Scotland, a high of 27 degrees.
This is LBC.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with WellKid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The WellKid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
This is my throne, my castle. Those who do not bow before me will be thrown into
All right, Liam. Can you get off the throne and let the kids have a go?
All right.
Discover the historic South East with kids' train tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Unwind in your choice of 4 and 5-star hotels in over 75 destinations like Kos, Lake Garda and Gran Canaria. Plus, you'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now and save £200.
Who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our spend and save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It is 10:34. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. It's one of the great truisms of journalism. Dog bites man is not news. Man bites dog is news. You've heard this before. If you haven't heard it from me, you've heard it from one of us, or you've heard it from someone. How many times does a man have to bite a dog before it ceases to be big news? I ask because this is, today, the 5th day in the last 4 years upon which a new Prime Minister is going to be installed. And it is still a momentous occasion. But it gets a little bit less momentous, doesn't it, with repetition? Or does it? And that's why today the question I'm asking you is, why, and indeed how, have we become a country in which this momentous thing can happen pretty much every moment? Now, I say Brexit, you say Femi. Femi, Brexit. Brexit, Femi. I haven't spoken to him in ages. Femi Olawole, who you will remember is a tireless chronicler of the madness of Brexit. So I suspect I know what at least the beginning of your answer, Femi, in Birmingham, will be to the question, why is our country in such a ridiculous state of constant flux?
Yeah, so the reason why Brexit is at the heart of it, along with the voting system, is because Brexit was the thing that made it okay for politicians to explicitly and overtly say, I'm going to hurt you. In 2018, it was leaked from government documents that no matter what version of Brexit they negotiated, it was going to make people poor, which means that every politician from that point on who supported Brexit was saying, I'm deliberately going to make you poor. And we've seen that continue right now with the Reform Party saying, yes, Brexit has hurt you. We intend to make it worse. I've interviewed Reform Party candidates who have said explicitly, yes, we want to go for no-deal Brexit still. Yes, that would damage our food supply for the next 20 years. But sometimes... Sorry?
But the people that they are appealing to don't believe that it's going to make their lives worse. They still believe that it's going to make their lives better. So it's a little... I know I've interrupted you, so possibly you were moving to address this anyway, but it's surely a bit subtler than you allow.
Well, I know you weren't a fan of opinion polls earlier in this conversation, but opinion polling shows that by a ratio of 45-9, Brexit voters themselves believe that Brexit has made them poorer.
But they didn't think it was going to, and most of them would argue that that's because it hasn't been done properly. There is a brilliant Brexit, but it goes to a different school.
So, yes, originally they thought that, but that's the reason why we've now seen a massive shift in terms of people, generally speaking, believing that Brexit was a mistake, because even those Brexit voters who originally believed that it would make them better off have now changed tune. But ultimately, my point is more about the politicians themselves. Yes. If you are getting into power with the position of, I'm going to make people poorer, and Nigel Farage literally said in 2018... Careful,
just keep everything national, won't you? I know you will, Femi. You know what you're doing.
Sorry, yes. certain politicians have said in the past, do you know what I'm asked about, we're going to enrich or poor with Brexit? You know what my answer is? What price freedom? What price liberty? What price our identity as a country? These are the arguments actually that really matter. So that kind of attitude of it's okay to make people poorer, you can't run a government like that. And because of what we've seen since then, we've seen Brexit as a concept has also damaged the actual mentality of the politicians. For example, Boris Johnson, his entire Brexit rhetoric was based on the idea of it's okay to ignore experts, it's okay to prioritize liberty, sovereignty in the name of personal freedom, and we shouldn't be doing what other countries shouldn't be following the example of other countries.
So I'm missing a nodal connector. I think your analysis of Brexit is faultless, as always. You can enjoy more of Femi in all the usual places, as YouTube. I'd call them tutorials, mate. I don't know if that's the correct word, but I found them invaluable over the years. I agree entirely with your analysis of Brexit, and I agree almost entirely with your apportioning of blame. But I don't yet see why that creates the atmosphere of flux, the atmosphere of constant change. How, for example, do the consequences of Brexit account for the brevity of Keir Starmer's premiership?
So with him, that is because he supported a Brexit that the majority of his voters opposed. So he lost incredible amounts of support from his own side. Even with Boris Johnson, he was more popular because at least he had the support of the right at the beginning, whereas Keir Starmer came to power promising to be a party of the centre ground, was how he put it, which it immediately alienated the left, and obviously he wasn't going to appeal to the right enough, and even though he tried, so he never had any real support. It was just an anti-Tory vote, which immediately vanished as soon as the Tories were gone. That is where the voting system comes into it, because we have politicians who have to try and appeal to as many people as possible. They can't really be truly authentically of the left or authentically of the right. They have to try and get mainstream appeal in order to win in this two-party system that's first past the post.
So the impossibility of Brexit being anything other than bad, and you can have gradations of badness. You can call it a disaster or you can call it suboptimal, but no one can really portray it as a positive and sleep straight in their beds at night. Creates a legacy in which it's impossible to do normal politics.
Yeah, well, I mean, your average voter will genuinely believe in their heart of hearts that they are ticking that box in that voting booth for the purpose of making their lives better. Yes. But if you have politicians who come into power explicitly saying, "I'm going to make you poor," and all,
well, they never explicitly say that, Femi, but it's actually implicit.
Yeah, I mean,
I understand your point, but no one is going to get elected saying, "I promise to make you poorer." They know they're going to make people poorer, but they're still promising to make them richer.
Yes, but if you have Keir Starmer saying that Brexit is damaging the economy, as they've been saying forever, and then saying, but I will still keep supporting Brexit, then the implication of that is, I plan to make you poor.
Yeah, and it breaks something, a social contract, trust, and regardless of how many people listening to this still reject the idea that Brexit was an unmitigated disaster, you've been broken as well, because you didn't get any of the things that you were promised by the people that told you it would be a good thing. I've got Natasha waiting for me, so do this one very briefly. It doesn't exactly augur well for Andy Burnham then, does it, given that none of the things that you describe are likely to change or disappear just because we've got yet another body in Downing Street?
Well, that's the painful thing about it, because he has in the past said that we need to rejoin the EU. He said we need a new voting system, but then he said that we shouldn't be rejoining the EU within his lifetime. And the problem with that is his argument for that was, well, it's up to the EU to decide whether or not we can rejoin. But I literally just got back from Brussels, where I spoke to the officials of Brussels, for example, Sandro Gozzi, the head of Brexit in the European Parliament, who explicitly said not only is it time for the UK to come back, but it's also time to make people responsible for that, like Nigel Farage, making you poor.
I like it. Well, I don't like it. I like your analysis because it's insightful and helpful, but I don't like the picture that you paint, albeit that I think it's probably accurate. But as with all calls to this programme, you're welcome to pick holes in what Femi in Birmingham has told us, or as you've heard, Femi Ola, we just say the tireless pro-reality and pro-evidence campaigner. Of course, the prospect of Nigel Farage paying for anything is... well, shall we say unlikely, and even if he did, he'd probably get the money off Christopher Harborne anyway. It's 10:42. Natasha Clark is live at Downing Street to say things that she's already said on at least 3 occasions, but in a slightly different order. Natasha, good morning.
Good morning, James. I've actually spent the last hour or so thinking of some new things and speaking to some new
thank
people.
you.
So I
Thank
can bring
you. Thank you,
very
Natasha.
latest from Number 10. I would never want to repeat boring old content I've already told the nation before, because obviously they've all been listening all morning, so they know it all already.
And watching, Natasha,
just in
and
case
watching.
You have just been tuning in, of course, and watching. But just to recap, in case you have not been listening all morning, as I'm sure everybody here on LBC has, we're expecting to hear from the outgoing Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, just after 11 o'clock. Then he's going to be making his way to Buckingham Palace to formally tender his resignation to the King. At around the same time, we expect Andy Burnham to then make his way to Buckingham Palace, where he will be invited to form a new government. And here in Downing Street is where we will expect to see him at the podium just before 1 o'clock this afternoon. So it's all happening in your show, James. As always, you get the best Prime Minister transition time, because it's all happening within your show. And the temperature's really heating up here in Downing Street. A gaggle of Keir Starmer supporters is standing, you can't see just out of shot, but by the gates to Downing Street. They are assembling ready to say goodbye to the Prime Minister. They will be standing in the street as he makes his sort of exit speech and then travels down to Buckingham Palace. I can see a newborn baby as well in the just in the corner of my eye as well. Not quite sure whose that is, but people, guests old and new, are here to see the old Prime Minister out and to
says
welcome
it gets
the
kissed
new
later.
Prime Minister in. I'm sure it does get kissed later. I'm sure that's exactly why this baby is in Downing Street later. But yes, the England flags have been unfortunately taken down since last time I was here in Downing Street, which is a little bit sad. It does just change the decor a little bit. But yes, we will expect to see the outgoing Prime Minister in just around an hour or so's time. I can see his key aides just behind me planning out exactly where he's going to stand. All of the, obviously, wires getting connected up. The podium will be rolled out shortly, where he will be speaking to the nation. And obviously a very sad day for many of those Number 10 staff. Some of them I've been speaking to this morning are going to be staying on to see Keir Starmer's transition of power into Andy Burnham, which is going to be very odd for them. The man they've been working for the last 2 years is essentially going to be morphing into a new person, basically overnight. So it'll be a strange experience for some of those people in Downing Street. And then, of course, later this afternoon, James, we will see the all-important cabinet be appointed, and expecting big jobs for people like Shabana Mahmood, who is being tipped to become the new Chancellor. She's currently, of course, Home Secretary. And also in the last few hours, I'm told, Angela Rayner, a big job expected for the former Deputy Prime Minister, expected to make a return to Cabinet. No one's quite exactly sure which job she is going to be getting yet, but I'm told that housing might be something that she will return back to. Of course, she was the Housing Secretary before she had to resign from Keir Starmer's government last year. So it's all happening here in Downing Street, James.
Thank you, Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, on the ground in Downing Street, and making a monkey out of me by absolutely sharing some new information, as she will continue to do throughout the day. And of course, Sheila will be in the chair, and possibly Tom by the time those, and Tom as well, by the time those announcements begin to be made. She did remind me, though, with the mention of the flags, that there's a parallel timeline, isn't there, where Andy Burnham would have been arriving in Downing Street today with a nation still high upon the fumes of winning the World Cup. I mean, it was far from impossible, closer, in fact, to happening than pretty much at any point in the last 60 years. Well, never, actually, would you have had the arrival of a new Prime Minister so fast upon a massive sporting success. So it's the mighty morphing Labour leaders, to paraphrase Natasha Clark. More on this today. Andrew Marr joining me at about 11 o'clock. He, of course, has counted them in and counted them out like almost no other. Keir Starmer set to speak for about 5 minutes, we think, at 11:15, before heading off to Buckingham Palace, where he will meet the King. And Andy Burnham will arrive there shortly afterwards, before returning to Downing Street and delivering a speech. I've heard a whisper that Andy Burnham is going to, one of my favourite words incoming, he's going to eschew the lectern. Quite how you deliver a speech, you'd have to have a mic on his lapel, would he, or something like that? Or I may have been hideously misinformed, but we will see. And then the cabinet appointments will begin at approximate, just as I clock off, really, with the senior roles generally all in place by late afternoon. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. The question that we are wrestling with these punctuation marks of moment, if you like, is very simple. How have we ended up being a country, becoming a country, living in a country where 5 prime ministers in 4 years feels almost normal? The list so far: flux addiction, Constant Opinion Polling. I think they're cousins, aren't they? A bent media, of course. Brexit, inevitably, as brilliantly explained a moment ago by Femi. And an addiction to quick fixes. So they're all, so far, variations on a similar thing, but they merit, I think, individual status as well. Flux addiction, constant opinion polling. Not all opinion polls. I didn't mean to suggest, for example, that tracking views of whether Brexit was a disaster or whether we should spend more money on defence, they're good. I just mean having opinion polls about the next general election up to 5 years before the next general election is going to happen. It's pointless. Flux addiction, constant polling, bent media, Brexit, quick fixes. What would you like to add to that list or indeed take off it? It's 10:48.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
It is the coronation of the King of the North.
We will bring about the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen.
Andy Burnham is set to become our 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years.
Westminster hasn't been working for people, and it hasn't been working for a very long time.
And now he's got a cabinet to appoint. Join me, Tom Swarbrick, this afternoon from 4 for every twist and turn of yet another extraordinary political day.
Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Gold Bank London, a safe and sound way to buy and sell gold.
Start your journey in gold today.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Get unlimited video calls with vets from First Vet with Pets in a Pickle. For pet insurance policies as unique as they are, visit petsinnapickle.co.uk.
Everything cake at Ocado. We've got birthday cakes, Jaffa cakes, pancakes, fish cakes, rice cakes, oat cakes. Basically, you can have your cake and eat it, as well as non-cakey stuff. At Ocado, the online supermarket. Give us a try and get 25% off the food in your first shop and free delivery. Geographical and other restrictions apply. New customers only. Min spend £60, max saving £20. Charges apply. Terms at ocado.com.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the nation's network.
Nation's network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Subject to coverage.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Life feels better with a smile. Banning Dental Group Clinics. Modern, comfortable and affordable dentistry for all. See online for our price match promise. Keep on smiling.
Keep on smiling, and the whole world smiles with you.
banningdental.co.uk.
Hi, Nan. We're having a brilliant time. We went to a theme park and the rides were awesome. We got money off the entry tickets, so Dad even bought us all an ice cream with a flake. Probably not the best idea before going on a roller coaster. Sammy went green after. See you when we get home. Love, Leo.
Enjoy great British summer savings, such as discounted entry to theme parks, soft play, and more. Funded by the UK government.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
It is 10:51 and you are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Let's rattle through some text before we get back to the phones. Why are we looking at the 5th PM in 4 years? Because people have the attention span of a gnat, suggests Sue in Ramsgate. And she might be onto something there. Ian suggests that it's because of Amazon's next day delivery that people's patience has been completely diminished. Listen, these are all going to be brushstrokes upon the portrait that we paint together, but how many, or indeed how significant these suggestions are, is up for debate. You're missing one out, James. Much as I love your programme and listen every day, writes another James, 24-hour news and phone-ins when there is actually nothing to talk about sound a death knell for calm, sensible politics. Yeah, OK. I mean, 24-hour news is a relatively new arrival. Radio phone-ins aren't. LBC's been around since about 1973, so I don't think you can pin that one on us. But yeah, that idea of possibly that flux addiction being somehow linked to the idea that the news is so breathless. Who's going to be? In fact, we could open a book now. Who will be the first columnist or pundit or commentator to predict that Andy Burnham's days are numbered? Somebody will. Channel 4, writes Steve, have done a really good piece on this, suggesting that an era of multiple PMs does have a precedent over the last 200 years, but you'd have to go back 100 years for the last one, to the 1920s. So a political and economic shock. So in the 20s, it was the legacy of World War I. Today, it is, of course, Brexit, which is why so many people are mentioning it. Point 2, a weakening of the two-party system. In the 20s, you had Labour replacing the old Liberals. Now you've got Reform, Plaid Cymru and the Greens on the march. And number 3, new media. In the 1920s, it was radio and nationally circulated newspapers. For us, in this era, it's social media. The times are obviously very different, but these similarities are worth noting, aren't they? Time suggests that we will actually return to stability at some point, and I think Steve speaks for almost all of us when he says, hopefully soon. And one more from Ian in Callington. James, this all began with Johnson. His unashamed misbehaviour, giving permission to the easily led masses that it's OK, even cool to misbehave. And one of those misbehaviours is, of course, intolerance, hence the position that we are in right now with the frequent changing of prime ministers. The King, I can tell you, has arrived at Buckingham Palace, where he doesn't currently live. I've actually broken the habit of a lifetime. I've done a little bit of homework, so that, albeit that I intend to still tickle you and amuse you with my irreverent coverage of these matters, I don't want that to overcloud or overshadow the important bits. So the King has arrived at Buckingham Palace, where he doesn't currently live and where he is not intending to live. When the current refurbishment is complete, he will remain at Clarence House. And I can see why, actually. Something that I've hinted at in recent weeks but haven't actually told you explicitly is that I had the great privilege of visiting Buckingham Palace just a few weeks ago. I didn't see the King. I wasn't visiting him. But it is a curious place. I wouldn't go so far as to describe it as soulless, but I have no trouble whatsoever understanding why the King and the Queen, who I think deserve their home comforts, not least because of the illness that the King continues to battle, have elected not to actually live there, and to make that official rather than just to not spend a great deal of time there as his predecessor and mother, the Queen, did. I've also got some extraordinary information for you, which I think is new. I mean, you may have heard it before, but if you've heard it before, you have to be a bit of an anorak on exactly what the decor in the rooms that Andy Burnham will walk through on his way to meet the King looks like, and why it looks like what it looks like. So all of that to come. Keir Starmer supporters arriving at Downing Street in anticipation of a speech in approximately 20 minutes' time. One would hope for a fairly good-natured exchange. But only time will tell. Michelle is in Skipton in North Yorkshire. Michelle, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello, Michelle.
Yeah, I listened to what Femi had to say, and I think what I'm going to say is probably related to that as well, but also the text that you've just read out from Steve about going back 100 years. I think there's also a connection there. So I think the Brexit result was because people were really starting to feel that times were getting harder, and they were looking for change, and they were given lots of reasons why leaving Europe would make things less difficult, would have more money floating in the system. So that's what started it, I think. And then I think since then, because people have not felt better off, in fact, many people are feeling more and more hard up, they're still looking for that change.
I think this is brilliant.
They voted for as part of Brexit. So every time there's been a vote, let's look at when the Conservatives were booted out, sort of quite, shockingly. It was a big change, and Keir Starmer came in on that change. Immediately, almost, they decided Keir Starmer was despicable because he promised change, but they're not feeling anything. Part of it is to do with that, somebody else's mention of the Amazon next day delivery, that kind of feeling that many people...
I want it all and I want it now.
Yeah. Not got the patience to wait, may understand that something that's taken so long to get to that state will actually take a long time to reverse and to make us feel better, but can't really wait around for it because things are just getting so hard, they're getting so desperate, and then we get Reform coming in, doing all the promises. I think that's what's triggered what's triggered the leadership change in Labour, isn't it? Because they can see what's happening and they know that they've got to make a quick change before.
This is really smart. So change has become an end in itself as a consequence of Brexit, and it's going to be largely subconscious as opposed to a means to an end. So why are we changing? Well, because that is how we achieve X, Y, and Z. Why versus the new model, which is why are we changing? Oh, because we've run out of patience with the last lot. So we're going to change. And Starmer actually is a victim of that, even as most Labour activists and indeed Labour MPs who've speeded Keir Starmer's exit from Downing Street might dispute it or would object to seeing themselves put in the same category as Brexiters. Starmer is a victim of that. We need a change without really digging that deeply into why we need a change or what that change would look like.
Well, the change needs to be quite a radical change that upends a lot of the way things are working at the moment, so that the ordinary person in some of these very deprived areas that lost their industries and stuff, they are the people that really need to start.
As you suggested you were going to, it knits together an awful lot of the other themes that have come up. And at risk of sounding patronising to people, not to you, the grown-ups should be better than that. The grown-ups should be saying, no, you wait till your father gets home, or saying, no, you can't have that. You'll have to wait and see what Father Christmas brings. Do you see what I mean? It's this idea that we grew up knowing that patience is a virtue, whereas today people, partly because of Brexit, partly because of life itself, have been persuaded that they can have everything yesterday and that change will somehow equal improvement. But of course, if Brexit taught us anything, it was that change doesn't necessarily turn out to be for the better. That's brilliant, Michelle. Thank you. It's coming up to 11 o'clock. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. I have a view of Natasha's view at the moment. She's on a sort of scaffolded eyrie overlooking Downing Street, where the massed ranks of the world's media, and of course most prominently this country's media, are gathered, awaiting for the fifth time in 4 years, the departure of a UK Prime Minister. And we will be taking that live. But first, your news headlines.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer is expected to make his final speech as Prime Minister shortly as he prepares to make way for Andy Burnham. After his Downing Street address, Sir Keir will visit Buckingham Palace and tender his resignation to King Charles. Mr Burnham will then be invited to form a government and deliver his own speech outside of Number 10. Paul Richards is a former Labour special advisor. He's told LBC he believes he'll hit the ground running.
He is the most oven-ready Prime Minister we've had, I think, since the war. Since Attlee, because he's been in cabinet, he's been a special advisor, he's been a mayor, and now he won overwhelmingly the leadership of the Labour Party. So I think he'll understand with the cabinet reshuffle the need to do two things. One is to put the best people into the jobs regardless of faction or loyalty or any of the other factors, but just the best people for the job.
Andy Burnham's expected to promise to give people more breathing space with the cost of living during his first address as Prime Minister. The Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has said Mr Burnham will enter office without a clear plan. But the Labour MP Rachel Maskell's told LBC she's optimistic he'll bring tangible improvements to people's lives.
I'm really excited about today because I've longed for this in politics. I've been involved for decades, and I think this is the best expression I've ever seen of a government coming in but ready to really address those issues which are deep down in our communities. For too long, people have been complaining about problems, but the problems haven't been resolved and systems haven't changed because government hasn't had the ability to listen.
You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, YouTube and Global Player. President Trump has said American forces have hit Iranian targets very hard in a ninth night of strikes. The remains of a third American soldier were found in Jordan yesterday after two others were killed in a drone strike on Friday. And South East Water says a hosepipe ban will come into force on Saturday across Sussex, Surrey, Hampshire and Berkshire. They join neighbouring Kent, where restrictions are already in place. The firm says the hot weather and high demand have left it with no alternative. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 32 at 10,567. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, another dry and sunny day for most through Monday, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
The Audi Q models. There goes one. Right now, there are exclusive offers across the Audi Q range, but only until the 31st of August. Visit us online or at your local Audi centre. The Audi event. Blink and you'll miss it. Audi. Vorsprung der Technik. Terms and conditions apply. Selected models, retail customers and participating Audi centres only.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
And nobody's mentioned social media. We probably will turn our attention to that at some point in the coming couple of hours. It's 3 minutes after 11. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where we are for the fifth time in 4 years, marking a changing of personnel at number 10 Downing Street. Andrew Marr, who I hope won't be embarrassed by my first question. How many of these have you done now?
Goes right back to the end of Margaret Thatcher. You'll have to count them off on your fingers then. I think my first big political crisis as a reporter was Michael Heseltine storming out of Downing Street after rowing with Margaret Thatcher about the Westland crisis in, I think, 1984.
Gosh, yeah, that's my A-level politics project. Why do you think, I mean, the question I've been asking callers this morning is how do you account for this addiction to flux that seems to typify UK politics at the moment?
Good question. I think we are a declining economy, struggling economy in a part of the world, the so-called West, which is, apart from America, in real trouble, hemmed in by the rise of the industrial powers in the East. That means that ordinary people find life gets harder and harder and harder, and their kids have less prospects than they did. And they look around for somebody to blame, and we all flail around. We think it's their fault or it's that fault, and we bring in people with simple ideas. I don't know if you've ever mentioned Brexit on the show. But,
no, never. What is it?
People come in with an eye and say, sort this out and everything will be all right. It's all migration, it's all this, it's all that. And each Prime Minister doesn't make the same mistakes as the predecessor did, but makes new mistakes, all of their own, and so it goes on.
What do you know about Andy Burnham? You must have encountered him quite a lot over the years, Andrew.
I think he's somebody who's been on a long personal journey. I interviewed him years ago for LBC about, this idea that he'd sort of flipped and flopped and changed his mind a bit and been a slightly different character when he was down as a minister before. And he said something very interesting. He said, all my life, when I came down south from Manchester as a student and from then on, I suffered from imposter syndrome. Didn't really know who I was, why I was, what my purpose was, and I struggled. And it was only when I came back and confronted the Hillsborough problem, the Hillsborough disaster at the COP on that famous afternoon, that I suddenly remembered, oh yes, I'm that guy from Manchester. This is who I am. And therefore the years as Manchester mayor, I think, have given him a sense of self that he hadn't had before and that we as a country are going to need very badly now.
Yes, you did the first interview with him, of course, after he won that Makerfield by-election. And I'm interested to hear you say that because, I mean, you've interviewed an awful lot of politicians over the years and an awful lot of them would have been pouring untruths into your ears or displaying inauthenticity. You really buy this idea that Andy Burnham, because he said it to me as well, and for the record, I also believed him, that he has been on the kind of journey that should diffuse or remove references back to him losing against Jeremy Corbyn or losing against Ed Miliband, because he is now both a different man and a different politician.
Neither of us can know what's going on really behind his face and inside his private mind. I just see somebody who at the very, very least has the optimism, the gusto, the oomph, the relish, whatever you call it, to hold power. And I think we're just waiting for Keir Starmer to come out. And Keir had many, many qualities, and at least you have to have a relish for it. And I think we're about to see a Prime Minister who does.
Indeed, as Andrew mentions we have got one eye on each other and the other on side of that famous thoroughfare. That's the sort of phrase you use, right, when you're doing things like this? Famous thoroughfare, Andrew. That's the language that you'd never deploy in normal life at moments like this.
Except, of course, it's
not a thoroughfare. Yeah, but no one likes a pedant. It was once. It was a thoroughfare.
It was a long time ago.
Okay,
I can
let me
remember
try
walking
again.
in and out of it.
The famous former thoroughfare. On one side you have Keir Starmer's staff, and on the other side a mixture of media and supporters. The lectern is in place, no podium for fans of pedantry. It is just the lectern, and Starmer set to speak, we think, in the next 7 or 8 minutes.
He's not going to be doused as poor Rishi Sunak was on that famous occasion.
He didn't bring an umbrella with
him. If he leaves it much longer, that some of his staff will keel over with sunstroke.
Yes, indeed. You mentioned he hasn't enjoyed the job. Did that surprise you? Because you'd find out fairly quickly, wouldn't he? And his rise was surprisingly quick and easy, actually, for a man who ended up Prime Minister.
And there are lots of bits of the job he did well and did enjoy. He was actually quite a good speaker at party conference.
Yeah.
He did that. He got on very well on the world stage and clearly enjoyed that aspect of it. But I think he had two real problems which became fatal. He wasn't really interested in politics, was one. You know, he didn't like the whole game of politics. And you can be high-minded about it and say it's all a bit shabby, but it's absolutely essential. You know, these people are tradesmen, they're craftsmen. There is a craft of politics which he disdained. And a big part of that, second, was just listening to people. People around him would tell him things and he would ignore them and listen and very often move them aside and bring in somebody else. And, you know, you cannot run a successful team like that.
And that, of course, led to a surfeit of delegation.
Absolutely. Delegation, but at the same time, without a very clear sense of what the boss wanted. He used to say in the Tony Blair years, Angie Hunter or Powell, or whoever it was, would come in and say, Tony wants this, Tony wants that. And everybody knew that came from the top. There was a sort of direction. Nobody said Keir wants and was really heard.
How do we think Andy Burnham will deal with the abuse that he is now likely to face? Not just, of course, from traditional media, where we've plied our trade for a while, but also this new environment of social media where anything goes.
Here is an unexpected thought. I think there is a comparison to be made between Andy Burnham and Donald Trump. And I mean by that they both understand that this new world of social media, so-called social, anti-social media, is the world in which we all live. And Trump understands that you have to sort of dominate and grab people's attention all day, every day. And he does it by extraordinarily vituperative or funny or just abusive messages on Truth Social the whole time. And the entire world sort of snaps around and watches him. Now, Andy Burnham is in a different position, but those little films that he's putting out every single day on X and on the other social media platforms, I think very professionally done, very entertaining, quite affecting sometimes, about his musical taste and what he thinks about football and VAR and what he thinks about clothes and what he thinks about Kemi Badenoch and blah, blah, blah. That is a new way of getting into our heads. Quite interesting.
It's doubly interesting because it insulates him from the Starmer criticism of not really knowing who he is or what he stands for. He's coming out of the blocks at full speed saying, this is me.
Here is who I am. I mean, he will want, within a few weeks or months, everybody in the country to have a clear idea, when you say the words Andy Burnham, what you're talking about.
What do we think Keir Starmer will do next?
Very interesting. I was talking to Jenny Chapman, the Foreign Office Baroness, who knows him very well, and she gave me a broad hint that he'd do something on the international stage, she thought. And I wonder whether the NATO job will come up, something like that. I don't know.
He's well thought of in those.
There's a rumour, as you know, that he might, although he said he'll stay as an MP, he might actually give up Holborn and St Pancras and allow David Miliband to come back into the Commons.
Yes. Well, as I said, the addiction to flux is unlikely to alleviate anytime soon, albeit that I think everybody really, almost for patriotic reasons, Andrew, would quite like to see a decent tenure in Downing Street.
Give the guy a chance. Yes. At the back of my head, inappropriately, because they were not a pro-Labour band, I've got Chumbawamba, we fall down, we get back up again. That's the message. We have to get back up again.
But let's not have a whiskey drink or indeed a lager drink just yet. It's 12 minutes after 11. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Andrew Marr is in the studio with me. Natasha Clark remains at Downing Street, where the crowds are considerable. But that's pretty much par for the course, Natasha. This is. I mean, I mentioned at the very top of the show that we could only retain so many memories in our human minds, but for people who can't remember or don't have a frame of reference, this is pretty much how it always goes now.
Yes, that's right, James, and my apologies for using the podium. It's obviously a lectern, you can see it's a lectern, but for some reason in our collective minds it's seen as the podium moment when it comes out and is rolled out of number 10 Downing Street. But yes, this is exactly what happens when there is a transition from one Prime Minister to another. Sometimes we don't always hear from the outgoing leader, but usually we do. Usually we get a couple of minutes speech, and I'm told that this speech from Sir Keir Starmer that we'll be getting in the next few minutes is going to be quite short. It will essentially just be a repetition of the speeches that he's already delivered twice now, once in Prime Minister's Questions last week, as we were discussing, and of course before, when he actually came out to the lectern a few weeks ago, announcing that he was going to resign. And he is surrounded at the moment, and you can see them behind me. All of Keir Starmer's top team is there, and including some very significant members of the cabinet that have been by his side since day one, since he was elected into government back in 2024. I can see Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, David Lammy as well, the Deputy Prime Minister, and a number of Keir Starmer's top team all gathering to essentially say their farewell moments. And there will be questions for many of those cabinet ministers today about their political futures. I've been hearing a lot about Rachel Reeves in the last few days. There is a suggestion that she may stay on with a job in some form, but we're not quite sure exactly what that would look like. Again, David Lammy is somebody that I have heard may be kept on in Andy Burnham's top team. But James, as we've been discussing for a while now, we know that Andy Burnham has got a lot of people in his top team to please. We're not expecting to see him lay out this cabinet until mid-afternoon. Big jobs, as I was discussing with you earlier, for people like Angela Rayner, Lisa Nandy, Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood, but we don't know exactly what that top team is going to look like until Andy Burnham does make up way out.
Sir Keir Starmer addressing the nation for the final time as Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation and close the book on my time as Prime Minister. My work is done. In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, changed it so it was fit to face the country, and won a landslide general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago. Our economy is stronger. Our public services are on the up, with the biggest fall in waiting times for 17 years. Children are being lifted out of poverty every single day. Immigration is down significantly. Our defence and security are on a far stronger footing, and our international reputation is greatly enhanced. Yet the thing I will always take away with me, the most humbling aspect of this job, is the front row seat you get to witness the greatest things of this country in action. To see every day immeasurable acts of resolve, grit, decency and compassion from people who serve our country, whether that's in their regimental colours, NHS scrubs, or simply the millions of people in their communities who volunteer their time and their effort to the ground beneath their feet. We face a world now where our enemies will stop at nothing to divide us because of our values, our freedom, our decency, and frankly, because of our unflinching resolve towards the brave people of Ukraine. And so under this attack, it is vital that we remember the greatness of the Britain all around us, that while we debate how to fix our problems, there is something we inherit from our country and our character, that where every child can go as far as their talent will take them. And we can unite different people under our common flag if we don't succumb to that division. So, as I now pass the baton to Andy Burnham, I wish him every success. He has my full support. And for all the staff here and across the Labour Party, everyone at Number 10 and across the civil service, and everyone who has supported our efforts along the way. For all the focus on individuals, politics will always be a team sport, and the changes we've delivered for our country and our party belong to everyone who has fought for them. I thank them again today, and I thank the British people for the opportunity to serve. I go with good grace, I go with a smile.
Sir Keir Starmer there bidding farewell to both the office of Prime Minister and the country he has led for 2 years. Almost exactly as Natasha predicted, a reprise of the speeches that he has given at PMQs and elsewhere. And Andrew Marr still in the studio with me. A palpable sense, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, of relief. I mean, these are moments that are often...
Did he not genuinely quite happy to be off, I have to say. And he did something, I'll give him credit for this, which very few politicians do. He realised we don't want to listen to them forever. He was quite terse, quite quick.
And now Sir Keir Starmer and his wife Victoria walk hand in hand down the former thoroughfare of Downing Street, once again, and prepared to get into the car that will take them to Buckingham Palace. But once again, and almost, I've used the word relief already, there's almost a...
right at the, that extraordinarily disciplined, fast Burnham coup, which we were told the Labour Party could never achieve, but did. I think the relief has been clearer and clearer. He's been enjoying himself in the House of Commons exchanges with Kemi Badenoch, and that last, I remember I was listening to you and Natasha talk about it.
It was charming, wasn't it?
And it was charming.
Yes.
He's enjoying, he, as I say, I don't think he ever really liked the job or enjoyed it.
Much to his own surprise, I imagine. You spend all your life focusing on getting it, that you never really stop to think whether you'll want it when you get it.
It actually is.
Which is not a fate that's likely to befall Andy Burnham, who pretty much knows exactly what he's letting himself in for, I think.
Yeah, and we can see in Downing Street almost all the people that we expect to leave government quickly. There's Lord Hermer, Rachel Reeves, David Lammy, all there, all likely to lose prominent cabinet positions.
What's the dynamic usually on I mean, will they be offered demotions or will they be shown the door?
I think probably... In most cases, Rachel Reeves is perhaps a different case, but in most of the cases of people going, it'll be short, it'll be apologetic, I'm terribly sorry, I need that seat, I need to make room for you. It won't be like the famous Attlee moment where a junior minister came in and said, I'm terribly sorry, I'm dismissing you from your job. The guy said, but I've done this. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing... Attlee takes his pipe out of his mouth, looks up and said, not up to it, I'm afraid. I think it'll be like that.
A different era. Speaking of which, when you were on duty where Natasha is now, did you ever yourself or indeed witness anybody else get a substantive answer to the questions that you bellow as the comers and goers? No, never. But it's all part of the pantomime.
Back in the old days, there was a wonderful BBC guy known, I'm afraid, as Gobby.
Yes, of course.
Who would bellow these questions, increasingly rude, just trying to get them to smile or turn or something. But it was mostly fruitless.
He was a field producer, wasn't he? He wasn't actually... Yeah, so he was just trying to get shots. He was trying to get the camera, tee something up for the camera.
He was a master at lobbying the kind of just slightly offensive but interesting question at the right moment.
Sir Keir Starmer, as I say, now making the relatively short cart journey to Buckingham Palace, where he will meet the King. Natasha Clark is still at Downing Street, waiting, of course, for the next chapter in this unfolding saga, which will be Andy Burnham's arrival there and his speech of welcome. I'm thinking of all the tears. I'm not to labour the point, Andrew, but I am really struck by what you've just perfectly encapsulated, the sense that Keir Starmer is as happy as anybody else that he's quitting there, except possibly Andy Burnham.
Yeah. I mean, he was very angry before it happened.
Yes.
And he fought very hard, and his team fought very, very hard for him. But once he realised it was inevitable, and it was, I think it was the numbers in Makerfield that made it inevitable. Yeah. We all thought, well, if he's just going, maybe Andy Burnham will be defeated by reform in Makerfield, or maybe he'll win, but only just, and it won't be convincing, it won't. But the size of his victory meant there was just unstoppable momentum.
And as you say, a sort of period of relative grace now for Burnham to get his house in order and to assemble his team. What are his top priorities? What are the biggest things you think he needs to do?
Well, first of all, it's going to be a very, very busy afternoon. Lots and lots of jobs to be announced. And by this evening, we'll know much more about the shape of his government, and he's determined. He wants to reshape the whole centre of British government, a new Prime Minister's department, not just Number 10 North, but really to get a grip on the Treasury from the Number 10 point of view, lots and lots of that. In terms of policy priorities, I think there's two different things. He wants to put more money in people's pockets, which means, cheaper bus fares perhaps. It might mean cuts on energy bills, whatever it means, so that people notice that he's there short term. You have to arrive and be noticed. You'll be judged very, very quickly. And then he has to sort of settle about the big long-term problems, the ballooning welfare bill. What he's going to have to say about, I think, the triple lock for a start, but also about PIPs. That'll be difficult. Where's he going to find the money for defence? That'll be difficult, and so on and so on.
Yeah, and the wheels will move very, very, very quickly on the coverage of that, and indeed the coverage of the apparent failure to do so. The car now arriving at Buckingham Palace, where Sir Keir Starmer prepares to meet the King, to hand over his resignation. King Charles, I suppose, has had a little bit more in the first couple of years of his reign than, or 5 years of his reign, than most monarchs would expect to have, as we've touched on earlier, going back to the 1920s to look for a sort of comparable era of change and flux. The palace is currently undergoing a period of refurbishment, so while the cameras won't be accompanying Sir Keir and Victoria Starmer, I don't know whether or not they will be actually ushered through some of the areas that look a little bit like a building site at the moment. And one of the interesting things about Buckingham Palace is that away from the staterooms, as soon as it's a bit like a department store. I'm not sure this is a parallel that's ever been drawn before.
I was going to say like an elderly railway hotel from the 1930s.
That's the bits you can see, but when you go through the doors that are not the staterooms, it's like a sort of 1970s prep school or a department store where the customers never go. The stairwells are sort of lino and tatty fixtures and fittings and tatty furnishings. They're doing that now. And the main hall that they will enter into, which is the hall off which both the King's office and or the office that the King currently uses, and the room where the balcony is, the famous balcony, that hallway is replete with what I believe the technical term is chinoiserie. This is my nugget of information, Andrew Marr, that I've been saving up all day and indeed all weekend.
It was worth waiting for.
I haven't finished because it's slightly incongruous. You wouldn't necessarily expect at the seat of the British monarch to find yourself moving through a corridor where the decor and the fixtures and fittings and the decorations are all of a distinctly oriental mien. Do you know why that is?
I think you're going to tell us.
Yes, but do you know why that is?
No, I don't. I assume this is stuff that when we were out there, here's some stuff they said.
No, this is entirely self-generated. This is entirely a discovery of my own making. I doubt very much that it's never been put in the public sphere before. But when Queen Victoria sold the Royal Pavilion to Brighton City Council, yes. So we're going back a while. Mm-hmm. It is rumoured that Brighton Council thought that they were getting the property as seen.
Oh, she ripped it all out.
Yes, so they thought they were getting all of the internal decorations.
And it is slightly disappointing inside.
Yes, the pavilion is now because it's very much not as it was envisioned or indeed as it was originally delivered. Yeah. So, the Pickford's trucks were whatever the 19th century equivalent of the Pickford's trucks would have been. They were all parked outside. Queen Victoria had issued very, very strict instructions to get everything, clear the place out. I don't want to hand over anything that they haven't paid for. She'd done her due diligence. She'd read the terms and conditions. Brighton Council possibly hadn't. And an awful lot of that, and I hope I'm using the word correctly, an awful lot of that chinoiserie is
back place
in that particular corridor, in that particular hallway. And if the BBC have got any nuggets of insight like that today, then I'll give you the money myself. And of course, as Starmer arrives at Buckingham Palace, all of this will unfold away from the cameras and away from the prying eyes of the world's media and the country's media. Standing by for the next stage in this story, which will involve Andy Burnham making his way to Buckingham Palace and then returning to Downing Street to deliver his speech. Is there any truth in this rumour that that he's going to eschew the lectern? Have you heard this?
I have heard it.
Did I hear it from you originally?
I don't think so. But I've also heard it, and it would be interesting. I mean, actually, vibes matter, style matters. And if he's going to stand there more informally dressed without a lectern, it'll just look and feel a bit different, which is what he wants.
And if we are a nation addicted to change, and the first hour of the programme today sort of worked on the presumption that that was a bad thing, but if Andy Burnham comes in absolutely committed to very real, deep and lasting change, covering everything from the way he governs and the way he looks when he governs, then well, I know you're an eternal optimist. I'm a little bit too given to hope as well, as opposed to despair. But it is perhaps time for a short period of...
Well, we should reflect on the fact that almost all of our colleagues, not almost all, but a huge number of our colleagues have written him off as a total dud and a failure before he's even got his feet underneath the desk. I think, the country is angry, has been angry for some time, and is desperate for real change. Reform offer one kind of really big change, and I think for the first time, Andy Burnham sounds like he's offering a rival kind of change.
I like that. Fingers crossed. It is coming up to 11:30. Andrew, you're now off to Downing Street.
I'm off to Downing Street.
To count another one in.
Yep, absolutely.
To count another one in on LBC on this this portentous day, even if they are coming along rather more regularly than they used to. They remain significant and portentous, and remain not to paint pictures on the radio using our vocabularies and imaginations, but in fact to accompany the words that I share with you with glorious Technicolor. It's 11:30, and Dominic Ellis has your headlines.
Sir Keir Starmer has delivered his final speech as Prime Minister, ahead of Andy Burnham, replacing him in number 10.
I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
During his Downing Street address, Sir Keir pointed to his achievement, saying that his government has lifted children tender his resignation. Andy Burnham will then be invited to form a government and deliver his own speech outside of number 10. Mr Burnham has promised to give the public breathing room over the cost of living. You can watch
LBC.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Unwind in your choice of 4- and 5-star hotels in over 75 destinations like Kos, Lake Garda and Gran Canaria. Plus, you'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now and save £200 per couple. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After National Protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
At PensionBee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident when investing your capital is at risk.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Take summer by storm with Kia. Introducing the new Kia Sportage Storm. A unique to get 5.9% APR representative and up to £3,000 PCP finance deposit contribution. Search Kia Take Summer by Storm.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
T's and C's apply. Kia Finance. To verify, visit kia.com/UK/favourite.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Honestly, I've been putting MTD off. first it was, I'll do it after this job. Then, after some grouting. After sorting the back of the van. After fish fingers and peas. And then I thought, no, just get it done.
Get MTD done simply with Sage for free. Just connect to your bank, we'll sort your transactions, then submit your...
For the best summer yet. Unwind in your choice of 4 and 5-star hotels in over 75 destinations like Kos, Lake Garda and Gran Canaria. Plus, you'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now and save £200 per couple. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After National Protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
Take summer by storm with Kia. Introducing the new Kia Sportage Storm, a unique limited edition of the UK's favourite family SUV. Test drive the award-winning Kia Sportage today and order yours by the 31st of August to get 5.9% APR representative and up to £3,000 PCP finance deposit contribution. Search Kia Take Summer by Storm.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
T's and C's apply. Kia Finance. To verify, visit kia.com/UK/favourite.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
25 minutes to 12 is the time. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC, where we can't obviously follow the events within the walls of Buckingham Palace, but technically at some point in the next few minutes, if it hasn't already happened, the King will accept Keir Starmer's resignation and await Andy Burnham's arrival, where he will bestow his permission to these ceremonial and constitutional moments, of course. And Andy Burnham will announce his intention to form a government and receive the royal blessing. In the interregnum, as it were, in the event of something desperately important happening, in those minutes between the resignation being accepted and the new person being installed, what would actually happen? Anyway, hopefully we won't find out today. 25 to 12 is the time. The question we've been wrestling with before we were interrupted by events was, of course, the why of it, as ever on this programme. Why are we in a place where changing the Prime Minister has become commonplace? It's no exaggeration to say so. 5 people in 4 years is extraordinary, and anything extraordinary merits examination. And here are some of the answers we've got already. I opened with an addiction to flux, and that might be a journalistic perspective, actually, because as I've been saying pretty much every day since 2016, it's very good for business, not so good for the soul. Lots to report, lots of speculation, lots of runners and riders. But of course, it didn't used to be like anything other than a general election. Journalists found other things to write about. Those days are behind us, hopefully. Not forever. The constant opinion polling, I think findings have told us, but so what? It doesn't happen in any other line of work. Not really. The bent media, of course, the way in which Boris Johnson and especially Liz Truss can preside over utterly rotten administrations and still be cheered to the rafters by the likes of the Daily Mail and the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Express and the Times and all of their Sunday equivalents. That creates an atmosphere where Keir Starmer had very little chance of delivering, but also where things have to become unconscionably awful before the Conservative Party gets its house in order and actually gets rid of a lame duck leader, as they've managed to do in Johnson and Truss's case, and to a lesser extent, of course, Theresa May. You've got the legacy of Brexit, of course you have. The fact that we have become a country where people have been persuaded that they can vote according to their vibes and their feelings, and in direct contradiction of the experts and the facts, and somehow still be valid and important and possessed of legitimate concerns. The legacy of that will continue until Brexit is undone, I fear. And from Brexit to quick fixes, the idea that you actually can fix things really quickly. Therefore, if the last person hasn't fixed it quickly enough, then we'll try another person now. And that brings us back to change as an end in itself rather than a simple means to an end. You want change, the first question you should be asked is why and what. Whereas, of course, again, echoes of Brexit, the number of people that told us they just had enough, they wanted someone, and it's happening now, of course, with Farage's outfit. We've just had enough. It's time someone else had a go. The two-party system this, the two-party system that. Let's give somebody else a go because change is as good as a rest. Except, of course, if you don't know what that change is going to entail or what that change is designed to do or what that change is driven by or indeed who that change is being paid for by, you are unlikely to come out of it better than you went in. 11:39. Joe's in Enfield in North London. Joe, what made you pick up the phone?
Hi there, James. Yeah,
Hello, Joe.
I called in. I've never called into a radio show before, but I
Congratulations. This is it, mate. The rest of your life now is going to be a marked improvement on everything to this point.
I saw that there was the sort of changing of hands and tuned in, and I've heard a few things that you've said before, and I've liked a lot of what you've said, but I found myself sort of ranting and raving a bit at the radio today. I think when you spoke to Michelle a little earlier, I think she did a really good job and is probably a far more reasonable person than I am. But I think a lot of the reasons that I've heard are somewhat trivialising the issues that working people are facing. Yeah. The idea that people are impatient or spoiled or have an addiction to quick fixes or an addiction to fluxes. They want everything and they want it now. I think all of these things really undermine the pressure that working people are facing. I agree that I do agree that people want quick fixes, but that's not because of Amazon Prime delivery or because they have social media brain. It's behind economics will work.
No one has said that. No, I can't fault your analysis up until that point. No one on this programme has extolled the benefits of trickle-down economics, not least because it's a completely bogus narrative that should, and of course would, in an honest society, be a completely busted flush. But you speak for a specific section of society that are, I suppose, traditionally Labour supporting, people who are vulnerable, particularly vulnerable to the economic situation and particularly keen, therefore, to see improvements. That's not going to explain everybody, is it? And the flux addiction, of course, was more about the media than it was.
I speak to, a huge part of the population. There are loads of people in this country who, don't own their own house. And I think that a lot of people are looking for a solution to my
brain for the rest of this programme and beyond. And he touched on two things that speak directly to what you're saying. The first was the really big picture, the fact that we are actually no longer a country or an economy that can deliver for the population some of the things that you described. Now, whether he's right or wrong, I don't think any Prime Minister is going to come out and say, you better get used to being poor. You better get used to not being able to afford all the things that you think you should be able to afford. They're all going to come in and promise to improve the situation. George has been in touch while you were speaking to say literally everyone I know is struggling. So, I mean, that's on the board as a major driver of what we're talking about. But it leads to the idea that a quick fix is possible and that change is desirable before, arguably, the person currently in post has had the chance to try to fix the problems that you describe. So I think we can both be right here. The problems are very, very deep, much deeper than Amazon Prime deliveries or social media addiction. But equally, this addiction to, or this belief that things can be turned around really, really quickly makes everything worse, not better.
I don't know. It's something where, a lot of the things that I think both the left and the right of the political spectrum want is that they're looking for, whether you're on the left and you're thinking, I want a radical change to the tax system where we tax, billionaires and private companies much higher than we do currently, like we used to do in the past. If that were to happen, then, I'd have more money in my pocket and I'd be able to afford a house. So it's sort of, and on the right, it's a case of, if we didn't have, so many immigrants in this country and we weren't so overpopulated, then, the housing price will fall. There'll be less demand for housing and I'll be able to afford a house. So it's like the reason that we're becoming increasingly more divided and increasingly looking towards having quick fixes is precisely for this reason. People are really struggling, and they've seen what the past Conservative government did, and all the way back to Thatcher, really. And the people are sort of like, conditions have sort of gotten gradually worse for a very long time, and so people aren't willing to be patient anymore, and they want to go back to whether it's a country that was more sort of British white working class that wants to have less of an overpopulation, or they want to go back to a tax system that meant that people could buy a house on a single income. It's something where like these things existed before.
But neither of those things are going to happen. Neither of those things can happen.
Why do you think neither of those things can happen?
A single income household being able to sustain, I mean, if that were to happen, then the house you'd be able to afford would be going down in value every year, not up.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, is it? If houses are more
if you owned one, it would be. I appreciate you don't, and that's a massive driver of your politics. But I mean, economic growth is contingent upon assets appreciating in value rather than depreciating. If everything that we own starts going down in value, then the sort of happiness on the horizon that you rather powerfully portray is not going to last very long. I mean, you're familiar. I don't want to sound patronising. You're familiar with the concept of negative equity. It's one of the single most terrifying things that the property owning classes, whether they've just bought their own council house or whether they own half of Hampshire, can contemplate. Final question: is it feasible though? This the wealth tax is it's a very nuanced conversation. I think it's probably fair to say that the examples of where it has worked elsewhere are incredibly thin on the ground, but that doesn't stop it being very attractive shorthand for a redistribution of wealth. Your calculation would be that if they raised a significant sum of money by taxing wealth, then your taxes would come down and you'd be left with more money in your pocket to save for a deposit and to get onto the property ladder. I mean, I'm not sure the numbers support that position, but let's say that they did. How long would it take for a government to put in place policies that would measurably and substantively allow you to buy a house? Because I can see why reducing energy bills or reducing the cost of living would help, but not to a point where you can go from being out of the game entirely to be sitting in an estate agent's office this time next week.
I think that you have asked the question why we've seen so many changes in prime ministers, and I think you've sort of answered your own question. That we
didn't replace Boris Johnson with Liz Truss because of people who can't afford houses, and we didn't replace Liz Truss with Rishi Sunak because of people who can't afford houses.
No, I think they were all replaced because they couldn't address the economic issues that
Which brings us back to Brexit.
Sure, that is definitely a contributing factor. But it's like if we can't sort of fix the sort of fundamental issues. Nobody can know. This is where
Femi was so powerful earlier. You cannot authentically and sincerely claim to be committed to economic improvement, economic growth, redistribution of wealth while still generating wealth. That's why I think the point about negative equity is important, while completely ignoring the by far the biggest drain upon our economic health that this country will hopefully ever see, and certainly short of war has ever seen. Obviously there is something a little bit arranging the deck chairs on the Titanic about talking about why people are buying into the idea that a change of personnel in Downing Street on an almost annual basis is not undesirable. But I don't know that you are necessarily challenging the overall conclusion as powerfully as you think, because people, whatever it is that drives their desire for change, their need for change, they're not going to get it if they change the person in charge 5 times in 4 years. So why do they carry on and keep doing it? Remains, I think, a very pertinent question. Joe, thank you. I hope that's not the last time that you ring into a radio show, albeit that it is the first. Sir Keir Starmer has now formally resigned as Prime Minister. After a meeting with the King at Buckingham Palace, the King has accepted his resignation and will now presumably be having a pot of Earl Grey before Andy Burnham arrives to essentially establish his intent to form a government. The time now is 11:48.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Feel like you've been here before? You should be. 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. Incoming PM Andy Burnham headed towards number 10 with neither a mandate nor standing on the last Labour or a party manifesto. How comfortable are you with that? Let's bring to the conversation now Jess Phillips, Labour MP, of course, former Minister for Safeguarding.
Well, look, it's not how I would have picked for this to happen, is the absolute truth. I think that a contest probably would have been better, but I've learnt to be disappointed in politics as well as excited.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Summer when you're a kid is the best, isn't it? Long days outside, not a care in the world. But for families facing poverty, it can be one of the hardest times of the year. School meals stop, childcare lands in your lap, the pressure builds. Bernardo's gets it. They're working alongside families with practical help to take some of that weight off. To find out more about their important work and how you can help, search Bernardo's.
LBC supports this message.
Pick up more sun cream. Impromptu picnic. Late night cinema trip. Do more this summer. Hop on and off with the Weekend Hopper. Get unlimited weekend bus and tram journeys for £1.75 per day every Saturday and Sunday from the 25th of July. Plan your journey with the TfL Go app. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Offer valid from 4:30am on the 25th of July until 23:59 Monday the 31st of August. Always use the same card or device when touching in. For more information, search
Market. Max £10 voucher for difference on like-for-like shop. Valid 28 days. Excludes marketplace. Products may vary. Geographical restrictions, min spend and charges apply. Terms at ocado.com/price promise.
The Big Arch just got bacon. More smokiness, more crispiness, more deliciousness. With juicy beef, cheddar cheese and the Big Arch sauce. Now topped with crispy bacon. The Big Arch just got bacon.
Until the 28th of September 2026, served from 11am, subject to availability.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious tips from that guy down the pub. Get real-time insights, analysis and tools. No more fat cat brokers clawing your gains. Pay zero commission on your investments. Switch to a platform trusted by British investors for over 50 years. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with James O'Brien.
It is 11:52. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Joe and Enfield a moment ago touching quite a lot of thought processes with that observation about house prices. I mean, look, it probably would be for the good of the nation, certainly for the younger generations, for house prices to come down. But you're never going to be able to sell that as a policy as a Prime Minister or as a wannabe Prime Minister to a population that is, if not property owning, then aspiring to be so. It is actually what did for Liz Truss in a way, wasn't it? I think the point at which people could see their own mortgages rising exponentially was the point at which the political became personal, and her sandwiches were being wrapped in a road map. I think, just to clarify on that constitutional observation I made a moment ago, I think David Lammy is currently in charge of the country, because of this curious period after which after Keir Starmer's resignation has been accepted, and before Andy Burnham's position as Prime Minister has been confirmed by the King, the role falls to the Deputy Prime Minister, to David Lammy. He could be out of a job entirely, or at least out of the Cabinet entirely by tea time today. But for the time being, he is in charge. Kate's in Kingston. Kate, what would you like to say?
James, thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome, Kate.
I'd like to try and put some context into this, if I may, and a bit of an analogy, and you can talk me down or hang up, I don't mind.
I certainly won't hang up.
I hope not. Think of Brexit as getting the menu back. So we got the menu back when Brexit. So people were fed up with having the other menu. So we got the menu back, and it is nearly lunchtime, and everyone's hungry. And then, we choose the menu, and we get persuaded that that's going to be the food, and we buy it, we buy into it, we vote for it, and it's not delivered, and it's horrible. So then we think, well, I'm going to go to another restaurant, I'm going to buy another meal, etc. Now, there's a serious point I'm making here, which is, do you know about Korbinski and the biscuits?
Go on.
Okay, Korbinski was a Polish philosopher, and he did the whole thing about semantics, about words. Now, the map is not the territory, and the menu is not the meal. So one day he's giving a lecture to his students, and they're all sitting there, and it's getting on for lunchtime rather like now, and he had a packet of biscuits, and he said, well, I'm really hungry, excuse me, I must eat a biscuit. So he had a biscuit, and then he said to the front row, would you like a biscuit? And they all had a biscuit. And then 5 minutes later, he held up the front of the packet, and it said dog biscuits. And half of them were sick, and they all rushed to the toilet. The point is that words, the delivery of words, Andy Burnham is so clever because he can use words. His literature degree has helped him. So he can convince people that there's something on the horizon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear. Did you know I can't win, Kate? If I interrupt, I get told off. If I don't interrupt, everyone thinks I've died.
Sorry, James. The phone was beeping. Sorry.
Carry on.
So I'd love to know what his specialist subject was. Can you find out for me his English literature dissertation? I'd love to know what it is.
Am I Google now? Flipping heck. Look it up yourself.
I can't find it on Google.
Oh, can you not?
No. But the thing is about Sir Keir Starmer was very careful with his words.
Yes.
And rather... well,
loyally, actually.
Like fish, chips, peas, mushy peas, and they're boring. But actually, if you actually got them, they would probably be very good. But the thing is that this persuasion of people and the gap between the stimulus and the response is shorter and shorter. So we've now got a menu where Burnham's very cleverly saying, let's go back to the 70s, which was at least more wholesome. You had your Bieber clothes and everything. But you tended to brew your beer in a dustbin and grow a few things in a back garden. And it was a more wholesome time before Thatcher.
So he's selling something more easily seeable, for want of a better word, than what Keir Starmer never really sold anything.
No, because his father was a toolmaker, and
apparently so.
The little I know about toolmaking, because we make things here at home, and when you order cutters, we do. When you order cutters, they're incredibly expensive. If you order things at a set millimetre, like above a millimetre, it's okay. But if you're going to get something made for you bespoke, to buy your cutter to make your thing, that then makes something else, in fact, it gets very expensive. So we get back to money. And I thought the discussion about the economics was very, very good this morning. And Joe, I do really sympathise with Joe.
Same.
And the thing is that people, first of all, they need food on the table. They need some sort of heating. They need to keep themselves clean. And they need to sort of have a mental...
Is this the biggest disconnect of all between, Westminster, if you like, and most people? Because, I think that... I know we often laugh at the Daily Telegraph articles about how hard it is to get by on £100,000 a year and that sort of thing. But it's Mr. McCorber territory. If your outgoings are outstripping your incomings, then it doesn't matter how big your incomings are, you are going to be feeling the pinch. And if a large part of that is, of course, property prices or mortgage payments, then it's kind of non-negotiable unless you rack up the other enormous expense of moving house. So making people feel that the pound in their pocket will go a little bit further, or, to take Joe's point further, a lot further than it currently does, is the top priority of any incoming Prime Minister. But arguably the impossibility of doing so in the current climate, and with Brexit still largely unaddressed and entirely undone, the impossibility of doing so explains why people give them 10 minutes, conclude that they haven't delivered, and then spin the wheel once again, I think, Kate. I hope I kept up with all of your analogies there. I'm a massive fan of analogies, but I think by the time you got to brewing beer in a bucket, I was struggling, I must be honest. If you are, in fact, you could probably see me struggling if you are following this broadcast on in vision, as the grown-ups say. We are broadcasting from Westminster today and streaming live on YouTube, the LBC app and Global Player. Language is really important. And Kate actually, I think, has given the grounds for the next question that we'll ask, which is, what does Andy Burnham have that Keir Starmer doesn't? 0345 6060 973. So I'm not necessarily going to remove entirely from our contemplation, the question of what it means or how we've ended up in a situation where these changes are being undergone at a close to unprecedented level. But I've been struck by two or three things this morning beyond that question, partly as a consequence of Andrew Marr's expert analysis just starting an hour or so ago. The first is, and I love the word palpable. It's one of my favourite words. It's a great word, right? Palpable. We love palpable. The very palpable sense of relief as Keir Starmer quit the field. And I'd go a little bit further and say that as him and Victoria, his wife, made their way up the former thoroughfare of Downing Street, the famous former thoroughfare, they had an air of people who were arriving. There was almost a celebratory air. So what's Burnham got that Starmer hasn't?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midday, Sir Keir Starmer has delivered his final speech as Prime Minister, ahead of Andy Burnham replacing him in number 10.
I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
During his Downing Street address, Sir Keir pointed to his achievements in government, including reducing immigration and putting defence on a stronger footing.
In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, changed it so it was fit to face the country, and won a landslide general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister.
In the last 20 minutes, Sir Keir has formally resigned after meeting King Charles at Buckingham Palace. Andy Burnham will also meet the King shortly and then be invited to form a government before delivering his own speech outside of number 10. He's expected to promise to give the public breathing room over the cost of living while delivering stable and responsible politics. Shadow Cabinet Office Minister Alex Burghardt has told LBC the focus must be on cutting government spending.
I'm very concerned that he is going into Downing Street today and we have heard nothing about public spending. Everything that he has put forward so far, and he hasn't put forward much, is going to cost a lot of money. If we carry on in this vein, we are going to have a very rude awakening as a country, because the people who lend us money are just going to say, no more, you've had your lot.
You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, YouTube and Global Player. One other story this lunchtime, celebrations are underway in Spain after the men's football team won the World Cup for a second time. An extra-time goal from Ferran Torres secured a 1-0 win over Argentina last night. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 60 at 10,540. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather. Another dry and sunny afternoon for most through Monday, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
It is 3 minutes after 12. Shall I wade straight into the question that will concern us for much, but not all of the next hour? Because, of course, we are keeping one beady eye upon events at Buckingham Palace and latterly at Downing Street. Or shall I annoy you first? What would you rather I did? Because one of the things about change, it sits alongside another phenomenon that I think has got much bigger and possibly worse, but certainly much more commonplace in UK politics in recent years. And as Andy Burnham makes his way to Buckingham Palace, I'll tell you what that is. So it's like a reaction to the addiction to change, because the addiction to change doesn't fit everybody. I don't think I've got it. I would probably have rather stuck where we give someone a decent chance have a go, even as I found myself deeply disillusioned with Keir Starmer for many of the reasons that Andrew Marr touched upon. The fact that he just, A, didn't seem to be very interested in doing politics and therefore was not very good at it. And B, just a sense that's become really clear since he decided that the game was up, that he can't really wait to get out of there. But half the population, or 52% of the population, is addicted to change. Oh, Andy Burnham now just arriving at Buckingham Palace with his wife, fully suited and booted, as you would expect. I think it would have been pushing his luck somewhat to go in full Volodymyr Zelensky tribute act, which is the sartorial choice that Andy Burnham normally favours, making his way over the famous gravel. There you go, write that one down, Keith. The famous gravel into Downing Street, where he will shortly be with the King. A couple of carefully selected photographers, one presumably from the Press Association, also going in. So we will see some stills. I don't think we ever see. Did we ever see moving pictures from those moments? And a couple of royal footmen. What's the female equivalent of a footman, Keith? Is it a footwoman? 2 royal foot persons making their way into Downing Street as well. Crowds gathered. Of course, some tourists would have booked these holidays months, if not years ago, so they get a sort of added bonus from the tourist point of view of seeing the new Prime Minister making his way into Buckingham Palace, and it is within that building that he will now be meeting King Charles and seeking permission. I think that's how it works. I think that's the correct nomenclature, seeking permission to form a government, the details and indeed the constituents of which we will discover later today. That's nice from Mike. I should have used that. The royal and august gravel. You could hear crunching underfoot. Crunching underfoot. So 52% of us have become addicted to change. 52% of us have become somewhat addicted to flux, including pretty much all of the media, because it gives us so much to talk and write about. I wondered, looking at some of the very emotional unhappiness, I suppose unhappiness is always emotional, looking at some of the very deep unhappiness about Keir Starmer's defenestration, I wondered whether 48% of us have actually become addicted to sticking. It's a sort of form of footballification, which of course is not just party political. It's not just about the scarf that you've got tied around your neck. Being tied so tightly that it's cut off the flow of blood to your head. It can happen within a political party as well. So some people, I think it's exhausting keeping up with the flux and the change. So if you've decided that you're going to back Keir Starmer to the hilt, regardless of what goes on and regardless of what happens, then I kind of have some sympathy for you. How much of it is a consequence of Keir Starmer's actual abilities and performance, and how much of it is a consequence of being so exhausted by the addiction to flux and change that everybody else is part of? But it's too late for that conversation now. We've got the change that many wanted, including almost all of the Parliamentary Labour Party. And what is that change going to look like? The first way to answer that question would be to look at what Andy Burnham has that Keir Starmer doesn't. Kate in Kingston making a very powerful case for the ability to paint pictures and to tell stories, his use of words, much more lyrical, much more poetic than Keir Starmer's, and whether or not you think these things should matter or not doesn't really register. It matters. And what is it? What else does he have that Keir Starmer doesn't have? Taking Andrew Marr's point about the relish, the clear relish for the job. Did you, even when Keir Starmer was giving his speech, his welcoming speech outside Downing Street, did you have a very, very strong sense that he couldn't wait to get started and that he was desperate to get stuck in and that he would relish every aspect of the job? I'm in danger of suffering from 2020 hindsight here, but I don't think he had the same air of enthusiasm that Andy Burnham appears to have. How long it lasts, only time will tell. But he's really, really, really up for this, and he can't wait to get stuck in. So what else are we going to put on the list? What does Andy Burnham have that Keir Starmer didn't have or doesn't have. The number you need is 03456060973. And listen, it can be a negative as well as a positive. I don't want people mourning the passing of Keir Starmer and convinced that he was a man more sinned against than sinning to feel excluded from this conversation. You're probably bruised enough as it is by the sort of celebratory air that's accompanying Andy Burnham's passage to power. If you're still ruining the day that Keir Starmer felt his position had become untenable, then tell me what he's got as a positive that you don't think Andy Burnham has as a negative. What is it that we are going to see different? And obviously, Sophie, long eyelashes may be anatomically correct, but I'm looking for something a little deeper and more substantive than that. What does Andy... Because we're all celebrating change, or we're all reporting change, we're all chronicling change, whether you're celebrating it or not. What does Andy Burnham have as a man? Because it's too early, really, to start unpicking conflicting policy platforms or anything like that. But what does Andy Burnham have as he meets with King Charles III in preparation for forming his government later today that Keir Starmer does not have? Why are you excited by this moment? What is it that you think we're going to see moving forward that we haven't seen over the course of the last 2 and a bit years? Hit the numbers now. You will get through. 03456060973 is the number that you need. That's the question that I want to ask next. What is it that Andy Burnham is bringing to the party that Keir Starmer, in your view, did not possess? And, of course, you can also throw in a little bit on whether or not Keir Starmer will prove to be a Prime Minister more sinned against than sinning. For the record, I don't think so. I wobbled horribly. I think it's that 52-48. See, 52% addicted to change, 48% addicted to the opposite, or desperate for the opposite. Everybody else constantly changing the guard. My instincts say, well, just years. Let's measure a premiership in years, not in months. But I fear that Keir Starmer's position became untenable as a consequence of poor performance, of the lack of delivery that has been very well chronicled. So what is Andy Burnham bringing to the party as a person, as a human being, that Keir Starmer signally, in your view, lacked? Or what are we saying goodbye to, regretfully, as Keir Starmer quits the scene, that Andy Burnham is not going to be able to provide or deliver? Norman is in Epsom. Norman, what have you got?
Yeah, so what I've got, James, is that Andy Burnham's a retailer. So I could imagine Andy Burnham being my corner, my high street butcher.
Yeah.
Or he could be a pub landlord.
Are we talking about a common touch? Is that too glib?
He's got that common touch that that people recognise. People can recognise an Andy Burnham. Oh, he's the guy he's got the butcher shop or the he runs the pub. He's got that. Whereas Starmer, nobody could quite pin him down as to he wasn't a toff like Cameron and Johnson.
No, very much not.
He wasn't an English woman of the Shires like Theresa May. Liz Truss is an aberration.
In so many ways.
And Sunak was a tech bro. Those are recognisable characters.
Do we need that? Do we need a categorisation to make sense of things? I think we probably do.
I think we do. And I think Burnham fits a character that we haven't seen in leadership in the UK, probably ever.
Maybe Harold Wilson?
Wilson played up being a common person, but he was an academic professor.
No, very good point. Yeah, so Wilson doesn't work, clamping his pipe into his mouth the minute the camera started rolling.
Yeah, so he's a top economist, but he knew what the people wanted and he could sell it to them, could sell it back to them, whereas Starmer couldn't quite figure out. He was almost stuck in the 1940s or 50s black and white movie.
Yes, and again, I'm going to say this once more.
And I feel sorry for the guy.
I was going to say, you can believe quite passionately that this shouldn't matter, that this is all optics and surface, not substance. But it matters. It does matter whether you like it or not. This really matters.
It does matter. That connection, that instant first impressions matter. And the first impression of Starmer wasn't good. It never got any better. The first impression of Burnham, now, he's had other impressions because obviously he goes back in politics a long way.
That's true.
But he went to Manchester and imagined himself back as a Mancunian, probably selling sausages on a high street somewhere in Makerfield, or
just as a son of his community. I mean, Andrew touched on this, and I think I had a similar conversation with Andy Burnham a few years ago about how imposter syndrome defined him really when he moved to London. Worked in the trade press actually in Brentford of all places, where I currently live, and always had political ambitions, but possibly lost sight of why. Of why he had political ambitions, and of course who he was. And the big question is whether or not his experiences as a consequence of Hillsborough and of being mayor of Manchester have changed him properly and profoundly.
I think I've got it, James. So he went to Cambridge and tried to be someone else.
I think I've got that bit of the interview, actually. We'll play it out.
Okay, sorry, I haven't heard the interview.
No, I mean, no reason you should have done it. It went out on full disclosure a while ago. We'll play it out in a moment, because I'm keeping one eye at this moment on the Downing Street door, where Andy Burnham and Mary France, his wife, Mary France Van Heel, are expected to emerge any second now, at which point he is officially Prime Minister. I think we might run the risk, actually. Should we take a quick break? On the proviso that he ain't going to appear. Of course, the world's, including our cameras, are focused on that doorway. So the minute that I signal to Keith that we're taking a break, Andy Burnham and his wife will probably appear.
This is LBC.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
London, the app for black cabs is here. Jump! Get about with drivers who have the world-famous knowledge and know every street in London. And unlike other black cab apps, you'll only pay the meter fare. No booking fees, no surge fees, no it's raining fees, no there's a game on fees. No fees ever. Just tap the app to hail your black cab. Jump, the app for the cabs that made London, London. Download Jump today.
This is LBC.
With Vauxhall, energising a better Britain.
12:16 is the time. I think what we'll do is we will wait until Andy Burnham emerges from Buckingham Palace, which means there's still time for you to tell me what you think he has that Keir Starmer does not, whether good or bad. And then we'll have a little listen to certainly one clip where he spoke to me a few years ago about his parents encouraging him to go to Cambridge and the imposter syndrome that he suffered from subsequently, a syndrome that Andrew Marr persuaded us earlier has gone. He knows who he is now and he knows what he wants, and that is as a consequence both of securing the Hillsborough bill that was enshrined in law last week and, of course, as his tenure as Mayor of Manchester. He has, he is arriving in Downing Street with a fairly long to-do list, and some of it has been fleshed out, regardless of what Stuart Rose said a minute ago. When are we going to stop listening to Stuart Rose? I wonder, the bloke that was supposedly leading the Remain campaign and disappeared from the field almost as completely as Jeremy Corbyn did. But hey-ho, on we go. Quite a lot of plans and intentions and putative policies laid out already, rather more than you'd expect from somebody who only got the final nod a couple of weeks ago, but we'll find out more about that, of course, in the course of today and in the coming weeks. But I'm interested at first glance in what it looks like and sounds like and what Andy Burnham has that Keir Starmer does not. I think we can probably risk that clip, actually. I don't think he's going to come. They'll be there for 20 minutes, half an hour, won't they? I mean, they have to have a proper chat, get to know each other, show him the chinoiserie. If you're wondering what the chinoiserie is and why there is so much of it in Buckingham Palace, don't forget you can rewind this live broadcast on Global Player and on the LBC app. So here he is, and I'll pull out of this if he comes out of Downing Street and maybe go back to it later. Here he is talking to me about that imposter syndrome, which many people who know him better than I do feel is A, a large part of his story, and B, something that has actually now been dealt with. Tell me about when the teacher said to you, you should be aiming for Cambridge, Burnham.
I mean, it came via a parents' night at first. My mum and dad came home for a parents' night, and they said that Mr. Harrington, the English teacher, had mentioned Cambridge, and he wanted to talk to me about it. And I just said, no, that wouldn't be me. And that's when my dad started, oh, God, it will open all these doors. And
Why? Why wouldn't it be you? Just because it was like Brideshead Revisited?
Yeah, my impressions of it were just, I thought, well, I won't fit in there. And I was kind of right, to be honest with you, because I really struggled my first year. I've had that imposter syndrome all my life to some degree or other. And, I had it massively in my first year at Cambridge. I was waiting for listen, we have made a mistake and we don't want you to feel, here's the door and, have a good
Even
life.
with your A-level results in your back pocket and all that sort of thing?
Yes, it was just, the way I always describe it was I just was exposed to sort of a kind of an environment that nothing in my school had prepared me for it.
See, everything in my school would have prepared me for that. So I find this fascinating because our backgrounds aren't that different up until the point that I went to private school.
Yeah.
My dad was on a Yorkshire regional newspaper when he was 15. So, but that's why parents do it, to give you that false confidence. And I think you clocked, if not false, you clocked that it was actually clothes that people put on, this confidence. It's not something that's innate or something that you're born with.
Well, it took me 2 years to work that out. I say that when I first arrived in Cambridge, I'd never seen confidence.
Were you frightened? I mean,
it was intimidating for certain. And, in the world I was in, you wouldn't have dreamt of said, I want to go to Cambridge, I want to be a member of Parliament, because you just...
You get a slap.
You'd be ripped to pieces. I mean, so you wouldn't have ever spoken of your ambition. Whereas all of a sudden I was convinced I would speak in the most confident way. It took me a good 2 years to work out they were talking complete rubbish, but it sounded so good.
Yes.
It sounded...
And they would not think twice about telling you that they fully intended to be Prime Minister one day.
And that was quite hard to kind of come to terms with that. But, I do think I would always come back to that interview process. That's the thing that, how can you go, even now from a state school, into that interview process? I was offered a glass of sherry, for God's sake, at St Catherine's College. I failed that interview. No bloody wonder.
Yeah.
I was in a kind of wood-panelled, book-lined room being offered a glass of sherry. And the first question of the interview was, I can remember it now, the tutor or director of studies said, to what extent do you think the Canterbury Tales is like a modern-day package holiday? And I just sat there with this sherry in my hand and looked at him. And I'm not sure I spoke for three. I always say I was still pondering the question when the rejection letter landed on the door. There was nothing in my life to that point that had prepared me for that experience. Nothing, not one thing. And so I just, when I got called back for a pool interview at Fitzwilliam College, which was had more of a tradition of state school intake, I was a bit, I've got a bit of a sort of a streetwise side that I kind of had, right, if that's the game, I'm coming back a bit better this time.
Hard not to like him there, isn't it? That's an interview from 2022 on Full Disclosure, which you can find and indeed watch. I think it's all in Vision. You can watch that on the archive. If it isn't, it probably will be by close of play today. Particularly interesting. I could be imagining this because, of course, I've not watched it before. I'm watching the clip in the studio at the moment at the same time that you are. But when I mentioned Prime Minister, there was a little... So going back 4 years, it was already being talked about one day. Obviously, it would have been later rather than sooner. But I think he had the air of a man on that particular question who had not actually ruled out the possibility or the prospect of becoming Prime Minister one day. So that was him talking about who he is, actually. And I think, because we're asking the question about what Andy Burnham has that Keir Starmer doesn't, I think one of the reasons why Keir Starmer felt compelled to repeatedly tell us that his father was a toolmaker, and no reason why he shouldn't. It's an extraordinary journey, a very, very British success story, the Starmer family story. But he needed to. Because as Norman in Epsom pointed out, it was kind of hard to pinpoint where he's from socially. It was kind of hard to categorise him, or if you prefer, pigeonhole him. And Andy Burnham is a much easier. This is why Norman was talking about being a butcher or being a retailer. Everybody knows somebody like him. Everybody knows somebody like him, whereas I don't think many of us know anybody quite like Keir Starmer, for good or for ill. As I say, I'm just sticking it down on paper today, not necessarily sitting in judgment, although I am currently a lot more excited about the prospect of an Andy Burnham premiership than I ever was about a Keir Starmer's. That question there, that will be tomorrow's phone-in from 10 o'clock. To what extent do you think the Canterbury Tales is like a modern-day package holiday? I'll be taking your calls on that from 10 o'clock tomorrow, 0345 6060 973. But for now, I'm asking what Andy Burnham has, what we think Andy Burnham has, that that Keir Starmer doesn't. Nathaniel is in Dover. Nathaniel, what would you like to say?
Hello, James. I think you've got a new book out of what's going on at the moment.
Oh, I'll tell you who wishes you were right, mate. That's my publisher. He's emailed me already this morning. I'm hiding from him at the moment. Go on. Why do you think that?
Because you said about the flux and what's going on. The more turmoil, the more you've got to write about why Britain is so broken.
Well, good for business, mate, but bad for the soul. I don't want to live in a country where we're changing Prime Minister every 10 minutes, and I actually don't want to live in a country where there's so much to talk. I'll tell you what, I've already got The Crown. This is the most listened to speech programme in the history of British commercial radio. I'll let someone else have a go. I'll give up 250,000 listeners if we can have a period of prosperity and stability. There you go.
Yeah, I agree. There is a couple of things which I think we are going to miss from Keir Starmer.
Yes.
And I didn't think I'd be ever saying this, right? On the international stage, he is a different creature to someone stood at number 10 or at Prime Minister's questions. He had that fortitude about him when talking about Ukraine, when dealing with NATO, or to a degree, America, but not so much. It sort of felt like he was trying to do too much to please Trump a little bit. But on the international stage, I think actually he would make a fantastic diplomat. He absolutely would. What we're not going to miss is the abhorrent communication. Yeah. I've never known number 10 to be so poor at communicating about the good things they were doing. I really could never put my finger on it. It didn't make sense to me that they were just not shouting from the rooftops about the good that they were trying to do.
And I mean, indeed, in the context of communications, Nathaniel, as you speak, Andy Burnham has been appointed Prime Minister. The Palace has issued the statement. His Majesty received in audience the Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP and requested him to form a new administration. The Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP accepted the King's offer and kissed hands, it says here, upon his appointment as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury. Ms. Marie-France Van Heel was also received by His Majesty. I think, I don't know if you listened to Andrew Marr earlier, but as ever, he was incredibly insightful. And part of the problem there would be Keir Starmer not relishing or enjoying politics itself, because if you're not enjoying the game, you're unlikely to do many laps of honour when you score a goal. And that's the communications failure, is that even the good stuff didn't get sold as enthusiastically and as tirelessly as it should have been.
And I think if you enjoy your job, you do it 5 times better. You always do.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think one thing that Andy Burnham has got, which isn't Keir Starmer's fault, it's just the situation. Keir Starmer is very London-orientated. And I think there was a difficulty to truly grasp what was going on outside of the M25. Yeah. And where Andy Burnham, like you had in that clip, he's gone and remade himself. He's gone up to Manchester, where before he was a bit London-centric under the Blair years. I think he's gone away and he's remoulded himself to actually understand what's going on where there isn't all the London money, so to speak.
Which is grossly unfair. Because I mean, we touched on it there. I think Andy Burnham's upbringing was in many ways more comfortable than Keir Starmer's, actually. But it doesn't matter, does it? We're not here to count or do the maths. We're here to talk about how these two men make us feel. And Andy Burnham makes us feel currently very different from how Keir Starmer does.
And I feel hopelessly optimistic, and I've not felt this way.
Hopelessly optimistic. There's a title. Crikey.
I've not felt this way since probably the end of the 2000s when I was coming out of secondary school and I found a credit crunch. That was the last time I had some sort of hopeless optimism until the credit crunch happened. So I'm just hoping that it's not misplaced, and I'm actually hoping that I can garner a future for my kids.
I mean, the last time we had a politics, I mean, I suppose we've had a populist, haven't we, with Boris Johnson? But in terms of, and then we had a toff with David Cameron, we had an opportunist with Boris Johnson, we had an aberration with Liz Truss, we had a technocrat with Rishi Sunak, and we had, I mean, I don't know quite what word I'd use at this point to describe. I think I can describe it.
Go on. I've been thinking about this. I can describe it. So, you know, with Rishi Sunak, we had that sort of populist post-COVID nonsense going on post-Brexit, and then Keir Starmer went the complete opposite and went technocrat. With Andy Burnham, I think there's a chance to have a recalibration of the political sphere. And I think there's a chance to recalibrate this because he isn't populist, he isn't far left, he isn't like conservative. I actually think he brings a middle ground, what Keir Starmer missed. Keir Starmer went too far formal, too managerial, instead of going, actually, you know what, I'm not going to be populist post-COVID Boris Brexit wave nonsense. All we had to do was dial it from 15 on the dial down to about 7.
That's beautifully
put. I think Andy Burnham does that.
I don't think Starmer had any choice. I don't think Starmer could have done different. It would have been like asking him to suddenly start speaking Mandarin. It was just not a language that he spoke, whereas Andy Burnham is not faking it. In some ways, a couple of the callers this hour put me in mind that Andy Burnham is exactly what Nigel Farage pretends to be. He's somebody who is in touch with the reality and the concerns of ordinary people. I don't think we're going to be finding out anytime soon that Andy Burnham has taken a secret £5 million from a foreign-based billionaire whose business interests are then miraculously served by announcements made by said politician. And similarly, I mean, this is where we go back to communications. I don't think we're going to find out anytime soon that he's taken some freebies or some gifts from members of the House of Lords, albeit that they're Labour members of the House of Lords. There's quite a few things that he has to do differently. But the first thing that he has done and will continue to do is just be different. And you've touched on quite a lot of the ways in which he is already achieving that. Nathaniel, great stuff. Thank you. As far as I can tell, Andy Burnham is still in Buckingham Palace. Perhaps he stayed for lunch. It's 12:31. Amelia Cox has your headlines.
The UK has a new Prime Minister. Andy Burnham has been invited to form a government after meeting the King at Buckingham Palace. Sir Keir Starmer delivered his final speech as Prime Minister earlier, saying he goes with a smile and celebrated his achievements in office. He says his government lifted thousands of children out of poverty, reduced immigration and strengthened defence spending. Mr Burnham is due to speak in the next half an hour before making appointments to his cabinet this afternoon. You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, YouTube and Global Player. LBC weather, a little drizzle lingers in the far north, otherwise mostly dry this afternoon with sunny spells and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees.
This is LBC.
Go all Irish to France with great low prices. With Irish Ferries, you can for less. Irish Ferries, see travel differently. T's and C's apply.
Breathe in and stretch into the next spiritual plane. Free your mind, body, and soul. And now, a battered sausage and chips. Namaste.
Unwind with yoga on Brighton Beach this summer. Download the Thameslink Railway app and save with advance tickets. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play. That's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nation's network.
Nation's network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Subject to coverage.
Shots from halfway causing goalkeeping howlers. Roofs badly leaking from sudden rain showers. Saturday hackers and onion sizzling. These are a few of our favourite things. When you're singing, yet not winning. When your bet's gone bad. We simply remember our favourite things. And then we'll feel so glad.
For all your favourite things, visit BetVictor. 18+GambleAware.org. Please gamble responsibly.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
This is LBC.
With Vauxhall, proud partner of Team GB.
It is 12:34. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. If you're just joining us, we are broadcasting from Westminster today, as you'd expect, and live streaming, which means you can see me, on YouTube, the LBC app and global player. Andy Burnham, the Prime Minister, as he is now, is still in Buckingham Palace with the King and indeed with his wife, Marie-France Van Heel. You can see, if you are interested in these things, cameras currently focused upon the doorway from which Andy Burnham and his wife are expected to emerge sooner rather than later. It's then a sort of hop, skip and a jump back to Downing Street, where they'll go in the back way and then make their way, and then Burnham will make his way through the building, his new home, of course, and deliver a speech from the street itself. A speech which everybody who does this for a living is expecting not to involve a lectern. Make of that what you will. Optics matter. As our last caller reminded us, communication skills were widely perceived as one of the big failings of Keir Starmer's premiership, and that is very much a message being sent to the watching public, to the watching world. Andy Burnham, by eschewing a lectern, if indeed he does so. It's not just me who thinks this, by the way. Andrew Marr said so too, so it must be true. It is announcing that things are going to be different now. Respect to Paul for my favourite message of the day, that David Lammy missed a trick there while he was in charge of the country for about 20 minutes. He should have rejoined the EU. Could have just got it done and dusted. And this is nice, Nadine. This warmed the cockles of my bitter and cynical heart. James, she writes, I love you on days like these. You speak around all the thoughts in my head. I'm not a fan of change, and I do harbour concerns about Burnham, but with Starmer seeming pleased to be going, let's bring on the new. I hope it actually does bring hope and opportunity, particularly for young people. A lovely and generous thing to say, Nadine. We will find out relatively soon, I suppose. Before that, Maya is in Brentwood to address the question of what we think Burnham has that Starmer doesn't. For good, I would remind you, or for ill. Maya, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello.
It's Maya, by the way, not Maya.
Sorry, Maya.
But as you were. That's okay.
Sorry, Maya. I said sorry, Maya, then. Sorry, Maya.
It's okay. I've had it my whole life, but I thought, why not?
Well, drop the A. No, I can't tell you to start spelling your name differently. I'll just make a note. Can we put a note on, in case Maya rings again, can we put a note on how to pronounce her name? Now, where were we?
So, first of all, I've got no disrespect for Keir Starmer at all. I think he is a very decent human being. I think he did fail, unfortunately, for a number of reasons. In terms of what I think Andy Burnham has got that he doesn't, and I say I'm going to list these, but I'm saying this, and I really pray and hope that he uses these tools that I believe he's got. He is relatable. He is bold. He will be and can be a very good orator. And when do you remember? I don't know if it was after the by-elections where Keir Starmer made a speech. And he said, and I felt for him so much, he said, I get it. Yeah. I feel it. And my heart almost broke for him because it came over so terribly, like he didn't get it and he didn't feel it. And I really wished, and I think he probably practiced that 20 times. but still didn't get it right. I feel that if we are a country in pain at any time, I think you'll be able to see that Andy Burnham is feeling that pain. And so I think he needs to hold on.
See, I think Keir Starmer did get it. You didn't believe him when he said that he did.
Exactly. And maybe that's just his personality, and I don't think it's a reason, to hate him for it or hound him out of his seat. But anyway, we are where we are. But no, it didn't come across like he got it, and it didn't come across like he felt it. And, and I'm not going to harp on about this next last time.
Go on.
When he reacted the way that he reacted, when Gazans were deprived of water, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
But that was after he became. That can't be why you didn't vote for Labour last time. That was after he became Prime Minister.
No, but the stance that he was taking on it is what made me stop. I just couldn't. But I felt that he wasn't acting from the heart.
Yeah.
I felt as a human rights lawyer, he wasn't acting from the heart.
That's interesting.
I think Andy Burnham should act from the heart.
Whether it's from the heart or not, only time will tell. But I'm interrupting you, Maya, just to report that Andy Burnham is now leaving Buckingham Palace. You can hear the audio feed of that moment, I think, in the background. His wife, Marie-France Van Heel, with him as this extraordinarily speedy and successful coup, because it has been a coup. It was an assault upon Keir Starmer's leadership that began when his ambitions were scuppered. In the Gorton and Denton by-election, I think, he sought to run there and was prevented from doing so by the NEC, ended up fighting Makerfield and winning in such spectacular fashion that Keir Starmer, I think, saw that the writing on the wall was not going to be erased anytime soon. So we can now call it the Prime Ministerial Convoy is now leaving Buckingham Palace, crossing the august gravel, as my earlier texter suggested we should refer to it, and making its way back to Downing Street, where if precedence is to be observed, they will. They don't drive up the thoroughfare, not least because you can't really these days. There's gates at both ends, but they'll go in the back way, and then Burnham will emerge shortly onto the street and deliver his speech, which Natasha Clark will be, because these are historic moments, even if they're coming around with extraordinary regularity at the moment. They remain historic moments, and Natasha Clark will be there to witness it in person. As a relatively young political editor, Natasha, what's your tally now? How many have you done?
Oh, goodness me, James. Well, I've done a fair few prime ministers now at LBC. We've seen Rishi Sunak, Keir Starmer, and now Andy Burnham, and that's just in the time I've been at LBC, so 3 years. But yes, my first prime minister when I sort of came into political journalism was David Cameron, and that's only a decade ago. So it's all pretty quick. I'm seeing more prime ministers than hot dinners, as some people have been saying this week. And James, some more new information to tell you. And to be fair, as you've been saying this morning, I can confirm there's no lectern, no podium outside number 10 Downing Street at the moment. So we are expecting Andy Burnham to not speak from that at all when he comes from the palace in the next few minutes. And as you say, he has now become Prime Minister. He's been asked to form a government by His Majesty the King, and all of his supporters are now on Downing Street waiting for him to arrive. I've just met Steve Rotherham, who, as you know, is a very good ally of Andy Burnham. I've just met his very small grandchild who is here to witness the occasion. They've all come down from Liverpool, all of the family today, and are absolutely all delighted to be there to see their friend Andy Burnham take political office. You'll of course remember that Andy Burnham and Steve Rotherham are long-term allies. They go back a long time. They've written a book together. They've been mayors together, and now together to see Andy Burnham take up his post in Downing Street. And like I say, James, the mood here getting pretty elated as all of Andy Burnham's supporters gather just behind me. I'm not seeing any political appointees, however. We did, of course, see Rachel Reeves. We saw David Lammy, all of Keir Starmer's top team earlier today outside number 10. There are very few politicians behind me. I imagine this is exactly the kind of atmosphere that the new incoming Prime Minister wants to portray. This is all about showing that he's, quotes, just Andy, this man of the people, this person who is going to come into Downing Street with his so-called Makerfield test, and to really show that he is going to continue to have one foot firmly planted up in the north of England with those normal people on the street, not politicians, not special advisors all telling him what to do. He's going to be just Andy.
That were accompanying, providing the background to Keir Starmer's speech were largely Downing Street workers and well-wishers. They've all gone, have they now? And they've been replaced by...
Spot Sacha Lord, friend of LBC, in the audience, and nighttime economy czar and advisor to Andy Burnham. He's here in the crowds. I can also see Dale Vince. He was there at Andy Burnham's confirmation, coronation, as it were, on Friday when he was appointed Labour leader. Like I say, there's lots of friends and family of Andy Burnham. We're expecting to see his wife, Marie-France, as well here, and Andy Burnham's 3 children as well. They are grown-up children, expecting to see them as well here on Downing Street in the next few minutes as well. But like I say, these are meant to be more ordinary people, less politicians, more of, the people that Andy Burnham... and we're expecting... I can see the car turning in now. Andy Burnham's car coming in, fresh from the palace, fresh from Buckingham Palace. He is now turning into Downing Street. We're about to see him step out of the car in just a few minutes. I imagine the crowd behind me is going to be going wild in a second.
Keith, write that down. That's 4 mistakes today so far in 3 hours. That's not bad going, but I thought.
Well, I've made a few too, James. Well, my podium lectern moment as well.
No, I wouldn't worry about that.
Write that down.
There could easily have been a podium, but I thought, I don't know why I thought that they parked up around the back and then came out the front of the building. But as Natasha points out, the prime ministerial convoy now making its way up. So that's actually chalked that one up as a mistake for Andrew Marr, because it is a thoroughfare.
Andy Burnham's just getting out of the car, James.
Here he is, Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
Prime Minister walking up Downing Street, accompanied by his wife.
This as Andy Burnham shakes the hands of some of the assembled friends and supporters, all of whom will have been invited to witness this extraordinary moment that felt a very, very long way away, as recently as even 6 months ago. And as I mentioned a moment ago, early attempts...
Andy Burnham and his wife Marie-France posing for pictures, shaking hands with supporters, having a few hugs and...
Indeed.
He's shaking hands with supporters who have lined up on Downing Street ready to see this momentous occasion.
Downing Street tarmac, although given some of the things that we've been discussing for the last few minutes, I suspect that this moment will be properly indulged and properly enjoyed by have been colleagues and supporters of his back in his Westminster days, others coming to the team during his Manchester mayoralty, which has been such an immense and integral part of what's widely seen now as a political transformation. At the very heart of which is that imposter syndrome that we spoke about together 4 years ago, which Andrew Marr referred to just under 2 hours ago, and which Andy Burnham has always spoken of very honestly. It's tough in this country, in this class-riddled country, to move between classes, which is what a young man like Andy Burnham was required to do when he went off when he got there, surrounded by people who went to public school and were taught from a very early age that it was entirely reasonable for them to... and there's the baby that we suggested would almost say didn't actually kiss the baby, but he kissed the man holding the baby. That's Steve Rotherham, isn't it? As Natasha mentioned, he's brought his grandchild with him. And... just waiting now for the greetings and the congratulations to be completed before the incumbents have provided, not least because this determination to represent proper change and to offer something truly and measurably different is at the very, very heart of his project. Beginning with, and yes, it's a little bit gimmicky, it's very much optics, but beginning with this decision to not do so from behind a lectern. So it's just a microphone. It's just a big microphone that you won't even see in shot, I don't think, when he begins speaking, which I expect him to do in the next few seconds. And here he is, Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
Thank you. I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. In doing doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe.
And there it is, Andy Burnham's first speech to the nation as Prime Minister. containing, one specific policy pledge, which is a little rare, and otherwise, with regards to the cost of living, pretty much doing what Andrew Marr told us a couple of hours ago he would do as he came out of the block, speaking directly to the pound in your pocket. So two things, Andrew, who is joining us now live from Downing Street. There's the style and the substance. The style, the decision not to have a lectern, and the substance, the clear articulation of what his priorities will be.
Absolutely. I don't think we've had a Prime Minister. We've had a lot walking down this street, as you heard. I don't think we've had one who's promised to take power away from it and into the rest of the country. Fairly familiar messages from Andy Burnham, including on public control of water and other utilities. An interesting announcement that his first effort will be to end rough sleeping, an anti-rough sleeping campaign, very like he did in Manchester. And a 10-year plan coming. We've had many, many plans, but another plan coming later in the summer. We won't really know very much about the detailed direction until we get the names of the cabinet ministers. Yvette Cooper has apparently been inside the building for some purpose already, but we don't know any more yet.
She's an ally of Burnham's historically?
Is she an ally?
Yeah.
Well, she's somebody, her position is very interesting. Lots and lots of big men have been angling for her job. David Miliband, most obviously, but plenty more. But there are people who say, actually, she's done very well. More hoots of applause behind me. He's enjoying his second round with the crowd. One thing I should say, James, there he is again. In terms of the different vibe, yes, you can tell that an awful lot of people are not from London. A huge crowd of people from the north behind me. And you can tell them they're from the north because they're better dressed, they're smarter than we sloppy southerners.
I wondered where you were going with that, Andrew Marr, but I'm perfectly happy with where you ended up. Yeah. Although Andy Burnham has, of course, not been always suited and booted in the way that many politicians are, and there is the footage of them coming into Downing Street for the very first time, and of course we forget
that is the moment.
It's his home now. It's their home now, as well as their office, as well as his office.
I'm losing you there, James, but I'm just going to say that the team inside number 10 will be very unfamiliar. Most of the key people who were there with Keir Starmer have left already. They were there to cheer him out. They have gone. There's an entirely new team here. And we in the media have been shepherded around very expertly by people we don't actually know very well at the moment. That's going to be a familiar feeling right across Whitehall from now on.
But it will soon change as journalists like you begin to forge new relationships and make or develop new contacts. Andrew Marr, as you would expect, and as always, providing sterling service from Downing Street, as indeed has Natasha Clark. Today, our political editor, and as we have been telling you all morning, those cabinet appointments will begin almost immediately. Make of that speech what you will. Asma Miriam for Sheila next. We'll no doubt be inviting your first impressions of Andy Burnham's premiership, but there is little doubt that he intends to hit the ground running. And as Andrew once again reminded us, that pledge regarding rough sleeping is an echo of what he has achieved as Mayor of Manchester, and the flesh upon those bones that we await now will become clearer as those appointments are made. The direction of traffic, just to mix my metaphors slightly, the direction of traffic set to be in large part determined by who is in the vehicle with him. But I suppose if you wanted to take away one or two major moments or major elements of both that speech and Andy Burnham's arrival in Downing Street, it is that this is not a passing on of the baton. Sometimes when a sitting Prime Minister is replaced without a general election, it can be a continuation rather than a departure from what has gone before. But Andy Burnham clearly feels and intends to deliver a very different mode of government, style of government, and indeed ambition of government from what we have seen under Keir Starmer. Another correction, to go back to the very beginning of this morning's programme, you will be messaging me now, indeed you are, to claim that Downing Street does actually have a letterbox. It doesn't work. You can't put anything through it. So I was right. It's not a letterbox. It looks like a letterbox. It's the illusion of a letterbox, but it doesn't actually do what a letterbox should do. Only time will tell whether Andy Burnham is currently providing the illusion of a Prime Minister who intends to be measurably different, the illusion of a Prime Minister who intends to signal and deliver meaningful change, or whether or not he is the real deal. That is it from me for today. You can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. You can, of course, watch back as well and stay up to date with all the latest news, videos and opinion. There's a dizzying range of podcasts available there as well. So download the official LBC app for free from your app store now. Tom Swarbrick back in his familiar chair from 4, but now standing in for Sheila Fogarty, it's Asma Mir.
Thank you, James. Andy Burnham is our new Prime Minister. He stood outside Downing Street with no notes, no lectern, and made a short speech. He looked quite emotional, actually. We have to raise our game, he said. We have to make politics work, best ease the cost of living. We are waiting for his cabinet, of course. You're going to hear that throughout the afternoon here on LBC. You can watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube. Let me know what you think. 4th Prime Minister in 5 years. Is this finally the one? 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, Andy Burnham says we will be better during his first speech as Prime Minister. He's been speaking from Downing Street in
common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope.
His first instruction, he says, will issue on entering number 10 will be to end rough sleeping. Mr Burnham also promised to give people breathing space with the cost of living. LBC's Andrew Marr was there and gave his immediate reaction.
I don't think we've had a Prime Minister. We've had a lot walking down this street, as you heard. I don't think we've had one who's promised to take power away from it and into the rest of the country. Fairly familiar messages from Andy Burnham, including on public control of water and other utilities. An interesting announcement that his first effort will be to end rough sleeping, an anti-rough sleeping campaign, very like he did in Manchester.
Mr Burnham was asked to form a government after meeting the King at Buckingham Palace earlier. Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer made his final speech, saying he goes with a smile. He celebrated some of his achievements, calling his time in office the privilege of my life.
Yet the thing I will always take away with me, the most humbling aspect of this job, is the front row seat you get to witness the greatest things of this country in action. To see every day immeasurable acts of resolve, grit, decency and compassion.
Mr Burnham is expected to announce appointments to his cabinet later this afternoon. You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, YouTube and Global Player. Also this afternoon, police have until this evening to question a man arrested on suspicion of murdering former Conservative Minister Anne Widdecombe. The 28-year-old's also being held on suspicion of terrorism offences. And competitors from around the world have started arriving in Scotland ahead of this year's Commonwealth Games. 11 days of action in Glasgow get underway on Thursday. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 18 points at 10,582. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, a little drizzle lingers in the far north, otherwise mostly dry this afternoon with sunny spells and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
Need anything from Tesco? How about Thorpe Park EasyJet Holidays, 10pence, Cineworld, Colchester Zoo, Sea Life Aquariums and more. Double the value of your Tesco Club Card vouchers and save on days out and holidays. Check the app to know what you're sitting on. Tesco, every little helps. 18 plus Club Card app required. See tesco.com/reward partners for more info.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Asma Mir.
Good afternoon to you. This is Asma Mir on LBC. It is a very fast-moving and interesting afternoon. We have our latest Prime Minister. It is Andy Burnham. He's been to the palace. He has stood outside Downing Street without a lectern, without notes. He made a very short speech. And now we wait for, over the next couple of hours, for the cabinet appointments. And you're going to catch that here on LBC. And remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube. And you can call 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. We're going to go straight to Downing Street now, where Natasha Clark is. She's LBC's political editor. Natasha, can you give us an idea of what's going to happen this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Asma. Yes, as you have just been saying, obviously all of the action in Downing Street, essentially from the outgoing and now the incoming Prime Minister, has in the last half an hour just happened. We've seen that formal transition start. The takeover of power has now begun. And the afternoon, essentially Andy Burnham's just gone into the black doors just behind me, and he was welcomed, I saw out of the corner of my eye, by staff from across Number 10 who will be there to welcome him in. The people of Number 10 Downing Street that essentially don't change when the Prime Minister does. So they will be welcoming him in, potentially getting him a cup of tea, some lunch. He'll be having calls with world leaders. He'll be doing the all-important signing, essentially away those letters of last resort if in case anything happens to him. He'll be ushered into a room with military chiefs to talk about plans for if he ever needs to press the nuclear button. All of this very serious work that goes on behind that famous Number 10 door behind me. And after that, the real hard work is going to begin. Who is he going to pick to be in his cabinet? We're expecting the cabinet arrivals to essentially be walking up Downing Street in the next few hours. But first, he's going to have to be letting the people go that he doesn't want to be in his top team. So the sackings, as it were. We're told that will be happening with Andy Burnham making his way over to his office in the House of Commons to potentially talk to people like Rachel Reeves, like David Lammy, Steve Reed, Darren Jones, all of those very key allies of the current, or outgoing rather, Prime Minister, who probably will not be getting jobs, or at least will be getting moved in Andy Burnham's new government. But as we say, in the last hour or so, we've heard from the outgoing Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who said that he was leaving with a smile on his face.
My work is done. In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, changed it so it was fit to face the country, and won a landslide general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago.
And the outgoing Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, reeling off a list of what he calls his greatest achievements, getting down immigration, waiting lists in the NHS, and of course increasing Britain's international standing back on the world stage again. So he says that he's leaving with a record to be proud of. And just in the last few minutes, we've of course seen Andy Burnham, the incoming Prime Minister, speaking outside Number 10 without that podium, without that lectern outside Number 10 Downing Street. Here was a little of what he had to say on the way into Number 10.
I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model.
That was Andy Burnham speaking here in Downing Street in the last few minutes. As I say, he's gone into that famous black door behind me where we'll be shaking hands with every single member of the Downing Street staff and getting to work on putting together his cabinet. We expect to bring you the very latest cabinet arrivals as they start walking down the street here in probably around an hour's time, Asma.
Natasha, thank you very much for that. We will, of course, be popping back to you many, many times. It's going to be a very busy afternoon. Lewis Goodall is here, presenter of Sundays with Lewis Goodall on LBC and co-host of Global's podcast and News Agents. I have done a few of these over the years.
And we're all at this point.
And they were all, but they used to be very exciting as a journalist. I'm not feeling that excited today, mainly because, I'm excited, obviously, because it's a story, but it's just, I don't know what, but it's just very much about the repetitious nature of it, that we're going to go through this cycle again, where we have someone standing outside Downing Street telling us that this time it's going to be different. This time, we've done really bad in the past and we're going to do really well now. And I don't doubt that Andy Burnham wants to do that. But will he be given the chance to do it?
Well, in a way, it was interesting, wasn't it, that Andy Burnham actually made reference to that very fact. At the very, very start, he acknowledged the fact that he is the 6th or 7th Prime Minister, depending on where your starting point is, over the last 10 years. And that is historically unusual. And he's trying to say to the country, because I think he does have a challenge, which is, of course, he's not come to office via a general election. He hasn't been tested in the kind of furnace, the melee of that, nor has he even had a leadership contest. For a lot of people across the country, particularly outside of the Northwest, he's still quite a new commodity. He's a new thing. He's having to say to the country and provide an account as to why he is there, which is a difficult thing because you don't want to completely smash and discredit your predecessor, given that he has a Labour predecessor, but you've also got to try and explain why he's even there in the first place, given extraordinarily, and we should sort of take a moment to reflect on this, he wasn't even a member of Parliament 6 weeks ago. And yet here he is achieving this basically 20-year ambition to actually become Prime Minister. So there's a lot of You're right, there's a lot of contradiction about this. It's something new, and yet in some ways he is something old, not something borrowed and something blue. I'm not going to go down that direction, don't worry. But also, as you say, we've been having this multiple times. For me, Asma, just briefly, one of the big essay questions of the Burnham premiership, and he sort of alluded to it now, there's lots of people who believe that this country is sort of becoming ungovernable, that we're having Prime Minister after Prime Minister, and that there's something fundamentally wrong with the British state. I would agree, I think there's lots wrong with the British state, and Andy Burnham, I think, clearly also believes that and has a plan, he says, to rewire it. I think Andy Burnham has to prove that this country is not ungovernable, and I don't think it is. I think if you look back at the churn that you've just described, going back to David Cameron, if you look at each individual one of those prime ministers, there was a good reason that they went, either via the electorate or via their own misfortune or miscalculation. Andy Burnham has got to show that with political will, with a programme, with ideas, and with a will to power, he can break that trail of tears, frankly, political tears, that we've seen over the last 10 years. And I think if he is serious about his programme, he might be able to do it.
I agree with you. I have this, I'm sorry to be so pessimistic, but I just feel that no one is given a chance anymore. It doesn't matter which party they are. I mean, I would probably exclude Liz Truss from this, but it doesn't matter what party. Well, possibly, yes. But, someone like Rishi Sunak, whoever, no one is given enough time. Yeah. And I think that's unfair because, yes, we do need stuff done quickly, but nothing happens quickly.
Look, I think there's a lot of criticism. I think it's fair enough to say. I think the Brexit period, undoubtedly, some people say this is all about Brexit, this instability that we've had. And I think there's some truth to that. There are some structural reasons why we've been burning through prime ministers, some of which relate to Brexit. One is that you can make a strong argument to say that what Brexit did was basically kind of scramble party allegiance in this country. So previously, people had a reasonably firm allegiance to the Labour Party or the Conservative Party or whoever. What Brexit did was, in a way, create a kind of cultural divide within politics where people almost felt more attachment to their Remain Leave attachment or affiliation than the party. And even though that issue is sort of dead, those sort of cultural signifiers, that sense of who you are on the kind of cultural spectrum remains. And that's definitely introduced instability into politics. I think it's also true to say in our industry, in our business, and in politics, in SW1 where we are now, in the Palace of Westminster, the kind of crack cocaine, if you like, of the kind of Brexit period, that kind of sugar rush, to put it more politely, definitely has made politics a bit more unstable. We're in the business, we're in the media, politics as well. They've got used to that kind of quick churn. We expect things to happen happen quickly. But I think that's all true. I think it's also true to say that though some of that is structural, and you're right, maybe people aren't given enough time, some of it is contingent. I mean, if we just very quickly go back through these churn of prime ministers, every single one of them did have to go. David Cameron had to go because of the Brexit referendum, self-inflicted. Theresa May had to go. She called the election wrongly, big mistake. Yeah. And then, of course, she ran out of authority because she couldn't get Brexit done. Boris Johnson had to go because of his own personal morality, frankly, and the scandals that he created. Liz Truss had to go because she was Liz Truss. And Rishi Sunak had to go because he lost an election. The public dispensed with him. Keir Starmer is probably maybe the most sort of borderline. People can argue about it. But the fact is he had lost the authority that he had because of Labour MP. So, as I say, Andy Burnham has to show that with proper...
Who you haven't mentioned yet, and that's Gordon Brown. How does Andy Burnham stop being the second Gordon Brown? Gordon Brown, Mark II, there was no election. He went in, things went wrong. Everyone started saying, well, we didn't vote for this guy. And then he was out. Yeah, well, look, I've got sort of two comparisons in my mind, one of which is Gordon Brown, and the other is Margaret Thatcher and John Major. And I think Andy Burnham has almost got a kind of bit of a decision to make in terms of what sort of Prime Minister he wants to be. Because there are sort of there are kind of three big reasons why Prime Ministers change in the middle of a Parliament. One is actually very rare, basically personal scandal, i.e. Boris Johnson, or as I say, you Liz Truss. And then there's two others. And one is basically the programme is sort of fine. The party roughly agrees on the programme, but the guy at the top is so unpopular. So that would be Margaret Thatcher in 1990, to some extent Tony Blair in 2007. And their successor, John Major or Gordon Brown, sort of go on roughly with the programme but kind of change the personality. The other model is actually the sort of Theresa May to Boris Johnson change, where basically it's not just the person at the top that's the problem, they need a whole different change of policy in order to succeed politically. Now, Andy Burnham has to in some way, I think, decide which of those does he want to be. Because the problem is, if it's the second, if he's serious about this whole new programme, who's talking there about a 10-year in the 24 manifesto. In other words, the more fundamental change he brings, the more the clamour will come for an election to actually legitimise that change, or you basically trundle on with the Labour programme as it is, with a shiny new face and the eyelashes and so on in a more personable manner. Maybe that will work. But he's kind of, I think, got to decide which of those it is, because which you choose takes you down rather different options, not least when to have that general election. OK, we're going to talk more about the E word, the election, in a minute after would be. What is your reaction then to Andy Burnham becoming Prime Minister and what he said outside Downing Street? You can call 0345 606 0973. And remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on the Global Player and on YouTube. It's 1:17.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
London. The app for black cabs is here. Jump. Get about with drivers who have the world-famous knowledge and know every street in London. And unlike other black cab apps, you'll only pay the meter fare. No booking fees, no surge fees, no it's raining fees, no there's a game on fees. No fees ever. Just tap the app to hail your black cab. Jump, the app for the cabs that make London, London. Download Jump today.
Take Irish ferries from Dover to Calais, where your pet travels in the pet lounge. You'd be barking not to. Irish ferries. See travel differently.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the nation's network.
Nation's network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN, subject to coverage.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Thanks so much for getting in touch. A couple of your messages. Andrew, 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. That is 1 Prime Minister per 1 year and 157 days. Paul says, I've changed my mind. Andy is going to make my life easier and I'm going to have more money next month. Hail Saint Andy. This is from Leslie. Thought Burnham wants to increase taxes. So how is that improving the cost of living? You can keep your messages coming and I'll come to your calls in a second. 0345 606 0973. Remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player and on YouTube. We've still got Lewis Goodall with us. Let's finally get off the pessimistic stuff, shall we? Because some people are saying you're being very pessimistic. Not you, me. Is there going to be election? Is there going to be an election, do you think, before the year is out?
Well, look, I don't know if it will be before the year is out. I think that would be quick. But I do think that if we continue to see what we're already seeing, which is a decline of reform in the polls, and there was a poll out, and it was just one poll out over the last couple of days, basically showing that the reform lead had evaporated. Again, you know, it's not any great, incredible news for the Labour Party. You're talking about being on 22 or 23 points, and that's just the same as reform. But in the sort of fragmented world we've been in, that's something. I think, look, if Andy Burnham receives a real bounce, and that is sustained, even if it's a lead of 5 or 6 points or so, and that is sustained over the course of the next few months as we get through to party conference, I guarantee you, Asma, having been to enough of these things, and you know as well, that party conference all the talk will be about a general election, about whether Andy Burnham, just as happened with Gordon Brown in 2007. Now, he can shut it down. I think it would be wise to shut it down, not let that boil, come to the boil as it did with Gordon Brown. But I think it is undoubtedly the case. And again, I think, in a way, only Andy Burnham can know what sort of Prime Minister he intends to be over the next few years. If it is genuinely his belief that he has a transformative programme that will require at least 2 to 3 years to put into place and then go to the country with, that will lead you down certain policy choices and political choices that will mean you're thinking, I need every spare day, basically, of legislating. So the election is in 2029. But if in his heart of hearts, he is concerned and worried that actually his programme perhaps is not as sustained as that, perhaps he hasn't had the time to really develop that programme. And if he senses, and let's not forget that the principal reason that Burnham has become Prime Minister is because the Labour Party became terrified that its own existence was under threat in its historic heartlands via reform. And if he senses, if his political antennae, which are acute, much more acute than Starmer's were, if he senses that he has an opportunity to actually fulfil that function and exercise reform from British politics once and for all, and that comes sooner rather than later. If they're on the down now and he's at his peak, then I wouldn't be surprised. We know he's a risk taker. The fact he's standing there today is vindication of the fact he's a risk taker.
Very true.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he rolls that dice.
Let's talk about risk in terms of the cabinet. Now, obviously, there are lots of factors that come into play when you're choosing your cabinet.
Yes.
But does he have to be careful about risk when it comes to cabinet appointments? In other words, people who, for some people, not all, some people really don't like Rachel Reeves. Some people really don't like Ed Miliband. Is there a danger that he stuffs it with too much of the old guard? What do you think?
I think there is a danger of that. Look, I mean, in a sense, this is a kind of occupational hazard problem of Andy Burnham coming back in this way. He knows the old guard. He is the old guard.
Yeah.
He's been around British politics for a long time. I'm very amused by quite a few commentators and journalists over the last few weeks say, we know nothing about him. Who is the guy? It's like literally, I mean, you compare him to almost any of the recent prime ministers we've had. Actually, he's one of the most known quantities in terms of his political beliefs and his politics that we've had. He doesn't know most of the PLP. I think only about a quarter of the Parliamentary Labour Party, Labour MPs, were in Parliament when he left Parliament back in 2017. So he's had these last few weeks hurriedly trying to get to know him. I don't think, therefore, it's that surprising that when we've been hearing about the names that have been coming forward, going back even to Ed Balls and David Miliband and that kind of his generation of politicians, that reflexively those are the people that he's thought about. But look, what has he got to do in this cabinet? with this reshuffle. He's got to, and it's always such a difficult sort of set of calibrations, because you've got to reward your allies, and he's relied on a lot of people to get to where he is, given that he wasn't in Parliament in the first place. He's got to show change, and that's why I think the Rachel Reeves idea of staying as Chancellor was always very far-fetched, because she's so synonymous with Starmer. He's got to put in enough people who share his view of politics to be able to make sure that you're actually executing a program that doesn't seem sort of jelly-like and amorphous, that it's got a sense of direction, people who share your beliefs. But at the same time, you've also got to have balance from across the party. And you've got to show as well that you're bringing new people in who perhaps deserve a place around the cabinet table. So it is just, as every Prime Minister I've ever heard talking about this, and anybody who's ever been involved in one, always say that it is just a kind of sort of house of cards or a Jenga block, and you're trying to sort of assemble it bit by bit, and you take one piece away and the whole thing collapses. They're really difficult things to execute. That said, he is at his maximal moment of prime ministerial power and prime ministerial authority. He will never be, unless he wins another general election, or he wins a general election, I should say, he will never be as powerful again. So he has a lot of authority over the Labour Party right now. Even those who he dispatches, I suspect, will hope that they're back. So he has quite a lot of latitude, particularly by comparison to where Starmer was at the end of his government.
Do you think Rachel Reeves has gone?
All I've heard about it is that she's going to stay, but in a more junior position. I'd say I think it would have been impossible for her to remain in number 11. You know, she was so synonymous, to be honest, with so many of the original sins. If you see them that way of this government, or the outgoing government, that I think it would be very difficult. But I think, you know, there's a feeling that, you know, she's a competent political figure. You know, she's been around the Labour Party now for a long time. She's been an MP since 2010. She's a good speech maker. She's not that good a communicator in interviews and so on, but she, you know, does a good speech. It's quite a reasonable amount of affection for her in parts of the Labour Party, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's around the cabinet table, but admittedly in a more junior.
And finally, where's Wes Streeting going to end up?
Well, there's been a lot of speculation about this in the last few days. Look, I mean, I've heard two things. One is what everybody else has heard, which is that he's going to end up back as Defence Secretary, or be Defence Secretary, which would be an unusual move in the sense that he's not got any kind of defence background, but it's a senior job. You can see it might appeal to him. Also, a lot of rumours doing the rounds that he's going to end up back where he started, back to square one. Do not pass go, do not collect £200 back at the Health Secretary Department and the Health Secretary post, which would be, on one level, you know, he says he enjoyed it and, you know, people think he did a reasonable job. But after all that, perhaps a little bit dispiriting for a man of his political ambitions.
Yeah, it's a strange one, actually, isn't it? Lewis, thank you very much for that. That is Lewis Goodall. He is host of the Newsagents podcast. And don't forget that the latest episode drops at 5 o'clock today. You can listen or watch and download it on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app. Right, 03456060973. Stuart in Kirby Lonsdale in Lancashire is the first caller. Hi, Stuart.
Hi, Asma. How are you?
I'm okay. You feeling optimistic or pessimistic?
Actually, you know what? I was sitting watching it, and I was, you know, I think maybe a mix of, you know, the blanket sunshine and the cheers and Andy's sort of infectious smile. And this is coming from someone who's probably forever the pessimist. Actually, I felt quite sort of teary watching it, actually. And I think I felt teary because I actually felt that we so need hope.
Yeah.
We need something, we really, really need something to believe in. And I, regardless of how Andy actually enables it and makes it happen, I kind of felt like somehow, and I haven't really followed Andy all that much, but have been a bit more recently, I felt a real sense of relief. I felt a sense of, thank God there's someone there who's going to give this a real go, and I think he will. And in terms of a general election, I can sort of understand the point on that, but I actually think there might be a lot of people who might just be thinking, let's just get him to crack on with it. Just get going. And there is I do feel like we're running a bit short on time. But it was quite a relief. I felt, and I was teary. I thought the last time I felt that was when I was living in New Zealand and Jacinda Ardern got in sort of last minute as leader of the Labour Party and won her first general election. And maybe back in the 90s when New Labour kind of got in, and I would have been in my early 20s, I'm showing my age, and I felt a sense of hope and optimism there. Whether or not that lasted or not, it's a different question, but I thought, thank God.
Interesting. Stuart, just before you go, what do you think Andy Burnham needs to avoid doing? You know, obviously Keir Starmer did some good things. I feel sorry for the guy. He feels like a decent guy, but he made a lot of mistakes. So what do you think are the main things that Andy Burnham needs to watch out for and not repeat?
He needs to be bold and act fast. And that's what didn't happen when Labour got in under Starmer. They had that mandate, and they should really have been bolder and maybe made some decisions that wouldn't have pleased everyone, but actually decisions that benefit the working class, the struggling middle class in Britain. He needs to get directly to the core issues that people are feeling on a day-to-day basis, because a lot of people don't feel hope. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%.
If he can drive that forward and maybe not get caught in that trap of worrying about every single minutia of what he says in front of the press, I think if he can come across as himself and be able to back his decisions up with some really good rationale and just get on with it, I think people would be happy with that. People don't expect their leaders at that level to be justifying everything they do. They just want to see action. Get on with it. Do it. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens indeed. And let's hope that good stuff happens. Stuart, thank you. It's Stuart in Lancashire. 0345 6060 973. I suppose an immediate visceral reaction there from Stuart. He felt tearful, but he feels hopeful. So how do you feel? Do you feel either of those things, or do you share some people's pessimism, including mine? And I hate to say that, because I swear to you I'm an optimistic person. It's just that we have had so many people standing outside Downing Street telling us that what happened before was terrible and all the other people were terrible, but I'm going to fix it. And I've believed it. I believed it up until Keir Starmer. And I want to believe it again today. And I think, you know, Andy Burnham looks like a different proposition. But it's so difficult, isn't it, when you get your hopes up and then it just falls apart. And I don't want it to fall apart. I know I'm a journalist, but I do not want another Prime Minister coming along soon. I think that would be absolutely ridiculous. So we do all need to get behind Andy Burnham, because we have to make something work. Do you agree? 0345 6060 973. It is 1:31. Remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube. This is LBC. This is Asma Mayer. Let's get the news headlines now with Amelia Cox.
Andy Burnham has said we will be better before entering number 10 for the first time as Prime Minister. He says his first instruction in the role will be to end rough sleeping in Britain. He also promised to help people with the cost of living and will announce measures to do that as early as tomorrow. Mr Burnham is due to reveal his cabinet this afternoon. Earlier, Sir Keir Starmer made his final speech from Downing Street, saying he goes with a smile and the job has been the privilege of his life. LBC weather, a little drizzle lingers in the far north, otherwise mostly dry this afternoon with sunny spells and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
From Goldbank London, a safe and sound way to buy and sell gold.
For buyers, you can buy from a wide range of gold and silver bars, coins, and themed collections to suit your budget.
For sellers, you can get an instant valuation online and sell your goods easily, conveniently, and securely.
Easy to buy,
easy to sell.
Start your journey in gold today.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nations Network.
Nations Network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN, subject to coverage.
The Ford Puma and the all-electric Ford Puma Gen E. Stylish, bold, and as driven as you are. And now, you could win one. Take a test drive in any Ford Puma to enter and be in with a chance of winning either the Ford Puma or all-electric Ford Puma Jenny. Search Win a Ford Puma to book online. Ready, set, Ford. To enter, take a test drive between the 1st of July and the 31st of August. T's and C's apply, 25 plus only. For details, see ford.co.uk.
The Big Arch just got bacon. More smokiness, more crispiness, more deliciousness. With juicy beef, cheddar cheese, and that Big Arch sauce. Now topped with crispy bacon. The Big Arch just got bacon.
Until the 28th of September 2026. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
Leading Britain's conversation with Asma Mir.
Thank you so much for getting in touch. Here's a few more of your messages. Andrew says, I cannot wait for the Andy and Donald show with Donald Trump. The reason why I want Keir Starmer to have remained was because of how he handled the erratic baby in the White House. Richard, I'm pleased that Mr Burnham is going to focus on building council homes, but the policy can only fully work if he scraps the stupid right to buy scheme. And Barry helpfully notes that he can see a few grey hairs already on our new PM. Well, it is a very stressful job indeed. 03456060973. And hello to you if you are watching us live on the LBC app, on Global Player or on YouTube, of course. Right, let's go to the phones to Anthony, who's in Egham in Surrey. Hi, Anthony. What was your reaction as you watched or listened to Andy Burnham standing outside Downing Street?
Well, hi there, Asma. Nice to speak to you. As you said, it was a little underwhelming because if one can remember as far back as Blair coming in, it was like the second coming, you know. It was almost apocalyptic, a change, you know. But with that Andy Burnham, it's a feeling of, you know, just another one. My first impressions are at least it's sunny, because I know when Starmer came in, it was a drizzly day, and that didn't seem to be a good omen. So perhaps that is a good thing.
Well, let's hope so.
Yes. And the other slightly positive thing is he's a clean sheet, because he hasn't been tainted, at least to date, by the scandals that afflicted Starmer. So he's come in sort of really almost with a clean slate, and we hope that he does succeed. However, I'm going to now strike a slightly gloomier note, in that I think he will struggle, because he speaks about this so-called new economic model. What the hell is it? Because, you know, you can't come in after 40 years of Thatcherism and just tear all that up. The state is kind of, it's enmeshed into the fabric of the country. So you're going to have to do some pretty huge reforms. And when you have the time to do them, you know, undoing a lot of things, such as not just the privatizations of utilities, but the way that so much of what even government does is run by private firms like Capita and so on.
But Anthony, do you think it's incumbent upon us, people like you, people like me, everyone, to actually give Andy Burnham the time to turn everything on his head, if that's what he thinks it's going to take?
Yes, definitely. But we've seen so often that the wheels start coming off quite early on, as it did with Starmer, and he seems to swerve so many of these crises. And I hope this doesn't happen to, even with Tony Blair, there was the Eccleston scandal early on. It seemed he was untouchable at the start. So I hope this doesn't happen, and that he can give him a chance at least, and for this to go to the electorate to, you know, endorse his programme or not. But so often we've seen, I mean, his wife bears a slight resemblance to Liz Truss.
What? So, come on. Number one, no, there's not. And number two, what? What does that mean if there is?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if the power is behind the throne of that partnership. You see, I'm wondering if she's another Cherie Blair. We've got the Liverpool collection. But on a more serious note, Asma, yes, I think he will struggle, especially, as someone mentioned before, the big orange blob, because he's yet to encounter him. And we've seen him familiar pattern there, haven't we? The initial sort of buddy-buddy act.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump's very happy with him so far, isn't he? He's posted on Truth Social that Andy Burnham's going to open up the North Sea and people are dancing in the streets of Aberdeen.
Perhaps he thinks he's Scottish. Perhaps he thinks, again, Andy, that he's Scottish.
Maybe
you can play on that for a while.
Okay, Anthony, thank you very much for that. Let's speak to Steph, who's in Peterborough. Hi, Steph. Are you feeling hopeful?
No.
Oh, no. It's my fault. I've made everyone feel gloomy.
No. I'm one of the old guard Labour voters. I've been voting Labour for 44 years. I was a member until a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know if you look on social media much, but a lot of people are fuming what's happened with this coup from Burnham.
Yeah, of course.
Now, I need to say that I don't want to get upset because many people think the world of the guy. He's only had 2 years. Look what he's done in 2 years.
Mm.
And the thing is, look how good the NHS is. Look how things are being turned around with defence, because at the end of the day, our defence was smaller than it was in the Napoleonic Wars in 2023, 2024. People go on about the winter fuel thing, but he gave an alternative through the Household Support Fund. But I'll tell you what the main problem is the comms team. Because they have been absolutely appalling. And people like myself and thousands of people who are probably more centre-left, like myself, we are proper Labour. And I'm telling you what's going to happen. It's going to be the same thing that Keir's gone through with reform being like they are, making up things about him with the grooming gangs. People seem to forget that. They're blaming him for that. He's going to get the same from his backbenchers who want Corbyn back because they did it to Keir, because Keir removed Corbyn. So there's a lot of rumours where they're saying they want Corbyn back. Sorry, I'm trying to speak as quick as I can.
No, it's all right. There's no rush. There's no rush there.
You know, it's heartbreaking because I wanted Andy Burnham as the Labour leader in 2015. I wanted Andy Burnham as leader in 2017. I still wanted Andy Burnham to lead the party.
Yeah.
But it's disgusting what has happened, because he should have shown Keir make Andy deputy leader so he can go in and learn the ropes. But no, they had to kick him out after everything he's done. And the problem is not so much LBC, but I cannot. Those people will not stop. People hate Muslims. People hate people with brown skin.
Some people do.
But the thing is, he is going to have this from the reform and also from the Tories, because Kemi Badenoch has changed into, and I've got to be careful what word I use.
Yes, please be careful.
She's trying to outform reform. How's that?
You think, okay, right. Well, you think she's more reform than reform. Okay, I'm sure she...
No. The way she's dealing with immigration, the things she's saying about...
No longer a member of the Labour Party.
No. And so are hundreds, probably thousands of others, because we don't... Although, I mean, me personally, because I'm one of the older voters, I mean, I'm 61, but, you know, other people my age, they used to think the world of Andy. I did. I saw him as a Prime Minister. But I don't like the fact that how Keir was stabbed in the back. I don't like the fact that Josh Simon stood by. He should have, won Makerfield, but he should have stood by Keir for at least another year to 18 months to gradually learn what's going on.
So what do you think of Andy Burnham now then? You say you used to like the guy, you voted for him twice as leader of the Labour Party. What do you think of him now?
He's a backstabber.
Right. I thought you might say that. Steph, thank you very much for that. That is Steph in Peterborough, or perhaps have just given up. So how crucial is that going to be in terms of support for Andy Burnham? Jan is in Hammersmith. Hi, Jan.
Hi. Well, I totally, absolutely, I was in tears at Andy's speech. I thought it was something 11 years I've been waiting to hear this. 11 long years. I got to know the man quite well when I was a campaigner or part of the Save Charing Cross Hospital. Goes out. She looks like Liz Truss. No, but she's had cancer. People don't know that. Andy Burnham gives so much of his salary to charity. People don't know that. He is a very committed Christian. He's got a real caring, a real deep faith for people. He cares for people. And if people can be patient so that our young have a chance, i.e. building more council houses, people need shelter. It shouldn't be a safety deposit box for the rich. People need a home. They need a job. They need to know their health is okay. And from that, then you've got money to go out and enjoy your life and have fun, and the economy starts to lift. But if you don't put the basics in, which happened in 1945, we took this country out of extreme poverty, workhouses, slum dwellings, and people just want to trash it all on the backs of some pride. I've always supported Labour. I will go with whatever leader. I don't always agree with their policies. Okay, Keir Starmer is a nice man. I've met him. He's a decent man. Okay.
So what did he get wrong?
He was too clumsy for the job. He couldn't read how people are feeling after all these years of going through the Tories and going through the hell coming out of COVID. People are really, really broken. And when we talk about our young and mental health, when they have no prospects, never mind older people. I mean, there's people in their 30s and older who cannot afford to buy properties. Men are having to live at home with their parents in their droves, not just a few thousand, millions. What hope is that for them to have a family, to have a life, to have their privacy? Things have got to change.
Okay. Jan, thank you very much for that. It's Jan in Hammersmith, 0345 60 60973. Pretty much all the views so far. You're optimistic, you're pessimistic. You think Andy Burnham's a backstabber. You think Andy Burnham is amazing. He's the Messiah. He is, he's going to get things done if we give him some time. So let me know which of those or none of those you agree with. 0345 60 60973. We are waiting, of course, for the first couple of appointments to Andy Burnham's cabinet. There's been so much speculation about that. We will get final confirmation of that this afternoon, and you will not miss a beat of this unfolding story if you listen and watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player and on YouTube. It is 1:46.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
Hi, Nan. We're having a brilliant time. We went to a theme park and the rides were awesome. We got money off the entry tickets, so Dad even bought us all an ice cream with a flake. Probably not the best idea before going on a roller coaster. Sammy went green after. See you when we get home. Love, Leo.
Enjoy great British summer savings, such as discounted entry to theme parks, soft play and more. Funded by the UK government.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious tips from that guy down the pub. Get real-time insights, analysis and tools. No more fat cat brokers clawing your gains. Pay zero commission on your investments. Switch to a platform trusted by British investors for over 50 years. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply.
Tackles that crunch and theatrical diving. Rivals on terraces sobbing and crying. Last minute winners that change everything. These are a few of our favourite things. When you're singing, yet not winning. When your bet's gone bad. We simply remember our favourite things, and then we'll feel so glad.
For all your favourite things, visit BetVictor. 18+, gambleaware.org. Please gamble responsibly.
The big arch just got bacon. More smokiness, more crispiness, more deliciousness. With juicy beef, cheddar cheese and that big arch sauce. Now topped with crispy bacon. The big arch just got bacon.
Until 28th of September 2026. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
Don't miss the fight before the fight. Anthony Joshua must survive the here and now.
Huge risk! I'm back. July 25th, Joshua versus Prenga, live exclusively on DAZN.
Take summer by storm with Kia. Introducing the new Kia Sportage Storm, a unique limited edition of the UK's favourite family SUV. Test drive the award-winning Kia Sportage today and order yours by the 31st of August to get 5.9% APR representative and up to £3,000 PCP finance deposit contribution. Search Kia Take Summer by Storm. Kia. movement that inspires. T's and C's apply. Kia Finance. To verify, visit kia.com/UK/favourite.
Asma Mia on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker now. Just say, play LBC.
So what do you think then? Andy Burnham is our latest Prime Minister. I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but it is ridiculous, isn't it? And that's not anyone that's listening's fault. Lewis Goodall was saying earlier on that the reason we've had so many politicians, so many Prime Ministers, is because each of them had to go for a specific reason. So it isn't that we're ungovernable, but it is still a ridiculous situation to be in. 4 Prime Ministers in 5 years, 7 in 10 years. Mark has got in touch. The problem is everyone, including you lot, as just stated on air, you want Amazon Prime politics. You can't order it before 9 a.m. for same-day delivery with politics. Washing machines, perhaps, but not politics. It's unreasonable. And this is why we churn them out so quickly. Give them a chance, says Mark in Leeds. 03456060973. And let's speak to John, who is in Glasgow. Hi, John.
Hello, Asma. Nice to speak to you. Can I wish Andy Burnham all the best?
Of course.
I do hope he's a success for the English Parliament. but and that's just coming to the point I want to make, actually, is that his pronouncements so far, he's made a noble pronouncement that he wants to end homelessness.
Yeah.
Now, how is he going to do that? It needs the cooperation of local councils, for instance, and he wants to devolve power to local councils and areas. And if those areas are controlled by Reform or opposition parties, will they carry his agenda?
Well, I mean, I would presume, I don't know, but I would presume that Reform would want to end rough sleeping too. Nobody wants rough sleeping, do they?
Absolutely no, but it's not. It's not saying Nigel Farage's agenda, is it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether it's his agenda or not. I don't know whether he's opposed to ending rough sleeping. I mean, I can't speak on his behalf. But anyway, what other kind of wider point do you want to make about Andy Burnham?
Well, I think so far everyone's getting very excited about him, but it hasn't proved anything yet. And in Manchester, he did make a difference in terms of rough sleeping. I give him that, but he had control over the levers to do that now. And he attracted inward investment into Manchester. But it's a different thing when it's a country. It's a very different thing, a different skill set. I really do. I kind of worry that if he doesn't make a success of this, we'll end up with a Reform government in 3 years.
Right. Well, a lot of people are saying that he needs to be given the time, John. We will see whether he is given the time. John, thank you for that. Stell is in Willesden Green in London. Hi, Stell.
Oh, hi, Esme.
What do you think then?
Well, I'm quite pleased that Andy Burnham is in. I kind of listened to some of the comments from the other Labour or the ex-Labour voters about him being a backstabber, which is a shame, really, because when it comes to Keir Starmer, there's absolutely no doubt he has done an awful lot of good for the country. But unfortunately, his press, he lacked anything of press. Anything that he did well got buried in the doom and gloom of Reform. And I think the one thing that's good about Andy Burnham coming in, he poses a real threat to Reform voters, or certainly those who might be considering to vote Reform. I think those who are hell-bent on voting Reform, it doesn't matter who's in, they'll still vote Reform. But there's those that perhaps that are teetering who are going to think twice now, and they're going to give Burnham a chance, and they're going to say, okay, let's see what you can do. And the one thing with Andy Burnham is he kind of resonates with the common person. He kind of gets it. He talks about it. He's lived it. And it's not just theatrics for him. It's a reality for him. He knows what it's like growing up, sort of in a working class background, etc. So,
but Keir Starmer never stopped talking about his working class background.
No, Keir Starmer didn't, but Keir Starmer didn't come across as someone who was from a working class background. That's
very interesting. It's about how you appear today as an adult.
It's the perception, and I think those who might be, sort of thinking about voting reform because there's nothing else to vote for, because the main parties in this country all seem and sound the same. I think Burnham's going to break that mould. I think Andy Burnham, he's got an opportunity now to demonstrate that there is a difference in how we go about our politics in this country. And that could win over a lot of doubters. That could win over a lot of people who might be thinking Labour and Tory are cut from the same cloth. So let's, vote reform. But now some of those people might be thinking, hang on, let's see what Andy Burnham can do. And I think that's quite interesting in how our politics could go. He talks about, being... Andy Burnham is a little bit more left of centre, I think. I think we can all agree that that's probably his political style. And it's not a bad thing for this country to have proper left of centre politics, where, everyone gets a chance to become better through the policies that are made by government. And he's got that opportunity now to sort of demonstrate that.
Okay. Well, Stell, let's hope so. I love your optimism. And it's very interesting what you said about the perception of Andy Burnham. Someone who went to Cambridge, talked about all his imposter syndrome. But he is someone who does come across as relatable, more relatable than Keir Starmer. Adam's in York. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. Go on. I think you're going to tell me off. Go on.
I am not going to tell you off at all.
I don't mind.
No, I'll just tell you briefly. So I'm sitting here and I tune into the BBC, have a look at the coverage of Andy Burnham's speech.
Yeah. And
the immediate response by the journalists following his speech, a speech about, hope. I mean, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what else they would have preferred him to say, but the immediate response was, well, he's not going to do that. Well, he's not going to do that. Well, he's obviously, how's he going to pay for it? I'm just watching, AI companies, hyperscaling big tech companies get $1 trillion leeway to do whatever the hell they want, to open data centers all over the shop with zero return on investment. Andy Burnham comes in and says, I'd like people to care about people. I'd like to potentially change this country and to give people back, to stop people rough sleeping, to invest in the economy of business. And the first thing that gets said about him is, well, how's he going to pay for that? So you'll speculate on a person who wants to help people. It is absolutely absurd. And talk about double standards. The reason you've had 6 prime ministers is because you eat them for breakfast the moment they walk in the door. Yet you give people like Nigel Farage, an actual crook, you give him all the leeway in the world, because what's he going to do when he comes in? He's going to burn the country around his feet.
Okay, Lewis, Lewis went through all the prime ministers. So do you think that did we have Boris Johnson for breakfast? Did we have Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak for breakfast?
Have you watched the debate? So when you watch the debate, go back and watch the ITV or the BBC debate of, for example, Corbyn versus Boris Johnson. Just go and stand there and watch it. Watch the pageantry around it. Watch the nonsensical way of describing the country's problems. Obviously, none of those people can even, they get 3 or 4 minute nonsense that they stand there, and they're talking behind a lectern and they're giving their reasons, and they both look like fools. And of course, you play on the confidence. Well, Boris is a bit more charismatic. Well, I don't like Corbyn. He might not fire the nuke when it's needed. Meanwhile, the actual problem is Russia is coming at you from angles that you're not even noticing. Forget a nuclear weapon. Forget nuclear submarines. They're going to eat you from the inside.
Okay. All right, Adam.
You know what I mean? It's a very difficult thing to understand.
I understand that you feel annoyed about how quickly people question politicians when they say what they're going to do. Thank you for that. We should say, of course, that you can't call Nigel Farage a crook. He hasn't faced any charges. There's investigations going on about donations, etc. But we can't say that. That is pretty unfair. Now, remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube. We are waiting in the next, maybe the next 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes or so. We may, after 2 o'clock, get the first rumours or even confirmations of who is going to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet. Maybe you have an opinion on that as well. Of course, that's all done and dusted already, isn't it? Andy Burnham is in charge of that, but you might have some views on that. And you can tell us as well about whether you're feeling hope or whether you are concerned that Andy Burnham will not be given a chance. Or do you think that we need a general election now? 0345 6060 973. Are you feeling hope about our new Prime Minister, or are you worried that we are doing the hokey cokey all over again?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Andy Burnham has entered number 10 for the first time as Prime Minister.
I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution.
He says politicians need to raise their game and has promised we will be better. He also revealed what his first act will be in the job.
We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
Mr Burnham says he will begin announcing measures to help with the cost of living as early as tomorrow. He's due to announce which Labour MPs will make up his cabinet this afternoon. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark has more.
We're expecting the cabinet arrivals to essentially be walking up Downing Street in the next few hours. But first, he's going to have to be letting the people go that he doesn't want to be in his top team. So the sackings, as it were. We're told that will be happening with Andy Burnham making his way over to his office in the House of Commons to potentially talk to people like Rachel Reeves, like David Lammy, Steve Reid, Darren Jones, all of those very key allies of the current, or outgoing rather, Prime Minister, who probably will not be getting jobs, or at least will be getting moved.
Earlier, Sir Keir Starmer gave his final speech as Prime Minister outside number 10 before handing his resignation to the King.
I go with good grace. I go
on YouTube. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 32 points at 10,569. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, a little dribbles and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Asma Mir.
Good afternoon to you. It is 2 minutes past 2. This is Asma Mir on LBC, standing in for Sheila Fogarty. On a very important day, we have our newest Prime Minister. He is our 4th Prime Minister in 5 years. It depends which particular timescale or metric you want to measure it by, but let's just say we have had quite a few. Is this finally going to be the Prime Minister that can get us all together, that can get things moving, that can say what he wants to do and then actually achieve it? Will he be given the time? And remember, of course, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player and on YouTube. 0345 6060 973 is the number to call, or you can text 84850. Many of you are getting in touch. Lots of your messages to read out. But first, let's speak to Andrew Marr, presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr on LBC, weekdays from 6 p.m, of course. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Asma.
Where do we start? What did you think, first of all, of Andy Burnham's speech? I thought it was quite short.
It was short, it was upbeat, and it was frankly quite familiar. The same kind of things he's been saying quite a few times now. The new bits in it were the rough sleeping initiative, something that apparently Jeremy Corbyn would have done had he become Prime Minister. And I think the fact that he acknowledged two things. He acknowledged what you've just been talking about, the churn of prime ministers. He said, there's been too much of this. And I think he was the first prime minister ever, probably, to walk into Downing Street having said, this place, I'm going to take power away from it. I'm going to distribute power away from the centre around the country.
Do you think he'll be given time?
No.
Then we're going to be doing this all over again, aren't we?
When I say no, I say that with a slightly despairing and challenging feeling in me, because we really have to acknowledge that being Prime Minister of a country which was once a very huge world power and has been on the slide for a very long time with a weak economy and poor productivity and all of that is a thankless, really, really difficult, some people say impossible task. And if we pull people down before they've even started, because some of our colleagues in the media are already saying he's a dud, he's a failure, he's a fool, he's an idiot, before he's even started. If we carry on doing that, then it is, a downward spiral to perdition. There'll be, we'll change parties and we'll hate them and get rid of them, and on it goes. So we have to give him time. I think my plea would be give the guy a chance.
That is so interesting, and it's very honest of you, Andrew, because we are part of the media, and we sit here and we obviously we would say we try to be fair, but then you do notice in other quarters people, because of their political bent, papers, stations, whatever, start way before the whispering campaign starts, way before that. Oh, watch out, he's going to do that. Watch, and I just think that. Isn't 4 prime ministers in 5 years, isn't that enough? Isn't that the tipping point at which someone says, you know what, we actually need a little bit of stability in this country because it will help all of us?
Because the markets still don't know who the Chancellor is. Markets, like business generally, hate uncertainty, and they're getting a lot of uncertainty. Less uncertainty, the better. In terms of Burnham himself, I hate to make predictions about anything these days. I think there is very, very little chance of Labour trying to get rid of another leader during this Parliament. I think he's nailed in for as long as he wants to be.
Okay.
We don't know his real thinking about the timing of the next election. He could feel that he gets a bounce that lasts him into next year and suddenly goes early next year. I think it's likely that he'll try and run the course, most of it. So we know that he'll be here for probably 2 or 3 years. And then the question is, has he produced a kind of anti-establishment movement in the country on Labour terms that is as strong as stronger than the one from Reform? We're going to see an election, I think, which will see probably Labour and the Liberal Democrats moving closer together than we've seen in the past, because one of Andy Burnham's great causes is PR, proportional representation, also the great Liberal Democrat thing. And so it's going to be a big, big titanic struggle between left and right. And who knows, but I think under Keir Starmer, a man I knew a bit and personally liked very much, and a decent guy, I think the chances of Labour winning the next election were vanishingly small, and the chances of Nigel Farage and a Reform government were very, very high indeed. I think after what's happened today, that's much less so.
That's very interesting. Keir Starmer was incredibly unpopular for a long period of time. And what I think we know historically, although things may have changed, we know historically that when things go bad, people start to say, hang on a minute, I didn't vote for this guy. I'm thinking of Gordon Brown. I didn't vote for this guy. There needs to be a general election. Do you think that's a danger in 2026 or 2027? It's
always a danger for somebody in Andy Burnham's position. I mean, I would say actually the people have been involved in all of this. The country voted in a Labour government on a Labour manifesto, which Andy Burnham says, despite its difficulties, he will stick to.
Yeah.
Also, Andy Burnham is only here, only in number 10 today, because he had the courage to fight a by-election, which many people, I think probably including me, suggested he'd find it very hard to win. Yeah. And then people saying, well, OK, he might just edge it, but he'd have to win really, really well to give himself momentum. And he fought it, and he won well. So he came with that kind of sense of a popular surge from a constituency which was sort of 93% sort of white working class, pro-Brexit, exactly the kind of constituency that Reform would assume that they would sweep up. And so I think the public, albeit in one small sort of form at Makerfield, have been involved in all of this. So there is no constitutional reason why he should call an early election. But as he stumbles, and he will, Asma, everybody stumbles, everybody makes mistakes, and he will too. That's not politics, that's life. But as he stumbles, more and more people will call for an election. And of course, looking at the polls, the opposition parties may be calling it with a slight quaver in their voice, thinking, hope he doesn't agree with us.
If you had him in front of you right now, what is the one question? You're only allowed one. What would you ask him today?
Who's your Chancellor?
Shabana Mahmood, isn't it?
Well, so we think.
Yeah, obviously that's not been confirmed.
I've done hard briefing about any of this. I think it's sort of whispers growing louder and louder and louder as they swirl around the Palace of Westminster. Echoes following echoes following echoes. It may very well be Shabana Mahmood, but we just don't know. And until we do, I'm very cautious.
What about the danger, the risk? Maybe you don't see it as a risk, actually. And Lewis Goodall made the point that, Andy Burnham is kind of oldish. Not old Labour, but he's the old guard. If you have too many of the old guard in there and kind of resurrect people from a period that perhaps people don't look that fondly back on, I don't know. People's recollections do vary. Is that a problem? Does he have to have a lot of new blood in?
We know that David Miliband would love to come back and be Foreign Secretary, and by the way, would be a very good Foreign Secretary, I think. We know that Ed Balls would like to come back, but they're all blokes. They're all on the demonised football team, or most of them, and you don't want to resurrect that. Already Burnham and Tony Blair, because this always originates in the Tony Blair years, have had a bit of a confrontation, a sort of genteel one. But when Burnham attacks 40 years of neoliberalism, he is including Tony Blair in that. He's including the kind of metropolitan, big money-centred, pro-immigration aspects of Tony Blair's worldview, and Tony Blair has got very good antennae and has noticed this and wrote a pretty scorching 5,000-word essay back in May saying that Burnham, in effect, was playing with fire if he didn't embrace what Blair describes as radical centrism.
Goodness me. Right, Andrew, I might come back to you in a second. I just want to go to Downing Street. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark is there. She's parked there for the rest of the day, really, to try to find out what's happening in terms of cabinet appointments. Natasha, can you tell us anything?
Good afternoon, Asma. Yes, all quiet on the Western Front, as they say, in terms of who is going to be in Andy Burnham's new cabinet. Obviously, we have been hearing the same names doing the rounds for a number of days now, that Shabana Mahmood, the current Home Secretary, is expected to become the Chancellor. Now, we have heard this morning that Ed Miliband, of course, he was one of those people who was in the running to become the Chancellor. We hear that he has made a farewell speech to staff at the Department for Energy, which he's currently in charge of. So that does indicate that he understands that he is probably about to be moved when Andy Burnham lays out his new cabinet. Now, I'm told in the building just behind me, the Prime Minister is now undergoing a series of important phone calls, potentially with other world leaders. I imagine one of the people that the new Prime Minister to call. We've been hearing from world leaders who've been welcoming the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, on social media. This morning, we've been hearing from President Macron of France and Ursula von der Leyen from the European Commission. So they have started to trickle in those messages of congratulations and support, and Andy Burnham will, of course, be on the phone to them as soon as possible. We expect within the next hour or two cabinet arrivals. So essentially the people who will be in Andy Burnham's top team: Shabana Mahmood, Ed Miliband, Lucy Powell, Lisa Nandy, and I'm told today Angela Rayner is definitely one of those people that will be returning to the cabinet with a top job. I don't know what it is yet, but some of the rumours have been that she might be given her old job back at Housing, or potentially be made Health Secretary. That will be an interesting appointment for someone who we know likes a smoke and a drink. So that will be an interesting one if true, Asma. But yes, as it were, at the moment, the top team are keeping their powder very dry about who those cabinet appointments are going to be. But we're told that it's not going to be too much longer, that we have to wait.
OK, Natasha, we will be back with you as soon as that happens. That's Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, parked outside Downing Street with a very noisy heckler behind her. Andrew Marr is still with me. Ed Miliband, where do you think he's going to land?
Very good question. I think maybe some beefed up new business department, maybe the AI department, maybe that. Maybe he'll be asked to stay where he is. He cares very much about the department. I think he's been in some anguish, frankly, over the last 10 days or so. I think he thought he was going to be Chancellor. Really? And he had good reason for that. He's one of the people who knows the Treasury well, knows the levers of power. And there was an argument to say that actually our biggest problem is over high government spending, slightly out of control government spending. To deal with that, you have to deal with welfare. To deal with welfare, you have to look at PIPs and all of those reforms that were rejected by the Parliamentary Labour Party under Starmer. and that as the effective leader of the soft left in the Labour Party, maybe Ed Miliband is the only man who could persuade the parliamentary party to go in that direction. So in other words, if you do want to get control of public spending, perhaps, his agenda, and Andy Burnham will want no sense that the Treasury is now Ed Miliband's fiefdom, not Andy Burnham's. And so if it is, as we're told, Shabana Mahmood, the argument, she's got no Treasury experience, misses the point. That's why she'll be going.
What's going to happen with Wes Streeting, do you think?
Very, very difficult. The rumours today about defence, it's not been one of his areas in the past. He also made a very interesting economic speech a couple of weeks ago, bidding for the Treasury. He'd be a good Chancellor as well, I think. I suspect he'll be offered, whatever happens, I suspect he'll be offered a decent department, a good big department, and he'll be very disappointed if he isn't. It might be defence. Again, I'm very interested in this idea of Burnham is really going to appoint the very first AI-focused cabinet minister anywhere in the Western world, and in effect to create a department for the next economy, the coming economy, looking at data centres and AI and all of that. Now that's a really interesting, novel job, and a big job for somebody big enough to take it. Perhaps that would be Wes Streeting.
Very interesting. Andrew, thank you very much. Andrew Marr, of course, presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr on LBC weekdays from 6 p.m. Not long to wait. And it'll be a really interesting programme tonight, as it is every night. Right, what do you think? 0345 6060 973. Are you feeling optimistic? Do you feel hope beating in your heart? Or are you concerned that Andy Burnham will not be given enough time? Let me know what you think. You can text as well on 84850. And remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player and on YouTube. So make sure you give that a little look. It is LBC and it's 2:16.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
Under the beating Serengeti sun, the watering hole is a magnet for many animals. Here we see a young pygmy hippo, spending its days frolicking in the mud, much like our own human offspring.
Oh, Dad.
What?
Stop talking like that, you're freaking out the chimps.
Take a safari to London Zoo. Download the Thameslink Railway app and book kids' train tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Before you renew your private health insurance, are you sure you're getting the right cover at the right price? At the Private Healthcare Company, we compare a range of leading providers to find cover matched to your needs, with a dedicated representative who'll support you from start to finish. Search the Private Healthcare Company today and see how much you could save on your renewal. The Private Healthcare Company, your personal private healthcare broker.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Asma Mia on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Yes, that is the number to call if you want to let me know how you're feeling today on the day when we got a new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, of course. And we're going to hear about his cabinet appointments throughout the afternoon. As soon as we hear the first one, we will bring that to you. Of course, we've got Natasha Clark standing by at Downing Street. Let's speak to Linda, who is in Glasgow. Linda, you are feeling optimistic.
Yes, I am. For the first time in quite a long time, I've heard a politician saying the sort of things that I've been sounding off about for years with regards to what has led us to the sort of problems that we have now, lack of housing, high energy bills, etc. For the first time, I hear a politician saying what I think has led us to this point. Now, he's been accused of looking back to the 70s, taking us back to an era that we'd really rather forget, that wasn't simply good. But I don't think that. I think to fix the problems of today, you have to look at what has led us to that point and address those structural problems. And I think he's doing that. My only worry is that he may not, the honeymoon period won't be long. I always feel it's that bit shorter for Labour politicians and Labour prime ministers than it is for others. And that he maybe haven't been brave enough to stand, and they say fortune favours the brave, and I think that's been the case with Andy. My only worry, I should say, is that he may waver in that braveness, right? There's already, he wanted Ed Miliband or there was talk that he wanted Ed Miliband as Chancellor, but he's already beginning to bow to outside pressures with regards to who he has in his cabinet, and who's going to help him make those brave decisions to do what really needs to be done. And to those Labour members who accuse him of stabbing Starmer in the back. I feel sorry for Starmer, but he was clearly failing, and we were heading towards a reform government. And I think Andy has seen that and thought, I don't think he has stood for ego. Well, maybe there's an element of ego. I think you have to have a bit of an ego to do that job. But I think he has done it because he saw Labour losing the election and losing badly to a reform government, and knew that couldn't stand. He decided to stand in order to stop that rot, stop that traction.
So, Linda,
in that direction.
The thing is that we've had a lot of chat about he needs to be given time to change things, and I think most sensible people would agree that it's not going to happen overnight, that you're absolutely going to have to give him some time. However, they would like him to start quickly. And he said, hasn't he already? He said, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct everyone who's working for me that I want to end rough sleeping in this country. That's what he said. So he's shown decisiveness. And I don't expect you to know this, but I'll put it out there anyway. He said he's going to stick to the Labour manifesto of 2024, but at the same time, he's going to ease the cost of living. So have you any idea how he'll be able to do that? Will he be able to do that?
Well, I obviously hope so, because I'm one of those struggling the squeeze middle. I obviously hope so. I don't know. A lot will become clearer once his cabinet picks and so on are made public, and we know which direction he's going to go in. I think when he says that, he means it, and I think he will do his utmost. How he plans to do that within the constraints of the current manifesto, I'm not too sure. What I suspect may happen is he'll go in, start dealing with some of the things that he can immediately deal with, build a bit of momentum. Hopefully, I think he's hoping there'll be a bit of a bounce in the polls.
Yeah.
So I think he might be in a year or so, and then go to the electorate, try and get that bounce, try and show that he's making some differences within the constraints that the current manifesto has put in his way. And I think he may then put it to the people.
Right. Okay.
Let the people decide. So I'm not too sure yet. That I'm unsure about that. But only he knows that. But I suspect that might be the direction he goes. And my worry is that he will bounce outside pressures, the press, the markets, and not keep up that not always be as brave as he was when he stood in the first place for that Makerfield.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Linda, thank you very much. I can hear quite a few of you quite emotional today, actually, and I do understand, because there's so much riding on this, isn't there? It's yet another Prime Minister. All of us want economic stability, and all of us want political stability. And, this is another step on that road. But that road hasn't, we haven't moved on that road in a long time in terms of economic and political stability, and that is what we want. Surely that's what we all want. Let's speak to V, who is in Boston in Lincolnshire. Hi, V.
Good afternoon, Nazma. I think, isn't it strange that the people that are calling for patience with Burnham, some of them were actually saying Starmer should go after 2 years, while he's trying to fix 14 years of rot in the country. That's quite an interesting thing for me that I've been observing. Will he be given the time? No. He has no chance of being given the time. Already, within social media, within the press and everywhere else, they are already calling for him to either call a general election, they are calling him a failure, they are talking about how he lost to Corbyn before and everyone else. It's just really, there's no chance of him being given the time. So whatever he does in the next 2-3 months, I would say, is very important. He needs to hit the ground going, and he needs to do something really big that people will point to and go, actually, he's different from Starmer. He is not dithering. He is not. He really knows what he wants to do.
So what can he do within the constraints of the Labour election manifesto of 2024? Because he says he's going to stick to that. So what's the big thing he can do?
I think he needs to call up someone in the European Union and say, let's start talking. Let's start negotiating. That is something that a lot of people will be interested in and go, okay, now we're getting closer to the EU, because we can't run away from the fact that Brexit is what is affecting our coffers. People can say everything that they want to say, but Brexit is affecting our coffers. And as long as we're still out of the European Union, we are going to struggle. We are going to struggle to balance the books. We're going to struggle to feed the nation. But what I called your team for before, when I spoke to your team, I said, the people who will do for Burnham is not the country. It's people within the Labour Party. Some people are saying he stabbed Keir Starmer in the back.
Yeah.
And if you remember, there are some people that say Starmer stabbed Corbyn in the back. And those people were against Starmer and never supported Starmer and so forth and so on. And usually leaders are ousted by who? By their own party. And I can tell you that there are some people in the party, MPs and members, that are not happy with the way Burnham has got power. And as soon as he makes a mistake, they will be after him.
Well, I mean, that is generally how politics does work to a degree. V, thank you for that. I want to try to squeeze in Billy as well, who's called on 03456060973. Billy, where are you, in Ayrshire?
Houston.
Okay. So tell us what you're thinking. Did you listen to Andy Burnham's speech outside Downing Street?
Yeah, I was listening this morning. Effectively, what I can say is to Andy, and next, we're rearranging the deck chairs here in the Titanic. We're just getting a new captain, but it's the same people that are behind the scenes, Shabana Mahmood, etc., etc. But what we've basically had is the Mayor of Manchester telling the majority of Scotland there'll be no referendum. So where's the democracy in that? So where's the change that we're going to get?
Well, I mean, I'm Scottish. I'm not saying that's not important, but we are talking about, the economy, about stability, about the cost of living, about everything. Should that not be the priority on day one?
Well, let's talk about the economy. Methil, Ravenscraig, Grangemouth, Westmoreland, Bathgate, Linwood, Tyneys, McVitie's, Alexander Dennis, Terex, Timex, Caterpillar, Shanks, Royal Ordnance, Clyde Shipbuilding.
What about North Sea oil?
Leaving the ground. What benefit will it make to Scotland? I can ask you the question here. Do you think it will make a difference to the price of energy in the United Kingdom?
I don't. I have no idea. I do not. I don't know. But I know that that is popular as a popular policy among some people. Yeah,
but when I give you that list there, those jobs went south because of Westminster. They didn't disappear. All those companies exist south of the border. They don't exist in Scotland. So we talk about a Scottish economy. Can we survive another 5 years or another 2 years of Westminster? I don't think so. I don't think so. As I say, we're 100% sufficient in renewables in Scotland, but we've got the most expensive energy in Western Europe. Why is that? Because we're tied to a Westminster policy that is based on gas production for energy. We need out.
Okay, Billy, thank you for that. Tim is in North Wales. Hi, Tim.
Hello there.
Go on, what do you think? You feeling happy today?
Well, we are where we are ultimately. We all need Burnham to succeed. We need the country to be run. We need it to be stable. It's in everybody's interest. I didn't support how he came where he's got to, but they didn't break any rules. It was all done, as per the book. But we are where we are, as I said. We need him to succeed. But what I find difficult is that now people are saying that we need to give him time, and this plan is going to be coming later on in the year. Well, I mean, he's been plotting for a year. Why is the plan not ready to go from day one? I appreciate he needs to, get under the bonnet of some things, but this was the whole reason for ousting Starmer, wasn't it? That he wasn't going quick enough. Well, this plan is coming later in the year. Well, when will it be? We've got some things that are going to come this week about giving us hope. Well, people don't pay Scottish Power and other utility companies with hope. People pay it with pounds in their pockets. So I just don't understand that we're going to wait for this plan later on in the year, no timetable given. And this was the whole thing about getting Starmer out, I thought, because he wasn't going quick enough. So I just don't know. And people calling for stability, and that's crucial for the economy. Of course it is. But this whole year, in the briefing has been adding anything but stability to our position. So I just don't get it, to be honest. And I just, like I say, we are where we are. He needs to succeed for all of our benefits, but I just don't get it. And I think he needs to hit the road a bit quicker.
And if he were to hit the road a bit quicker, what is the one thing you'd want him to do? If you had to pick one thing.
Well, to be honest, I think it is building on the success of Starmer. They had his faults. They didn't do everything correctly, but I do think that they have laid a good foundation. They've done some real drains up stuff for getting to the root causes. A lot of problems, still loads to do, loads to fix, but I think it is continuing the work that they were doing. Really, that's that solid foundation. Yeah, growth hasn't been huge. It's not been absolutely massive, but it's still been growth, and we are performing well against the G7. I think it's just continuing that real solid foundations and accelerated. It's got to go quicker. It has got to be better, but people have got to feel it better. But Reform are on the down. That's definitely going to have a boost to Labour as well. And I wish him well. I wish Burnham well. It's in all of our interests for him to succeed, but I just find it sticks in the craw a little bit now. Everyone's saying that he needs time.
That's interesting. I understand your point as well. I do understand your point, because you want to finally see something happening, and it may not be that we have to wait for later in the year for the entire package. There may be stuff that comes before that. He's already said he wants to end rough sleeping. That's the first thing he's instructed those working for him to try to effect. Tim, thank you very much for that. 0345 606 0973. Do stay with LBC as we expect to hear cabinet appointments we're expecting them to begin. Big appointments, of course. Who is going to be the next Chancellor, the next Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary? Who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? Who do you want to be the next Chancellor? Do any of you want Rachel Reeves to stay in the job? Do you think Shabana Mahmood is a good fit for that? Let me know, and you can watch us live on the LBC app, of course, on Global Player and on YouTube. There is absolutely no excuse for you not to be watching right now. LBC 2:32 news headlines with Amelia Cox.
Andy Burnham says politicians need to raise their game. He's been making his first speech as Prime Minister outside Number 10, where he also promised to help with the cost of living crisis. But he says his first instruction to staff will be to end rough sleeping in Britain. Mr Burnham is due to announce his cabinet this afternoon after meeting the King at Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. Sir Keir Starmer said he goes with a smile as he made his final speech from Downing Street this morning. You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, Global Player and YouTube. LBC weather, a little drizzle lingers in the far north, otherwise mostly dry this afternoon with sunny spells and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
Go all Irish to France with great low prices. With Irish Ferries, you can for less. Irish Ferries, see travel differently. T's and C's apply.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play. That's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the nation's network.
Nation's network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN, subject to coverage.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Us kids are mesmerised by the mundane, entranced by the everyday. Where grown-ups see a snail, we see a slippery shelled beast from the undergrowth. But around 1 in 5 young children have a sight condition that can get in the way of all that wonder. The good news is, if these are found early, they can be managed or corrected. So book your child a free eye test at Specsavers today. Find out more at specsavers.co.uk/kids tests.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
0345 6060 973. And the reason that you might want to be watching is that not only can you watch what's going on in the studio, but also we have reporters at Downing Street, and we will be able also to have a look at what's happening behind them, any arrivals, departures that are happening. But of course, we're going to bring that to you anyway. As soon as anything happens, anyone gets out of a car, goes up the street, up Downing Street, hopefully we'll fire a few questions at them perhaps. We'll see what they say, and we'll tell you who is coming and who is going. You'll be familiar with this. It's happened so many times over the last 5 years or so. New Prime Minister, new Cabinet. Who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? Actually, I'd love to hear from you. 0345 6060 973. Who should be Home Secretary? More importantly, who should be Chancellor? Let me know what you think. You can text 84850. Let's speak to Jane, who's in Bishop Stortford in Hertfordshire. Hi, Jane.
Hiya. You know, this challenge about how he's going to deliver everything that he stated, and, you know, the OBR, they've got a view on this. So they understand that the economic growth cannot be as it once was, and it will be most unlikely to occur for it to be any more than 1.1%. Now, this is one challenge in itself, and therefore AI will bring something to the United Kingdom. Not only that, but the hegemonic system we've got and the protectionist stance we will need to adopt. Not only that, but the defence being another criteria. All of this is going to require spending. And not only that, there is so many parts of the country, the infrastructure, all of the utilities, all of this that we're alluding to, that needs to be nationalised. Now, with that all in mind, the spending will inherently have to be considered. And how is it that this can be encompassed? And this is set against the backdrop that if Burnham doesn't put this into situ now, there will never, ever be a possibility of this necessary change that could ever be brought about. And that is because we've got deleterious forces all around us, and we've got parties included, and this other force structure is such that it's impacting us already on a daily basis, and we are fighting these deleterious forces. Now, this AI will provide us with a robust mechanism to create our own hegemonic system. And we know all about the products we use, you know, the American products. That will all have to be addressed. That will boost economy once we commence on this journey. And we have got many literate and numerate people here. That is irrespective of the multimillionaires who may want to continue fleeing. We don't need those people. We need the people who are here, our own homegrown, who are interested in building this nation. And of course, there are micro issues all around. Why do we have such a situation whereby someone can own more than one house? And that is another criteria which is affecting stock and value of it, the asset value. Now, the taxes and the taxation is a very critical point. Despite this manifesto, in which it alludes to keeping stability on the taxation, that we have to bear into account. This is old Labour coming into power here onwards from today. And that is with Burnham's vision. And this old Labour construct has to already acknowledge that taxation will rise.
Okay. All right, Jane, we'll have to leave it there. It was very interesting what you say. I mean, you were particularly exercised over the economy. And, you know, it is a question that we do keep asking, which is if, as Andy Burnham says, he is going to stick to and honour the 2024 Labour election manifesto, how is he going to make the sums work? Let's speak to David, who is in King's Cross. Hi, David. What do you think?
Hi, yeah, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm actually an economist. I'm generally an optimistic person, but I'm afraid there is no good news, and it doesn't matter who's in Downing Street, whether it's Burnham or anybody else. And the reason is the country is short every year of 100 billion with a B in terms of tax income. That can't be found anywhere ever, and therefore you can't fix the hospitals, the roads, the schools, the homeless or anything. They're just pipe dreams.
Okay, so since when have we been short of that 100 billion?
We've been going short over the last 25 years. So we've increased the population of the country by 10 million people, and we haven't. And the tax take has gone down by the same amount. So we are 70 million people living on the taxes raised by 60 million, and therefore the 100 billion, which is 10%, it can never be found.
But if this has been going on for 20 years, we didn't have the kind of, I don't even know what the word is, this scepticism, this kind of lack of hope when it comes to political leaders and economic instability. We didn't have that.
Because this is just financial reality. It's actually taken 25 years to build.
Right.
That 10 million increase in population has taken 25 years to come into force. And only now and forever in the future will we realise that you can't support 70 million people on the taxes raised by 60 million, which is the situation we're in as a country.
So is this a situation? So there's nothing really that Andy Burnham can do, you think, to make people actually feel a difference in their pockets, and there's nothing that any other party can do.
No, he can talk about it. The other party can talk about it, but nobody on the planet can find that 100 billion with a B, and therefore it's all just talk forever, whether it's Burnham or Starmer or whatever. That nobody can fix these problems.
So what do you think what does that mean for our politics?
It means as a country, well, I think one of your early callers said we are in decline, which is half the world's in decline, so we're not alone. But the politics just flits around the edges of reality, the 100 billion shortfall. They talk about homeless or fix the roads or whatever, but it's just talk. If you wanted to fix homelessness, you might need, let's say, £5 billion, but that's out of the 100 billion we haven't got. So all these things are unfixable. It's just talk.
There's a few people taking issue with what you're saying. The population has increased by 10 million. Are you assuming that the 10 million don't contribute at all?
They do contribute, but I'm an immigrant as well, so this is not an anti-immigrant thing. They do contribute, but they contribute less than they contribute to less than they cost. So let's say a person comes here, has 2 children, a wife, a husband, whatever, puts £5,000 into the economy through taxes, and yet that family costs £18,000 a year. Now multiply that by 1 million examples or 5 million examples. That's why the 100 billion can never be found.
So then, I go back to my last question, which is that if the expectation is going to be less than the reality, do you think that means that we're going to continue to be a politically unstable country?
Yes, we're not alone. This is partly a worldwide problem. So we are politically unstable, and then because the person who comes in can't fix it in 6 months or 12 months or 2 years, we all find fault in that person and say, well, let's pick the next person. They must be better. And, of course, the next person can't tackle the problems either. They can talk a different talk, but they can't fix the fundamentals. Homelessness, roads, schools, hospitals, cost of living, completely unfixable.
So, but Andy Burnham has said that he wants to end rough sleeping. Do you think he could do that?
$5 billion to erase rough sleeping, a great cause. I would support that entirely. But it's from the $100 billion we already haven't got. So there's the problem.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of figures there, and many people are disputing your figures. But you have raised an interesting point. So, David, thank you very much for that. 0345 606 0973. Some of you are very hopeful today. Some of you are very pessimistic, and some of you actually feeling like today might be the first day of change. I think it was Andy Burnham himself who said that it was a circuit breaker, and he also talked about these cost of living. Action on cost of living, perhaps to come as soon as tomorrow. So perhaps we should just keep our powder dry until then. 0345 606 0973. What do you make then of Andy Burnham? Is it a poison chalice, or actually should we stop being so negative and all get behind him and give him some time and see whether he can get us out of this real negativity that we have had for the last 5 years or so, because we are constantly changing Prime Minister and being promised, and then it doesn't happen, or we give up too soon, or whatever it is. And it's very hard, isn't it, to remain focused when the Prime Minister of the country is constantly changing. And also another question for you: who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? Does it matter to you? Would it matter to you if Rachel Reeves stayed as Chancellor? It's highly unlikely. Would that matter to you? Who do you think would be better? What should happen to Wes Streeting? Ed Miliband, 0345 606 0973. And remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player, and on YouTube. LBC 246.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
Octopus Energy is now Britain's biggest energy supplier, trusted by over 8 million customers, because we do things differently. When you call, you'll speak to a real person. No robotic scripts, no computer says no, just an honest conversation with someone who actually wants to help. Join the millions who've already made the move. Octopus Energy, recommended by which a record 9 years running. Visit octopus.energy/better for verification.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Unwind in your choice of 4- and 5-star hotels in over 75 destinations like Kos, Lake Garda and Gran Canaria. Plus, you'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now and save £200 per couple. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. International protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play. That's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
Start doing more of what you love from more places. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nations Network.
Nations Network means UK's biggest network through Vodafone 3 merger based on mobile sites versus major providers. Network improvements by 2034. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN, subject to coverage.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Octopus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by which? A record 9 years running.
Leading Britain's conversation with Asma Mir. Text 84850.
0345 6060 973. That is the number to call. How are you feeling today on yet another momentous day in British politics? We have a new Prime Minister. It is Andy Burnham. In case you missed it, and I'm sure you'll be watching along and listening back to it later, Andy Burnham stood outside Downing Street. No notes, no lectern. It was a very short speech. He got quite emotional, actually. I think he understood the kind of the seriousness, really, of the job at hand. That this is something that had happened quite quickly, I suppose. He said that we have to raise our game. We have to make politics work better. We have to do better. He talked about the churn of politicians, of prime ministers, that there had been 4 prime ministers in the last 5 years. He talked about his first instruction to those inside Downing Street was that he wanted them to end rough sleeping in this country. And he talked about plans coming very soon to ease the cost of living. He's now inside making countless phone calls, and we're waiting for the first appointments of his new cabinet. So what do you think? Who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? And remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player and on YouTube. Let's speak to Bethany Dawson, who's LBC's political correspondent outside number 10. Bethany, what do you think the timescale for the cabinet appointments might stretch to? Is it a couple of hours? Is it longer?
Unfortunately, we don't know, but we have been told that Andy Burnham will appoint his cabinet today. So you would hope that by the end of the day, we know who's going to be in those all-important seats. But right now on Downing Street, it's quite an anxious energy. We are all waiting any twitch of a curtain and all of the journalists turn to look. But so far, it has been Larry the Cat that has been the most exciting presence on Downing Street, and we are still waiting for a politician to shout at and see if they'll tell us that they've got a top job.
There's been a lot of speculation, obviously, Bethany, about who might get which job. No one knows, obviously. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, perhaps. Chancellor Shabana Mahmood, Home Secretary. Any names in the frame there?
There aren't really any names being attached. There are many MPs that actually expected Shabana Mahmood to stay as Home Secretary because she has been doing the job for a while. She's really got her feet under the table, and it is a massive brief. However, there have been reports in the last week that she is going to be moved to be Chancellor. Andy Burnham's team are not confirming or denying either way, and they are stressing that they are not briefing about any jobs. They are not letting anything slip. So that is why excitement really is at a fever pitch here. It's all a guessing game. We're all essentially playing fantasy cabinet until we get the confirmation, which hopefully is coming soon.
Yeah, and the only thing that we can really look at this point is people who have publicly said that they're leaving their position. I think that was Lord Timpson, and then also I think Ed Miliband had said goodbye to his department, which means he's either leaving government or being moved.
Yes, so we know that the Prisons Minister, Lord Timpson, is leaving his post. He was put into the House of Lords by Keir Starmer. Many people will know him better as the person who runs Timpson's, where they fix your keys, they fix your shoes, and employ previous offenders to help them with their rehabilitation journey. As you said, we've also heard that Ed Miliband has said goodbye to civil servants in the Department for Energy, either signalling a move, which we expect, or an exiting of government, which would be a complete shock. We also have heard that Patrick Vallance, also in the House of Lords, is leaving his job in a role at DSIT, the Department for Science.
OK. Bethany, thank you for that. As soon as there is any movement, we will come straight back to you. It's Bethany Dawson, LBC's political correspondent outside number 10. Who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? Does it matter to you? Do you have a particular person that you think shouldn't be in the cabinet or should be in the cabinet? How much difference does it make to you personally? Let's speak to John, who is in Woodford. Hi, John.
Oh, hello. It's not so much a person, it's a department that we actually need. Now, there's always a lot of talk about waste. I mean, especially, for instance, just an example, in a hospital, somebody comes in to change a light bulb and it costs a contractor and it costs the hospital £60. That is ridiculous. And there's no control over this. What needs to be done is that the money that the government have in their bank account, which is our bank account, no money leaves that bank account until it's been scrutinised by a department to make sure the money is going to where it should go and how much it's going to go. Now, if you remember during the pandemic, lots of people made millions of pounds and ran off because it was a con, and we were just conned out of money, and other people got very rich over it. Why is it we haven't got that type of department? So everything filters through that before it actually goes out to where it's going to be spent.
You know, there's an argument for and against that. The argument for it is that we need to scrutinise and save money, and the argument against it is that it slows everything down, and we're in a rush.
Who cares about that? We're not worried about slowing down. We're worried about the amount of money that's going and going to wrong people. And it can't be slowed down. We've got AI now. We've got computers that can check it out straight away. It has to be. I mean, I presume you're a housekeeper. You know, if you get a certain amount of money, you don't just give the kids this and that. You've got to make sure that they get enough of what they need. You've got to get their food and you've got to pay the bills, and you're very careful with it. Why the hell isn't the government, who are supposed to be the parents of the country, are not taking care of the money we give them? And there's no department for that. Is that right?
Okay, but I also want to know what you think about Andy Burnham. Are you excited today? Are you hopeful? How are you feeling?
Absolutely. He's a great fella. He looks good. He seems to have the personality. He has the charisma, which is a shame that the last chap didn't have. But look, the point is, the proof is going to be in the pudding, or the pudding, the proof is in the eating.
Yes.
And we've got to wait for this man to settle in. And we shouldn't bully him and push him, because he's got the same amount of money to spend that the Tories had and the Labour had, the leaders, and also the other party, what they call Reform. If they came in, they've got only so much money in the kitty, our kitty, which I was talking about, and how they're going to spend it. And if you're going to make a fair country, you've got to make it, try and spread it evenly, but not give it to people just so they can make millions of pounds and run off.
Okay.
And as we know, the amount of people becoming multimillionaires now is so much greater.
Okay, John, thank you for that. It's John in Woodford, 03456060973. You've got a strong view on the Cabinet. Is there anyone you think absolutely should not be in it, or anyone you think would be a good bet to get in there? And does it matter if they're the old guard or the new guard? 03456060973. David in Stoke, have you got any shoo-ins for the Cabinet?
I don't really have much of an opinion on any of this stuff, to be honest, because as far as I'm concerned, I have absolutely no control over this, and none of us do. You know, what's happening in number 10 at the moment is what is going to happen, right? So I think we're all kind of just wasting time at the moment, to be honest, speculating on these things that are already set up and are going to be happening whether we're paying attention or not. You know, so I kind of just think, to be honest, you know, you had a few other callers a few hours ago, and some of them were talking about, like, oh, you know, we wouldn't be able to do this thing, the rough sleeping thing, because the economy is, you know, we can't do it because the economy is weak, and what about Brexit, and who's going to be in the Cabinet? All of these things. I just think, really, if we all just pay attention to what we just saw, we saw a guy come out in front of number 10 and he said, okay, everybody, we're going to tackle rough sleeping. So my question is, why are we not all talking about how we are going to tackle rough sleeping? Like, so why are we spending all this time trying to, like, figure out something that's already happening?
Okay, well, David, we are going to be talking about rough sleeping. I mean, that is something that he talked about in his speech, said he wants to end it. There are some people who would say that Andy Burnham hasn't done particularly well on rough sleeping when it comes to Greater Manchester. There are other people who will defend his record on that, and that is one of the many issues that we will be talking about. But I want to hear from you this afternoon. What do you think about our new Prime Minister? Can he do it? Will he be given the time? Or is he just another Prime Minister? 0345 6060 973 or text 84850.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, Andy Burnham says he wants this to be the moment Britain can believe again as he entered number 10 for the first time as Prime Minister. He again admitted that his generation of politicians need to raise their game.
I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be.
He promised to help with the cost of living crisis and plans to announce measures to do that from as early as tomorrow. But his first instruction to staff will be to end rough sleeping in Britain. It's all part of a longer-term plan.
Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support.
LBC's Andrew Marr says he'll have done well to get anywhere near 10 years in power. He says we need to break the cycle we've had in recent years.
We really have to acknowledge that being Prime Minister of a country which was once a very huge world power and has been on the slide for a very long time with a weak economy and poor productivity and all of that is a thankless, really, really difficult, some people say impossible task. And if we pull people down before they've even started, then it is, a downward spiral to perdition. There'll be, we'll change parties and we'll hate them and get rid of them and on it goes. So we have to give him time.
Mr Burnham is due to announce who will make up his cabinet this afternoon. You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, Global Player and YouTube. Also this afternoon, more than 2 million more people are going to be banned from using hose pipes to wash cars or water gardens. South East Water is going to extend restrictions next weekend to its customers in Sussex, Surrey, Hampshire and Berkshire. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 76 points at 10,523. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, a little drizzle lingers in the far north, otherwise mostly dry this afternoon with sunny spells and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Asma Mir.
Oh, 034560600973. A lot of you want to get in touch to talk about really how you're kind of processing everything that's gone on today. We're not unfamiliar with what's gone on today, having a new Prime Minister standing outside Downing Street and telling us that things can only get better. But are they? Is Andy Burnham going to be given enough time? And how did you feel as you were watching his very short speech? And who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? A few callers have got in touch to say, I don't care, it doesn't matter, it's got nothing to do with me. But many of you sending in messages saying who you want. Kevin on X, who do I want in the cabinet? Rayner and Streeting to start with. And I really love this one from Stuart. What I would love to see is Starmer as new Foreign Secretary. It would help heal internal division. He may, and I couldn't blame him, refuse, but he's proved himself on the world stage. Some of you saying you absolutely don't want Bridget Phillipson in there, you don't want David Lammy in there, you do want Yvette Cooper in there. You all do have actually strong opinions when you pick at it a bit in terms of who you want to be in this new cabinet. So let me know what you think. 0345 6060 973, that's the number to call. You can WhatsApp on the same number and you can text 84850. And also remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player and on YouTube. Natasha Clark is here, LBC's political editor. She's rushed back. What's it like there right now? What is the actual atmosphere like? Because, this has happened a few times now. Does it feel different?
I mean, it's still exciting for me. I've not quite seen as many prime ministers as you.
Steady on.
But equally, in the last 10 years that I've been in political journalism, we have seen now 6. So, it does obviously, the shine starts to wear off every time you see a new one. But equally, it's still, I think, as exciting for the incoming team as it always is.
Yeah.
They are so delighted to be able to finally be in number 10 and to be able to start what they want to do, essentially. And Andy Burnham, as we know, has a long list of priorities. He was talking about them earlier today, talking about the cost of living being the top priority. So I do think we're going to be expecting a blitz of policy announcements from Team Burnham this week. They really want to hit the ground running. I'm told there have been conversations behind the scenes with civil servants about what they can do immediately. And obviously you saw from the weekend, he's already scrapped Keir Starmer's digital ID plan. So I think we will be hearing more from him on what he wants to do in the coming days. And he realises that, people are still feeling the cost of living. They're still being squeezed. They're still not able to essentially have as much money in their pockets as they'd like. You heard him talking today about tax thresholds.
Yes.
Now, I don't think that's going to be an immediate priority for him. Maybe one for the budget, I imagine. And I don't think there's going to be some form of emergency budget as far as we understand it. But equally, with a new Prime Minister, we did see with Liz Truss, didn't we? She came in and decided that actually things had changed so much. She wanted to come in and essentially announce her own economic policy. So will we see that from Andy Burnham now? He is indeed in number 10. That's, of course, a possibility. But equally, we still haven't had the cabinet. That's obviously the first thing that we're expecting from Andy Burnham today. And what I think is the delay in that, and we were expecting it sort of from 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock today, I think this is essentially, he's on the phone to world leaders. I imagine the call with Donald Trump is probably going on behind the scenes right now. And maybe that is a little bit longer than Andy Burnham anticipated.
Yes. No, you hang up. I can imagine it right now. Let's talk a bit about policy, shall we? Because he wants to make an impact. He wants to hit the ground running, whatever cliche you want to employ. But he has already said that he's going to operate within the constraints of the 2024 Labour General Election Manifesto. So what can he actually do that people are going to go, oh, wow, oh, my goodness. I mean, it might be a small thing, but it actually makes a difference because digital ID cards, very unpopular policy. In fact, Keir Starmer managed to make it unpopular. But people don't, it has no impact on people's, economics, household economics. So what can he do with those constraints?
Yes, that's a fair question. And I think, the further he does stray away from the manifesto, the louder those calls are going to be for a general election soon. And already Nigel Farage has come out today and said, Andy Burnham's promising the biggest change in 40 years. That means we need a general election. So there is a tricky balance to strike there. But I think Andy Burnham will essentially be looking at a 2024 manifesto, which, let's be honest, if you look at it, it's quite vague in terms of the sort of general direction of travel. It talks about more devolution, more this, more that. Obviously, the tax triple lock is going to be Andy Burnham's potentially biggest headache. That leaves him little to no wiggle room. We already saw Rachel Reeves essentially get around it by tweaking those national insurance rates for businesses. So will Andy Burnham try to do something tricky on tax to try and get around that? Possibly. He's definitely not ruling out the idea of raising taxes. You heard him in that interview with Gary Lineker earlier last week talking about we might need to ask people to pay a little bit more, but we won't be doing that just yet. So all of those questions are, of course, on the cards. But I think he is going to stretch the bounds of this manifesto and he's going to push it to what he believes will still be within it. But essentially, and what Lucy Powell said to us, the deputy leader of the Labour Party said to us yesterday on LBC on Sunday with Lewis Goodall, she essentially indicated that she didn't feel that Keir Starmer had been able to go as far and as radical as the manifesto could have allowed. So, it depends on your interpretation of it. But I do think there is room for him to manoeuvre, but just not on tax. Another one of Andy Burnham's priorities, he's given his first prime ministerial visit today. I say he wasn't actually prime minister at the time. It was very early this morning. He visited a homeless centre in Victoria in central London. The mayor of Manchester, when he was mayor of Manchester, made a big thing about trying to eradicate homelessness. I think we can hear a little bit more of what he had to say on that visit earlier today.
Well, the problem was down significantly from when I came in as mayor in Greater Manchester. Some of the issues that you mentioned were outside of our control, but what I learned was we ran a scheme every night, 600 beds, called A Bed Every Night, and we funded it through various different ways. But we were the only place that was doing it, and you won't be able to get the numbers down if you're the only place, and other cities, people are coming to Manchester. So it taught me that the only way is to do this together. everybody pulling in the same direction, everyone in, as we did in the pandemic, because we did bring people inside in the pandemic. And that's what I'm saying as I go into government today. We did it then, we can do it now, get the basics right, put a care for people at the heart of everything that we do, and just get this country working as it should again.
So that was Andy Burnham speaking this morning, saying that rough sleeping will be his first policy pledge as the new Prime Minister. It's a little bit different from his priority, which he's saying is the cost of living. But clearly this is something that means something to him. He's trying to take what has happened in Manchester down to London with him to try and apply this across the whole country. But the record there is a little bit mixed. He says it's down.
Say, yes.
But some critics are pretty scathing about this record and saying that actually he did come in promising to end it as Manchester Mayor and hasn't done so. Right.
Is there anything else in terms of not so much policy, but kind of timeline? How do we expect this Burnham government to operate? And is it going to be very different? Are they going to learn lessons from how Keir Starmer's government and advisors operated? Because I don't think, that's a bit of an understatement, I don't think that went very well.
Yeah, of course, they're going to have to learn lessons, and really, really quickly from Keir Starmer's government. You know, Keir Starmer came in with a huge mandate, loads of MPs, lots of ideas, got on with a lot of stuff, but the British public said this change isn't happening quickly enough. So Andy Burnham knows he's going to have to put his foot on the gas and absolutely speed up as much change as he possibly can. You know, as Andrew Marr was speaking about earlier, it's a twin-track approach. You've got to do the long-term difficult decisions. Andy Burnham has spoken about social care being one of those decisions he wants to really push ahead with. But also you need to get money in people's pockets, feeling that cost of living squeeze a little bit eased incredibly quickly. So he's definitely got to learn from Keir Starmer's mistakes. And I think one of the major ones that he has pointed to is providing that hope and optimism that he feels Keir Starmer didn't do when he got into government. Say, you know, that speech in the Rose Garden, the gloomy one where he was talking about the economy. I don't think we're going to be hearing anything like that from Andy Burnham. He's going to be quite honest about the challenges that we face as a country, but he wants to provide that hope to people that government can turn it around. So I think, you know, we saw him from Downing Street today, not even speaking from a lectern. Yeah. So he does want to show that he's going to be doing things differently.
Just quickly on that, and it's a minor point, but a couple of callers have made this point. One of them said he looks good. I don't know what that means. That means that he's relatable. He's kind of, you know, not as stiff as Keir Starmer was. I don't know exactly what it means, but how important do you actually think all that stuff, all the optics actually is?
I think it is important. I think for Keir Starmer, you know, he obviously ticked a lot of boxes. He was a good statesman. He was a decent man. He, you know, understood Westminster, understood the law, but actually didn't understand politics and actually didn't understand the mood music, the feeling, taking people with you. And actually, I think Andy Burnham is going to be much better at politics. He is a career politician. He basically has worked in Westminster and Manchester in politics his entire adult life. So he's working for politicians. He's been a SPAD. He's been an MP. He's been Manchester Mayor. He is probably one of the most qualified in terms of politically qualified people. So he is going to be able to draw on that. But equally, he prides himself on being that down-to-earth politician, the vibes, as it were, you know, wearing, you know, a slightly more dressed-down approach and sort of, you know, slightly more casual attire. And not today, I might add. He is with a suit and tie to see the King. But lots of people say, you know, they're voting for, quotes, just Andy. And that's the sort of persona that I think he wants to translate into government. It's going to be a hard one to do so because people want to see a serious politician. Yeah. But equally, I think what he wants to do is keep a foot in to that sort of normal guy approach. I'm just a guy from Manchester who likes football and music. That's what he wants you to think. And now he's running the country.
Well, there you go. Goodness me. Natasha, thank you so much. We'll speak to you again, no doubt. That's Natasha Clark. She's LBC's political editor, talking about Andy Burnham and the policy constraints, really, or the constraints within which Andy Burnham is going to have to operate. How is he going to make this all fit together? Remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube. As soon as those first cabinet appointments come through, we'll bring them to you. Natasha's saying that the delay might be too much, so maybe that is where the delay is coming in. 03456 060973. Michaela is in Basingstoke. Michaela, you're a first-time caller. Welcome to you.
Hiya, you're right.
Well, very well. What would you like to say?
I think they need to give the cabinet more time instead of keep changing ministers. They don't get time to put in the policies before someone changes, the cabinet changes, and then they change the policies again. I think he was doing well within the health. He has that knowledge for his own background, and I think if he can get a team of people like consultants, doctors that are on the ground that know how to get these waiting lists down, how to get A&E working better, the ones that are on the ground, I think he'll have more success. People like Jess Phillips, who was the Minister for Women and Girls, I think she's got a real passion for supporting. I run a charity working with vulnerable girls, so I think she was really good for women and girls, and I think if they can get a continuity in, we're more likely to make changes.
Is there anyone else that you would keep? Would you keep Rachel Reeves as Chancellor? Would you keep any of the others?
Should stay as Home Secretary.
Right, okay.
The Home Secretary and Foreign Minister should stay. They started building rapport, and I think the changes is just going to unsettle everything again.
That's interesting. Michaela, thank you for that. It's Michaela in Basingstoke in Hampshire. Let me know what you think. 03456060973. Who do you want to be in Andy Burnham's cabinet? And maybe when you were listening to that conversation with Natasha, an idea popped into your head actually about how Andy Burnham is going to do this. How is he going to ease the cost of living while sticking to the quite general constraints, apart from tax? That was reasonably specific. The general constraints of the General Election Manifesto in 2024. How do you think he can do that? Which policy can he introduce that will make people who are feeling very squeezed and who have been feeling very squeezed for the last 5 years or so, make them feel less so? 03456060973. Right, this is LBC. It is 3:16.
Tom Swarbrick from 4pm.
Andy Burnham enters Downing Street as Prime Minister on a wave of optimism, promising a circuit breaker for Britain as he appoints his cabinet. This afternoon, reaction to those appointments as the markets are moving all the time. And how can a man who promises stability also promise change? He'll keep to the manifesto, but he'll rip up 40 years of what he calls failed neoliberalism. Going to be a very interesting few hours.
Tom Swarbrick from 4pm. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Taking antibiotics when you don't need them puts you and your family at risk of a longer and more severe illness. Always take your doctor's advice. Search NHS antibiotics.
You saw me, walking along the beach. You watched me turn round the headland, and the tide, it cut me off. The rocks were wet, too wet to climb, so I panicked. But you didn't. You dialed 999 and asked for the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
And I just want to say, whoever you are, thank you.
In an emergency at the coast, call 999 and ask for the Coast Guard.
I'm a real snack monster. But Mum and Dad says all that munching isn't good for me. Around half the sugar we eat comes from unhealthy snacks and sugary drinks. If you want to change from a snack monster to a snack star, search Change for Life for loads of healthy snacking ideas.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
This is the life. Out here in the actual vineyard with the sun shining, sipping a glass of Chardonnay without a care in the world. And just a stone's throw on the train. La vie est belle, non?
John, for the 5th time, please stop doing the voice. We're in Sussex.
Download the Southern Railway app and visit vineyards across the southeast. Plus, save a third with Group Save on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
03456060973. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on LBC. And if you're watching us live on the LBC app, Global Player, and on YouTube, hello to you as well. Throughout the day, you are going to hear all the latest developments on, well, the latest government, the latest Prime Minister, what his thinking is in terms of a new cabinet. That hasn't happened yet. I would say from past experience that this is taking a bit more time than it does usually. And there may be good reason for that. There's no point speculating about that. Natasha Clark said it's probably due to the fact that there are a lot of calls that have to be made. And of course, you have to call people and tell them that they're leaving, and call people and tell them that they should come by 10 Downing Street because there might be a nice surprise for them. So it's probably going to take a little bit longer, but you will not miss a thing here on LBC, because after this programme at 4 o'clock, of course, Tom Swarbrick will be here to make sure that you do not miss any of those cabinet appointments. So I'm really interested in what you have to say, not just about who should be in Andy Burnham's cabinet and what signals that gives off, depending on whose name emerges, but also how you're feeling today. Are you feeling hopeful? We had quite a few callers at the beginning of the show who said that they felt very emotional, as did Andy Burnham. Actually, if you watch it again, you'll hear the emotion in his voice. People phoning in saying they felt emotional, do something about the situation that we find ourselves in, and others of you saying, I'm afraid, like Mark, Andy Burnham, same circus, different clown. That is from Mark in Essex. So what do you think? How are you feeling right now? 0345 606 0973.
For what Andy Burnham should do.
Okay.
First of all, Shabana Mahmood should definitely not be the Chancellor. And not only that, she shouldn't even be the Home Secretary, because she has introduced the most draconian legislation against the protesters against the genocide. And she's really toxic. I mean, in fact, all of those characters are toxic. Now, first of all, I think John McDonnell would make an excellent Chancellor. We've got to adopt some of the policies that Jeremy Corbyn had in 2017 and 2019. Those were the real Labour policies. Now, there's stacks of cash. There is stacks of cash around. First of all, HS2 is draining the country. It's 107 billion. 107 billion. It'll never be finished. It's a rubbish scheme, and that's got to be stopped. And all that trillionaires, there should be a wealth tax. And all the big companies, Apple, Google, all those things can be taxed. Then there's the arms industry, who are making huge profits on the wars. We've got to stop the Iran war, because that's had a terrible impact on the economy and the cost of living. And we've got to really take a stand. Britain actually can do a lot to stop that war. They've got to put an arms embargo on Israel, which is the origin of all the terrible wars in the Middle East and all the genocides.
Okay, so this you've got your blueprint is very comprehensive. How much of that do you actually think Andy Burnham is going to take on or agree with you?
Well, I think he's got a smidgen of in Manchester with the buses. But water, for instance, you do not need to compensate these big water companies who've been polluting the rivers and causing terrible damage and the billions going to the shareholders. They should, in fact, be paying us to take over water and a lot of the energy companies, but certainly water and rail should be immediately brought back into public ownership.
Okay, all right, Ben, we're going to have to leave it there, because you said you had a very long blueprint. We've heard some of it. I'm sure there'll be some people who are listening who agree with some of it, but we do need to speak to a couple of other callers as well. So thank you very much for your call, Ben. I'll speak to Simon in Southampton in a second, but if you have been busy and you didn't hear a bit of it.
Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope.
Bring back hope. And he said very specifically to all of you that he wants you to pull with him. Are you prepared to do that? Can you do that? 03456060973. Simon is Southampton. Simon is in Southampton. Simon, are you prepared to pull with Andy Burnham?
Oh, yeah, it's a great day. It's a great day today. I've got all the big calls wrong in my life so far. I was wrong about Brexit. I was wrong about Keir Starmer. So I'm thinking third time lucky. And this time I've got a good feeling. I think I might be right. And the first thing I want to see him do is appoint Ed Miliband as a Chancellor.
Right.
Right? Because the signal that will send to America will be, we're doing it our way, keep your nose out. Because if he puts anybody of Washington's choosing in that position, then it's just going to be doomed to failure. So I'm really, really banking on Ed Miliband getting that job. And the other thing, of course, it will be a little sprinkling of a bonus on that, is that it will send all the right-wing and ultra-right-wing into meltdown, which is a fantastic thing to see because, you know, I don't like them. So, yeah,
all right.
Great.
Clearly you don't. I understand what you're saying, but do we not all need to be a bit more grown up now? All of us pull together and kind of, you know, get some stability in this country?
Well, the thing is, the grown-up business and being the grown-up is what I have faith in our new government to be, the grown-ups. To actually do grown-up things and go forward. But I don't have to be grown up because I'm not doing that job. So if I get to see right-wingers and hear right-wingers in utter meltdown, then that's fine for me because I'm not the one that's calling the shots.
Okay,
but
all right.
That's the faith I have.
All right, Simon, thank you very much for that. That is Simon in Southampton, 03456060973. Now, Donald Trump has spoken to the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, in one of his first phone calls since entering number 10. White House sources have confirmed that. That is no surprise, of course, but it is interesting to know that conversation has taken place. And some sad news to bring you here on LBC. The former England manager and player Kevin Keegan has died at the age of 75. There is a statement from his family And it reads, "It is with immense sadness that we announce that Kevin Keegan has passed away at the age of 75. The former England player and manager had been battling cancer, surrounded by his wife and daughter, difficult time, and they are requesting space and privacy." So incredibly sad news that Kevin Keegan, former England manager and player, has died at the age of 75. It is 3:31 now. We're going to get more of your reaction, of course, to what has happened today, your hopes, your fears. Who would you like to be in Andy Burnham's government? How are you feeling about it all? How did you feel when you were watching his very short speech? What were the emotions that went through your mind? And how do you feel about the future? What do you think can be done? Let's get the news headlines with Amelia Cox.
Andy Burnham has spoken to Donald Trump in his first call to a world leader since becoming Prime Minister. He's promised to help with the cost of living crisis and will reveal how he plans to do that tomorrow. But his first act as PM will be to instruct staff at Number 10 to end rough sleeping in Britain. We're expecting LBC weather. A little drizzle lingers in the far north, otherwise mostly dry this afternoon with sunny spells and warmth in the south, a high of 27 degrees.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
When it comes to shutters, you need to call in the experts. That's why thousands of happy customers choose Hillary's every year. Every one of our shutters comes with a 10-year guarantee as standard, and our UK-made shutters can be fitted in as little as 3 weeks. And if you find a cheaper quote, we'll match it, because we know you want the wow factor for your windows at the right price. And right now, save up to 50% off selected shutters in our summer sale. So get window-wise and book your free in-home appointment today at hillarys.co.uk. Conditions apply.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
This is the life. Sipping a glass of Chardonnay without a care in the world. La vie est belle, non?
John, for the 5th time, please stop doing the voice. We're in Sussex.
Visit a vineyard by train and save a third with Group Save on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Bring your pensions together into one easy-to-manage online plan with PensionBee. Because when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. When investing, your capital is at risk.
Asma Mia on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Yes, let me know what you think about our new Prime Minister. It is Andy Burnham, of course. He's given his first speech outside Downing Street, and now he's very busy inside, fielding calls from world leaders, including Donald Trump, and finalising his cabinet. As soon as we hear of those appointments, we will bring them to you here on LBC. And of course, you can watch
Andy Burnham. I think his speeches just confirm what I already know, that he's just a waffling, empty rhetoric. You look at his tenure as Mayor of Manchester, the promise to deal with homelessness is actually a report that's just recently been released by a local charity, has stated that homelessness has actually got worse in Manchester. The Greater Manchester Police, he claimed to reform. He did nothing. Council housing, which he claimed he was going to build lots and lots of houses. If I was in Manchester, I'd be glad to see the back of him. For me, I deplore this kind of walk into the number 10 without the mandate. Really, we should have a general election. Funny, Andy Burnham was calling for a general election only over a year ago, but he doesn't want to have one now. So for me, he's a disaster waiting to happen.
Okay, on the rough sleeping, I was just looking this up, and a journalist interviewed about that, and he said it was because of Westminster. That Westminster had in some way, either intentionally or not intentionally, not given him the power to be able to do that. So now that he is the power, presumably he will be able to affect some of these things.
That's a waffling excuse. He's had plenty of opportunities. He's had a wad of money from HS2, which he wouldn't have used anyway, except to perhaps fund some of his other things. That's a very convenient excuse. Andy Burnham, for me, will be even worse than Keir Starmer. For me, we need to be rid of this government. But what I will say is, I'm totally opposed to having people just parachuted into a position where they've got no mandate. In my opinion, if you want to change the leadership, you have to wait to halfway through your term at 2.5 years, and you go, and then you are then compelled to go to the British people, and you, as the party, pay for it. That's the only way we stop all this changing leaderships. We had, seven prime ministers in 9 years? It's disgraceful. Andy Burnham has no mandate from the British people. That's my view on it.
So what about all the other prime ministers that came before? What was wrong with them?
The same thing. Doesn't matter whether you're right or left. It's irrelevant. Those that have not, most of them haven't been. Rishi Sunak, Gordon Brown, virtually all of them have not won a mandate from the British people.
Okay.
For me, we've got to stop that. We've got to stop this system, because this is what it encourages. But for me, Andy Burnham is a disaster waiting to happen.
Okay. Simon, thank you for that. Some movement. Steve Reid has been sacked as Housing Secretary. There is a letter, of course, that always accompanies such things. I'll read some of it to you. Dear Andy, serving as the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government has been the honour of my life. And although I am disappointed to be leaving government now, I wish your new team every success. We won power the hard way as part of the campaign that fought to save our party and take it back to power against all the odds after our worst ever election defeat. In 2017, I set up a group who played a significant role in exposing and driving out the anti-Jewish racists who'd occupied our party and led it to being found institutionally racist. I was proud to be part of the team that then turned the party around under Keir's leadership and took us forward to a landslide election victory. He then goes through some of his time at DEFRA and at the MHCLG. He talked about council funding, making that fairer. But this is quite interesting, this bit towards the end. Keir Starmer showed loyalty to me by appointing me to his cabinet. I make no apology for returning that loyalty. It's what's expected of functioning teams. And I hope those who did not show loyalty to Keir will now show it to you. I'm proud I acted with integrity at every step over the turbulent past few months. I'd like to thank the ministerial teams that I've had the honour to lead, the Prime Minister I had the honour to serve, and my family and team. Labour governments do not come often, he finishes. They face pressure and hostilities that their counterparts never do. But they are the single best vehicle we have for improving the lives of British working people. If they fail, it is not politicians who suffer, it is those who need us the most. I will do everything in my power to ensure you succeed. It's a very long letter. That is Steve Reid, who has been sacked as Housing Secretary. Right, there you go. We will see what happens in terms of his replacement. 03456060973. There's going to be a lot of these letters floating around. Let's go to Nora, who is in Hoylake on the Wirral. Hi, Nora.
Hi, Asma. I don't think David Lammy deserves a place in the cabinet, and I hate saying that because I've always liked him in the past. But I think I've got this right. I know he studied in America, or he practiced in America, and met J.D. Vance. And did he go on holiday with him this year? Is that correct?
I think that he visited him or something like that. He did spend some time with him.
They're
yes,
friends, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that gives me such itchy teeth. I can imagine this man has got his base instinct is to destroy the UK. It's like working for a firm and being friends with somebody who's trying to undermine it. I mean, why do we want him in the cabinet if he's going to be like that? If he's going to befriend people who have got the destruction of the UK at heart, it seems illogical.
Nora, are you not friends with anyone whose views you don't agree with?
I'll be honest, probably not.
Right, okay.
Quite outspoken, but I wouldn't dismiss anybody for that reason. But this goes beyond just, a dispute in politics, doesn't it? This man has actually got his... All right, Do you think I'm overreacting then?
Well, I just think that when you are the Foreign Secretary, you have to make alliances with people whose every view you probably don't agree with.
You don't have to go on holiday with them.
Well, I think that don't you think? But Nora, don't you think that David Lammy had something to prove because he had
seen the Zoom meeting?
No, but hang on a sec. Remember, he'd had quite a lot to say about Donald Trump in the past, and then when Donald Trump became Prime Minister and JD Vance became Vice President, I think David Lammy had to do a little bit of kind of backfilling. You know, he had to do a little bit of kind of smoothing over what he had said, and rightly or wrongly, he seems to have a connection with JD Vance. He seems to like the guy. He doesn't have to agree with everything he's doing, but I suppose that's politics, that's diplomacy. He's a Foreign Secretary. JD Vance is the Vice President of the United States of America. I don't think it's that bad.
On a personal level, he's friends with him on a personal level. He's not just mixing his politics. He's not just keeping on board with politically. He's actually friends, and I find that so ill-judged.
Okay.
And to not even try and hide it, but I suppose that would be worse, because if it came out, then it would be a stick idea, whoever said that.
As Foreign Secretary?
No, Treasurer, wasn't it?
The Chancellor, right. So who would you replace David Lammy with?
What is even his job now at the moment? From the very beginning, when he started to go a bit wrong in his leadership, I thought that from that point, I thought, God, he would be brilliant as a Foreign Secretary.
Okay.
But, I don't think they're not going to go a step backwards like that, are they? I don't think.
No, I think he wants to perhaps give it a little break for a while. Nora, thank you very much. Paul's in Hammersmith. Paul, you've got some opinions on the Cabinet?
Yeah, there are some people that I desperately don't want selected. And I've also got a suggestion for a Chancellor who's not on the radar at the moment.
Go on then.
So, for example, I would say West Streeting, no, he shouldn't be given an important job. He shouldn't even return as Health Secretary because he has spent billions on funding private healthcare rather than NHS healthcare. And I'll give an example from my own experience. I've had the need for MRI scans over the years. And when I had a stroke, I couldn't have an MRI scan. There wasn't one available. I had to come back the following week if I still had the symptoms. And eventually I got an MRI scan which confirmed I'd had a stroke used to fund private medicine. Again, when I needed a cataract operation, it was done privately. It was an operation I needed. Actually, in-house. They don't need to farm out things.
Okay.
There's just a crazy mentality. Shabana Mahmood, another one I would not want to see in the Cabinet. She has done more damage to civil rights in this country. The ban on different kind of right to protests and things like that has been done by other people that were in Starmer's Cabinet also. And Starmer went along with all of it. We have criminalised thousands of pensioners, people that were people like former priests and Reverend this and Reverend that, who carried a homemade banner saying, I'm against a genocide. I support Palestine action.
Okay.
Those people have been...
I just want to correct something very quickly. David Lammy, of course, Nora was talking about him. He was Foreign Secretary. Then he was Justice Secretary. We don't know what his new job in the Cabinet is going to be, but thank you for correcting me there. Paul, who would replace Shabana Mahmood?
Well, I was thinking particularly about who should be Chancellor. And I would say, and I think I've heard a couple of other callers mention the name, I would suggest John McDonnell. A guy who knows what it is. When I was on my way home earlier on and heard SAR figures claiming that we don't have the money, the truth is there is lots of money. It's just in the hands of the billionaires and millionaires. Those people should be taxed to fund our services. And I think John McDonnell fully understands that.
Okay. All right, Paul.
We're is just privatising.
Okay, Paul, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for that. That's Paul in Hammersmith. Some of you do have particular picks for the Cabinet. There's also kind of fantasy Cabinet as well. Earlier on, some of you were saying Carol Vorderman for Chancellor. and also Fergal Sharkey should be involved in regulating the water companies in some way. You can, of course, indulge in fantasy cabinet football if you want, or in actual cabinet speculation. Let us know who you would like to see as Chancellor. Maybe a scale of time, but let us know who you think who you'd like to be in the Prime Minister. And of course, as soon as we hear who actually, like to be in the Cabinet, as soon as we hear who is in the Cabinet, we will bring that to you here on LBC. And remember, you can watch us live on the LBC app, on Global Player and on YouTube. Lots more of your calls to get through on 0345 6060 973. It is 3:48.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Tom Swarbrick.
A circuit breaker for Britain is what the new Prime Minister Andy Burnham promises as he vows to change the country for the better. His cabinet being appointed as we speak. You'll hear it live throughout the afternoon.
Tom Swarbrick at 4. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
You can now get Sky, HBO Max, Disney Plus, Netflix and Hey You together in one subscription. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, take your seats on your sofas, brew your cuppers and turn your phones to silent. Because the world of ultimate entertainment is about to begin. Sit back, relax and head to sky.com to find out more.
Shh! It's starting!
Requires Sky Stream and Sky Ultimate TV subscription. Minimum broadband speed of 30 megabits per second recommended. 18 plus.
The Ford Puma and the all-electric Ford Puma Gen-E. Stylish, bold, and as driven as you are. And now, you could win one. Take a test drive in any Ford Puma to enter and be in with a chance of winning either the Ford Puma or all-electric Ford Puma Gen-E. Search Win a Ford Puma to book online.
Hi, Nan. We're having a brilliant time. We went to a theme park and the rides were awesome. We got money off the entry tickets, so Dad even bought us all an ice cream with a flake. Probably not the best idea before going on a roller coaster. Sammy went green after. See you when we get home. Love, Leo.
Enjoy great British summer savings, such as discounted entry to theme parks, soft play and more. Funded by the UK government.
We see a slippery shelled beast from the undergrowth. But around 1 in 5 young children have a sight condition that can get in the way of all that wonder. The good news is, if these are found early, they can be managed or corrected. So book your child a free eye test at Specsavers today. Find out more at specsavers.co.uk/kids tests.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Leading Britain's conversation with Asma Mir.
You are still indulging in fantasy cabinet football. One of you also mentioning Martin Lewis, of course. That's Tracy from My Fantasy Chancellor. How about Martin Lewis? And not a great reception for John McDonnell, that suggestion as Chancellor. Of course, we don't know who anyone is in the new cabinet yet, but as soon as we do, you'll hear it on LBC. Let's speak to Greg, who is in Derby. Greg, you want some of the old guard back?
Well, I do, but also you got to look at people who are competent and also, I think, very much so politically loyal to the new prime minister. And of course, if you can get the blend with representing different wings of the party, you're on to a winner. And I think some of the old guard, like an Ed Balls, would be fantastic to have come back on that, because I think you'd find that he fits all three of those criteria. But moving on, I think what would be kind of a nice move is maybe I missed it, but I haven't heard anybody talk about defense. And a defense secretary, I think, would be Dan Jarvis.
Okay. Greg, can you hold on for 1 second? I'm going to come back to you, but there are things happening. I want to go to Bethany Dawson, who's LBC's political correspondent outside number 10. Bethany, what can you tell us?
So we're still waiting for bigwigs to start making their way to number 10, but we have heard that Justice Secretary David Lammy has resigned. We also understand that Housing Secretary Steve Reed is gone. In a statement on Twitter, David Lammy has said, "It has been the greatest privilege of my life, coming from humble beginnings in Tottenham to serve in government as Keir Starmer's Foreign Secretary, Justice Secretary and Britain's first black Deputy Prime Minister. I'm immensely proud of what we achieved." And then Steve Reed also posting on Twitter a parting statement, takes a bit of aim at Andy Burnham, saying he is grateful for the loyalty that Keir Starmer showed him by appointing him, and he makes no apology for returning that loyalty. Steve Reed, one of Keir Starmer's closest allies, and indeed an incredibly loyal Starmerite. So we are starting to see the tide move here just a little bit.
Yes, indeed. I'll just keep you there, because if you keep looking down probably at your screen at social media, you'll see that there's quite a few other sackings that are coming in now, thick and fast. What else can you tell us about what's happening right now, timelines, etc.? What are we expecting to happen?
So we're expecting very soon for people to come to number 10 to start filling these positions that are vacant. Sky News is also reporting that Peter Kyle is gone, a very close ally again of Keir Starmer. We are waiting. It should be very soon that we start seeing these first arrivals. You'll hear journalists asking, shouting, what job are you going to be given? We don't know if they even know yet. But we'll start to get questions answered. And of course, we do love the psychodrama. This is all very good fun, knowing what's going on behind that magic door. But these are the people that are going to be delivering on this policy plan that Andy Burnham has said will be a circuit breaker for the United Kingdom. So yes, the gossip is all good. It is all fun seeing what parting shots are being delivered. But actually, this is incredibly important.
Indeed, right. Stay on the line, of course. We'll come back to you as soon as anything else happens. Just to reiterate then, confirmation, David Lammy sacked, Steve Reed sacked, because they have both issued letters and statements on X. And I think it's Sky News who are reporting that Peter Kyle has been sacked as Business Secretary. I don't think we'll get any independent confirmation of that, but I'm sure we will very soon. We can go back to Greg, who is in Derby. Now, Greg, you want the old guard in, Ed Miliband, Ed Balls. What about these people who seem to be getting sacked?
Well, I mean, they had their time in the sun, and, that's the way it goes. But, you have a new boss, and the new boss wants their people, mainly, as what was reiterated in some of those resignation letters, of political loyalty. And obviously their political loyalty doesn't lie with the new prime minister. So it would be a not a good thing if they remained in post. And clean sweep with a new broom, basically. But, Ed Miliband, I think, would bring a lot. And it's interesting, would he or Shabana Mahmood be the one for chancellor? They both bring different things to the table, and I think they both bring very good things. And it depends on what message that the prime minister wants to send to the world and to the business community about Britain and business. So, it depends on that. But I could see Ed Miliband also as a foreign secretary. I think he would be fantastic as that. And but I really think with defense, which is, I think, a big thing now, that Dan Jarvis, because he has a military background, would be a perfect fit for defense.
Just on the Ed Miliband question, would you acknowledge that he's a very politically divisive figure, especially when it comes to what some people call as net stupid zero?
Well, yeah. The world's on fire, I mean, we have to take a stand somewhere, and we have to be, a model country in that respect. As you can tell, I'm not originally from the UK. I'm a UK citizen, and I'm very, very proud of that. But I know for a fact that this country, what it has done with renewables and the percentage of renewables being used for the energy supply, it isn't touched anywhere else. And we're on the right track. And I think, there's pushback now trying to link it to economic issues. Oh, the economy is going to do this and that if we keep going for net zero and this thing and that. But actually, I think Ed Miliband is on the right track. His thinking is on the right track. And I hope they keep that to a certain extent.
OK, Greg, thank you very much for that. That is Greg in Derby. Ellis has got in touch. Give the average rough sleeper a home and all the bills and responsibility that goes with it, and all you'll get is a higher welfare bill. Jeff says, much like the England football team, it doesn't matter who the manager of Team GB at Westminster happens to be. The performance, excluding the wild card of COVID, has been remarkably consistent since 2008. In short, downward. Same as Germany and France, we are subject to greater powers that are causing us to decline. Andy Burnham has neither the power nor the inclination to change any of that, says Jeff. Now, if you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you can also stay up for free from your app store now. Coming up at 7 on LBC, it is Ian Dale. But now the drama, the story continues with Top.
Show the world that we can regain our stability once again.
Andy Burnham pledges a circuit breaker for Britain as he becomes Prime Minister.
I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan.
Simultaneously promising stability and change, keeping to the manifesto but ripping up 40 years of failed neoliberalism, a cost of living plan to be announced tomorrow.
Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment.
And he's setting out the team to deliver it. You'll hear those cabinet appointments live next.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, the UK has a new Prime Minister. Andy Burnham has given his first speech before entering number 10. He promised that politics will be better.
Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope.
He says he will help people with the cost of living crisis and will set out how he plans to do that tomorrow. Mr Burnham also revealed what his first act as PM will be.
That work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
We're still waiting to hear who has been appointed to his cabinet. So far, we know Rachel Reeves has been sacked as Chancellor, while David Lammy and Peter Kyle also return to the backbenchers. LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark, explains what she's been hearing about appointments around Westminster.
We are told that from within Downing Street, we will expect to see the cabinet arrivals. So essentially the people who will be in Andy Burnham's top team: Shabana Mahmood, Ed Miliband, Lucy Powell, Lisa Nandy, and I'm told today Angela Rayner is definitely one of those people that will be returning to the cabinet with a top job. I don't know what it is yet, but some of the rumours have been that she might be given her old job back at Housing or potentially be made Health Secretary. That will be an interesting appointment.
Earlier, Sir Keir Starmer gave his final speech as Prime Minister, saying he goes with a smile. He celebrated some of his achievements.
In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019 in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister.
You can watch and listen to Ellen football manager and player Kevin Keegan has died aged 75. He revealed last month he had stage 4 cancer. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 65 points at 10,535. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather: a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7. Light rain reaches the far north tomorrow. Elsewhere it will be sunny before becoming cloudier with some bright spells, highs of 26 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good afternoon to you. 3 minutes past 4 the time. Tom Swarbrick at Drive here on LBC. Hope you find you very well this historic Monday afternoon on Fundamentally Stay the Same, the British politics version, folks, of the Sugar Babes. Burnham is in, Starmer is out, with the small matter of creating an entirely new political...
345 6060 973. Text 84850. Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Very good afternoon to you. This hour...
Many feel as though they're still in decline and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics.
Without notes, without a lectern. This was the first he is assembling to start that process of change. A circuit breaker for Britain, he calls it. In a few moments, we'll take you to the garden of number 10 Downing Street, where Natasha Clark, our political editor, has been speaking to the new Prime Minister. First, rather on the team he is assembling, let's look at the one he is disassembling, because in the last few moments, we've had it confirmed, Rachel Reeves is out as Chancellor. Bethany Dawson is LBC's political correspondent, live for us on the street outside numbers 10 and 11. Bethany, how much of a surprise is that to know that Rachel Reeves is leaving number 11? Afternoon.
Hi. Well, we were expecting Rachel Reeves to leave her post as Chancellor, but there was a question as to whether she would stay in the cabinet, and the Times are reporting that she was offered a big job, but she declined it, and I have been told that that is indeed the case. Rachel Reeves' parting speech that she posted on social media did indeed seem like quite a big farewell. There was a point which she said stability restored, investment delivered, and reform to our economy underway, and she later in her statement said, to every young woman and girl, let my time in office show, there should be no ceilings on your ambitions, your hopes or your dreams. Of course, she was the first female Chancellor. There is yet no one coming down Downing Street to accept new jobs, but the reporting is that the front runners for Rachel Reeves' role is either current Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood or Energy Secretary Ed Miliband, who said goodbye to civil servants in the Department for Energy this morning.
We also have news about the now former, I guess we call him, Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy gone too.
David Lammy is gone and Peter Kyle is gone, who was Business Secretary. We also had quite an intense goodbye across the board. They were all very emotional. These are hard days. I know there is limited empathy for politicians who are losing their jobs, but these are big days. Steve Reed, the Housing Secretary, in his resignation letter, he is a key Starmer ally. He too has gone today. Wrote in his letter on social media to Andy Burnham, I hope those who did not show loyalty to Keir Starmer will now show it to you. I am proud I acted with integrity every step over the turbulent last few months. Can't say that is dripping with love from the former Housing Secretary.
So as much as the who is in or out, there's a question now about the what is in or out. With Andy Burnham promising a form of stability and saying he will stay within the confines of the 2024 Labour manifesto, does that mean that the economic model that he wants to build, the new economic model he wants to build, stays within the parameters of the 2024 manifesto or not? I don't see how both can be true.
He has said that he will be sticking to the manifesto and to Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules. So it is going to be some very creative wiggling from Andy Burnham. One of the things he did tell LBC's Andrew Marr is that business rates were not something that was committed to being frozen. Within the 2024 election, he would consider raising them on some businesses, including warehouses specifically, but that he then wanted to be able to cut them for other high street businesses. So he's going to make a big speech, some big promises on the economy, as reported by our political editor, Natasha Clark. So we think within the next few days, we hope within the next few days, he's going to start spelling out some of the finer details of his economic plan. And he may even have a chancellor beside him.
Maybe. At this stage, Bethany, it might be you called up to go and serve behind number 11. I think go in, see if you can try your luck. Bethany Dawson, LBC's political correspondent, live for us on on Downing Street. You can see her and the rest of the show brought to you live on the LBC app, Global Player, or on YouTube as well. It's going to be a busy afternoon, keeping an eye on that street as people walk up it to take their posts. Let's come on to the kind of things Keir Starmer we think is going to do with his new team once they are assembled. Natasha Clark is LBC's political editor. You've been outside Downing Street all morning, Natasha. You were invited in a little bit earlier this afternoon. I gather you spent some time in the garden with the new Prime Minister.
Yes, and I trust you mean Andy Burnham, not Keir Starmer.
Exactly
okay,
right.
Good to know. It's really hard to keep track of which Prime Minister we're on now, Tom. But yes, Andy Burnham, just after he came back from the palace, gave that speech outside the lectern of number 10 Downing Street, went in to make some very important calls with world leaders, including Donald Trump, and then took some of us journalists aside in the Downing Street garden this afternoon, where he gave us a few minutes of his time, said hello and answered a few questions. So giving us a little bit of a chance to put to him what is his priority going to be in government. And he essentially told us in the last few minutes that one of his priorities is going to be the cost of living. A package is expected as early as tomorrow. He said he's just finalising the details of that. He wouldn't get into whether that means a bus fares freeze, some help with energy bills, rent, etc. But we are told that he will be essentially dotting the I's and crossing the T's on something which he hopes, as he quotes, he says, will make an impact this year. So some immediate cost of living help. He didn't say exactly what it was going to be, but he says it will help with the direction of travel for what he wants to do in government.
Now, I'm old enough to remember the last Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, also promising help on the cost of living. And to be honest, while it is welcome in certain aspects because people need that help, everything is getting more expensive, frankly, it is tinkering around the edges. This is not the building of a new political or economic model. It might be the start of some help, but it ain't that. What more did you get from the new PM on the kind of really big changes that he feels might be necessary?
So income tax thresholds, as he said to the Times overnight, we pressed him on that, and he essentially said that is going to be something he's going to look at. Probably not right now. He's going to wait for the budget for that. But income tax threshold, he's the financial situation. And also some comments that he made about the fiscal rules, Tom. He said he was going to stick to them, but he was looking at essentially pushing them to be the most flexible they can be. Now, that obviously is not going to be good, I think, until we get the new Chancellor confirmed, as we expect to within the hour.
He suggested in the Times, didn't he, overnight, that he heard on the doorstep in Makerfield that one of the things that was really agitating people was the freezing. Labour promised to change it, but the freezing of those income tax thresholds, particularly at the lower end. So what do we read into that? We read into that whoever the next Chancellor is going to be might increase the top rate of tax from 45p to 50p in order to pay for a tax cut for people on lower wages.
Potentially. Now, he said that it was essentially getting a little bit ahead of ourselves to be asking him things about the 50p tax rate. So he said, I've barely got my feet under the table. And look, that's completely fair to say. He literally has just stepped in to number 10. But the fact that he's not ruling out an increase in the top rate of tax, Tom, as you know, the manifesto promise is pretty clear, right? Yeah. No income tax, no VAT and no national insurance rises. We know that Rachel Reeves got into a little bit of trouble with businesses when she essentially, many people say, broke the spirit of the manifesto by that NI rise. Is Andy Burnham going to potentially try to tweak with the income tax threshold? He didn't rule it out. He didn't rule it in either.
Very interesting. I've been inside number 10 for when reshuffles happen, not of this significance, but when reshuffles are occurring. Literally a whiteboard was wheeled into the Prime Minister's office, and on it lots of names of various different people in various different roles. And I've got to tell you, they have a habit of falling apart, reshuffles, because the people you think are going to take this job or a bargaining position. Do you think we're going to see a bit of that? And do you think that was there in Rachel Reeves' resignation? We don't want you to be the Chancellor anymore, thank you, Rachel. We'd like you to do this job, Secretary of State for Buttons. And she says no. Was that a real offer?
Yes, apparently they say they were not telling us any more about what she was offered. Clearly, it was not going to be as big as Chancellor of the Exchequer. No. So understandably, Rachel Reeves feeling that she can't continue to serve in an Andy Burnham government. But that does, of course, then free up another spot for potentially another Burnham ally to come swooping in. But yes, I think it was always unlikely that Rachel Reeves, and to be fair, I was told last week that Rachel Reeves might be given a job in Andy Burnham's government as some sort of compromise. Mm-hmm. But clearly she she doesn't want to take it. She is now going to return to name Ed Miliband. So will there be any trouble ahead if he decides not to go into the role that Andy Burnham wants him to go into?
Natasha Clark is LBC's political editor. Much more to come throughout the afternoon with who goes where and, crucially, why. Gordon McKee joins us, Labour MP for Glasgow South, who resigned from his role as a parliamentary private secretary at the Department for Work and Pensions in May, calling for Keir Starmer to step down. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme, Mr McKee. Are you filled with the sense of hope that change is coming under Prime Minister Burnham?
Thank you for having me, Tom. Yeah, I am actually very optimistic. I thought Andy gave an excellent speech this afternoon in the street on Downing Street. He spoke about, I think making the country work for normal working people up and down Britain. And I'm very hopeful about what's to come in the days, weeks and months ahead.
Andy Burnham talked about a new political and new economic model. Let's start with the new economic model. What in your mind does that look like? What are the contours of that?
Well, I think what Andy's long spoke about this afternoon and on Friday is that the economy works for a small number of people in the United Kingdom, particularly at the upper end of the income spectrum. But there are a lot of people who have worked day in, day out for the last few years, worked harder and harder, and at the end of the month have found less money in their pocket than in years gone by. And so I think creating an economy where ordinary working people are able to afford the nice things in life, where people feel that things are getting better off for them and for their children and for their grandchildren, is the key priority, I think, for this government. Andy spoke about setting out some measures on the cost of living tomorrow. I look forward to seeing what those are, because for the people that I represent in the south side of Glasgow, it's the cost of living that is still the most important.
Yes, but the challenge was first brought to Keir Starmer, but I suspect will be brought to Andy Burnham as well. I remember reading Rishi Sunak's column in a paper not that long ago saying that one of the strategic errors of his time in Downing Street was to focus on the cost of living, the measures that could help people day to day with the funding of various things, rather than economic growth. That is the thing that the country is absolutely crying out for. And yes, it's very helpful to get some money off your energy bill or some help with the water bill, what have you. But the thing the country without question now needs is that economic growth. And there are some very difficult trade-offs in that.
I think that's a fair challenge, Tom, actually, and I don't think Andy would disagree with that. We've got to get the economy growing in Britain. That is the fundamental problem that everybody's facing, and indeed the government's facing with its own budget, because we haven't had enough growth in recent years. Andy set out, I think, quite an encouraging perspectives on how you get that growth, which is ultimately trying to get growth in different parts of the country, as well as, of course, in London. And with Andy Burnham, I guess it's not just rhetoric, right? This is what he achieved as Mayor of Greater Manchester. Whatever you think of him, the economy in Manchester has been enormously successful. He's managed to attract investment, bring about economic growth. And I want to see that for the whole country, and I hope that we will.
Thank you so much for your time. Gordon McKee, Labour MP for Glasgow South, resigned back in the day in May, calling for Keir Starmer to step down. Keir Starmer has stepped down. If you've, just flicked the radio on, just come our way, you might be surprised to hear that Keir Starmer has gone and Andy Burnham is now in as Prime Minister and is appointing his cabinet, or is due to appoint his cabinet this afternoon. We know those who have gone. Steve Reid is out as Housing Secretary. David Lammy is gone as Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary. Rachel Reeves is out as Chancellor. And I think if you've listened to me for any period of time over the course of the last 2 years, I thought Rachel Reeves would have gone back end of last year, to be honest, because almost every tactical and strategic error made by the Starmer administration can, I think, be traced back to number 11. That's not to say that Rachel Reeves did everything wrong, far from it. It is perhaps an indication of just how powerful the Treasury is, that every mistake can be traced back to number 11. But there was not an economy that was going gangbusters. There didn't seem to be the effect on growth that Labour thought that they were going to have when they first came in. And Andy Burnham, I thought it was really interesting in his speech, absolutely, without question, pointing out categorically that he has a plan. Because the big error of the Starmer administration, as Morgan McSweeney admitted, Starmer's chief of staff admitted the other day, they didn't have a plan. And it was so obvious. It was so obvious that Starmer's government didn't have a plan for growth when they came in. Andy Burnham says he does, and we're starting to see the shape that is taking with the appointments this afternoon. 0345 6060 973. Come to your thoughts on what you're seeing and hearing. Don't forget you can watch us live as well on the LBC app, on the Global Player, or on YouTube too. Come to your calls in a few moments, and we'll stand by for some of those appointments. Busy afternoon. Tom Swarbrick here, 418.
LBC Travel, I'm Anne-Marie Walsh. It's queuing on the M25 anti-clockwise towards junction 6 for Godstone after a van broke down earlier on. Also on the anti-clockwise side, there are delays from junction 12 at the M3 towards 11 at Chertsey after a car broke down earlier on. In Worcester Park, Cheam Common Road is partially blocked both ways around Lindsay Road for an investigation, and it's slow moving on the A308 both ways at the Hampton Court Green car park because of the roadworks. On the tubes, there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line and minor delays on the Waterloo and City line. And on the trains on London Overground, there's no service on the Windrush line between West Croydon and Sydenham.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
There's only one, gather strong. There's only one, gather strong.
When the sport's on, you might feel your heart in your mouth, butterflies in your stomach, or a churning in your gut. That's fine if it's just the action. But if it's heartburn or indigestion, try Gaviscon Double Action Tablets for pocket-sized, on-the-go relief. Don't let your heartburn or indigestion spoil your day. Gaviscon Double Action Chewable Tablets for heartburn and indigestion. Always read the label.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
OMG, you guys, this Arabian deep cleansing mud bath is just amazing. I can feel all the toxins draining out of my body.
Babe, you're literally sipping Prosecco right now.
Take the train to a country spa and save a third off group travel on off-peak journeys. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious tips from that guy down the pub. Get real-time insights, analysis and tools. No more fat cat brokers clawing your gains. Pay zero commission on your investments. Switch to a platform trusted by British investors for over 50 years. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply.
Honestly, I've been putting MTD off. First it was, I'll do it after this job. Then, after some grouting. After sorting the back of the van. After fish fingers and peas. And then I thought, no, just get it done.
Get MTD done simply with Sage for free. Just connect to your bank, we'll sort your transactions, then submit your update to HMRC. Search Sage MTD.
Don't miss the fight before the fight. Anthony Joshua must survive the here and now.
Huge risk! I'm back. July 25th, Joshua versus Prenga, live exclusively on DAZN.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
4:21 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC on a very busy afternoon as Andy Burnham begins to make those all-important cabinet appointments, or at least he's got rid of a few already. We know that Yvette Cooper is thought of as potentially going into that job in number 11, now vacated by Rachel Reeves, who is out. David Lammy is out as Deputy Prime Minister, and Justice Secretary Steve Reid is gone. Peter Kyle is gone. These are all people, folks, who are Starmer loyalists. These were the ones who were manning the barricades in defence of Keir Starmer, particularly on the media, and who are in effect first out the door. Rachel Reeves saying, "It has been the privilege of my life to serve as the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The economy today is stronger, fairer and more resilient because of the choices we have taken as a Labour government over the past 2 years." It's reported that Rachel Reeves was offered a, quote, a big job, but turned it down. David Lammy also out. "It's been the greatest privilege of my life, coming from humble beginnings in Tottenham to serve in government as Keir Starmer's Foreign Secretary, Justice Secretary and Britain's first black Deputy Prime Minister. I'm immensely proud of what we achieved in opposition and government." He has now gone too. Meanwhile, one looks over from Downing Street to the city and sees that UK borrowing costs are rising even as we speak, now up over 5% on 10-year gilts. That is going to be one of the challenges that Andy Burnham has as he sets out this new economic model that he wants so much is, are the markets going to approve? Rudy's a first-time caller in Stockport. Hi, Rudy.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. What do you think of what you're hearing so far?
It's promising. Certainly, I'm more excited about it than I thought I would be. I think a reshuffle obviously is necessary to sort of remove the Starmer stains on what he's done in the country. Well, with all due respect, it's not been exactly a rosy 2 years for Keir Starmer, and I feel as though the personnel he's had around him haven't really helped his cause.
You think that Rachel Reeves hasn't been a boon in the Treasury?
I feel as though there have been better chancellors in the past, yeah.
That is incredibly diplomatic of you, Rudy. I think. Because some of the, let's be honest, right? The business rates thing, the freezing of income tax thresholds, the increase of national insurance contributions for employers, the out of blue sky thing about the heating, the welfare for pensioners. It was either badly handled or very bad choices.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
So you need a chancellor who's going to have a plan, first of all.
Absolutely. I think we need a chancellor that sort of diverts further away from Starmer's, I think, centrist approach to government as well. I mean, there's no denying that he and Rachel Reeves were certainly very political allies, and they saw eye to eye on a lot. And I think if Burnham really wants to make a real diversion away from Starmer's politics, then a really well thought out cabinet reshuffle is a very good start.
Can I draw you to one of the things that Burnham referenced in his speech, which I thought was interesting?
Of course.
He says, to build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. That's water, that's electricity. Are those the kinds of things you think are now going to be taken back under public control? And if so, how's he going to afford it?
Well, I mean, already he's committing to the North Sea oil drilling. It was something. Obviously, he built a massive platform on his leadership race with devolution at heart. And I was wondering, where all the money's going to come from to give to these local authorities who are already bankrupt. Never mind, sort of not making enough money. And so it's a tough one to call in terms of putting stuff under public control. He's trying to do that with the B network currently in Manchester, and at the moment, all we've really seen is the bus has changed colour. But of course, that is just sort of the first step into sort of creating a new identity. I know some some railway companies have already been nationalised. Steel's been nationalised.
Yes.
And for me personally, that seems like a strong start, but it's not exactly a guarantee to raise more money. And I don't know. It's something that we really need to give some more time.
The biggest sort of the elephant in the room when it comes to the 40 years of neoliberalism that Andy Burnham says that he loathes and will be replaced really is the water industry, isn't it? I mean, how you can create private competition with monopolies across the country. You can't change your water provider, so what incentive is there to make it cheaper? It's completely failed as a form of privatisation. But I note that in his language, Burnham says stronger public control rather than complete public control.
Well, it's a lengthy process, isn't it, bringing something as huge as the water industry into public control? I mean, if we look at another politician that's in the news at the moment, Count Binface instructed that all Thames Water CEOs should go and take a dip in the river just to see how they would fare in that.
Yes.
And I think, obviously that is completely unrealistic, but, proactive kind of stances on that where it's just highlighting how disgusting our water is. I mean, what happened over in the East as well, where schools had to shut as a result of the water just going wrong. I mean, it's something that we really, as a leading economy, Starmer championing this country with one of the fastest growing economies in the G7 and like fifth best economy in the world. They're just, they're useless stats when we can't supply water.
Completely right. I note that, round me in Kent, South East Water, again, there's a problem with pressure around various parts of Tunbridge Wells. I mean, all politics is local, isn't it? And there are other counties that South East Water provide to, but you can't get proper running water. They had schools shut for weeks because they couldn't get proper running water. And I tell you, the point made by Count Binface, how did we get to him so quickly? The point made by Count Binface, which is a good one, is the level of accountability. That's what that thing about swimming in the river is about, really. It's about the accountability. And Burnham has made it, I think, again, a sort of central pillar of being Prime Minister is going to be the level of accountability.
No, absolutely. It's something, at the end of the day, those are the top of running out of people to blame for their mishandling of what are the most key industries in the country. I mean, how many rail bosses have tried to blame train drivers for going on strike as a result of the infrastructure of the rail industry. It is the case of, you're right, accountability needs to be, assigned to the right people, and those at the bottom shouldn't be punished for stuff that is completely beyond their control. It's about changing the status quo within, key industries.
All right, Rudy, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Although maybe I don't really appreciate it because having mentioned Count Binface, of course, there's a by-election in Clacton, which means that I have to tell you all of the by-election candidates, okay? So maybe we'll give this one a miss next time once we go through these candidates. Okay, so for the by-election in Clacton, I can't believe I'm going to have to do it. Okay. Joseph 77 Independent. If there's a cabinet reshuffle during this, let me know. Joseph 77 Independent. Adham Al-Khatib, the Forward Party. Count Binface, the Count Binface Party. Nick the Incredible Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party. Tony Kane, Independent. Woke Trump Kazi, Independent. William Stewart James Clouston, Social Democratic Party. Reese Cowan, Independent. Glenn Charles Cummings, Independent. Martin Davies, Freedom Alliance, Real People, Real Alternative. Andy Burnham, Independent. Nigel Farage, Reform UK. Atia Fard, Independent. Lawrence Fox, The Reclaim Party. Tony Francis, Independent. Robin Green, Independent. Abby Hookway, Independent. Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party. This is a fascinating. Stephen Richard Ingram, Independent. Amy Morris, Independent. Derek Norbert Morris, Independent. Michael Noel O'Keefe, Independent. Martin O'Brien, Independent. Nick Peelis, Independent. I'm nearly done, promise. Ketankumar Paplia, UK Voice Safer and Stronger UK. Daniel Pocock, Independent. James Ransley, Consensus Party candidate. Jerry Smith, Independent. Kai Stevens, British Democrats. John Stevens, Rejoin EU. Baron von Thunderclap, the official Monster Raving Loony Party. Pamela Wolford, Independent. Marcus White, Everyone is God Party. And Mark Wilkinson, Independent. Let us never, ever do that again. Blame Ofcom. 0345 6060 973. Keir Starmer is making his appointments, but also Keir Starmer. Andy Burnham is making his appointments, getting rid of some of Keir Starmer's loyalists. And we've got another one gone. Bethany Dawson, LBC's political correspondent on Downing Street. This is perhaps the key Starmer loyalist, Bethany.
This is actually one of Keir Starmer's best friends. Richard Hermer, the Attorney General, is out. He was put in the House of Lords in 2024. The Attorney General, the top legal job within government, that is now something that Burnham is going to have to fill. Just to keep everybody up to date, we also know that Steve Reed is gone as Housing Secretary, David Lammy is out as Justice, Rachel Reeves is no longer our Chancellor, and Peter Carl reportedly is not Business Secretary anymore. Now, all of these people have basically being a big fan of Keir Starmer in common. They were very close to the former Prime Minister and were his key allies in government, now could be filled by key allies of Andy Burnham.
And the Richard Hermer point on as Starmer's Attorney General, very critical in the Chagos Islands deal and the Chagos Islands back. Does that mean there might be a change in policy there from Andy Burnham?
This is one of the big questions that we just really haven't heard Andy Burnham answer. He has historically had domestic briefs. Of course, his brief as Mayor of Greater Manchester was, funnily enough, focused on. So in terms of the very, very, very long lists of questions that we have to Andy Burnham, nearly as long as the list of candidates in a by-election that I won't mention.
Thank you.
You know, we have is what is he going to do with Chagos? And yes, who he appoints to the position as Attorney General will really be key to that. The Conservatives, Reform, many opposition parties were frankly not big fans of Richard Hermer, so I don't think any of the opposition benches will be missing him.
Be interesting too what pressure, if any, President Trump put on Prime Minister Burnham when they held their first phone call behind the door in Number 10. Bethany, thank you very much indeed. Bethany Dawson, LBC's political correspondent. Much more to come throughout the course of the afternoon as people are ejected from Keir Starmer's old administration, and we are going to see those new faces. Well, it might be the same faces just shuffled around in Andy Burnham's administration too. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Coming up,
we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more.
Here comes devolution. Burnham is in, Starmer is out, and power seeps away from Downing Street. At least that is what Andy Burnham wants. We'll speak to the Labour Mayor of Liverpool City region next. 4:32. News headlines now on LBC. Amelia Cox.
Rachel Reeves has been sacked as Chancellor as Andy Burnham begins to put together his cabinet. David Lammy, Peter Kyle and Steve Reed also return to the back benches. Sir Keir Starmer's Attorney General, Lord Richard Hermer, has also confirmed he has left his position. The Prime Minister made his first speech outside Number 10 earlier, where he promised to help with the cost of living. But he says his first act will be to instruct staff to end rough sleeping in Britain. And former England manager and captain Kevin Keegan has died aged 75. The two-time Ballon d'Or winner announced last month he'd been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7 degrees.
This is LBC.
Tony, what do you want to tell me? Good morning.
Scott has called from Glasgow. Hi, Scott.
Jane's in Camden first. Hi, Jane.
Do you know at that moment that you're going to have to find an extra £15 billion from somewhere to pay for it?
I didn't have all of the details.
There's a hand grenade kind of lobbed at you by the outgoing Prime Minister.
Hear every side of the story.
Working class Prime Minister who's going to instill some old style English values.
This awful authoritarian Labour government, Andy Burnham is sliding straight into number 10, unchallenged.
So I feel massive relief.
Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. LBC, leading Britain's conversation.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our Great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Simone combined her old pensions with Pension Bee.
So I had multiple pensions from various jobs that I have been in, and every 6 months or so I would receive a statement, and I was losing track of all my different pensions and all the different statements. I just wanted one easy way of keeping them all in one place.
At Pension Bee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
You can now get Sky, HBO Max, Disney Plus, Netflix and Hey You together in one subscription. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, take your seats on your sofas, brew your cuppers and turn your phones to silent. Because the world of ultimate entertainment is about to begin. Sit back, relax and head to sky.com to find out more.
It's starting!
Requires Sky Stream and Sky Ultimate TV subscription. Minimum broadband speed of 30 megabits per second recommended. 18 plus.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
4:35 the time. Here's Lee on WhatsApp. Tom, this is the Labour we wanted. One that rejects neoliberal economics, turns the UK into a manufacturer of the highest quality goods rather than importer of the built-in obsolescence of Chinese imports, which account for almost everything on the market. Burnham can invest in industry and infrastructure by borrowing, as this would fall outside the scope of the fiscal rules, suggests Lee. We're keeping an eye on Downing Street, of course, as people maybe start to walk up it to take in those vacant positions. Steve Rotherham is with us, Labour Mayor of the Liverpool City region, and Robert Jenrick is here too, Reform UK's Treasury spokesperson and MP for Newark, both in the studio, opposite sides politically, but united in here on this day. Gentlemen, thank you for coming in. Steve, let me start with you. You were on Downing Street this morning. You had babe in arms as Andy Burnham came up the street. Have you spoken to him today? Have you been inside number 10?
Very briefly, I've spoken to him. We've just been in number 10 and had a little walk around to see what's happening, and for the family, for the first time, to have a look inside that most famous of addresses. And Andy's absolutely buzzing. You can imagine what it's like when you've wanted something for so long, and look at it, he's made no secret, it's 16 years that he's been trying to get the top job, and he's going to be absolutely brilliant because he's got lots of plans.
Do you think he's nervous?
Yeah, we're all nervous, aren't we, when you have that step up? I suppose it was the first outing today as the Prime Minister, so it's like if you were to get an uplift in a football team to play for the team of your dreams, you're bound to be a bit anxious. But of course, he'll settle in and he'll do the things that I know he's capable of.
He's certainly leading the team out on the pitch. Robert Jenrick, this is a day that Andy Burnham says he's going to do politics differently, be much more consensual. Do you hope that happens? Do you think that's what the country needs?
I think the country needs change, and I hope that Andy Burnham delivers that. Obviously, for the good of the country, we all want him to succeed. I have to say, I am worried that there isn't really a plan. I read that Andy had asked Keir Starmer to stay on for a bit because he wasn't yet prepared.
True?
No, I mean, look, we get this all the time, don't we, with the Westminster tittle-tattle down here. Somebody will say something and then all of a sudden it's the truth. You can't repeat things because somebody somewhere might have said something at some stage. Otherwise, we'd all get into that rabbit hole. I think the really important stuff is that he genuinely does have a plan. So you can imagine that over the last 18 months, as support from the party had started to ebb and we saw some of those local election results, we were saying, well, what is it that we would do differently? And some of those things will form part of what he'll announce over the next few days.
Well, I hope that's the case, obviously. It's felt to me to be quite confused. I mean, I'll give you a few examples on energy. You know, if you want to reindustrialise the country, whether that's places like Liverpool or Nottinghamshire I represent, it's very clear you need to get rid of or massively change the approach to net zero, else you never have a car manufacturing industry, steel making. And yet it sounds like Andy Burnham is going to broadly keep the net zero agenda, although maybe with a different energy secretary to the one that we've just had. If you want to help with the cost of living, you need to bring down working people's taxes. And yet Andy Burnham said there's room for movement on tax, which implies that he's going to increase taxes. And he has been someone who's proposed quite a lot of taxes, you know, a holiday tax, for example, a tax on a car parking space at work. You know, these aren't things that just hurt the rich. These are things that hurt the kind of people that you and I represent, Steve, working people in the Midlands and the North who just don't have any spare money at the moment and can't afford that.
There won't be anybody in your place, anybody in my area that is against what's called an overnight visitors levy. When you go to abroad, I'm sure you do, Rob, all the time because you've got great wealth, you don't ever dictate where you're going on the local tax regime. So if you stay in Barcelona, it's not like you're going to say, I'm not going to Barcelona because they charge €8 a night, or I'm not going to Milan because they charge 2, or whatever it is. That's not how it's done. So why would people stop coming to places like the Liverpool City region with the visitor economy we've got and the cultural offer we've got? But how are we going to enhance what we've currently got? We need a funding stream, and that's where the overnight...
I'm going to jump in. It sounds a small thing, but it is quite important because it cuts to whether or not Andy Burnham, despite all his years in Manchester doing good work as mayor, really understands how tough it is for people down on the ground. You know, of course, it might not make much difference if you're staying at, you know, the Hilton in Liverpool or Manchester. But, you know, the other day I was in Cleethorpes visiting Haven Holidays there, and they offer holidays for families who've not got much cash at all for as little as 80 quid. Now, that kind of holiday in a caravan in Cleethorpes will go up by 50% if this nightly charge came in. And that, you know, the fact that Andy suggests these things makes me think, like, does he really understand how hard it is?
Can Reform really understand it with a multi-millionaire leader?
Well, I've never taken the view that understanding issues and having a plan to fix this country is dependent on where you've got to in life. It's not about that. You know, the things that need to be done to get this country back on the track are a sensible energy policy. So we're not impoverishing people with their energy bills and we can actually reindustrialise. It does mean cutting waste so you can bring down people's taxes. And the taxes that should come down first should be for working people, not for the rich or the asset rich. It does mean getting people off welfare and back into work. And that, I think, is going to be one of the central questions for Andy. Does he actually have a plan, and is he able to get it past the Labour backbenchers to get the millions of people who are currently on welfare, or as many of them as possible, back into the workplace? Steve, I haven't heard any solutions to that so far.
Steve, what do you take Andy Burnham to mean when he talks about failed neoliberalism? What does that mean for people who, you know, aren't policy wonks or engage with that? What's he talking about there?
I just think it's a bit rich, isn't it? He's been in post 5 hours and Robert's saying he's a bit disappointed that he hasn't heard all the policies coming out. So let me just tackle the one that he's just spoken about, which is around welfare. I'll tell you how you get the welfare bill down, because we did it in the Liverpool City region, and I think it was working in tandem with you, believe it or not, when you were a Tory. And what we said was there's a different approach that you can take, and your government at the time was sanctions first. You remember, it was all about sanctions. If somebody turned up late, it was about sanctions. And it was punishment and punitive measures. what we did, we had what's called a housing first approach, and we got people back into homes and then through something called households into work, back into jobs. And it cost less for the state per person than it did through the sanctions first, because we gave a wraparound support and those people went back into the world of work.
Just on jobs, someone who's out of there is Liz Kendall, we understand, has now gone as Science, Innovation and Tech. Liz Kendall out. We wait to see who she is replaced by. But can I come to this neoliberalism, failed economic... What exactly is he referring to there? What does that mean?
So you possibly remember in the 80s under Thatcherism, there was a guy called Professor Patrick Minford, and he talked about trickle-down politics, and he said basically what happens is the rich all get rich, and then eventually that percolates down to everybody, so everybody is raised by it. But over the 40 years that we've seen this, certainly areas like ours and Clacton and others, they haven't seen the benefits of this trickle-down approach. Devolution, by the way, started with people like Robert and others. Devolution is targeting and focusing what we can do locally.
So is that to say there's going to be a ceiling to wealth beyond which everything gets taxed, or you don't want the rich to get any richer without people who aren't seeing the effect of that, the positive of that, getting richer themselves? What does that mean in policy terms?
So in reality, what it means is that through devolution, you can do things in your own area differently, and you can get better growth and better returns on the investment than you can from, say, a monolith like a government deciding what happens in an area. So in our area, for instance, it's known for football, it's known for music, and I do want to just mention, if I can, about the devastating news about Kevin Keegan's death and what that'll mean to my area, but areas right the way around the country. An absolutely fantastic man. Got to know him, and he gave me some brilliant advice just a few months ago when he was sick. But he said, I was going to Hamburg, and he said, say this. And I spoke in Scouse German, and the crowd laughed their head off. So it was something that Kevin had sort of conjured up so that I could endear myself to the German audience. But just on some of the stuff that we want to do around devolution, it means, for instance, that we can accelerate some of the work that's already going on, and the machinery of government can move to one side.
Would that also help in areas that are run by mayors from other parties? For instance, Reform have mayors in Parliament. They would be able to accept more power from the state in order to bring change to their local area. Presumably that's something you'd want, Robert.
Yeah, look, I see merit in mayors. I don't think it's a panacea, and it's not.
And it's not, and I'll agree with that.
It's not something that the public are particularly clamouring for. And there are good mayors and bad mayors. You know, some people have done well, and Andy's built a good reputation as a mayor. Don't get me wrong. The things that the country really want to be focused on now are the cost of living, immigration and crime, as well as delivering decent public services like getting the NHS waiting lists down. So I just want a government that's going to focus relentlessly on those things. And it does feel a bit outdated to be having a conversation about Margaret Thatcher. It's not that, it's not interesting from a sort of historical perspective, but no one under 30 can even remember, who Margaret Thatcher was. She's as distant to a young person as Winston Churchill was to me when I was born.
But it's not Thatcher, it's the Thatcherism. It's the approach. It wasn't Margaret Thatcher as the figurehead for it. It was, as I said, about Patrick Minford and others believing that there's no such thing as the state. Well, there is. The state's got a huge part to play as a facilitator.
Yeah.
And we've seen locally how you can
I'm not
be the
here to defend that. Reform is not a party of kind of reheated Thatcherism. We're a workers' party.
You've got a lot of Thatcherites in it.
I don't know about that, actually. I think people in Reform generally see that the problems of today are very different to those of the 1980s. They'll need different solutions. And many of us, myself included, see that whilst Thatcher turned round the economy in some respects, it left deep scars. It did in places, my dad grew up in Manchester, my mum in Liverpool. I grew up in the Black Country in the 80s, and the heavy industry that had provided pride and purpose of that community was almost all lost during that time. And North Nottinghamshire I represent today is very much the same. So, Reform is not a party of just trying to go back to the 80s and wrap ourselves in the clothing of Margaret Thatcher. That's the Tory party, really. What we want is a practical solution.
By Andy Burnham, when this cost of living idea happens to man or woman. Come on, what does their first name begin with?
When I've been asked a question like that, I've been very... whatever it is, because people jump to the...
There has been some movement at the door of number 10. Some be for celebration rather than door of number 10. Some be for celebration rather than commiseration.
That is our challenge, to make politics work better.
Andy Burnham pledges change. What does that new cabinet tell us?
Draw.com/verify.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious tips from that guy down the pub. Get real-time insights, analysis and tools. No more fat cat brokers clawing your gains. Pay zero commission on your investments. Switch to a platform trusted by British investors for over 50 years. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
This is my throne, my castle, my kingdom. I have conquered these lands and crushed my enemies. Those who do not bow before me will be thrown into the dungeons.
All right, Liam, can you get off the throne and let the kids have a go?
All right.
Download the Southern Railway app and discover the historic South East with kids' train tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Tom Swarbrick.
4:53 the time, Tom Swarbrick on LBC, where we talk about Thatcherism again for some reason. I think it's related to the fact that Andy Burnham, as Prime Minister, is saying that the 40 years of neoliberalism that has failed this country is coming to an end. Coming to an end too, the time in Cabinet of various big names under the Starmer administration. Rachel Reeves out, David Lammy out. We know that Liz Kendall has just gone. Bethany Dawson is LBC's political correspondent, live for us on Downing Street with some words from Liz Kendall. Bethany.
Yes, Liz Kendall, again, another key ally of Keir Starmer, has gone. She has resigned, again, posting a letter on Twitter saying that it was a privilege to serve as the Science Secretary. It's worth reminding everybody that she was also the Work and Pension Secretary during the Labour Welfare Rebellion. She said that she came into politics to give children the best start in life, and also spoke about being Science Secretary and navigating what she said she was proud to stand up to Elon Musk and Grok, ban nudification apps and help make the online world safer for women. Of course, like the other members of Keir Starmer's cabinet that have resigned, she also paid tribute to the now former Prime Minister, saying, "I'm grateful to him for giving me the opportunity to serve in government. I thank him for his leadership. None of the achievements I've helped deliver would have been possible without that support."
Who are the flowers for?
We think these flowers were for the Prime Minister's wife, crucially the new Prime Minister's wife, and isn't that nice?
What a lovely thing.
No one else here is getting flowers. The Downing Street is full right now of people waiting for anything. I'm sure, maybe it would, calm us down for sort of 20 minutes if some of us got some flowers. But alas, only one bunch down Downing Street right now.
A cup of coffee would help, I suspect. Bethany Dawson, thank you, LBC's political correspondent, waiting for those feet to start tramping up Downing Street as those cabinet appointments are made. Worth saying you can watch that all happen as well, live on Global Player, live on the LBC app and on YouTube too. Should it interest you, someone suggested earlier that I've come dressed as Andy Burnham. I don't know why that would be important. Sir Martin Sorrell joins us, founder and executive chairman of S4 Capital, founder of WPP, the world's largest advertising and PR group. Thank you very much indeed for being there for us, Sir Martin. Andy Burnham enters Downing Street promising to be the most business-friendly Prime Minister of a Labour party. Certainly the last person promised that too. Do you have faith that he will be?
Well, there were no smoked salmon breakfasts that I'm aware of, so maybe this will be a more foundational province. We'll see. Jim O'Neill is in the background. That's probably good news, I guess. The ex-Goldman economist, the BRICS and Next 11 guy. So maybe we'll see a little more constructive. But look, to be fair, Tom, he's just crossed the threshold of 10 Downing Street. So it's a long way to go. We have to see who he puts into place in his team. We know who he's taking out of the team. We have to see who he puts into the team to take it forward.
Andy Burnham has talked before about not paying so much attention to the bond markets, not being an hock to them. He's talked about rebuilding an economic model, a new economic model. He can't jettison businesses. He can't say, well, the city can go be damned. He can't say to the bond market, well, screw you, I'm in charge, can he?
No, I agree. No, he can't. And I think actually on his statement, if I noticed in the press, gilts went back a bit, so yields rose. Borrowing costs went over 5%.
Yeah.
Borrowing costs, 10-year went over 5% for the first time since West Streeting resigned. So obviously he will be a prisoner of the bond markets just like every other prime minister. He has to do things in a fiscally responsible way. He's got some wiggle room, I guess, in definitions, from what I'm told, as to what government borrowing might be. And maybe we'll see him or his chancellor, whoever that is, changing the definitions, and they'll have a little bit more fiscal wiggle room, as I said, in order to get things done. But it looks to me as though we'll see increases in taxation. I don't know
whom
what
and where do you think, Martin? What would be the sort of pro-business
he
move?
made this comment about personal allowances.
Yes.
That on the doorstep, that he heard that personal allowances not being increased was a problem. So probably at the lower end, he will help. He talked about improving things from a cost of living point of view. He's talked about nationalisation. He's talked about implicitly more regulation. I mean, nationalisation is expensive inherently. So going further on the nationalisation route, apart from things like water, where obviously we have some real big issues, infrastructure issues, will be difficult. Maybe he's talking about more regulation. He's talking about a fairer Britain. So I think that probably means income tax, capital gains tax, maybe even a wealth tax, a property tax, I guess, as a substitute maybe for wealth tax, as some people are saying. So we'll have to see how it pans out. But I think, by and large, he refers to a 10-year plan, so there might be some short-term pain for long-term gain. I mean, my fundamental worry is not about the rich or the older people. I'm talking about the younger people. I think people who are in their 20s and 30s or 40s who have good businesses in the UK, in a digital economy, in a distributed economy where there is tremendous flexibility, and more flexibility now than we've ever seen. People can choose to where they locate businesses and where they are, much more so than they did before. It's all very well referring to the 1980s and Thatcherism and the deindustrialization. This is sort of Trumpist in a way, to the deindustrialization or demanufacturing base in the UK. It's all very well referring to that, but times have changed and the nature of the economy has changed. And with AI and quantum coming down the track and blockchain and other technological developments, the industrial structure is going to be very different, whether you're talking about manufacturing business or service business. So we have to see. But to be fair, it's a new pair of eyes. It's a
new chancellor.
Approach, a new chancellor. So we have to see what comes down the pike. I only hope that in a few months we're not back to where we were under Starmer. But he's clearly going to lay out an agenda for a 10-year plan. We'll see we'll see what it means.
Well, he's got, if not, there might be some smoked salmon and egg breakfasts coming shortly, Martin, to try and to keep business sweet. Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. Sir Martin Sorrell, founder and executive chairman of S4 Capital, the founder of WPP, the world's largest advertising and PR group. Let me just tell you before the headlines at 5, Jo Stevens has left her role as Wales Secretary. She will not continue in government. She is leaving her job along with Rachel Reeves and David Lammy and others. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. In the next 60 minutes...
We will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land.
Burnham is in, Starmer out, along with Rachel Reeves, David Lammy, Steve Reed, Peter Kyle, all sacked this afternoon.
My first instruction: to end rough sleeping in our country.
£340 million pledged by the new Prime Minister to try and end rough sleeping. And
Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again.
Burnham pledges what he calls a circuit breaker for Britain. This afternoon, we are getting the first signs of the team he is assembling to start that change. After the news at 5, we'll be live to Downing Street as those ministers newly minted in their jobs in cabinet start coming up, and what that cabinet tells us about Burnham's plans for the country.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock. Andy Burnham is working on putting his cabinet together after becoming the UK's new Prime Minister. So far, we know Rachel Reeves has been sacked as Chancellor. LBC's political correspondent Bethany Dawson says she was offered a role which she declined.
Rachel Reeves' parting speech that she posted on social media did indeed seem like quite a big farewell. There was a point which she said stability restored, investment delivered and reform to our economy underway. There is yet no one coming down Downing Street to accept new jobs, but the reporting is that the front runners for Rachel Reeves' role is either current Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood or Energy Secretary Ed Miliband, who said goodbye to civil servants in the Department for Energy this morning.
David Lammy, Steve Reed, Jo Stevens, Lord Hermer and Liz Kendall will all return to the backbenches as well. Earlier this afternoon, Mr Burnham made his first speech as Prime Minister. He promised a new economic and political model, saying many parts of the UK feel powerless.
That's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land.
He also says he has a plan to ease the cost of living, which will be announced as early as tomorrow. But his first act in Number 10 will be to instruct staff to end rough sleeping in Britain. The CEO of homelessness charity Crisis, Matt Downey, has told LBC they've been waiting for this moment for decades.
To hear him say it was his first and biggest priority right now is just incredible. It's a complete shift in approach, because what that is about mainstream permanent homes for people, rather than saying you're going to have to spend months and years in hostels and night shelters. It's about real homes, and we know that is the way forward. That's what's worked in Scandinavian countries and elsewhere. So it's not enough for every case of homelessness, but it's a bloody good start.
You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, Global Player and YouTube. And football legend Kevin Keegan has died aged 75. He'd revealed last month he had stage 4 cancer. Newcastle United, where he was both player and manager, say they're mourning a true giant of their history. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed down 75 points at 10,524. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7. Light rain reaches the far north tomorrow. Elsewhere it will be sunny before becoming cloudier with some bright spells. Highs of 26 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good afternoon to you. 5:05 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC on a very, very busy afternoon. A historic afternoon, of course, now that Andy Burnham is installed in Downing Street as Prime Minister. We have seen some of his ejections from Keir Starmer's cabinet, where Keir Starmer's loyalists are gone. Rachel Reeves is out as Chancellor. Peter Kyle is out. Herma is out as Attorney General. Steve Reed is gone. David Lammy is gone. And walking up Downing Street for the first time, and if you're watching us on Global Player, the LBC app or YouTube, you will be able to see this too. Walking up Downing Street, the first person we are seeing entering number 10 to meet Andy Burnham, ladies and gentlemen, is John Healey, the Defence Secretary who resigned from Keir Starmer's government in protest at the Defence Investment Plan. Seems to be back, at least for a coffee or a chat with the new Prime Minister, but presumably a big job in his administration as and when it comes. John Healey, the first person to be walking up Downing Street, going into the door now, to presumably be given quite a big job. Andrew Marr is with me, presenter of Tonight, of course, with Andrew Marr on LBC. Lord Neil Kinnock is with me in the studio as well, the former leader of the Labour Party. Good to see you, gents. Thank you both very much indeed for coming in. Neil, John Healey goes in to presumably be the first appointment in Andy Burnham's government. What do you think that appointment, what do you think these appointments we are going to see throughout the afternoon are going to tell us about the direction of travel that Britain is on now?
Highly competent people are being replaced with freshly competent people. It's basically like in circumstances like this, as I think just about everybody would understand, churning is inevitable. And what you're hoping for is that the team captain is picking the right people for the right positions. Now, I'm got enough confidence in Andy Burnham and his instincts and his insights to think that he will make effective appointments. And the fact that John is walking up Downing Street gives me an early indication of that.
Effective in what way, though? Because Keir Starmer would have said his appointments were effective.
We'll see what happens, but I think John Healey had got a lot of respect across the armed forces. He went on a point of principle. He hadn't been given enough money by Rachel Reeves to do the job he thought he needed to do. I hope he has come back in as Defence Secretary again. That would be very good. There was a rumour flying around earlier on that Rachel Reeves had been offered that job and turned it down. Yeah. I don't know if there's any truth in that at all. No surprise that Rachel Reeves has gone. No. She fought very hard to stay, but there's no point really in changing the Prime Minister if you keep the Chancellor. The two are so welded together and the mistakes were joint.
And to that extent, Neil, Lord Kinnock, I don't understand how Andy Burnham can on the one hand say we're going to stick within the fiscal rules, but I'm also going to build an entirely new economic model. How can you do both?
Well, we can do that. Really? I mean, within the fiscal rules, the government of the United Kingdom has still got a hell of a lot of money at its disposal. And what he's got to do is to ensure that it's used better than it has been. There is a second consideration, and that is that there has, for some considerable time, been room for spreading the tax base. Not to what are described as working people, those people on earned incomes who go through pay-as-you-earn in the conventional fashion, but especially those people who take their income as capital gains. And it's in those cases, and the case of asset holders of various kinds, what we've seen in this century, right from the beginning of the century, intensified by the crash of 2007, 2008, is earned incomes flatlining for a huge majority of people, even quite well-paid people, while asset values have soared and not being touched really by the tax changes, and people using capital gains totally legitimately not to have to pay tax at income tax levels. Yeah. Now, if they were to equalize the rates, capital gains and income tax, you're talking about a £12 billion increase in resources.
Although any political honeymoon that Andy Burnham was hoping to enjoy, I suspect, Andrew, might be wiped out by the equalisation of capital gains.
Well, it depends how you did it. It depends how you did it. Suppose it came alongside lifting the threshold for basic rate income taxpayers. Yep. That would be very, very popular. I would, frankly, be slightly disappointed if Tom Swarbrick and conceivably also Andrew Marr didn't end up paying a little bit more tax as a result of this.
Speak for yourself, Andrew.
I know, no. I'm here to offer kind of candid and friendly advice to my fellow presenter. But no, I think we are going to see those kinds of changes are going to be built into the system. And there are, just to jump in as well. There are a few things you can do without scaring the bond markets. When it comes to, for instance, taking back public control of utilities, Will Hutton was in this studio not so long ago explaining how you can use a kind of golden share, as Margaret Thatcher did, as it happens with British Airways, to control what you don't actually own.
Yep. I was going to interject earlier because I thought Andrew was going to make this point, and he may want to disagree, but I rather doubt it, that if in the increase in revenues coming from a change of the kind that I've mentioned, I'm not Andy's spokesman patently, but thank God for that.
Not yet.
Thank
Still
God.
being appointed.
Oh my God, no, I've got the sweat and blood-stained T-shirt. Don't worry about that. But if simultaneously there was to be an announcement about reform of social payments of various kinds, or, crucially, the report on social care was to be advanced and be financed wholly or partly by revenues from those who really truly can afford to pay, then people would understand they've got a government of greater efficiency, but also much greater equity, which is important.
And on the equity point, as well as the spreading around of the tax base amongst those who could afford it, those who might not be able to afford it, what have you, this has got to be a moment, hasn't it, for Andy Burnham as Prime Minister to mark the fact that for a new generation, 20, 30 something, life is much, much harder for them to begin to grow their family, to get a foothold on them. And actually maybe part of the spreading around of different tax rates, maybe much, much more power and ability and freedom from taxation in some instances might be spread for the younger generation.
Well, I've been grizzling for years that what's unique amongst the current generation of parents is that they cannot, with certainty. Now, I was the first generation to benefit from that. I was born in 1942. My parents never had a shadow of doubt that I would do better in life in terms of education, income, longevity even. And I've lived 20 years further than my parents. And that went on for decades. And it bred a degree of complacency, as you would expect. But actually, it should be the right of people who strive hard, who earn their living, who pay their taxes, who try to put a little bit aside and love their families, to be able to save their kids. I'm not sure where you'll end up, but you will definitely do better than I am.
Amen to that. I mean, I think the biggest inequity at the moment in many ways is generational, which is why that I think at the next election, any party which really cares about younger voters and their plight has to break the triple lock.
Never thought I'd hear Andrew Marr. That's absolutely spot on. Of course it is.
That absolutely has to happen. And I think these changes may well happen. I mean, Andy Burnham is a man of the left. He made that very clear when he picked up the leadership of the Labour Party and he was addressing Neil and other people in the room. And therefore he's interested in equity. I think he's also, however, a much more sophisticated and subtle figure than perhaps his critics yet realise. So, for instance, he's very interested in the importance of welfare reform. Million plus people in this country, young people, who are not in education or work or training, and we are going to destroy their lives by keeping them on benefits for decades, and we have to end it. And I think Alan Milburn for the Labour Party has done a really important report. I very, very much hope that one of the early things that Andy Burnham does is pick it up.
Gents, thank you so much for coming in. Andrew Marr, of course, presenter, my fellow colleague, asking for me to be taxed more for some reason. A presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr, weekdays from 6 on LBC. Lord Neil Kinnock, thank you so much. Very good to see you. I'm sorry about your Achilles in your right leg.
I'm sorry about that. It's... I wouldn't mind so much if it wasn't 63 years old.
You've still got your shooting boots. Don't worry about that. Neil Kinnock joins us.
I'm good with me, Ed.
Yeah, good, excellent. Dale Vince joins us, founder of Eco Trustees, chairman of Forest Green Rovers Football Club and a Labour Party donor. And Dale, I saw you on Downing Street this afternoon. Tell us what that was like for you. Afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon, Tom. It was fun to be there, actually. I got the invite a few days ago. I thought I'd go along. I'd never been to one before. There was a great buzz around the place and an awful lot of positivity. I like what I heard Andy say, and I'm looking forward to more.
Would you like it if Andy Burnham approved licences, or the Energy Secretary approved licences to Jackdaw and Rosebank to drill there more?
No, I wouldn't. And I don't think it would make sense. I think it would be a breach of a very significant manifesto pledge for no good reason. There's no economic gain for us, no energy security. We can't bring bills down. We might get slightly less than 1,000 jobs in a year's worth of production of oil that won't even land in our country. So there's no economic.
Gas would, and the taxation from it would benefit the Treasury. It would create more jobs, and we would have a gas supply that was not particularly reliant on bringing it in from overseas.
Jackdaw themselves say they'll reduce our reliance on foreign imports by 2%. And actually, the tax benefits are outweighed by the tax breaks, the subsidies that have to be given to these people to build these fields. I mean, the other one, Rosebank, needs $3 billion of subsidies just to build itself. To a Norwegian energy company who will take the oil from straight to international markets. And none of that makes sense.
When Andy Burnham talks about giving people a quick win on their energy bills, what would you suggest that looked like?
Well, I think the quickest probably would be to shift the remaining green and social levies. I think Keir's government maybe took roughly half of them off already, but shift those off of energy bills. Actually take VAT off, because energy is not a luxury and people shouldn't be paying VAT on it. And those things, they might make a difference of 100, 150 quid, something like that. That's what I would do quickly. But I would also break the link between the price of gas and the price of green energy. That's the more substantial move. And a couple other things, throw them all together. We could half energy bills in this Parliament if he reforms the energy market.
What do you see in him, Andy Burnham, that you didn't see in Keir Starmer in the end?
That's a job to know, really. But I think he's going to be bold, more bold than Keir was. I think he's come with that attitude, that approach. I like his idea of a new economics and a new politics. We've been doing a bunch of research. We're going to propose 4 policies that between them will triple GDP growth, but all of them are about people. They put people first in terms of housing, a solar roof program, energy market reform, and tax reform. I liked what I heard Neil talking about there. There's a lot to agree with in that previous segment in terms of capital gains tax and income thresholds. That's quick wins for people.
Are you donating more to the Labour Party as a result of Andy Burnham leading it?
Well, I gave money to fight the last election, and the next election I hope won't come for another 3 years. And then when that comes, I'll do whatever I can.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. Dale Vince, founder of Ecotricity, chairman of Forest Green Rovers Football Club, Labour Party donor as well. Let me just bring you this breaking news from the ministerial reshuffle. Darren Jones, who was the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, he was a loyal servant of Keir Starmer's, took bullets for him, so to speak, in the Commons and on the media. Darren Jones is out. As we know, John Healey, who left Starmer's government, is now back in Downing Street, presumably waiting to get a big job. We'll bring you the latest from those discussions as we get them. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. 5:18 news headlines now. Amelia Cox.
Rachel Reeves has been sacked as Chancellor as Andy Burnham puts together his cabinet. It's understood she was offered a role in his top team but declined. David Lammy, Liz Kendall and Steve Reed are among the names who are also returning to the backbenches. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Anne-Marie Walsh. The M11 is partially blocked northbound because of an accident after junction 5 for Loughton. On the M25 anti-clockwise, it's stop-start for half an hour. That's on the approach to the Dartford tunnels. It's queuing on the A40 westbound between Greenford and Northolt after an accident earlier. And it's slow moving on the A308 both ways at the Hampton Court Green car park because of the roadworks. On the tubes, there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line and on the Piccadilly line from Acton Town to Heathrow Terminal 4 and Terminal 5. And on the trains, Thameslink have delays of up to an hour and some cancellations between St Pancras and Stevenage.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
Hi, Nan. We're having a brilliant time. We went to a theme park and the rides were awesome. We got money off the entry tickets, so Dad even bought us all an ice cream with a flake. Probably not the best idea before going on a roller coaster. Sammy went green after. See you when we get home. Love, Leo.
Enjoy great British summer savings, such as discounted entry to theme parks, soft play and more. Funded by the UK government.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Greetings, I am Genotron 3000, and these are my companions, Mark IV and Kavraknar. We have travelled to your planet to seek the great leader. Pray tell, where may we find him?
Your great leader's signing autographs up there on the left. Enjoy Brighton Comic Con.
Download the Southern Railway app to explore not-so-distant galaxies by train, with advanced fares from £8 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story. Terms apply.
Giffgaff believe it's only fair you can get unlimited data for only £14 a month, which is great for Em, who's being dragged around theme parks by a new girlfriend. While Jeannie rides her beloved roller coasters, Em streams her beloved new series, Lacrosse Rivals, with her feet firmly on the ground. Unlimited data for only £14 a month. Giffgaff. Activate plan by the 2nd of the 10th, 26. 18-month commitment, then £25 a month. Existing members must opt in via the app. Terms, exclusions and fair usage policy apply. See giffgaff.com/terms.
Time for a kitchen glow-up, but won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Don't miss the fight before the fight. Anthony Joshua must survive the here and now.
Huge risk! I'm back. July 25th, Joshua versus Prenga, live exclusively on DAZN.
This is LBC. Watch live on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Andy Burnham, the 7th Prime Minister in just over a decade, is now appointing his cabinet. John Healey, the Defence Secretary who resigned under Keir Starmer, is back in Downing Street meeting with the Prime Minister, presumably as we speak, presumably to be given a very big job in government. We'll get more from our political correspondent who is on Downing Street in just a few moments. You've been hearing, though, about the kind of areas that those supporters of Burnham, particularly those in Labour, want to see him do when it comes to the economy and building this new economic model, as Andy Burnham talked about a little earlier. And it's going to result in, I think, quite a lot of us paying much more tax, particularly if you are someone who earns, you sell your assets to fund your life, or you've got shares that you sell off, and you pay capital gains tax of anywhere between 18 and 24%. Well, it seems as if the direction of travel is that you're going to have to pay a lot more tax on the sale of those assets. Rather than coming after work or after income, maybe the opportunity is now presenting itself for Andy Burnham in building this new economic model to hit assets harder, capital gains harder, the sale of your second home or the sale of your business or the sale of your shares. That is going to be taxed at a much, much higher rate than is currently the case. And possibly, if his hints on the income tax thresholds would be to be believed, possibly to increase the point at which people start paying tax. Now, I think that is obviously fair. It is obviously fair to start to peel back some of the tax rises on work. You cannot keep hitting those who go out every day to try and make a living for themselves and their family. You can't keep hitting them with ever-increasing taxes. And this freezing of the thresholds, which Labour promised in government under Keir Starmer to unfreeze in 2028, were frozen again until 2030. At £12,500, that hasn't moved for a long time. That will see, by the way, in a couple of years, that will see state pensioners who are just on the that will see them have to pay income tax. That's obviously crazy. And Rachel Reeves, I remember at the time, because I remember getting rather angry about it. Rachel Reeves at the time said, well, OK, if you're taking the state pension and your state pension is above income tax thresholds, you won't pay any. You think, well, hang on a minute. I didn't know we were getting into age-based tax thresholds. In that case, why can't the 23-year-old who earns £14,000, why can't they be taken out of paying income tax? I think it would answer the point that Andrew Marr was making about the generational difficulties. If we have younger people trying to find work, then once getting into work, not being able to afford anything because so much of their income is taken out in taxation, plus student loan repayments, it's 60, 70% in real terms of taxation. We'll take them out of paying tax for the first 20 grand, 22 grand. Keep pushing that number up and up and up. On the backs of, yes, maybe you, whether you've sold your second home or whatever, you are paying much more in capital gains. Do you think that is fair? Do you think that is reasonable? Do you think that is the kind of economic model that now needs to be built? Going after, quote, wealth far more than income. 03456060973. You can text 84850. You can get in touch on WhatsApp on that big number as well. Gareth's done just that. Tom, the next Chancellor is 100% going to be a woman. Burnham understands communication, and the optics of him replacing Reeves with a man would be one of the worst messages to send at the start of his premiership. Well, The first person in as man, John Healey. I don't know that many people had him as Chancellor, but that is the big job that is currently going now that Rachel Reeves has vacated, or has been told to vacate it, at least offered a big job and turned it down, we hear. Whether that's Peter Carl in business who's gone, Lord Hermer, the Attorney General, is out. Maybe John Healey is going to go back into the defence brief. 03456060973 as Andy Burnham builds his new team to help him structure that new political and economic model. It's the economic model I'm really, really interested in at the moment, if I'm honest. The markets are reacting all the time, as you would expect. UK government borrowing is increasing. In fact, I think it's at a near year high. Ben Kumar is from Seven Investment Management. Am I right, Ben? UK 10-year gilts nearly a 52-week high at the moment?
Yeah, not far off. They're at 5.04, and I think the high was 5.16%. That's the amount the government has to pay to borrow money for 10 years. So, yeah, definitely back above that big round number 5, and seems to have aligned in terms of when the market moved with when Andy Burnham started speaking. But I think the big worry, Tom, is going to be uncertainty. You know, something big when it comes to the economy, sure, but if we have to wait until October, until autumn, until a budget, months and months of speculation of what I think that the market hated about some of the previous Prime Minister's policies. And there's a little bit of nervousness, I think, until we find out who the Chancellor is, that we'll see the same thing again.
In his speech, Andy Burnham talked about putting life's essentials back under stronger public control. If I were a boss at Thames Water, I'd be a bit worried about that.
Yes, there's been some reports already that the creditors, the people who lent Thames Water money, are already looking into and making calls about their legal situation if the government were to end up renationalising or something like that. Yes, and I think you have to say that particularly water companies, it would be a relatively popular move. I don't think anyone's that happy about the situation at the moment. So we'll see with Thames Water. That would be the first candidate. And hey, maybe those reservoirs that we've been waiting for will get built.
Hey, here's hoping one day. Now, Ben, I'm just going to pause you there. I'm going to take us to Downing Street. Bethany Dawson is LBC's political correspondent, peering down the end of the road where, Bethany, if you're watching us on YouTube, Global Player or the LBC app, you too will be able to see arm in arm Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood. Bethany.
These two people are poised for the top job of Chancellor. For the last week, the reporting has been that it is going to either one of them, and they both have entered Downing Street together. The only person that we know is also in Downing Street is former Defence Secretary John Healey, at this moment a backbench MP with no ministerial brief. Right now, this could mean that John Healey, Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood are taking 3 of the top jobs in Andy Burnham's cabinet.
That is keeping us guessing until the very last moment, isn't it? Because it was going to be one or t'other of them, as you said. But the fact that they walked down together, which, by the way, folks, entirely choreographed that, is going to keep everybody guessing.
Oh, it was completely choreographed. But it tells us nothing. There is nothing that we can understand aside from, you know, they are good at smiling for the camera and having a friendship when we need them. I couldn't tell you if how wonderful it is behind closed doors. I'm sure they are good pals. But we're still guessing. There are still people within the current government cabinet that are waiting to hear whether or not they have a job. This is not as though, it is definitely running over. I've had government advisors, maybe former government advisors, they're not sure, saying that it is running late. Of course it's running late. And this is all confusing for everybody involved, including me and you, Tom. We are still guessing and just waiting. Maybe if we shout loud enough, they'll tell us.
I think you're going to have to shout at one or two of them, Bethany. I guess, Ben, in some sense, it's confusing for the markets too. It was going to be a toss-up between Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood. The market reactions to one or the other is going to be quite different, isn't it? Particularly if Ed Miliband gets it.
Yeah, I think with Shabana Mahmood, it's very practical, very conservative, small c when it comes to fiscal policy. With Ed Miliband, something a bit different. Arm in arm. Are we going to get co-chancellors? Don't think that's ever happened before. But the John Healey thing is really interesting as well. Very pragmatic, very practical, but certainly wasn't in the running for the chancellorship. What would be good, or what I think would be interesting, is if that choreographed display comes across it when it comes to unity. across those top jobs, where it's not treasury versus everything else, where it's a coordinated long-term fiscal plan where every department's on board. The market would like that a little bit more than back to we can do this, but it's got to be at the cost of this. So unity, yes, please.
Broadly, Ben, and quickly, why do the markets seem to favour Mahmood rather than Miliband? What is it about Miliband that they dislike or are fearful of?
I think it's the lack of long-term economic thinking that is somewhat displayed with the energy policy. We know that energy costs are up, and there has been no easing of his views on that. And I think they worry that there will be, very much emphasis on big plans rather than short-term prudence. And Mahmood hasn't shown that.
Ben, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Ben Kumar from Seven Investment Management. We'll come back to you once we know who the Chancellor is. It's going to be one of, we think, Miliband, Mahmood or Healy. Who's your money on? 0345 6060 973 is the number. Maybe reminds me of that series in The Office, the American Office, where they started doing co-managers. We're not going to get co-chancellors. That would be a disaster. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Coming up,
we will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years.
Well, what does that mean? A circuit breaker for Britain? Ripping up 40 years of failed neoliberalism. We've heard the offer to the Parliamentary Labour Party. We've heard the offer to the country from Andy Burnham. What about the way in which he's spoken to the civil service? What does he want from them? We'll speak to the former head of the Foreign Office in just a few moments. 5:31, Tom Swarbrick on LBC. News headlines now. Amelia Cox.
Former Defence Secretary John Healey is the first Labour MP to enter number 10 as Andy Burnham puts together his cabinet. Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood weren't far behind him. They've just arrived in Downing Street in the last few minutes. Rachel Reeves has been sacked as Chancellor, while Darren Jones, David Lammy and Liz Kendall also returned to the backbenches. The incoming Prime Minister has promised politicians will be better while making his first speech earlier. And former England player and manager Kevin Keegan has died aged 75. He'd been battling with cancer, and a statement from his family says he was surrounded by his wife and daughters. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Feel like you've been here before? You should be. 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. Incoming PM Andy Burnham headed towards number 10 with neither a mandate nor standing on the last Labour or a party manifesto. How comfortable are you with that? Let's bring the conversation now. Jess Phillips, Labour MP, of course, former Minister for Safeguarding.
Well, look, it's not how I would have picked for this to happen, is the absolute truth. I think that a contest probably would have been better, but I've learnt to be disappointed in politics as well as excited.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
From Goldbank London, a safe and sound way to buy and sell gold.
For buyers, you can buy from a wide range of gold and silver bars, coins, and themed collections to suit your budget.
For sellers, you can get an instant valuation online and sell your goods easily, conveniently, and securely.
Easy to buy,
easy to sell.
Start your journey in gold today.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Before you renew your private health insurance, are you sure you're getting the right cover at the right price? At the Private Healthcare Company, we compare a range of leading providers to find cover matched to your needs, with a dedicated representative who'll support you from start to finish. Search the Private Healthcare Company today and see how much you could save on your renewal. The Private Healthcare Company, your personal private healthcare broker.
Ever notice how some things are just standard? Traffic on the M4, standard. Meetings that could have been an email, standard. But at Aon, our cars are driving the new standard. The new Aon V has rapid charging, standard. Panoramic glass roof, standard. 8 years servicing, 8 years MOT, 8 years roadside assistance, and up to 8 years warranty. Also standard, thanks to our great 8 promise. Search Aon Auto to test drive today. T's and C's apply.
Don't miss the fight before the fight. Anthony Joshua must survive the here and now.
Huge risk! I'm back. July 25th, Joshua versus Prenga, live exclusively on DAZN.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Chris, the boring centrist in Brecon's had enough. Tom, I was willing to give Andy Burnham a go, but Ed Miliband means it's over before it starts. Tragic mistake, says Chris. It's like bringing back John McDonnell. Sadly, Andy Burnham fails the first test. Let's get a general election quickly, as I now want change. Well, Chris, hold your horses, my friend. Ed Miliband's gone into Downing Street, but it doesn't mean he's going to be Chancellor yet. He was arm in arm with Shabana Mahmood as they were walking in. We'll see which one comes out smiling. Fraser's in Manchester, appropriately. Hi, Fraser.
Hello.
What do you think about this new economic model that he's building?
I'm hoping that we're finally going to get some kind of wealth tax. Personally, I feel like potentially we're heading in that direction, and I would personally welcome that.
What, to your mind, constitutes a wealth tax?
We need to wealth tax not work, because at the end of the day, we're now in a, with the rise of how easy it is to make money online, it's much easier to hit the 40% tax threshold than ever. And right now we're punishing people for doing that. Personally, I think we should be taxing the billionaires, the people who really, it will be a drop in the ocean.
But they've worked as well, some of them, for that money.
Yeah, for sure, they have. And part of that is now it's time to give back.
But they pay huge amounts in tax.
Well, they should pay more. I'm in the higher tax bracket, right? And personally, I would welcome paying more tax on the condition that I see that tax being spent properly, right? And I'm sure that most people, if they don't have to wait at the GP for weeks, they would more than happily pay more tax if they see the benefits of it.
This I might be accused of dancing on the head of the pin, and it won't be the first time, Fraser. It probably won't be the last. But as a wealthier individual, if you're in the higher rate tax band, I don't know whether you describe yourself as wealthy, but someone who can pay, you think, pay more tax. If you earn your money through work, income, why should you pay any more tax? Why shouldn't it be front-loaded onto the people that are earning their money through asset generation, asset increase, price increases of those kinds of things rather than work?
It should be. You should listen, I've sold shares in the past and I've had to pay the tax that comes with it. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I was shocked by how little tax I had to pay for what I sold. And with how easy it is once you have wealth to continue to build that wealth without working for it.
Money makes money.
But there needs to be a higher tax there, and people aren't going to leave the country.
But I would much rather. I think you're right. I understand that. That's fine. I don't know whether this is self-interested. Stop taxing work, whatever scale of pay 100%. You're at. If you're on 12 grand or 400 grand, don't tax work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you will always have, there's doctors, there's surgeons which are earning, 150 grand a year. They are working high pressure jobs to earn that, and they should be able to take home that money.
There are people running universities. God love the universities on 400 grand a year. They're working. So do we exempt them from an extra tax increase, or because they're earning so much, you think, well, they need to be hit as well? Fraser, I really appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to read you this from a Downing Street spokesperson, saying that the Prime Minister spoke to the President of the United States, Donald Trump, shortly after taking office this afternoon. The Prime Minister began by congratulating the President on a successful World Cup and agreed that England had an excellent tournament. The Prime Minister also hoped that he would be able to show the President what Manchester had to offer during a visit in the future. Setting out his vision as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister said he would be focused on ensuring re-industrialisation up and down the country to ensure good growth in every postcode. The Prime Minister also underlined his commitment to defence and security and said ensuring the security of the UK and its allies was at the top of his agenda. The President then updated on the situation in the Middle East, and the Prime Minister outlined the UK's commitment to securing the movement of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz to support global supply chains and drive down costs for businesses and families across the country. They looked forward to speaking again soon, says the statement. By the way, you know this now, after years of it. I certainly saw it myself firsthand when I was privileged enough to be on those calls between Donald Trump and the Prime Minister back in the day. It's nothing like the readout. the readout gives you the things that But honestly, when Donald Trump picks up the phone, you never know what he's going to talk about. I don't know how long he must have banged on about the World Cup for to Andy Burnham there, but I'd sense it was a lot longer than the readout makes play of. We'll go to Sir Simon Fraser in just a few moments, the former head of the Foreign Office. But if you're watching on Global Player, the LBC app or YouTube, you will be able to see another person walking up Downing Street, Louise Haigh, who was absolutely central to Andy Burnham's coronation as Prime Minister, someone who left Keir Starmer's government. She has now entered Downing Street as well. So we have Healy, Miliband, Mahmood and Haigh, hope you're keeping count at the back, in Downing Street awaiting their job offers. Let's turn to Sir Simon Fraser, former head of the Foreign Office, now chair of Chatham House, founding partner of Flint Global. Thanks for coming on, Simon. Just first on that readout between Trump and the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. All lovely stuff. I wonder how Trump feels about a trip to Manchester.
Well, he seems to like coming here, and Manchester's not far from Scotland, so if he can get some golf in, it probably fits for him. I mean, I think that readout, I agree with you, the readout is the official version, but actually what they covered seems to suggest to me that Burnham has handled that right and got the right messages in for his first conversation with Donald Trump, which is, of course, very important.
Andy Burnham has talked a lot to the Parliamentary Labour Party through his speeches, obviously. He's talked a lot to the Labour movement. He's talked to the country in broad terms about where he wants to take us. What do you think his message is or will be to the civil service, upon whom he, as every Prime Minister, is so reliant on actually delivering?
Well, no doubt he will argue that, he's saying the state needs to be rewired and there needs to be more devolution and less centralisation. And no doubt he'll be saying the civil service needs to focus on effective delivery. And that is fine. And every incoming Prime Minister and set of ministers will say that, which is fine. And the civil service needs to respond to that. And actually, the Cabinet Secretary is already conducting a review of the civil service. So I hope that Andy Burnham supports her in continuing with that. All I would say is that's fine, but the civil service, in order to function effectively, needs good political leadership. If you have 7 prime ministers in 10 years and such a turnover in cabinet, it's very difficult for the machine of government to actually help them formulate, implement and deliver good policy. So, there's 2 sides to this.
One of the things that various Conservative prime ministers said on their way out the door was, my gosh, I tried to pull the lever and nothing was at the end of it. And interestingly, Keir Starmer seemed to come to that view too, that yes, he would try and get the civil service and nothing really would happen. Do you see that as a legitimate criticism?
I think it's a complaint that you hear from the centre. I'm not surprised, because the way our system is structured, number 10 itself doesn't actually have many direct leverages. I mean, the work is done through the departments. And of course, the Cabinet Office is there in the middle and has grown dramatically in recent years. So there is a structural problem, which means that people at the centre who think that they should be able to directly affect things do find it complicated. But you also have to accept that you're running a country. It's a massive machine. It's a very complicated machine, and you can't do it all from one room at the centre. So effective devolution, not only within government, but then beyond government, is important to do, but it's not straightforward.
What's your view of the number 10 of the North idea?
Well, I think it's, in principle, it's a good idea if it can be made to work effectively, and if we need some more clarity on what it actually involves. The only problem I would say is that ministers will say they want to do that, and indeed the Treasury, of course, set up a sort of treasury in the North in Darlington.
Yes.
But actually making it work effectively is quite complicated. And what you find is that even with modern technologies, which mean you can do things online, ministers actually want to meet people in person and know their senior civil servants in person. So you've got to get the idea that you can do government entirely remotely, I think is not really very realistic. In the end, personal relationships matter a lot.
Sir Simon Fraser, really appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. Former head of the Foreign Office, now chair of Chatham House, founding partner of Flint Global, as we get the readout of the first call between Andy Burnham as Prime Minister and President Donald Trump. All pleasantries, all niceties. And as is pointed out by Mark here, I think this is a very astute observation, The 2028 Open Golf is in Royal Lytham St Anne's, 90 minutes from Manchester. If Burnham and or Trump last that long, perhaps they can attend that together. Well, I think that would be an invitation that Trump would find hard to turn down, going to the Open Golf, given he's such a golf fan. 0345 6060 973, the number, on whether or not you think it is fair in building this economic model that Andy Burnham's Chancellor, whoever he or she may be, goes after asset wealth rather than income wealth far more. As James suggests here, Tom, I sold my business. I paid 10% in tax. I should have paid more in a fair country. Are we about to see that change? We'll get to Downing Street in a few moments, where we have now a number of senior figures in the Labour Party, former senior ministers in the Starmer government, awaiting their positions from Andy Burnham. Tom Swarbrick on LBC, still to come.
The one thing that you'll find is that he's got a very clear vision of what he wants to do. Whether you'd agree with it or not, it's very clear.
Is it? We'll try and gaze into that vision to see what emerges, particularly as those appointments are made. Busy afternoon, Tom Swarbrick on LBC, 5:45. Headlines now. Amelia Cox.
John Healey, Shabana Mahmood, Ed Miliband and Louise Haigh have all entered number 10 as Andy Burnham puts his cabinet together. Rachel Reeves has been sacked as Chancellor after reportedly being offered a role but turning it down. David Lammy, Liz Kendall and Steve Reid are among the other names returning to the backbenches. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Anne-Marie Walsh. On the M25 clockwise, traffic is being held from junction 24 at Potters Bar to 25 at Enfield to recover a multi-vehicle accident. It's also queuing on the clockwise side from junction 4 at Orpington to 5 for the M26 after an accident earlier on. It's slow moving on the A308 both ways at the Hampton Court Green car park because of the roadworks. In Bow, Devons Road is closed both ways because of an accident between Selsey Street and Bow Common Lane. In Kent, there are delays on the A2 westbound towards the Bean Interchange because of an accident, and on the tubes there are severe delays on the Metropolitan line.
LBC.
London. The app for black cabs is here. Jump. Get about with drivers who have the world-famous knowledge and know every street in London. And unlike other black cab apps, you'll only pay the meter fare. No booking fees, no surge fees, no it's raining fees, no there's a game on fees. No fees ever. Just tap the app to hail your black cab. Jump, the app for the cabs that make London, London. Download Jump today.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Guys, gals and non-binary pals, we're Copperfield, the breast cancer awareness charity. This is your reminder to check your chest. Learn how at copperfield.org.
Last night, I was watching an episode of Amadeus where Mozart
exploded, launched another Real Housewife during Shiv Roy's wedding night, where she asks Tom for an open
sandwich, Chicago beef filling, cooked by a chef in a
pastel Regency gown. Oh, quite steamy.
Get Sky, Hey You, HBO Max, Disney Plus and Netflix together in one simple subscription. Go to sky.com.
Requires Sky Stream and Sky Ultimate TV subscription. Minimum broadband speed of 30 megabits per second recommended. 18 plus.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
What you're hearing is real. The aliens have landed and they have something to say.
Take us to your dealer. Just 0.9% APR on every new Mini.
They just want to go to a mini retailer.
Mini.
You heard them. Off we go.
Make contact at your nearest retailer and get 0.9% APR representative across the entire range with a 25% deposit and 24-month term. Mini UK is a credit broker. Order by 30th September, delivered by 31st December. PCP with Mini Financial Services. Subject to status. T's and C's apply. mini.co.uk/offers.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious tips from that guy down the pub. Get real-time insights, analysis and tools. No more fat cat brokers clawing your gains. Pay zero commission on your investments. Switch to a platform trusted by British investors for over 50 years. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
Back to Downing Street. More comings and goings and more calls. Bethany Dawson has the details. Bethany.
This is turning into a very big reshuffle. We never knew how big it was going to be, but so far we know that Attorney General Richard Hermer is out, Housing Secretary Steve Reed, Justice Secretary David Lammy, Chancellor Rachel Reeves, Business Secretary Peter Kyle, Science Secretary Liz Kendall, Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister Darren Jones, Welsh Secretary Joe Stevens, Northern Ireland Secretary Hilary Benn, and Development Minister Jenny Chapman are all out. All of these people are allies of Keir Starmer, and right now the only people currently in 10 Downing Street talking about filling those jobs is former Defence Secretary John Healey, Energy Secretary Ed Miliband, Louise Haigh, who's been tipped to get that Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister role, and Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. That was a lot of names there.
No, you've done incredibly well, Bethany.
It's a big day. It's rolling fast.
Exactly, and this is why, as I said at the start, when they do these reshuffles, Downing Street normally have the names on a big whiteboard in front of them, so they can plot them through. Otherwise, things get very confused very quickly.
Well, yes, we might need to install a whiteboard out here on the streets of Downing Street. It is getting confusing, and although we do know those 4 politicians who are in Downing Street now talking to Andy Burnham about jobs, we don't know which jobs they are talking about. There are now a number of vacancies, as I said. Shabana Mahmood and Ed Miliband tipped potentially to get Chancellor, but only one of them can get it. As I said, Louise Haigh, who is a very close ally of Andy Burnham, could be getting that right-hand position to the new Prime Minister. But frankly, they're inside. We can't ask them any questions, and we don't know what they're discussing. They might just be having a nice cup of tea.
Although, talking of discussions, we also know that Andy Burnham has been on the phone, not just to President Trump, but also to Volodymyr Zelensky.
He has. It is very notable that Keir Starmer left as Prime Minister with his record on Ukraine being one of his proudest achievements. Andy Burnham today, before he's appointed his cabinet, calling Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, posted on Twitter saying that he'd spoken to the new British Prime Minister and said that he offered very kind words, paid tribute to people who have very recently lost their lives in Russian attacks, and that he hopes the very close Ukrainian and British relationship will continue going forward, and the Post sounding optimistic on that front.
Bethany, thank you very much indeed. Stand by. Bethany Dawson, LBC's political correspondent. You can watch the comings and goings from Downing Street as well on the LBC app, on Global Player, or on YouTube too. Bob's in Brighton. Hi, Bob.
Afternoon, Tom. How are you doing?
You are a Miliband fan.
Well, I'm not a personality politics fan. I'm not a fan of Miliband, but I'll defend net zero as a policy position. Happy to do that, especially in the position that I think that sort of maybe to counter some of the commentary on your show earlier that there's a sort of choice between economic prosperity and net zero, when, as far as I'm aware, the majority of the serious and robust analysis shows that net zero is going to give us the most prosperous future possible, and that actually not hitting these targets is going to be a massive detriment to our economy.
That could well be the case. Absolutely. But in the meantime, and where we find ourselves is the transition between what we've got now and what we want to have. And that is incredibly expensive. And one of the things that Keir Starmer's government did towards the end was to take some of the tariffs off people's energy bills that are paying towards that transition, put them into general taxation to try and give energy users some relief on those bills. And I suspect Burnham will do a bit more of that.
I hope so, Tom. I mean, it may be the case, as you say, but it was certainly found the case by the government's independent climate change advisor. Mm-hmm. It was agreed to be the case under the Conservative Department for Business and the Conservative Office of Budget Responsibility. They are independent as well.
Sorry, they're not the Conservatives' Office of Budget Responsibility.
No, but they were. Sorry, the Conservatives were in power. The Office of Budget Responsibility.
Yeah, the Conservatives brought in net zero. Yeah, absolutely. It was the legal change made as Theresa May was leaving Downing Street. Yes,
and the counter to the point. Sorry, Tom, the counter to the point about where we are now is we are very much at the sort of the inflection point of this transition. And actually, similarly, all the evidence shows that the earlier we do this, the better for our economy in the long run. China are going to be rapidly are transitioning over to renewables and away from their fossil
Bob,
fuels.
listen, I am happy to hear that argument out, and I think there's some numbers that absolutely support that, and various prime ministers have been banging that drum for some time. I appreciate that, but what hasn't been made clear, because politicians didn't know the answer when they started down this route, is how expensive this is going to be in the first instance. Someone is going to have to pay 60 billion for the upgrade of the national grid. Somebody is going to have to pay for those energy companies to build the windmills or the solar panels or what have you. And at the moment, it is falling to bill payers and then taxpayers, and I'm not sure that people have been let in on that.
I think you've got a valid point there, Tom, and, the transition is going to cost a lot of money. It's more than going to pay back in the revenue cost savings that we're going to make in future. And I think this probably does tie back into that wider discussion about how our economy is set up at the moment, how the wealthiest are profiting in all, disproportionately to the rest of people, this K-shaped economy we've got. A bit of that redistribution of wealth would help fund some of this stuff.
Can I ask what you...
the future.
Yeah. What do you define as wealthy?
What do I define as wealthy?
Yeah, who's wealthy?
Let me put it this way, Tom. I think that we have got, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that the gap between rich and poor people in this country is wider than it's ever been, according to national statistics. And we also have, people earning more money than have ever earned, more than has ever been earned before.
Yeah, but we had that in the 1900s. That's
Yes, but the proportion of wealth is far greater now, isn't it? And the sophisticated systems we have for people to be able to transfer money offshore, store it around the world, move it around.
But you're not going to solve that from number 11 or 10 Downing Street. You can't legislate for other people's tax regimes.
No, but as many other countries in the world, and as far as I'm aware, more and more countries in the world move to this, then we are tackling it globally, aren't we?
Well, they talked years ago about a global tax rate, and it's never going to happen because there are various countries.
I don't mean a global tax rate. I mean, as every country. Because what we're facing, Tom, this inequality isn't just a UK problem. It's all over the world. And a lot of these systems that are in these different states are helping perpetuate this inequality all over the world. And because people are able to work outside of those systems. And so as each country slowly realizes that money is effectively being siphoned out of our economies by the super wealthy, who, let's not forget, make their money off the back of our infrastructure that we build and maintain. As every country wises up to this money being siphoned out of our economy.
But who are you talking about here, Bob? You're talking about massive industry. You're talking about the Amazons of this world who can have something ordered in Birmingham, delivered to Manchester, paid for in that city, but not taxed because they're registered in Ireland or something. That's what you're describing, yeah?
Yeah, I just think so. Yeah, but there's degrees of it, aren't there, Tom? I mean, let's not go to extremes. We've definitely got degrees of this. At one end, we've got trillionaires and billionaires, and I'm sure we can agree that in the global system and the national poverty we're facing at the moment, that's pretty immoral. But you
think billionaires are immoral?
Yeah, don't you think that?
Absolutely not. No, not at all. Quite the opposite.
Expand on that a bit, please.
I think if you don't have billionaires, who's going to pay the tax? What percentage of income tax is paid for by the top 1%? It's over 30% now? You cannot say to these people, well, we actually hate you. We think what you're doing is immoral, even though you might be paying full tax on it. So out you go. It's pathetic. It's student politics.
Tom, again, you're drawing over to an extreme that I'm not willing to operate in. I don't hate these people.
You described it as immoral.
That doesn't mean I hate them. I can say it's an immoral practice without hating people.
What's an immoral practice?
Well, do you not feel that the wealthiest people in our country, and it's replicated around the world, paying proportionally less than the poorest earners in this country, is morally unjustified?
I think if you're paying a rate of tax on extraordinary wealth that is lower than the rate at which people pay when they're in work, I think there's a problem. And I think we're about to see that problem resolved. But do I think it is immoral that we have billionaires? Absolutely not.
Well, hang on a second, Tom. the creation of billionaires is only possible by the perpetuation of those systems which create that wealth difference.
But so we put a cap on the amount that people can earn in their lifetime? Or we say you've got so much money you don't need any more?
Well, again, I mean, I'm meaning to be rude, but that feels a bit sort of student politics-y. I think we should work on a progressive tax system where fundamentally people pay broadly the same share, but also the most important thing is that money isn't allowed to be siphoned out of the system of the economies in which it's made.
Yeah, Bob, this is all stuff. It was funny enough. Listen, I don't disagree with you. This was stuff talked about and I remember this because I was there and I happened to be working for it at the time, talked about in Theresa May's first conference speech as Prime Minister. She talked about, what was that phrase that got everybody very hot under the collar? The citizens of nowhere. She wasn't talking about Brexit. She was talking about businesses that use the services that a country provides without paying the tax for them. I think that's absolutely right. No one has quite made good on making those citizens of nowhere citizens of somewhere yet. Bob, I really appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. In the next 60 minutes...
I know he's going to be Chancellor and I wouldn't be telling you.
Come on, Steve.
Because me and Andy speak about politics.
Who's going to be the Chancellor? Well, Steve wasn't telling us. Ed Miliband, Shabana Mahmood enter number 10 together. We'll bring you all the appointments as they happen this evening.
Within the fiscal rules, the government of the United Kingdom has still got a hell of a lot of money at its disposal.
The former Labour leader, Lord Kinnock, on this programme calling for changes to capital gains tax. Could your tax bill be about to shoot up under Burnham? Plus,
let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope.
Andy Burnham says he wants a new political and economic model in a speech that he hopes generates, hope across the country, that politicians can be better. As the market moves, we're live with Who Goes Where, what it says about where we're going. You'll hear that speech too.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, we're still waiting to hear how Andy Burnham will make up his cabinet. In the last hour, we've seen Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood enter number 10. LBC's political correspondent Bethany Dawson is in Downing Street.
These two people are poised for the top job of Chancellor. For the last week, the reporting has been that it is going to either one of them, and they both have entered Downing Street together. The only person that we know is also in Downing Street is former Defence Secretary John Healey, at this moment a backbench MP with no ministerial brief. Right now, this could mean that John Healey, Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood are taking 3 of the top jobs in Andy Burnham's cabinet.
Louise Haigh has also just entered number 10. Rachel Reeves was sacked as Chancellor after reportedly being offered a role but turning it down. Former Labour leader Lord Kinnock has told LBC Mr Burnham can do a lot to change the way our economy works while keeping within her fiscal rules.
What we've seen in this century, right from the beginning of the century, intensified by the crash of 2007-2008, is earned incomes flatlining for a huge majority of people, even quite well-paid people, while asset values have soared and not been touched really by the tax changes.
David Lammy, Hilary Benn and Liz Kendall are among the other names which have lost their roles. Earlier, Mr Burnham made his first speech as Prime Minister. He says politicians need to raise their game and as promised, we will be better. He also revealed what his first act will be in the job.
We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
You can watch and listen to LBC's live coverage from Westminster on the LBC app, Global Player and YouTube. Also this evening, former England football manager and player Kevin Keegan has died aged 75. He revealed last month he had stage 4 cancer. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed down 75 points at 10,524. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.17. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7. Light rain reaches the far north tomorrow. Elsewhere it will be sunny before becoming cloudier with some bright spells. Highs of 26 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good evening to you. 4 minutes past 6 the time. This Monday evening on LBC, a historic day, which if you've just tuned into us for the first time, you have missed a fair bit of. Right now, as we speak, there are 4 big beasts in Downing Street awaiting their appointments from the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. As you've been hearing, Ed Miliband walked arm in arm with the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, into number 10 about half an hour or so ago. They are in there with John Healey, the former Defence Secretary, and Louise Haigh, who was appointed in Starmer's government. Left Starmer's government and then absolutely instrumental, the woman behind the man, as it were, as part of Andy Burnham's team and getting him to where he is now. Those 4 are in Downing Street awaiting to be appointed. Meanwhile, we have had an absolute clear-out of Starmer's cabinet. Reeves has gone, Peter Kyle has gone, the Attorney General, Lord Hermer, has gone, Steve Reid, David Lammy out as Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary. One wonders whether that means his reforms to jury trials are going to be gone as well. A complete clear-out, really, so far of many of those in Starmer's cabinet as Andy Burnham sets about appointing his cabinet and therefore setting the direction of the country. And it's to that I want to turn, because politicians get really very few moments when they get to set the narrative. And by that I mean set in train the kind of discussions that they want the country to have via the media or through the newspaper columns or whatever it might be, and to show their priorities. There are a few moments where that happens. One is probably a conference speech. There are various moments at which they try and do a speech to do that, but maybe the narrative is set by, cabinet minister resigning here or some U-turn that's gone wrong. And Andy Burnham is at the absolute zenith of his political power now, having just been installed into Downing Street with overwhelming support from the Parliamentary Labour Party. And I wanted to play you what he said on the steps of number 10 in a speech that ranged from talking about industrial strategy 40 years ago to the kind of things he wants to see government doing now in the places that he feels has been left behind by a political class that have completely failed. And I think he's right, by the way. His generation of politicians have failed. And he is there, he says, to try and put it right again. So in the July sunshine, surrounded by those that he was working with in Downing Street now and friends and family, Andy Burnham told the country this.
I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. In doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
On Downing Street, in the July sunshine, Andy Burnham achieving what he has wanted for many a year, having run to be Labour leader unsuccessfully a number of times, now entering Downing Street to begin that job. First was to appoint his cabinet, to speak to Donald Trump, to speak to Volodymyr Zelensky, and begin the job of rebuilding Britain. A circuit breaker, he described Britain as needing. I'm not quite sure what that means. And I wonder whether it was deliberately couched in the kind of COVID language that we've been hearing. A circuit breaker being to stop the virus spreading back in those awful days in 2020. What does that mean for British politics? What does that mean for the cost of living? A circuit breaker on what? When he says that politicians, his generation of politicians, have not been good enough, well, I think we can all agree he's right. But in what ways specifically? They just haven't delivered on what they've promised? 0345 6060 973. Claire Ainsley joins us, former Executive Director of Policy for the Labour Party under Keir Starmer, who's written a piece in The Observer titled Why Working Class Voters Have Turned Their Backs on Labour. Thank you very much indeed for coming on, Claire. I wonder if Andy Burnham turns them around again, as it were, and if so, how? Evening.
Good evening. He has to. It's the relationship with the Labour Party and working class voters really is in peril. Keir Starmer was able to win significant numbers of working class voters back to the Labour Party in 2024, but many of those voters, as we've just polled, have really started to question whether the Labour Party is for them. They feel really let down over the last couple of years, so Andy Burnham has both a moral imperative to win them back because they're the heart of the Labour Party's reason to be, but also an electoral imperative in that Labour can't win the majority without them.
Just going to pause you there, Claire. I just want to go back to Downing Street. Bethany is there for us. Bethany, we have another big beast entering number 10.
Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper is entering number 10 behind me. We have not heard anything from her as to whether she is losing her job, if she's changing briefs, but going into Downing Street does suggest she is changing briefs. We are also just getting that it is confirmed that John Healey is going to be the Chancellor. This was not one that was briefed. John Healey, Defence Secretary John Healey, resigned from Keir Starmer's government over a spending impasse on defence. He could not get extra money from Rachel Reeves' Treasury for defence. He resigned in protest. He is now the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He is running this country's finances, not one that was briefed at all. What a surprise. I'm frantically scanning the texts, Tom. I'm
now kicking myself, Bethany. I'm now absolutely kicking myself because whereas Andrew Marr sat with us about an hour ago and said John Healey berated the Treasury for not being able to get the Defence Investment Plan over the line, describing Rachel Reeves as unwilling to invest, I did a sneaking suspicion cross my mind about whether or not Andy Burnham would give John Healey the power to do the thing that he said Rachel Reeves couldn't, and I'm annoyed I didn't say it.
Well, I am going to text someone in our office to make sure they remember me saying this morning it could be John Healey, Chancellor.
Great.
But one of the things that was interesting about the briefing that Shabana Mahmood could be Chancellor is that she is known to really have a wrangle on the civil service in her Home Secretary brief. So I did wonder if she was going to be getting that job. We of course know that she is not. If that would be a show that Andy Burnham wanted someone in charge of the Treasury who could get a lot of things done, and John Healey could indeed be that man. Andy Burnham definitely hoping he is that man.
Bethany, thank you very much indeed. Confirming then that John Healey, the former Defence Secretary under Keir Starmer, has now been appointed Chancellor under Andy Burnham. Claire Ainsley is with us. I wonder whether, it's very difficult to read into all of these appointments, Claire, but clearly John Healey was absolutely furious at the Treasury unwillingness to fund defence properly. He's got the chance to do it.
Yeah, he has. And I would assume that he would accept that job on that basis. It was the reason for him resigning just a few weeks ago. And John Healey is someone who has been utterly loyal to Labour. It was a really big move for him to go. So I would only think he has accepted that job if he had had those reassurances on defence. But of course, John Healey is a veteran of the last Labour government. He is someone who has occupied a number of roles in opposition too. So it's a very strong appointment from Andy Burnham. And I think it also signifies that this agenda that I've been talking about, which is connecting with working class voters, that's something that Healey has written about, has championed. So personally, I'm quite reassured by this announcement.
What do you then think it means for building a new economic model? What's that going to look like?
Well, I think Andy Burnham had to have a chancellor who shares his vision, and he set out that vision in Manchester a few weeks ago. And yes, of course, it didn't have lots of the detail that we need, but part of what Keir Starmer has been criticised for is not having that overall vision of where we're going. And Andy has got that, and he described that. So John Healey is someone that he must feel absolutely reassured is going to grow the region's economies in the way that's described, as well as drive good value for money. He is more than the defence money, basically. He is someone who is going to share Andy's vision of how you get productive economies across the UK, not just in London and the South East.
I haven't quite thought all this through, Claire, but it struck me more and more listening to Andy Burnham. about the way in which he is going to route everything he says through the people, in particular of Makerfield, and those areas that have been, quotes, left behind. And again, we've heard about Prime Minister talk about left behind areas for a long time. But whether politics is going to turn from being sort of more grand Westminster foreign affairs into much more, and I don't mean this pejoratively, but much more parochial, much more rooted in everyday existence, to the point where local mayors will assume the kind of powers potentially of cabinet ministers in making decisions and having accountability.
I think if politics is becoming more local, that's a good thing, because I think so many people talk about how they feel about their places in their local areas, and then they see national politicians, and what national politicians are saying doesn't connect. So I think that what Andy Burnham means is that he will connect both the national and the international to what happens right here at home for you, in your house and your community. So I don't think it means necessarily politicians doing less national or international, because that obviously matters for our security, our defence. But I think it does mean they've got to spell out what does it mean for Makerfield? What does it mean for the people in their places?
Very interesting. Good to talk to you, Claire. Thank you so much for being with us. Claire Ainsley, former Executive Director of Policy for the Labour Party under Sir Keir Starmer. So we have it confirmed tonight. The first appointment of Andy Burnham's new administration, John Healey is the new Chancellor. Do you know what? It's great that they kept us guessing. I like that we didn't get it briefed. It's fantastic to find out as it happens. But we have the former Defence Secretary, John Healey, as the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. Much more to come, particularly on whether or not you feel that Andy Burnham is right to say that this generation of politicians has not been good enough, and in what way they've not been good enough. Get your thoughts on that in just a few moments. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. It's 6:20.
Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC.
What you're hearing is real. The aliens have landed and they have something to say.
Take us to your dealer. Just 0.9% APR on every new Mini.
They just want to go to a mini retailer.
Mini.
You heard them. Off we go.
Make contact at your nearest retailer and get 0.9% APR representative across the entire range with a 25% deposit and 24-month term. Mini UK is a credit broker. Order by 30th September, delivered by 31st December. PCP with Mini Financial Services. Subject to status. T's and C's apply. mini.co.uk/offers.
Time for a kitchen glow-up that won't blow the budget? Wix has experts who can design and install your kitchen. Plus, get up to 50% off kitchen units with our Spend and Save offer. Book your free kitchen design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Take Irish ferries from Dover to Calais, where your pet travels in the pet lounge. You'll be barking not to. Irish ferries. See travel differently.
Giftgaff believe it's only fair you can get ultra-fast, full-fibre broadband for just £5 a month. Great news for Milo, whose speedy broadband can now instantly keep up with live streaming Paddle. And instantly play Correct Your Serve tutorials. And rapidly search how to fix my wall videos. Full fibre broadband for £5 a month for your first 6 months. Giftgaff. Order a 24-month plan by the 28th of the 8th from £25 after month 6. Speeds may vary. Terms and exclusions apply. See giftgaff.com/terms.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be, says Andy Burnham on the steps of Downing Street as he becomes Prime Minister. Listen, I think everybody is fed up with the merry-go-round, frankly, of politics. We're all old enough to remember when Keir Starmer said that politics will tread more lightly on your lives 2 years ago. That didn't quite work out so well. And actually, does politics need to tread more lightly? No, it just needs to be sure-footed in what it's doing and where it's going. Whether that means treading more lightly on your lives or not, it doesn't matter. The way in which Andy Burnham describes politics would make you think that he was wanting out rather than wanting in more, that his generation have failed the country and they need to start getting it right. And I think a mark of that failure, is the description that many people have felt for years now, but increasingly so in the last 2 or 3 years, that when they bring their children up, and when they wave their children off from school to university or go into the world of work or what have you, they do it with much less certainty that their child is going to be afforded as much, if not more, opportunity than they were when they were that age. That their opportunity to work hard, to use their skills, to adapt their skills, to make the most of the advantages that this country brings, to go and have a good life, a productive life, a happy life, they're not around anymore. And that's why for the last few years, and you've been very generous in allowing me to bang on about this, but for the last few years, I've been really interested in the generation of 20 to 30-somethings, my generation really, who are out, who see limited future for themselves in this country and are leaving. And that is an absolute fact that people are in greater number than we have seen before, in part because of that sense that there's not a lot on offer for them anymore. I often refer to The Simpsons as, at one stage in the 90s being the type of family setup that is laughed at because it's so typical, is now aspirational. Dad at home, dad out at work, one family salary looking after 3 children, mum at home, a mortgage, a car. Not possible now for a person in the mid-30s. Certainly incredibly rare for someone in their early 30s, as Homer Simpson is when he first starts out. So finding a way, I don't know whether I say back to that. Are we going backwards? We're certainly need to go in a direction that enables people to have a better shot at getting those things, don't we? Yes, in a different economy. Yes, with different parts of the economy highlighted or invested in. I was listening to a really interesting thing. I promise you it was interesting. About Orgreave. Now, you'll know about Orgreave, the history of Orgreave, where the battle with the police took place during the miners' strike, site of the deindustrialisation, as Andy Burnham talks of it, of the country, those heavy industries gone under Thatcher, the 40 years of failed neoliberalism, etc., etc., etc. Orgreave now is a place of AI revolution. It's got new campuses being built all the time. Let's take you to Downing Street. Bethany is there as John Healey, newly appointed as Chancellor. Bethany has left number 10.
The new Chancellor has just left number 10, and in a dynamic show of how the new government is going to work, he crossed the street and went into the Treasury. So straight to work. I am sure there is a lot on his plate.
What do we think the first task is going to be of John Healey?
Gosh, you ask a good question. I mean, there are going to be so many questions for Andy Burnham's government and indeed for John Healey, the new Chancellor. This morning, Andy Burnham announced that he was going to, he wants to end homelessness. There will, of course, be a question of how are they going to pay for this. There are other questions about finances from Andy Burnham, including looking at things like the welfare bill. Andy Burnham told Andrew Marr on LBC that he would not be making what he called crude cuts to welfare, so they will be looking at the welfare bill. Of course, they are going to need a work and pension secretary to have that conversation with, and we are waiting to see indeed whether Pat McFadden, current work and pension secretary, keeps his job, and if not, who will be taking over.
It's also certainly my experience of being in government suggested, and I think it's true for a lot of others who have been in there too, that the Chancellor often is in some ways more powerful than the Prime Minister. So having a Chancellor and a Prime Minister that share the same vision and get into fewer battles around things like budget time or what have you is absolutely critical for the running of the country.
There have been suggestions that that's actually why Andy Burnham has really set out his stall and his own vision before finding a team to do it. He wants to set out what he wants and then almost backfill in those positions. Yeah. As he said this morning, he wants to end homelessness. He doesn't want to make welfare cuts. He wants to really increase devolution, including on things that the Chancellor covers, like different forms of taxes. So he wants to say what he wants and then find who will support him. We, of course, know from Keir Starmer's time in government, he was criticised for not having a vision. And then there were clashes at the top of his government over cabinet ministers and cabinet members who didn't necessarily follow the same vision as Keir Starmer.
Bethany, stand by. I suspect you're going to get more appointments shortly on Downing Street there as we wait for the appointments of Louise Haigh, Shabana Mahmood, Ed Miliband, Yvette Cooper. They're all in there waiting for a job to become available. Felicity is in Upminster. Hi, Felicity.
Hi. Well, since I originally phoned, the good news is that John Healey has got a position. I was hoping that he would go to defence because I've got a lot of faith in him. I've got to say, historically, I'm not a Labour voter, but I believe that he speaks as he sees it. So as Chancellor, hopefully he will be able to support, the defence budget and everything else. Ed Miliband, why is he there? Because a matter of principle, if Andy Burnham thinks we should drill for North Sea oil, that is against what Ed Miliband said, isn't it? So why would he accept a position in government?
Well,
just as a matter of principle.
Yes, listen. I don't disagree. If he was really against it, he wouldn't want a job. But power is an incredibly intoxicating elixir.
I know. I think back to Lord Carrington when he resigned on a matter of principle. But you probably don't even go that far back.
I used to drink in a pub that was next to the place where Lord Carrington lived.
Oh, wow. And he was a gentleman. Anyway, more importantly, since I did my original call, we've got John Healey there, who is, I think, I don't know a lot about him, but what I've read, I've only got the access to the radio. I don't have any of these fancy
That's all
gadgets.
You need. All you need is us.
Well, that's all I need when I've got LBC. Exactly.
Now, listen, given that your political memory is very good, what is it that you think politicians have got so wrong that allows the current Prime Minister to say that our generation, his generation of politicians, stuffed it up?
Now that is a very, very difficult one. It isn't only politicians. I mean, I believed a lot in Margaret Thatcher, but at the time they did good things, but they didn't follow up with rebuilding council houses and things like that, The money went to people and it went somewhere perhaps it shouldn't have gone to. It wasn't reinvested, let's say. There are lots of people that need social housing because they do really good jobs and earn really low money, and they need it. And if they can get social housing and it's not open to everybody, that is the way it should be. And if he can do that, I don't know, I politically change my opinions, but there's a lot going on. He's got a lot going for it.
I wonder, I don't know the numbers. John Healey will be getting to grips with them. But I wonder if the amount of money paid in benefit for housing could be reinvested, and you could do some clever accountancy to show that is where you're getting the money from. It's otherwise going in housing benefit to building many more houses, which people would be able to afford because the state is effectively paying for the house itself, is a much better way of doing it.
It is, but you've also got to save money, and I know this is probably a bit controversial, but there's a lot of disability allowances now handed out for ADHD and this sort of thing. I'm not saying there aren't people that are affected, but I think there needs to be a better process of judging each case, not doing it online or in this sort of thing,
Felicity, I don't disagree with you at all. Thank you so much for the call. 0345 6060 973 is the number. When Andy Burnham talks about investing in people's success rather than paying for failure, I wonder whether that would be part of it. Lee, I'll come to your call in just a few moments. After the news...
Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope.
Hopey changey from Andy Burnham. We'll speak to a former Downing Street Director of Communications in a few moments to get their view as John Healey becomes the Chancellor of the Exchequer. 6:32, Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Amelia Cox has the headlines.
John Healey has been named as Andy Burnham's Chancellor after becoming the first Labour MP to enter number 10 earlier. The former Defence Secretary previously served in the Treasury under Gordon Brown for 5 years. Shabana Mahmood, Louise Haigh, Yvette Cooper and Ed Miliband have also arrived in Downing Street this afternoon. Rachel Reeves was sacked earlier after reportedly turning down a role. David Lammy, Darren Jones and Liz Kendall will also return to the backbenches. The new Prime Minister is due to reveal his plan to ease the cost of living crisis tomorrow. LBC weather, a little drizzle in northern Scotland and Northern Ireland tonight. A few light showers possible in the far southeast, a low of 7 degrees.
On the latest episode of The Newsagents.
The new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has gone all Barack Obama with his message of hope and change. What's behind the vibes? What's he actually going to do now?
Get the latest episode of The Newsagents with Emily Maitlis, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall. Listen or watch on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Guys, gals and non-binary pals, we're Copperfield, the UK's only breast cancer awareness charity for young people. We educate people on the signs of breast cancer, as when found early, treatments are more effective and survival rates higher. This is your reminder to check your boobs, chest or pecs. Learn how at copperfield.org.
Ears are great, aren't they? One on each side of your head for stereo. It's because of ears that radio ads can amplify your advertising. 40 million adults listen to commercial radio every week. That's 80 million ears, give or take. See radio differently at radiocentre.org.
All right, can I get 1 ranch sauce, 2 Korean barbecue, and hang on, wait there, the McDonald's sweet curry, gorgeous. Okay, 1 ranch, 1 hot honey, 1 sweet curry. Final order. Oh, and some chicken selects. But really, I'm here for the sauce, aren't I? Served from 11 a.m. Dips sold separately. New dips available until the 24th of August. Choice of 2 dips with 5 chicken selects. Subject to availability.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
6:35 the time. Les, I'll come to your call in just a few moments. The breaking news, if you've only just tuned our way, and where have you been this afternoon, this evening, is that John Healey is the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. Of course, has Treasury experience back in the day. I think under Gordon Brown, Tony Blair has that experience in the Treasury. Very frustrated with the Treasury when he resigned from Keir Starmer's government as Defence Secretary, and now has the opportunity to go and, I guess, put it right. Les, I'll come to your call in just a few moments. James Lyons is with us, former Downing Street Director of Communications. Thanks very much indeed for coming into the studio this evening, James. I wonder what you make so far of the messaging from Team Burnham, his positioning of, particularly of politics as having failed people, and he is there as the politician to put it right.
Well, I think that will resonate with an awful lot of people, including many of your callers, yes. Tom. I mean, I don't think anyone, very few people in this country think that politics has been knocking out of the park in recent years. Look, I thought what we saw today with that speech in Downing Street was someone who was confident, he was fluent, and he was optimistic. And you will remember, as a great student of political history, that Margaret Thatcher once said of Ronald Reagan, he was engaged in the great cause of cheering us all up. Mm-hmm. And there is a sense of that about him, actually. And he's just very comfortable in his own skin, isn't he? He looked like he was happy and wanted to be there. And I have to say, that's not always the case with some previous incumbents.
Do you include Keir Starmer in that?
Well, I don't think my old boss always looked like he was enjoying it. No. He didn't, he had many fine qualities, but he didn't always have that kind of easy, almost cheeky charm that Andy Burnham has.
I do think people want to see politicians enjoying the job. It's not always going to be enjoyable. It's incredibly difficult, but I do think people want to see some of that, don't they? Yeah, people take their cue from that.
Absolutely, and I bumped into one of Andy's very, very long-serving aides, who I used to know back when Andy was last in Westminster. He was enjoying a pint outside the Marquis of Granbury around the corner just now, and he said, what we need to do is we just need to lift the country. We need to lift the country. And I was very, very struck by that. Of course, you've got to level with people about the realities of the situation. And of course, there are going to be difficult choices in times ahead. But you've got to give that sense that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and that light is not an oncoming train.
Stay there, James. Let's go back live to Downing Street, to Bethany, where we have another person walking in that big black door, Bethany.
Yes, Pat McFadden has just gone into Downing Street, the current Work and Pensions Secretary. Like Healey, a long-time Labour cabinet member, shadow cabinet member. He has gone in. The only job, as a reminder, we have had confirmed is John Healey for Chancellor. We are still waiting to hear about those other big jobs, about Foreign Secretary, Home Secretary and Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Pat McFadden going into Downing Street. I don't know how many reshuffles you were involved in, James, but in the big ones that I was in Downing Street for, if you have too many people queuing up at the same time waiting for jobs, it starts to get a little bit awkward about where you put them all, because there are some at times, really difficult conversations with the Prime Minister and the person that they're trying to appoint. If they don't want the job or they don't want to get on board with this particular idea, it all starts to get pretty complicated.
Yeah. Well, look, can I just say that I think there's no more reassuring sight in British politics than Pat McFadden walking to number 10, right? He's the grown-up's grown-up, and I think he's done an absolutely magnificent job of putting the jigsaw back together again on welfare reform after the revolt, which, let's face it, if the decision to cut pensioners' winter fuel payments was the original sin of the Keir Starmer government, it was the welfare revolt that plunged the Prime Minister into political purgatory. And what we've seen is Pat and his team slowly, steadily and methodically making the Labour case for getting people back into work. And I hope he's able to continue that work or is promoted or whatever else.
Going back to that welfare reform rebellion, which I think you're right, was sort of a wake-up call to how difficult this was going to be for Keir Starmer, even with such a massive majority. Was there an awareness going into that within Number 10 that this was going to be really tricky, or was the information not there to suggest this was going? At what point did the Prime Minister go, "Ooh, we've got a problem"?
I think the lights were flashing red on the dashboard, it's fair to say. There was a divergence of views about what you did about that. I think, some people felt we should pull stumps early. Some people felt we should
crack through.
Put the pedal to the metal, and if they didn't like it, give it back to them to vote on again and again and again. In the end, we fell between those two stools, and really the Prime Minister's credibility never recovered.
Do you agree with Morgan McSweeney that they didn't have a plan? You didn't have a plan.
100% didn't have a plan. So I was involved in writing the election manifesto. That was largely a de-risking exercise and trying to take some of the policy and turn it into something a little bit more fluent. But everyone assumed there was a secret plan, and then it turned out that there wasn't. And you can tell that there definitely wasn't a plan because, again, when I came into Downing Street after a difficult first 2 or 3 months for the government to try and help stabilise the ship, I was charged with sitting down with the policy unit and some cabinet ministers and writing one, which was published as the Plan for Change. And that only came out in the December.
I mean, I listen. Both of us have, I guess, scars on our back from working behind that door. It is an incredibly difficult place to do the job. But even from the outside looking in, during the election campaign, it was just so blindingly obvious that the raison d'etre for the government of economic growth hadn't been thought through. There was nothing there. Even with the Conservatives' planned 20 billion cuts to the economy, that's not necessarily the black hole that Rachel Reeves said she found, but that there were planned cuts to the various departmental budgets at the last Conservative budget. And the answer that you got from various ministers about what they were going to do about it was, oh, don't worry, growth. I mean, it was kind of pathetic.
Well, what I would say is, given the task that Keir Starmer and his team were presented with when he became Labour leader, it is understandable that an enormous amount of focus and attention went on turning the Labour Party around and making it electoral. Yeah. And you've got to remember that nobody thought he could win an election, never mind a majority, when he became Labour leader. Yeah. And he did, in one parliamentary term, what it took Neil Kinnock and Tony Blair 3 parliamentary terms to achieve. So he deserves huge credit for that. The problem is, it always felt like that was the mission. That was the project. And that kind of ended the moment he walked through the black door.
What advice, then, would you be offering Andy Burnham's close team or Andy Burnham himself about the first few days, really, let alone the first 100 days?
Yeah, well, I mean, he needs to, as he is, crack on, right? So there's been a lot of claims that it's just vibes. Today's come out with a policy on rough sleeping, which I think is going to be very popular. It's very popular in the Labour Party, but I think it's very popular more widely because rough sleeping isn't just a kind of scar on the conscience of this country. It's the scar on the face of lots of communities up and down this country as well. And, you know, he's going to hit the ground running tomorrow with announcements around the cost of living, which we all know is the number one priority for the public. So I think do exactly what he's doing. Get out there, define yourself as early as you can, get some policies out there as well as some vibes.
But also bold. Do something, you know, it's very easy. I remember sitting in a cabinet meeting in 2017 where they said we're going to end rough sleeping, and it never quite happened, or, you know, the wrong incentives were brought in. If you just stand there and say, I'm going to do this, and it actually happens, what we mean by ending rough sleeping, you know, how is that success measured? You know, at least you're signalling that you do have some power to do anything. Because I think a lot of people look at politics at the moment and think they're all hopeless because nothing seems to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is the problem. Delivery is necessary, but it isn't sufficient. So you've got to deliver, but you've got to tell a story about what you're doing at the same time. And look, you know, the rough sleeping thing has gone down very well, but it is the cost of living and whether or not people feel better off at the next general election that is going to determine Andy Burnham's electoral fate.
Fancy going back in?
No, thank you very much. How about you?
Absolutely under no absolutely under no circumstances whatsoever. Very good to see you. Thank you for coming in. James Lyon, former Downing Street Director of Communications. I've got word from Downing Street of another appointment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your new Foreign Secretary. Bethany is...
I thought you were going to say me. Ed Miliband. Ed Miliband is going to be the Foreign Secretary. We also have it confirmed that Louise Hay will be Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Minister for the Cabinet Office, Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, and Shabana Mahmood is going to stay as Home Secretary. So we have got now those major offices of state. We know a little bit more about what is going on behind that door.
So that is Shabana Mahmood staying at the Home Office, Ed Miliband moved to Foreign Secretary, and Yvette Cooper... TBC. I thought we were waiting. We were going to get a new line as you were speaking. Bethany, thank you very much indeed. Confirmation then that Ed Miliband is the Foreign Secretary. Shabana Mahmood, who is getting through some controversial reform to immigration, certainly amongst Labour MPs, will be staying at the Home Office. 03456060973 is the number. Les is in Shottersham in Suffolk. Hi, Les.
It's Chattisham. Thank you very much.
Chattisham. I do beg your
pardon. Thanks very much, Michael. Yeah, you've just annoyed me a bit. Ed Miliband's got a job. I can't believe it. Anyway, that's another issue.
Why are you annoyed at Ed Miliband being in work?
He should be out the back door with his net zero around his neck. Anyway, that's another point. Anyway, John Healey, thank God he's Treasurer. Good man. My main point for phoning was I do hope that Andy Burnham has something in his little back pocket to do with students and university. We're the only, probably one of the few countries in the world where we put a neck around our youngsters' necks of between 30 and 50,000 when they come out of university. Education, as we all know, should be free. It was, but now it's not.
Well, it was because only 7% of the country went to university.
No, I agree. I agree. That's what that was our other Prime Minister came in and wanted 50%. I mean, we all knew that was nonsense. But the point is, what you cannot do is put a noose around young people's necks of 50,000 or 30 to 50,000, where originally it was deemed that it would not affect their mortgage applications when they want to buy a house. We now know that was a complete lie because it does. And it's something I do hope that Andy Burnham does something about that, because that's really important.
Listen, Les, I think you're absolutely right. I have banged on about it incessantly for a good few years now, but I'm afraid I'm right that the triple lock does need massive reform, and we do need a much greater sense of, as well as a sharing out of the tax base, moving it away from taxing work to taxing wealth and assets far more equitably. So too do the generational forces that are shaping the finances of generations needs to be shared out a lot fair. It is completely insane, as Rachel Reeves suggested, decided to not tax people on income that is above the income tax threshold on the basis of age, because it just so happens that the state pension is going to go above the lower limit of taxation. It's completely insane.
Well, that was because they didn't raise the threshold on the personal allowance.
In which case, take everybody out of paying taxation above £12,500.
Yeah, and it was just like a train crash. We all knew it was going to happen, didn't we? And it did, and now it's come to fruition. My other quick point, I know you got other people.
No, do it, sir. Go for it.
My other quick point is, what we could do, the biggest scandal in this country is that we have generators of wind power that produce power overnight, which they have to turn off their wind turbines so that the grid doesn't get overpowered with all the energy we produce. And it costs us more money and is more dangerous to turn them off. Why don't we give people free electricity at night, for God's sake? I mean, we're producing it. We're going to pay them for not producing it. Why don't we give it to people? You know, we've got old ladies in the house can't heat their houses, and we're paying these people massive amounts of money to turn the power off.
Can I tell you, Les? Can I tell you just how lucky my wife is, in that as we were driving to the Peak District the other day, I was pointing that fact out as we drove past all these windmills that weren't turning. I was ranting away in the car about the fact that we were paying to have these turned off. She is such a lucky lady. I think she put her AirPods in at that point and started listening to something else.
Your wife and my wife are obviously in the same mould.
Poor women. Les, thank you very much indeed for the call. Ed, I'll come to you in just a few moments' time. 6:49. I must bring you some breaking news. You're listening to LBC. Joshua Kerry, 28, from Rotherham, has now been charged with the murder of Anne Widdecombe, the Crown Prosecution Service has said. So we now have a charge in relation to the murder of Anne Widdecombe. Joshua Kerry has been charged with the murder of Anne Widdecombe. We'll wait to hear more from the CPS or the police a little bit later on this evening, perhaps. 03456060973 is the number. I can see Ed Miliband, the new Foreign Secretary, who has left Downing Street, who is giving some thoughts, some reaction to the cameras and the microphones that are waiting there. Bethany is listening in, or at least watching the proceedings. Bethany, what are we seeing? I've only seen Bethany putting her earpiece in, which is good news. Ed Miliband now, Foreign Secretary, addressing some of those cameras. I think I saw Lisa Nandy go in, but I'm prepared to be corrected on that as these cabinet appointments are made. Bethany, was that Lisa Nandy going in, and was that Ed Miliband coming out?
You're completely right. They have done a swap. Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary, has gone in, a key ally of Burnham, and Ed Miliband, new Foreign Secretary, has left.
Do we know what Ed Miliband has been saying?
He is beaming. We couldn't quite catch him. He went over to someone else that's definitely not as important, made a poor choice, and but looks very happy with his new job.
There are plenty of people suggesting that it could have been the other Miliband who got this job.
There was so much briefing, which so far doesn't actually seem to be correct. We were thinking that Shabana Mahmood was going to be the Chancellor. John Healey didn't even come up in conversation, in reporting, but is of course now in charge of the country's finances. Ed Miliband, Foreign, also a surprise. Lisa Nandy going in, whilst we know, as I said, that she is very close with Burnham, we weren't sure what job she's going in to discuss, and she's going in quite early, although it is later in the day. She still is one of the first to go in to talk to the new Prime Minister, which may indeed suggest she is getting one of those top jobs.
Bethany, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back to you when more of those jobs are confirmed. Still a fair few to go. We've got a Chancellor, we've got a Foreign Secretary, we've got a Home Secretary, but we need a few more to fill those cabinet positions. And then, by the way, the absolute vast ranks of junior ministerial appointments are going to need to be made at some point. That will be further down the line, though. Ed is a first-time caller in Bromley. Hi, Ed.
Hi, first-time listener and first-time caller.
Welcome, sir.
I just thought I had to... I thought I had to ring in because you said you wanted to hear from people my age that were maybe a bit disillusioned and looking to leave the country. Me and my missus, we're getting married next year, and as soon as we're married, for visa applications, we'll be off. We'll be leaving. Unfortunately, it just feels like even though all these changes in governments at the moment for people our age, I mean, she's got a first-class degree, I've always worked, and it just feels like it is a country at the moment run by old people, for old people, and although that does need to happen, we need to look after pensioners and things like that, I totally understand that. It just feels like the young people are just constantly pushed aside. I gave up my university years for COVID, for older people, and then you look at things like winter fuel or maybe getting rid of the triple lock, and everyone loses their mind, and it's so upsetting. We don't want to leave, our old families are here, but at the end of the day, it's just how much can you do? And I don't earn loads of money. My partner is a bit more well off. She's got a very good job in finance, and we're very lucky in that sense. But every time it looks like you're going to take that next step, you're going to get taxed more, or it's us that can't buy a house. It is our generation that's paying for people to live in massive houses. And I know that sounds really cliche and things like that, but
it's your generation it was your generation who were paying for, and this is why I completely agree with what Labour were trying to do with the winter fuel allowance, just not the way in which they did it. You were paying for the energy bills, a reduction in the cost of the energy bills of people's private dwellings when they can afford it. It was crazy.
Of course. And it's so frustrating as well. I went to university. I left after my second year due to COVID. I was supposed to be doing a very practical course. It all went online. I didn't feel I was worth the money that I'm getting. I'm now, I don't know the exact, I think it's the type 2 loan, but I'm on the loan that is just, I've not even looked at it. I've not looked at it once since leaving university. I've got no degree, but that money's just going into the ether. That's fine. It was my decision to leave, but I left because I didn't feel that degree was going to get me something. And it's so frustrating when you're doing these things and you just feel like the conversation is always around, well, what about the triple lock? What about the vote base, immigration, these things, which are all really important, but we are just constantly working and we don't get anything for it. We don't see anything for it. And it would be nice if Keir Starmer came into government and said there's going to have to be sacrifices. It's always people our age. It's my generation that make those sacrifices.
How old are you, Ed?
I don't see many people. I'm 26 and my partner's the same age.
And you feel like there's nothing for you now?
Yeah, well, it's so frustrating because I've always worked, and I have to admit, there's also a frustration within my own generation. I know people, I look around, there are people my age. I was at school with ADHD and things like this. I'd never dream of meaning that means I'm not going to work and contribute. There are people my age that are part of the problem as well.
Yeah, Ed, I agree with you. Sorry to cut you short there. I just want to take you to the Met, to the head of National Counter-Terrorism Policing. This is Assistant Commissioner Lawrence Taylor making a statement. Let's listen in.
By offering my deepest condolences to the family of Anne Widdecombe and to everyone who knew and loved her. The impact she had on political life in this country has been clear to see since her death on the 8th of July. I hope some of the tributes paid over the last week have been of comfort to her family, who are also being supported by our specialist family liaison officers. Earlier today, detectives from Counter-Terrorism Policing were informed that following a submission of evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service, charges have now been authorised. We have charged Joshua Kerry, a 28-year-old British national of Burley Road, Rotherham, South Yorkshire, with her murder. He is still in custody and will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court tomorrow morning for his first hearing. It remains the case that we are not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident. I know there has been significant interest in this case, and rightly so. I want to make it very clear that our investigation into this individual, determining his motivations and any wider activity he may have been involved in, is continuing. Given Anne Widdecombe's profile and the targeted nature of the attack, determining the motivation, including any possible political motivation, remains an active avenue of investigation for our detectives. And as with all murder investigations, understanding the why is a key part of our inquiries. This This has been and remains a particularly intensive and complex investigation. Over the last week, our teams have gathered a huge amount of information, leading to over 800 lines of inquiry. Each of those needs assessing carefully and thoroughly, and I ask that we're given the time to do that. Should counter-terrorism policing identify any further offences, we will liaise with the Crown Prosecution Service and submit evidence where appropriate. As always, to ensure the best outcome for victims and their families, we must do this right, not just quickly. And I reiterate my ask for the support of the public in this.
That is the head of National Counter-Terrorism Policing, Assistant Commissioner Lawrence Taylor, confirming that Joshua Carey has now been charged with the murder of Anne Widdecombe. You'll be hearing much more about that throughout the course of the evening on LBC. Just before I leave you to hand over to my colleague Ian Dale, we have another Downing Street arrival. Bethany is there looking at the arrival of
Angela Rayner, who has been a backbencher since she left her position as Housing Secretary. She is an ally of Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham is an ally of her, and she has gone in as one of the early entrants to discuss the top jobs.
We'll wait to see what job Angela Rayner is offered and whether or not it is accepted, because there's some reports that she might not accept a lower-ranked cabinet ministerial job. That's me done for today. Extraordinary day, historic day. Thank you so much for your time. If you missed any of it, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you can also stay up to date with the latest news, videos and opinion. Get it for free from your app store now. At 10 tonight, Ben Kentish. Next, Ian Dale.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope.
It's finally happened. After 16 years of trying, Andy Burnham, or Andrew Burnham as the King called him, has finally achieved his ambition and become Britain's 59th